Lin Yuan would never have expected what was written in the Annal of Monster Information to be true. When Lin Yuan first received the sea demon with the purple frigid heavy water, he had been hesitant. Although it was easy for Lin Yuan to obtain pure spirit qi, he needed the element well's water to produce pure water elemental energy. In the future, there would be many things that he needed the element well's water for. He could not afford to waste even a single drop. Lin Yuan eventually decided to go ahead with nurturing the major sea demon because of how powerful it was. But now he was receiving an unexpected surprise. Lin Yuan could be certain that there was no sea demon sacrifice in the Azure Federation at the moment. Otherwise, the people from the Azure Federation would have noticed this special feature about the major sea demon that had unlocked the purple frigid heavy water. This meant that Lin Yuan potentially possessed the only sea demon sacrifice in the world. In spite of his excitement, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He intended to go to the Radiant Moon Palace to receive his precious instrument from the Moon Empress before heading to the Startling Lines continent. At that time, he would make a copy of the Annal of Monster Information. Lin Yuan wanted to properly study the Annal of Monster Information. If the information in the book was all real, he could use it to create new opportunities for himself. If the information in the Annal of Monster Information was false, the sea demon sacrifice would just be a fluke. Regardless, Lin Yuan was not negatively affected. He lifted his gaze to the major sea demon and said, "I shall call you Frigid from now on." Lin Yuan did not explain to Frigid why he would definitely be able to evolve it into Emperor Sea Demon because it would not believe him. He just needed to prove it with his actions. When Frigid heard the name Lin Yuan gave it, it happily swished its dark purple tail and exclaimed, "I really like the name Frigid." After speaking to Frigid, Lin Yuan took out the deep ocean frozen water and injected spiritual power into it. Once the deep ocean frozen water absorbed the spirit qi, it expanded. Lin Yuan hugged the ball of water that was the deep ocean frozen water. He also took out 10 types of high-grade strange water that was related to the cold. He had assumed that in spite of Blue Lotus Blessing and the strong resistance against water elements that the sacred sword-wielding queen provided him, he would still have to suffer a certain amount. This was because not even a Thearch-class expert could let their guard down against 1 top-grade and 10 types of high-grade strange water. However, things did not pan out as Lin Yuan thought. Blue Lotus Blessing caused the phantom image of an orchid petal to appear below Lin Yuan's feet. The orchid petal released a special harmonious power that acted as the medium that easily allowed Lin Yuan to temper his body using the deep ocean frozen water and the 10 types of high-grade water. This was the first time that the process of tempering his body went by so comfortably for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan gave the paralysis water, spirit sharp chaos water, and revival blue water to dark blue, and it absorbed them to gain willpowers. Next, he formed a contract with Frigid. While he was forming a contract with Frigid, Lin Yuan finally knew why he had to use top-grade strange water that was similar to Frigid's life water to temper his body first. If he had not done so, the cold of Frigid's bloodline would have instantly frozen his bloodline. If that happened, even if he managed to survive, he would be left crippled. The contraction took almost 40 minutes. When Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, Frigid was officially his fae. Lin Yuan now possessed a fae with the barren bloodline, a devil and sea demon, which were the symbolic faes of the 3 major federations. Besides Lin Yuan, it was unlikely that anyone else had such an asset. He had won this honor after a strenuous fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan walked over to the element well and checked how much water was left. Next, he went to the bottom of the well and scooped out every drop of water. There did not appear to be much water in the element well, but it managed to fill up half of the bucket that Lin Yuan had brought down with him. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his head. "Partner, the element well's water can be increased. However, you need to find the mouths of ley-line spirit springs and embed them into the inner wall of the element well. This will cause the amount of water in the element well to increase slightly." The gears in Lin Yuan's head immediately started turning. Lin Yuan knew where he could find the mouths of ley-line spirit springs. The Leaning Moon Mountain had an area that was full of grasswood fountain springs. All of them led to the same ley-line spirit spring mouth. The endless grasswood fountain water from the ley-line spirit spring mouth was the reason for the year-round prosperity of the plants on Leaning Moon Mountain. However, he could not dig up the ley-line spirit spring mouth from Leaning Moon Mountain to increase the amount of water in the element well. Every ley-line spirit spring was a precious resource to the land it was situated in. It could easily bring good fortune to the land. However, it was not just the ley-line spirit spring from Leaning Moon Mountain. Lin Yuan did not intend to touch any ley-line spirit spring in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan would go to the Startling Lines continent to train soon. There had to be ley-line spirit springs in the Startling Lines continent, and Lin Yuan intended to leave no rock unturned to find all of them in order to increase the quantity of water produced by the element well. Even if the amount of water produced by the element well did not increase by much, even a slight increase would significantly benefit Lin Yuan. After all, the pure elemental energy produced by the element well was way too precious. He had only needed a small amount of water to evolve Lin's Major Sea Demon to Pinnacle King Sea Demon. Hence, even though Frigid had the sacrifice bloodline, the half-bucket worth of the element well's water would be enough for it. Lin Yuan walked over to the wooden chest that stored water-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Out of all the elemental shellfish he possessed aquamarine elemental shellfish in the greatest quantity. As such, he also had the greatest quantity of water-type Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls. Dark Blue and Universe also needed a large amount of pure water elemental energy, but Lin Yuan did not use Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls on them. This was because they only needed Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Even if Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls were used on them, they would not receive more benefits. This was because their key point was not the purity of the water elemental energy but the quantity of the pearls. Lin Yuan had felt it would be better to stock up on the rare Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls for an instance they were needed. This was just that instance. After Lin Yuan filled a large crystal bowl with the Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls, he poured water from the bucket into the crystal bowl. Once the Heavenly Maiden Sleet elemental pearls came into contact with the water, they immediately started to dissolve. When all the elemental pearls were dissolved, Lin Yuan only stopped pouring in water. Next, he added many over-the-rail coral elemental pearls into the bowl. He did this to ensure that the element well's water was fully saturated so as to not waste any of it. Pure spirit chi was freely available in the spirit lock spatial zone. Frigid could just breathe it in. But in order to increase the rate of the pure elemental energy absorption, Lin Yuan brought over a spirit chi crystal and said, "Frigid, I have seen a major sea demon's bloodline evolution. You will have to experience some hardship. Drink up the contents of this crystal bowl." Frigid eagerly gulped down the pure water elemental energy within the crystal bowl. In the same instant, Lin Yuan crushed the spirit chi crystal in his hand. Frigid's bloodline started to evolve. The purple frigid heavy water morphed into a ball that enveloped Frigid. Sounds of happiness but suppressed grunts could be heard from within the ball of water. Lin Yuan had witnessed a similar sight recently. At that moment, he was not looking forward to the purple frigid heavy water's transformation. He was already aware of its abilities. Even if Frigid's bloodline evolved, the purple frigid heavy water's abilities would only become stronger but not change. He was looking forward to Frigid unlocking its poisonous magic. As Lin Yuan watched Frigid absorb the pure elemental energy from within the spirit chi crystal, he did not hesitate to crush another spirit chi crystal. After waiting for some time, Lin Yuan saw bright silver light appear within the ball of light. Frigid's purple fishtail occasionally peeked out of the water. Faint silver patterns could be seen on its surface. Lin Yuan knew that Frigid was about to transform into the King Sea Demon. At that moment, a strange melody could be heard from within the ball of water. The silver patterns started spreading out. Lin Yuan knew from the beautiful sound that Frigid was different from other major sea demons. When Lin's Major Sea Demon evolved into a King Sea Demon, there had not been this pleasant sound. This sound seemed to be Frigid calling out to some life form. Frigid spat out a mouthful of purplish-blue blood within the ball of water. Normally, a major sea demon's blood was blue. The presence of purple meant that there was a large amount of Frigid's essence blood. The mouthful of blood did not immediately spread out into the purple frigid heavy water. Instead, it formed a giant and complicated witch's sigil. Soon, a small fish with a purple and gold tail swam out from the sigil. It was only around the size of Lin Yuan's thumb. Its tail was not wide that of other fish species phase. Its short fin had one long spike growing out of it that glinted with purple and black light. Lin Yuan thought, since Frigid is a sacrifice and has evolved into King Sea Demon, this purple and gold strange fish must be Frigid's poisonous magic. Lin Yuan tried using true data to check the small red and purple fish. This was when he saw that the poisonous magic's name was the Cold Season Poisonous Fish. Cold Season Poisonous Fish. Place a curse on a life form in the area. Every subsequent year that the life form stays alive, a cold curse will be accumulated in it. Every layer of the cold curse will slow down the circulation of its blood, spiritual power, mind power, and soul power. After it uses its tail to pierce the cursed target, the accumulated curse in the target's body will explode. This will not only harm the target but also allow the cold season poisonous fish to absorb the cold season power that is accumulated alongside each additional accumulated layer of the cold curse. Once there is sufficient power for the cold season, the sea demon's bloodline power can be used to substantially boost a precious instrument. Lin Yuan had never seen other sea demon sacrifices. As such, he could not compare the cold season poisonous fish with the poisonous magics of other sacrifices. He could not judge if the cold season poisonous fish was an outstanding poisonous magic. After Lin Yuan carefully pondered over the cold season poisonous fish's abilities, he felt that it targeted the strong and not the weak. Normally, the stronger the person, the longer they lived. Thearch-class experts were usually more than 100 years old. Every additional layer of the cold curse would slow down the circulation of the target's blood, mind power, spiritual power, and soul power. With over 100 layers of cold curses, it was likely that even Thearch-class experts would have a tough time. Moreover, according to the description of the cold season poisonous fish, it could curse multiple targets in the area. This meant that it would be able to restrict multiple experts. When the cold season poisonous fish used its spike to touch the cold curses, it would improve the storage of the cold season power. Once the cold season power was accumulated to a certain extent, it could further boost a precious instrument that was already being boosted by the sea demon. Lin Yuan heard from Lan Sun that the Emperor King Demon could boost an 8 stars precious weapon to 10 stars. At that time, Lin Yuan had thought about how if he had a pinnacle 8 stars precious weapon, and once he evolved Frigid's bloodline to Emperor Sea Demon, Frigid would be able to boost the precious weapon to 10 stars. But now, with the cold season poisonous fish, Lin Yuan felt that he would be able to boost a pinnacle 8 stars precious weapon to 11 stars. Using the cold season poisonous fish to boost a 10 stars precious weapon would use up an incomprehensible amount of cold season power as well as Frigid's sea demon bloodline. Once he truly needed to use an 11 stars precious weapon, he would no longer care about using Frigid's bloodline power because he would be in acute danger. Moreover, as long as he had pure water elemental energy, he would be able to recover the bloodline that Frigid had used up. Lin Yuan was overcome with excitement at the moment. However, Lan Sun had said that 11 stars precious instruments only existed in legends. Even if he only had a 7 stars precious instrument, he would be able to boost it to the power of 10 stars. At that moment, Lin Yuan could use his capabilities to bring numerous legends to life. When Lin Yuan was looking at the cold season poisonous fish's true data, Frigid's bloodline continued to evolve. However, Frigid's bloodline evolved much slower than Lin's major sea demon did. For the next 3 hours, Lin Yuan used up over 10 spirit chi crystals. Eventually, he poured out all of the element well's water from the bucket to concoct pure water elemental energy for Frigid. By hook or by crook, Lin Yuan was going to transform Frigid to Emperor Sea Demon. It took another hour before Lin Yuan noticed a faint gold light emerge from the silver light in the purple Frigid heavy water. This told Lin Yuan that Frigid's bloodline was about to evolve from King Sea Demon to Emperor Sea Demon. Since he had provided Frigid with sufficient pure spirit chi and water elemental energy, it did not stop at Pinnacle King Sea Demon like Lin's major sea demon had. Frigid's bloodline continued evolving toward Emperor Sea Demon. Once Frigid's bloodline transformed into King Sea Demon, the purple frigid heavy water transformed into a water sprite. At that moment, the purple frigid heavy water suddenly transformed into thousands of streams of water that danced around Frigid. The silver light that covered Frigid's skin suddenly turned to light gold. At the same instant, Frigid's appearance changed drastically. Once the major sea demon transformed into the Emperor Sea Demon, its dark blue skin would take on the color of its life water. Soon, the surface of Frigid's purple skin turned to gold. This made Frigid appear like an expensive glass carving. Frigid's long purple and blue hair, which resembled algae, also took on a golden hue. When it transformed into the King Sea Demon, a veil covered its scales and wrapped up Frigid's body. Only Frigid's head and a small part of its tail were not covered by the luxurious golden robe. Frigid let out a grunt of pain, and 2 new arms extended out from the robe. Frigid now had 4 arms. This sudden occurrence left Lin Yuan dazed. Frigid moved its fishtail and went to Lin Yuan's side. It wrapped him in an embrace and said while its body trembled, "Master, thank you for transforming my body to Emperor Sea Demon. I have another pair of arms now. I will now be able to boost 2 precious instruments. After my evolution, I can now link 2 previously unrelated precious instruments. This is an ability that all Emperor Sea Demons share." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lin did not mention this information when she told him about the Emperor Sea Demons. Although she was the 4th Azure Envoy, she had not held the position for long. Moreover, she had left almost immediately to lead the envoy group to the Radiance Federation. Hence, she was not very familiar with the abilities of sea demons. Lin might not fully understand Emperor Sea Demons, but Lan Sun had to. Since he had mentioned that Emperor Sea Demons could boost precious weapons, it meant that he knew of the existence of Emperor Sea Demons. However, Lin Yuan could understand why Lan Sun had not mentioned the special characteristics of the Emperor Sea Demons. If other federations obtained the Fae with the Baron bloodline, Lin Yuan would not be in any rush to inform them about the changes that they experienced when they evolved to Desolate either. When Frigid seemed to have no intention of releasing him, Lin Yuan said vexedly, "Frigid, go and check on your poisonous magic." At the instant that Frigid's bloodline evolved to Emperor Sea Demon, the cold season poisonous fish also transformed. But compared to the smooth changes that happened to Frigid, the changes to the cold season poisonous fish were horrible. Currently, the cold season poisonous fish's entire body was cracked, and some of its flesh seemed to be separating. It looked as though a chef had taken a knife and was slicing it up. Lin Yuan felt that Frigid was heartless for hugging and thanking him when its poisonous magic was in such a terrible state. What if the poisonous magic that it had only attained after painstaking effort died? But Lin Yuan did not expect Frigid's casual response to be, "Master, as long as I'm alive, my poisonous magic will not die. Even if it is cut up or crushed, I will be able to revive it by using up some energy. As the sea demon's sacrifice, I could unlock my poisonous magic when I reached Pinnacle King Sea Demon, but after evolving into an Emperor Sea Demon, the poisonous magic will go through an unprecedented evolution. It will take close to half an hour before the cold season poisonous fish's evolution is completed. The cold season poisonous fish looks this way now because the energy in its body is breaking up. I'm also curious to see how the cold season poisonous fish will transform once its evolution is complete." Only when it was done speaking did Frigid realize that it was inappropriate for it to be hugging Lin Yuan and quickly released him. That was the first time that Lin Yuan had been hugged by 4 arms, and he found the sensation to be rather strange. Since the cold season poisonous fish was not in any danger, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about it. Instead, he used the time to organize the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had already used true data to check on the cold season poisonous fish's abilities. He expected its abilities to be strengthened once it transformed. He planned on using true data to check on Frigid again, once the cold season poisonous fish's transformation was complete. At that moment, the purple frigid heavy water resembled a large dark purple jellyfish that was flying around Frigid. Lin Yuan could sense a terrifying energy within the purple jellyfish. 10 minutes passed. When Lin Yuan turned to look at the cold season poisonous fish again, he saw that it had split into 6 relatively equal-sized pieces. The 6 pieces huddled together and swam around idly, and they did not appear like subordinates at all. It was clear that the cold season poisonous fish was done evolving. Lin Yuan solemnly used true data to check on Frigid. Fey name: Purple Frigid Sea Demon Emperor, Fey species. Sea Demon Emperor species / Sea Demon species. Fey grade: Gold, 6/10. Fey type: Water, Fey quality. Legend: Life water. Purple Frigid Heavy Water, jellyfish. When it absorbs water, the water sprite will start to grow until it reaches its limit. At its limit, every drop of water in the water sprite will be as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces and flow out in all directions. Once it comes into contact with a friendly target, the frigidity in the water will gather on the surface of the target and increase its defense. When it comes into contact with an enemy target, the frigidity and curse will cause the part of the target that it comes into contact with to freeze and be injured. The curse in the frozen target can explode and attack the target's soul, causing it to become frozen forever. It will then become a cold frost soul that has the ability to boost soul power. It is in the midst of evolving to an independent sea. Once the evolution is successful, the water sprite and independent sea can swap between each other. Life poisonous magic. Cold season poisonous fish. School of fish. The school of fish will place a curse on a life form in the area. Every subsequent year that the life form stays alive, a cold curse will be accumulated in it. Every layer of the cold curse will slow down the circulation of its blood, spiritual power, mind power, and soul power. After it uses its tail to pierce the cursed target, the accumulated curse in the target's body will explode. This will not only harm the target but also allow the cold season poisonous fish to absorb the cold season power that is accumulated alongside each additional accumulated layer of the cold curse. Every additional cold season poisonous fish that appears will increase the amount of cold season power absorbed by 20%. Once there is a sufficient amount of the cold season power, the sea demon's bloodline power can be used up to substantially boost a precious instrument. Lin Yuan felt that Frigid's purple frigid heavy water had become more powerful. At first, there had only been a relatively small amount of the purple frigid heavy water. But now, the sprite that the purple frigid heavy water transformed into could increase the amount of purple frigid heavy water. For most spirit chi professionals, it was not easy to attain water unless the situation allowed for it. Meanwhile, water-type spirit chi professionals could have as much water as they wanted. Dark blue could create a lake in an instant. As such, as long as dark blue was around, Frigid would be able to fight comfortably no matter where it was. It would have sufficient water even if it was on the mouth of a volcano. After absorbing a large amount of water, the expanded purple frigid heavy water casually flew around spreading its jets of water. It was a lethal weapon that attacked the entire battlefield without discrepancy. Luckily, the water jets would turn back into normal water when they came into contact with friendly targets, and the frigidity would boost friendly targets' combat power. But if it came into contact with enemy targets, every drop of water would be as heavy as 1,000 gold pieces. Every jet of water would consist of at least 1,000 drops of the purple frigid heavy water. This amounted to at least 500,000 kilograms. Even myth-breed phase would not be able to hold out for long against such a mammoth weight. The physical damage from the water jets was just the tip of the iceberg of the attack. The key point was the freezing effect that the jets of water would leave on the target's body. After prolonged contact with the jets of water, the curse power within the target would explode and freeze them. If the target had only absorbed a small amount of curse power, it would only be frozen and be slowed down. But if it had absorbed sufficient curse power, its soul would freeze and its individual character would vanish. Additionally, according to the description on True Data, the water sprite also had extremely strong strategic significance. The water sprite could produce the cold frost soul, which could boost soul power. As such, the cold frost soul could be seen as a precious spiritual ingredient that supported sacred source lifeforms. Such spiritual ingredients were always extremely valuable and considered a level higher than heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. It was easy to create the cold frost soul. Regardless of whether the other members of Sky City eventually contracted sacred source lifeforms, Lin Yuan could trade the cold frost souls with other factions. This would allow him to gain the large amount of resources he required. This thought made Lin Yuan smile. Thanks to Frigid, Lin Yuan had obtained a new path to riches. As for the cold season poisonous fish, it was just as Lin Yuan thought. None of the fish in the school of fish were subordinate to each other. They were one body. As such, when the school of fish was cursing targets in the surroundings, it could increase the curse power by at least 5 times. In order for the cold season poisonous fish to trigger the curse in its target, it needed to pierce the target with its tail. If 6 cold season poisonous fish attacked the target together, it could increase the probability of the target being pierced. Most importantly, every additional cold season poisonous fish that appeared would increase the amount of cold season power absorbed by 20%. If another 5 of the cold season poisonous fish appeared, the amount of cold season power absorbed would be double the original amount. This would make it easier to reach the amount of cold season power needed to boost a precious weapon. Although the transformation of the cold season poisonous fish did not manifest much in its abilities, the strength of its original abilities had powered up significantly. As he looked at Frigid, Lin Yuan could not help but compare it to the flower calamity beautiful devil. But ultimately, he could not conclude which was stronger. Compared to the Emperor Sea Demon and Devil, which were easy for him to evolve, it was much harder for him to evolve the Golden Wings. Lin Yuan greatly looked forward to Shiny's growth. Lin Yuan was done evolving everything that he needed to evolve, but he did not leave the Spirit Lock spatial zone despite how exhausted he was. Instead, he started evolving the flower branch mice that Su Iran had helped him to obtain. The lifespan mouse could increase lifespans and was of paramount importance. Besides the fact that Merciful Soul needed to contract the lifespan mouse, Lin Yuan also wanted to keep 1 or 2 in storage just in case. However, Lin Yuan's thinking was good. Ever since he transformed the first flower branch mouse into the lifespan mouse by a stroke of luck, all the flower branch mice he evolved after that evolved into the flower mink mice. Lin Yuan did not waste the flower mink mice as he sent them all back to Su Iran. Since the flower mink mouse was also nurtured using pure spirit chi, it was stronger than most bronze fays. Since it was a beast-type fae with thick fur coats, it was very popular in the Divine Wood Federation and had already become the iconic fae of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Even the members of the Divine Wood Federation's royal capital and aristocratic families in Sacred Wood City were ordering large batches of the flower mink mice from Su Iran. After evolving almost 100 of the flower branch mice into the flower mink mice, Lin Yuan let out a sigh. As time passed, he became more convinced that he had only been able to evolve the first flower branch mouse into the lifespan mouse because the stars had somehow aligned. He had evolved almost 4,000 of the flower branch mice in the past month. The repeated failures could not help but trouble Lin Yuan. He could not help but think back to the circumstances when he first encountered the flower branch mouse in the Divine Wood Federation. At that time, the flower branch mouse had climbed up to his shoulder and had not been afraid at all. Rather, it was extremely affectionate toward him. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression froze. He suddenly remembered that the first flower branch mouse's tail had been bright red. However, the rest of the flower branch mice that he had evolved all had dark red tails. This was the most obvious difference that Lin Yuan could discern based on visual appearance. Lin Yuan would be having a meal with Zhongzhe, Gulang, and the rest tomorrow. After the meal, he would head to the Radiant Moon Palace to read the Annal of Monster Information. He would also receive his first precious instrument from the Moon Empress. Next, he would head to the Divine Wood Federation to start his own enterprise. He looked through the rest of the flower branch mice inside the item-storing walnut that he had not evolved yet. All of them had dark red tails. Once he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, he would make searching for the flower branch mice with bright red tails his first priority. When Lin Yuan saw that night had long fallen, he decided to continue evolving phase through the night. No other young elite was as hardworking as Lin Yuan. Ever since he became objectively powerful, the idlest he had been was 2 days in the return from faraway mansion, where he had tended to the orders from the Indigo Azure City and Raging Waves City. After he left the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan bathed and lay down on his bed. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan summoned Genius and Chimey. When Lin Yuan summoned them, Genius had been nurturing the cat species phase in the marsh world, while Chimey had been absorbing the energy from strange flames in the phoenix-perching Chinese parasol tree. Lin Yuan picked them up and hugged them. It was as though they were back at the spirit lifeform store at the Xia region and were still the 100 questions beast with matted fur, the sound bird that did not know how to sing, and the weak young man. Genius and Chimey had been continuously increasing their power. Both of them had been working exceedingly hard. Chimey and Genius both thought something had happened when Lin Yuan summoned them. The two of them relaxed in Lin Yuan's arms and wallowed in the warmth of his body. Genius and Chimey saw Lin Yuan as their everything. The moonlight streamed in from the window and enveloped this young man, cat, and bird. Lin Yuan slept very soundly. When he awoke in the morning, Genius' sweeping tail wrapped around Lin Yuan's neck, suffocating him. Ever since Genius evolved from the 100 questions beast to the highest access fate-knowing beast, it was no longer suitable to be hugged to sleep. Genius' long tails took up all the space on Lin Yuan's bed. After breakfast, Lin Yuan called Listen over and handed the 2 orders to him. One of the orders had come from Lin Yuan, while the other had come from Wen Yu. Lin Yuan's order included resources he would need when he was in the Divine Wood Federation, while Wen Yu's order included resources she would need in order to properly set up a base in the Marsh world. Previously, the development in the Marsh world had been minimal because Lin Yuan had not had the time to tend to it. Now that Wen Yu was going to take over the development, she intended to carry out large-scale constructions to properly establish themselves in the Marsh world. As such, all of the resources she listed in her order came in terms of tons. Listen would have looked vexed to receive these 2 orders in the past. But now, he could respond with confidence. Young master, give me 8 hours, and I will bring you all of these resources. Since the mirror cities were being built in the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift, the supply in the market was extremely tight, even in spite of the aid from Cultivated Garden. All the other chambers of commerce were anxious to bank in on this opportunity. However, Listen was smart and did not rush to earn a windfall. This was because he knew what his role was. He had an extremely powerful faction behind him, and his duty was to supply Sky City with the resources it needed. Listen silently gathered up as many resources as he could in the market and worked with the Heavenly Craft Pavilion to create luxury resources. Listen spent all the money he earned on accumulating more resources. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was always building new storage warehouses, which were filled with diamond face storage boxes. After following Lin Yuan for more than 6 months, Listen was no longer the easily startled weakling who was engulfed by hatred. Listen had used his business sense and strong business capabilities to become the 4th key member of Sky City below Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan reached out and patted Listen's shoulder as he said, "Dome is going to participate in the S tournament this year. The elimination rounds are about to begin. Lu Jie, Wen Yu, and I will be busy this year. Chu Xi has also left to train with her master. If we do want to participate in the S tournament, we will only be able to make it back in time for the semifinals and finals after the new year. Xiaobai, Xianing, Pinru, and Tanran have been preparing for the S tournament. You can lead them, and the 5 of you will be able to clash against other guild clubs in the S tournament." While he spoke, Lin Yuan felt extremely regretful. Although he still had memories from his past life, he was no different from any other resident of this world because he had still been birthed by his mother. As such, even if he struggled to fit into this world at the beginning, he always felt a sense of belonging to it. Every young man in the S tournament was motivated to participate in the S tournament, and Lin Yuan was no exception. Otherwise, he would not have spent such a large amount of effort to create the dome. However, he was going to expand into the Startling Lines continent and did not have the time to participate in the S tournament with the other members of Dome. The focus of his hard work for the next 2 years had to be on increasing his power and strength and furthering Sky City. Listen nodded seriously when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He started looking at Lin Yuan with an increasingly strange gaze. He had witnessed how Lin Yuan had killed the young elites from the Freedom Federation during Capture the General and placed great pressure on the Freedom Envoy during the group battle. Given Lin Yuan's power, participating in the S tournament was no different from taking candy from a baby. Moreover, the members of Dome also included Lu Jie and Gao Feng. If these three members of royalty participated in the S tournament, there was no question that the champion of the S tournament would be Dome. It was likely that the members of other guild clubs would be unwilling to take on Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng. But it went without saying that the audience would be more than welcoming to Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Gao Feng wanting to participate in the S tournament. The three of them had not become Radiance envoys yet, but their performance during the group battle had caused them to become almost as reputable as Radiance envoys. Young Master, don't worry. During the S tournament, Xiaobai, Pinru, and the rest will do our best. We will gain a good ranking before you return. Although Listen had focused most of his time on expanding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce, his power had not waned. With Lin Yuan's help, Listen was now a B-rank Spirit Chi professional, and his two-phase had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. Listen walked a very similar path as Lu Shuang. Although he was not as strong at spiritual attacks as Lu Shuang was, he won out when it came to elemental attacks. As such, he had a more dynamic combat style than Lu Shuang. Listen was not as skilled at combat as he was at business, but the grade and quality of his phase were facts. He was more than qualified to stand his own against members from A-level guild clubs. The members of the Radiance 100 sequence were all main members of A-level guild clubs that participated in the S tournament. Besides Long Tao and Shi Su, who were part of the top 10 sequences of the Radiance 100 sequence, none of the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence could overcome Listen. Listen knew that the team composed of himself, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, and the rest would definitely be able to achieve a good ranking. Lin Yuan treated Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru exceedingly well. Listen would be helpless against the four of them when their source-type lifeforms cooperated. Lu Pinru's spiritual energy had mutated, and she had contracted more than 30 of the glowing silkworm weavers. Their combined defensive abilities were just as strong as Shi Su. The four of them had been ill-treated by the Extreme Guild Club and intended to win back their honor during this year's S tournament. When Lin Yuan heard Listen's assurance, he patted Listen's shoulder and asked, "Listen, what do you think the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's goal is?" Listen was stunned by what Lin Yuan said. Listen had been hard at work expanding the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and did not have time to expand his horizons. Thus, his sights had always been confined to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan's question prompted Listen to think out of this confinement. After thinking for a moment, Listen came up with an answer based on his experience, which also left him dispirited. "Young Master, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has reached its limit in the Radiance Federation. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce continuously produced luxury resources, bought more resources, and expanded its store of resources, its nature of being a chamber of commerce meant that they were reliant on the Radiance Federation's commerce system. No matter how far the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce developed or how strong it became, it would only be able to become a top faction at best. Whale Ocean Commerce had also started out as a top faction with the Chamber of Commerce role. Eventually, it managed to become one of the top 3 top factions because it had broken through the confines of this role and started trading with other continents. Nonetheless, Whale Ocean Commerce ultimately still capsized. If Listen had achieved such a result before he became acquainted with Lin Yuan, he would have been extremely proud. But ever since he became Lin Yuan's subordinate, his horizons were not only broadened, but his hard work contributed to less than 10% of the reason the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was able to reach its current success. After all, Lin Yuan was the one who provided the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce with the resources it used to develop itself, and he was also the one who dealt with any threat that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce faced. Without Lin Yuan's support, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would have been exterminated by the Zheng family's third lineage long ago. When Lin Yuan heard what Listen said and saw his expression, he figured out what Listen was thinking. He knew that just like him, Listen was a person who came with baggage and had ambition. Lin Yuan's goal for heading to the Startling Lines continent was to conquer it and make everything within it his own. During this process, he needed to find a way to gather all the resources from the Startling Lines continent. Everyone had their own niche and everything had its own use. Listen, while you're preparing these resources, Hand over the tasks of the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and come with me to the startling lines continent. There are a million things to do there, and it will be a perfect stage for you to chase your dreams. It was not just the startling lines continent where listen was needed but the marsh world as well. However, Su Iran had already laid a good foundation in the startling lines continent. She used the absolute love poppy to nurture the 14 poppy fruits that have already established themselves in the Divine Wood Federation. They had even infiltrated the Iron Hammer Federation. If someone of Listen's talents arrived at the startling lines continent, he would be able to rapidly harvest the riches from the startling lines continent. It would be best to leave the marsh world to Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang for the next few months. They would first set up a solid base and start cultivating the plant type phase. This would make it easier for Listen to harvest them once he arrived at the marsh world. When Listen heard what Lin Yuan said, his eyes twinkled. Now that the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had grown into the giant it could operate on its own. There were fewer and fewer reasons for Listen to be there because it could continue to function normally even without him. Listen could not help but feel slightly put off. He owed all of his current achievements and status to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had helped him to avenge his family by taking on the Zheng family. Next, he had taken out the Miao family who supported the Zheng family. Listen was grateful to Lin Yuan for all of this, and it made him determined to be of as much help to Lin Yuan in the future as possible. As such, he became increasingly disheartened when he realized that he could no longer be of much help to Lin Yuan. But now that he knew that he could still help Lin Yuan, he was delighted. Moreover, he really liked doing business. He liked the feeling of being able to accumulate riches continuously. Listen agreed immediately. Young master Qin Luan, who you sent to me to train, is gifted at doing business. Endless Summer has also taken over a significant amount of the work. With the two of them around, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will be able to continue functioning even without me there. Once I obtain the resources from these two orders, I will be able to head with you to the Starling Lines continent at any time. Listen immediately headed to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to make preparations. He also had many instructions to relay to Qin Luan. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking with Listen, he called Wen Yu over. He had just spoken to Lu Jie on the phone. Lu Jie had just come out of seclusion in the Spirit Guard's land and was going to rush back to the return from faraway mansion. The three of them would head to Zhong Zhe's residence together to have a meal with the rest. After the call, and just as Lu Jie was about to leave, he saw Night Leaning Moon clearly waiting for him on the metal bridge at the entrance of the Spirit Guard's land. Lu Jie was surprised to see Night Leaning Moon. He briskly walked over and asked, "Master, didn't you go to attend the Imperial meeting?" Lu Jie clearly remembered Night Leaning Moon saying before he went into seclusion that she would be in the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court for some time, and that's when Ming and Yu Zhe would be left in charge during her absence. So why was she here now? While Lu Jie was speaking to Night Leaning Moon, he could sense that Night Leaning Moon was very different from before. Previously, she felt as lonely and unfathomable as the night sky. It was as though she carried an abysmal loneliness that extinguished all life. But now, she felt as though she had turned into the night itself. At the same time, he felt a sense of derision from her. It was evident that her power had increased. However, he remembered that Night Leaning Moon had just increased her power using the black feathers that Lin Yuan gave her before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Did her power increase again so soon? Lu Jie suddenly remembered the bag that Lin Yuan had asked him to deliver to Night Leaning Moon. Could it be that Night Leaning Moon's increase in power was related to that bag? Night Leaning Moon could not help but feel conflicted when she looked at Lu Jie. Night Leaning Moon had accepted Lu Jie as her disciple because she was moved by how the Moon Empress reacted to the heavily injured Lin Yuan. She had accepted Lu Jie as her disciple because she wanted to leave a bloodline legacy. But by a series of coincidences, she had managed to obtain Lin Yuan's help through Lu Jie, and her power had crossed that rut. Now she was as powerful as the Moon Empress. It went without saying that she would not tell Lu Jie about this. She did not want to put him under any pressure. Night Leaning Moon adjusted Lu Jie's silver half-armor and said with a smile, "I have been in seclusion for the past few days and will be heading to the Imperial Court soon. Didn't you say that you're going to go out to train with little Yuan? Take this precious weapon that I forged for you. It is called the Specialization Insect Nest. It is a 5 stars precious weapon. It might not have combat abilities, but it is very suitable for you. You can now test it out during battle. Night Leaning Moon took out a purple and red flesh-like nest that was about the size of a soccer ball. She was not a Class 5 creation master and had won the main ingredient for this precious instrument from Iron Prison in a bet. She had prepared well for Lu Jie's first precious weapon and asked the Moon Empress to help to forge it. In order to form a contract with a precious instrument, one had to feed it with blood and then make an imprint on it using one's soul. However, only precious weapons that were 3 stars and above could recognize their masters. 1 and 2 stars precious instruments could be used by anyone who communicated with them using spiritual energy. Lu Jie immediately instructed the insect queen to produce 1 execution blade insect and used its leg to slice his palm. The higher the stars of the precious weapon, the more blood it would require. Before Lu Jie made an imprint on the specialization insect nest, he needed to feed it his blood. As a large amount of blood flowed out from his palm, the specialization insect nest consumed it and slowly formed a bond with him. Lu Jie could sense the specialization insect nest becoming more affectionate toward him. Once the specialization insect nest stopped consuming his blood, Lu Jie circulated his soul power and injected it into the specialization insect nest. The specialization insect nest and Lu Jie let out a simultaneous roar. Lu Jie tried to utilize the specialization insect nest. The purple and red nest started to expand above Lu Jie's head. Eventually, it grew to the size of a house and revealed its true form. There were 64 holes in the specialization insect nest. Each of them was separated by a wall of flesh that was at least 1 meter thick. Lu Jie knew that each of them could contain 1 insect. The specialization would forever specialize in that insect and start to increase the power of that insect. The specialization referred to being able to trigger the insect species phase ability to the maximum extent. This evolution method was unstable, and Lu Jie would not use it on his insect species carcinoma phase. However, he could allow the insects that the insect queen produced to enter the holes of the specialization insect nest. He tossed the execution blade insect that the insect queen had produced to the specialization insect nest. Multiple purple and red tentacles covered with arnicola shot out from one of the holes and caught the execution blade insect. Soon, the hole with the execution blade insect started to pulse. This lasted for around 3 minutes before the hole spat out a new execution blade insect. At that moment, Lu Jie could no longer hold the execution blade insect in his hand because it had grown to 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. All 8 of its feet shone with a fiery green light. The friction between its feet and the bridge left several faint gashes on the bridge. Night Leaning Moon could not help but be surprised. With a wave of her hand, she took out a strip of radium and tossed it at the execution blade insect. The 8 insect legs slashed across the radium and cut it into 9 pieces that fell onto the metal bridge with clanging noises. Night Leaning Moon said with an impressed tone, "This execution blade insect can now cut through the skin of a defense-type suzerain/myth 2 Fey. Even a defense-type myth 3 Fey would be left seriously injured. This bridge is made of radium that came from the heart of a radium mine. It is as tough as a defense-type sovereign/creation Fey. This means that the execution blade insect is strong enough to leave a scar on defense-type sovereign/creation phase. So far, you've only evolved the execution blade insect. You might be surprised if you try to evolve the other insects that the insect queen produces." Lu Jie was filled with excitement. He now knew how much help a 5 stars precious instrument could be to him. He was now grateful for Lin Yuan's foresight. If Lin Yuan had not requested that the Freedom Federation envoy group be forbidden to use precious weapons, the Radiance Federation team might not have been able to claim victory. Despite having been blessed by the Emperor Core of all insects, the Insect Queen's chronic issue had not been solved. This issue was that Lu Jie did not have strong individual combat abilities. When Lu Jie used his colony of insect species carcinoma phase, he could cause damage to an area. But now, with the specialization insect nest, Lu Jie's gap in individual combat abilities had been filled. Lu Jie could sense that the hole where the execution blade insect had been evolved had a close link to the execution blade insect. If the situation called for it, the protein within the hole would be able to heal the execution blade insect. If the execution blade insect was killed, the hole would be damaged. It would have to be healed before it could specialize a new insect. The specialization insect nest had 64 holes. This meant that it could help Lu Jie to specialize 64 insects. This quantity was sufficient for Lu Jie. When she saw the joy on Lu Jie's face, Night Leaning Moon smiled as well. Lu Jie's intention to follow Lin Yuan was very similar to when she first decided to follow the Moon Empress. Back then, she had also wanted to give up the chance to be a Radiance envoy to become a Moon envoy. The Moon Empress had turned her down, but Lin Yuan had not rejected Lu Jie. To Lu Jie, who saw Lin Yuan as his faith, this was lucky for him. Night Leaning Moon did not say much. Lu Jie was becoming stronger day by day. The Moon Empress was independent and did not like to owe favors to others. But when it came to teaching her disciple, she did all she could to give him the best and come up with ways to protect him. Night Leaning Moon and the Moon Empress were the same in that both of them were independent. But when it came to teaching their disciples, Night Leaning Moon believed that a spirit chi professional could only become strong when flames tempered them. In order for Lu Jie to transform into the personification of disasters, he would have to fight tooth and nail. This would ensure that his mind remained clear when he wielded the disasters. Night Leaning Moon was very agreeable to Lu Jie going away with Lin Yuan to train. Once Lu Jie was done contracting the specialization insect nest, Night Leaning Moon took out a long flute. The long flute shone with a faint blue light. While its exterior surface was blue, its interior surface seemed to be filled with black fish swimming within it. When the black fish's tails knocked against each other, turbid blue waves were produced within the light blue flute. Night Leaning Moon handed the long flute to Lu Jie and said, "This is also a 5 stars precious instrument. It is called the Vast Sea Wave-Raising Flute. This flute should be more suitable for Lin Yuan. I stole it from Creek Water 6 Fairies from the Creek Water Federation many years ago. Can control waves and tides. Give it to Lin Yuan." Night Leaning Moon knew that the Moon Empress was creating a precious instrument for Lin Yuan. She had even asked Night Leaning Moon for 2 spiritual ingredients in order to add them to the precious instrument. However, spirit chi professionals could have more than 1 precious instruments. For example, Han Chi, who Lin Yuan had killed, had 3 precious instruments. When precious instruments were in conjunction, their effects would be stacked atop one another. Nonetheless, this did not mean that the more precious instruments a spirit chi professional had, the stronger he would be. Everything was a matter of capability. The biggest problem that spirit chi professionals faced was a lack of combat abilities. Precious instruments perfectly made up for this gap. Night Leaning Moon had been surprised when Lin Yuan fought physically during the Guard Yi banquet. He was one of the rare spirit chi professionals who could protect himself without using precious instruments. But this did not mean that Lin Yuan did not need precious instruments. With precious instruments, he would be strengthened from a fundamental level. Night Leaning Moon did not choose to give away this 5 stars precious instrument just because she wanted to thank Lin Yuan. After all, she had many other ways to express her gratitude that did not involve giving away such a precious resource. To members of royalty who were not Class 5 creation masters, precious instruments were the most important resource they possessed. Night Leaning Moon could have used the Vast Sea Wave-Raising Flute to exchange for many creation master resources from the Moon Empress, Chef Supreme, and the Bamboo Monarch. She was being so generous to Lin Yuan because she saw him as her disciple. It was similar to how the Moon Empress had been willing to give the 200 insect species carcinoma phase she won from the bet to Lu Jie. Lu Jie nodded and said, "Master, I will give this precious instrument to Lin Yuan once I return." Night Leaning Moon could clearly tell that Lu Jie's smile had become even more radiant after he received the Vast Sea Wave-Raising Flute. Evidently, he was happier about obtaining a 5 stars precious instrument for Lin Yuan than he was about obtaining one for himself. After Lu Jie left the Spirit Guard's land, he instructed the Insect Queen to produce 3 of the Lonely Night Hurricane Moths to carry him to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Although Lu Jie had several of the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles and could use node transportation to pass through several checkpoints before arriving at the return from faraway mansion, he did not do so because he knew that he would have to use the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles often once he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. The ethereal jellyfish's tentacles could also be considered a strategic class resource. When it came to strategic class resources, it was best to conserve their usage as much as possible. While the lonely night hurricane moths were flying Lu Jie to the return from faraway mansion, he instructed the insect queen to produce another 20 execution blade insects, 10 vibrating armor ladybugs, 10 flowing plasma electricity insects, 10 electromagnetic chrysalises, and 3 lonely night hurricane moths. He pressed 63 of these insects into the specialization insect nest to prepare for the specialization insect nest to use them during battle. After specializing the first batch of insects and understanding the abilities of the 5 types of insects once they had been specialized, Lu Jie would be able to adjust his combat style to deploy the insects from the specialization insect nest in the best way during battle. Once he was back at the return from faraway mansion, Lu Jie saw Lin Yuan and Wen Yu waiting for him at the entrance. When he landed, he smiled at Lin Yuan and greeted Wen Yu. Next, he handed the vast sea wave-raising flute to Lin Yuan as he said, "Lin Yuan, Master asked me to give this to you." Lin Yuan immediately recognized that what Lu Jie had given him was a precious instrument. Given the exterior appearance of the long blue flute, it was clear that it was a water-type precious instrument. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the long blue flute. He saw that it was a 5 stars precious instrument, but its abilities were centered around being able to restrict a set area. When the vast sea wave-raising flute was blown, it would produce a territory of water with it at the center. Giant waves would also be produced that would restrict unfriendly targets in the area. During the restriction process, the water would turn into a whirlpool and use powerful force to impede all the targets within the water. There was no question that this 5 stars precious weapon would be suitable for Lin Yuan to use in his merman state. Out of all of his abilities, his controlling ability was the weakest. He had to rely on the source sand to control targets. Now that he had the vast sea wave-raising flute, Lin Yuan's controlling ability had increased significantly. The 2 small black fish within the flute would be summoned into the water during combat. The purer the water elemental energy supplied by the vast sea wave-raising flute, the more powerful the small black fishes would be. If the elemental energy was sufficiently pure, the small black fish could carry the maximum power of the vast sea wave-raising flute. The Moon Empress had mentioned to Lin Yuan that the greatest power that a 5 stars precious instrument could produce was Pinnacle Myth 3. Lin Yuan had always been proud of the purity of the water elemental energy he produced. No one in the world might have had purer water elemental energy than Lin Yuan. This meant that he could easily strengthen the 2 small black fishes to the power of Pinnacle Myth 3. This would allow him to gain 2 Pinnacle Myth 3 fighters. Lin Yuan had contracted the Emperor Sea Demon. Although Frigid's bloodline had only just reached Emperor Sea Demon, Frigid would be able to boost the vast sea wave-raising flute to 8 stars. The greatest power that a Pinnacle 7 stars precious instrument could attain was Pinnacle Creation, while an 8 stars precious weapon could reach Immortal. With Lin Yuan's pure water elemental energy, and when Frigid boosted the vast sea wave-raising flute, he would be able to attain 2 protectors with immortal power. With immortal combat power, he did not have to worry when crusading the Divine Wood Federation. In a federation without a Class 5 Creation Master, immortal power was the strongest combat power that would be available. Experts that reached Eternal only existed in federations that had Class 5 Creation Masters. Lin Yuan did not stand on ceremony as he accepted the vast sea wave-raising flute from Lu Jie. He instructed the source sand to produce feathers made of day and night spirit silver and sliced his palm just like Lu Jie had done not long ago. To spirit chi professionals like Lu Jie and Lin Yuan, who lived on the edge of the knife, injuries were extremely common for them. The vast sea wave-raising flute absorbed Lin Yuan's blood and let out the sound of a crashing tide when it connected with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used his soul to place an imprint on the vast sea wave-raising flute. With this, the vast sea wave-raising flute now belonged to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his head and said to Lu Jie and Wen Yu, "I own a Class 5 Creation Master. If you encounter any suitable materials in the future, The Class 5 Creation Master can help you too to create a custom precious instrument. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had already become the closest people to Lin Yuan, with the exception of the Moon Empress and Chu Ci. Lin Yuan had never told anyone about Morbius. But when it came to information such as that about Di Wanmi, there was no need for Lin Yuan to keep it a secret from Lu Jie and Wen Yu. After Lin Yuan learned about precious instruments and formed a contract with one, he felt that every person should have about 1 to 3 precious instruments that were above 3 stars. It would be fine to have numerous 1 and 2 stars precious instruments which did not need to be contracted. According to different battle situations, using different 1 and 2 stars precious instruments could lead to different effects. When Lu Jie and Wen Yu heard that Lin Yuan owned a Class 5 Creation Master, both of their jaws dropped. Before they could start guessing, Lin Yuan said, "The Class 5 Creation Master comes from Whale Ocean Commerce." Lin Yuan briefly explained the Whale Ocean Commerce incident to Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had heard of Whale Ocean Commerce's demolition but were not as familiar with it as Lin Yuan, who had personally experienced it. Night-Leaning Moon had told Lin Yuan not to mention the matter to others, and she had not told Lu Jie herself. Lu Jie and Wen Yu had assumed that all of Sky City's high-class Creation Master resources came from the Moon Empress. But now that Sky City had a Class 5 Creation Master of its own, it had the same fundamental resources as other federations with Class 5 Creation Masters, such as the Spirit Mother Federation, Sand Continent Federation, and Creek Water Federation. Sky City was about to become what was traditionally known in the Radiance Federation as a top-notch faction. It was going to become a genuine behemoth. Lin Yuan mentioning Sky City's fundamental strength gave Lu Jie and Wen Yu confidence. Lu Jie and Wen Yu were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Radiance Federation. But when Lin Yuan was present, both of them would place him before the Radiance Federation. It was because Night-Leaning Moon understood this that she did not insist on Lu Jie trying out to become a Radiance envoy and agreed to let him settle for being a Radiance Knight instead. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and pulled Lu Jie and Wen Yu onto Blackie's back. Blackie flew up into the air and weaved between the clouds as it headed to Zhongzai's residence. After this meal, Lin Yuan would not be able to see Gulang, Zhongzai, and he, and the rest for up to 6 months. He treasured his friends. Although he rarely drank alcohol, he intended on drinking his fill at Zhongzai's residence. During Capture the General against Han Qi, Lin Yuan had summoned Blackie. However, he could not hide his phase during the group battle, and Blackie, the Jasmine Lily, Purple Afterglow, Genius, and Chimey had all appeared. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's phase still remained a mystery on Star Web. The Class 4 Creation Masters, Scholars, and Fey observers had not been able to fully analyze the abilities of Lin Yuan's phase. But even if some Creation Masters did manage to complete their analysis, they would not dare to post their findings on Star Web. Blackie and Purple Afterglow were phases that had been spirit-locked by Morbius. Even if the Moon Empress saw them, she would not be able to see their elite to diamond abilities. Although the audience on Star Web was unaware of the abilities of Lin Yuan's phase, they had all seen what the phase looked like. As such, the appearance of the phase had long become household knowledge. Hence, many people recognized Blackie as it flew through the air. Blackie flew at a great height of around 2,500 meters. In spite of its huge size, it should look like nothing more than a black loach in the sky. However, Blackie's pure flood dragon species Fey bloodline could not be hidden. As it flew, it looked extremely striking. Additionally, flood dragon species Feys could gather clouds as they flew. Numerous clouds circled Blackie as it flew, drawing even more attention to it. Pure flood dragon species Feys were rare sights even in the royal capital of the Radiance Federation. Although they knew that cheers from the ground could not be heard at great heights, many people still stopped in their tracks to stare at the black, weaving flood dragon in the sky. They knew that the person riding on the black flood dragon was Lin Yuan, a young hero who was also the Moon Empress disciple. Almost every regular person and Spirit Chi professional in the Radiance Federation had watched the young team from the Radiance Federation battle against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lin Yuan's performance during the fight had been deeply etched into the hearts of everyone watching. If Lin Yuan could hear the cheers coming from the ground now, he would realize that they were not just shouting his name. There were many people who addressed him as Lord Miracle. Adding the word Lord behind a person's name was a sign of respect. Lin Yuan had unknowingly become a beacon of hope for many members of the Radiance Federation's younger generation. The miracle part came from the most voted title for Lin Yuan in the poll released by the Radiance Sacred Hall. At first, the most voted name was Flower Gentleman. It was unknown who had come up with this title, and Red Thorn's performance had been outstanding during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At first, Black had relied on the seemingly endless sea of flowers to protect Millstone Town. This was how the title Flower Gentleman came about. Many people had voiced their agreement for this title, but a louder voice on StarWeb brought up how powerful all of Black's fays were. It would not be right to link his title to only one of his fays. Black had been wearing a silver mask from the beginning. His rise had been akin to a miracle. As such, the title Silver-Faced Miracle had arisen. Poison Beauty was the one who had come up with this name. She was being paired up with Black by many people on StarWeb. But after the past 2 days, many StarWeb users felt that the silver-faced part should not be part of the title because it represented Black and not Lin Yuan. Black and Lin Yuan were the same person. The titles for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were usually made up of 1 or 2 words. As such, it was decided that Lin Yuan's title would be Miracle. Both Lin Yuan and Black had appeared like miracles. He had even managed to put pressure on the Third Freedom Envoy during the fight against the Freedom Federation Envoy group. No other member of the younger generation in the Radiance Federation could live up to the title of Miracle more than Lin Yuan. He had only just started taking flight. The road ahead of him was still long, and everyone looked forward to the miracles he would create in the future. After the title Miracle was decided on, even the Moon Empress personally logged into StarWeb to vote. This was the first time in almost 20 years that the Moon Empress had logged into StarWeb. Many of the popular posts on StarWeb were about imagining couples. Recently, many of these posts imagined couples out of masters and disciples. Although Lin Yuan and the Moon Empress identities were not expressly revealed, anyone could tell that many of the posts were about them. Alas, the fans of this imagined coupling knew that it would never become a reality. At that moment, while he was riding on Blackie's back, Lin Yuan had no clue that his Radiance 100 sequence title had been set as Miracle. A statue with the words Miracle Lin Yuan carved into it was being created by craftsmen in the Radiance Sacred Hall. Nonetheless, if the members of the Radiance 100 sequence were unhappy with the titles they were given, they could request to change them. The Radiance Sacred Hall did not have many restrictions when it came to titles. For example, while they fought, Zhao Xiaochun was continuously gnawing on a pig's trotter on the dueling stage. As such, the StarWeb audience had voted for the title Glutton for her. After Zhao Xiaochun found out about this, she went to see Lu Wenqing immediately. Since Lu Wenqing was the head of the Radiance Sacred Hall, it was normal for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence to seek him out. However, a strange expression came over his face when he found out why Zhao Xiaochun had come. Although there were not many restrictions on the titles for the members of the Radiance 100 sequence, changing her name from Glutton to Food Hater was ludicrous. At first, he had not consented, and Zhao Xiaochun had been going to see him 3 times a day over this matter. After 3 months, she finally wore him down, and he allowed her to change her title to Food Hater. Normally, the titles were chosen by the StarWeb audience, and every user was allowed to cast their vote. As such, besides Zhao Xiaochun, none of the other members of the Radiance 100 sequence had changed their titles. Even if Lin Yuan was aware of his Radiance 100 sequence title, he would not want to change it because it was a sign of acknowledgement from the citizens of the Radiance Federation. Additionally, ever since he noticed the special characteristics of his body, Awakened Morbius, Evolved Genius into the 1,000 Questions Beast and Chimey into the Stream Cloud Azure Bird, he was considered a miracle. Even if hatching the floating island whale and evolving the lifespan mouse were disregarded, Lin Yuan had been endlessly creating miracles ever since he became a spirit chi professional. He was about to head to a wider world to go on a crusade. He would eventually create more miracles in the Startling Lines continent and Marsh world. 10 months ago, Lin Yuan had still been struggling to make a living in Redbud City in the Xia region. But now that he had become the cream of the crop of the younger generation, his ambition extended into the rest of the world. Before the major Federation meeting and the fight between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation 2 years later, Lin Yuan could grow as much as possible. Morbius had reached gold grade. This meant that Lin Yuan could spirit lock a new Fae. He intended on sourcing for it in the Divine Wood Federation. Blackie resembled a black rainbow that was descending on Zhong Zai's backyard. Besides Gu Lang, and he and Lu Yifan, there was another girl in the backyard. She was wrapping her finger on the yellow jade table and was sipping on tea instead of joining in the conversation with Gu Lang, and he and Zhong Zai. When she saw Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, the girl smiled and nodded at them. This girl was Xia Qing. Because of Lu Yifan, and he was very familiar with Xia Qing. He knew that she was much stronger than him. She was only one step away from becoming an A-rank spirit chi professional, and her rank would break through within the next 6 months. At that time, her phase would be evolved to Pinnacle Myth 2. Before the rest of them became A-rank spirit chi professionals, Xia Qing would be able to flick them away as easily as if they were flies. Thus, and he understood Xia Qing's arrogance. It was not strange that she had greeted Lin Yuan because his performance during the group battle had attained her acknowledgement. There was even a possibility that she would not be able to beat him. After all, regardless of whether her abilities could counter his, there was no way that she would be able to kill a freedom envoy. But why had she greeted Lu Jie? And he scratched his head and looked at Xia Qing with confusion. This was because he did not understand that she judged a person not only by their power but also by their character. And he, Gu Lang, Zhong Zai, and Gao Feng had to be talented to become the members of royalty's disciples. But luck also played a key role. If others were chosen to become the Bamboo Monarch, Chef Supreme, Cicada Song, and Long Lamplight's disciples instead, they would be able to achieve as much as Zhong Zai, Gao Feng, and the rest had. Before the 4 of them achieved anything worth Xia Qing's admiration or their power became Xia Qing's equivalent, Xia Qing's attitude toward them would not change. As one of the top few members of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Jie's future was very bright. However, he had taken the risk of death and crippling and put his Fae in a near-dead state in order to create a wall of flesh outside of Cold Frost City that had lasted for half an hour. This reminded Xia Qing of her parents. Xia Qing respected and admired Lu Jie because he was walking down a path that she was also aiming for. She was present because she had sought out and asked him to take her to this gathering. This was because she wanted to mix with Lin Yuan and Lu Jie, and also because she heard that Lin Yuan had given a heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearl to Zhong Zai. Moreover, the Moon Empress had become a Class 6 creation master. Xia Qing wanted to trade with Lin Yuan and obtain pure elemental energy from him. Although she could ask her grandfather to trade with the Moon Empress for any resources she needed, the older she became, the more she understood that she needed to fight for the things she wanted herself. When Xia Qing nodded and greeted him, Lin Yuan returned the gesture. Lu Jie and Xia Qing had become friends during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. After Lu Jie greeted Xia Qing, Gu Lang, Gao Feng, and he went to the kitchen to help Zhong Zai. Zhong Zai was cooking the Kitchen Fragrance Palace's secret 300 dishes. Previously, he had not had enough ingredients and could not make several of the more complicated dishes. But this time he had come fully prepared. He had been in the kitchen since 5 p.m. yesterday carefully preparing each dish. The lychee in the lychee husband needed to be marinated, while the crab powder shortbread involved removing the innards and flesh of platinum yolk red crab. Yet, these 2 dishes were not considered the more complicated ones in the 300 dishes. Besides these side dishes, Zhong Zai had even recruited some staff from the Kitchen Fragrance Palace to help him with the main dishes. They stayed until 9 a.m. this morning before Zhong Zai allowed the 2 of them to return to the Kitchen Fragrance Palace. Previously, Lu Jie and Zhong Zai became friends in the kitchen. Both of them admired the other's culinary skills. Since Lu Jie was there was no way he would allow Zhong Zai to slave away in the kitchen on his own. Lu Jie did not know how to cook the Kitchen Fragrance Palace's secret recipes, but he was more than capable of doing the preparation work for Zhong Zai. When Gao Feng spotted Lin Yuan, he walked over to him and said, "Brother Lin, Master is going to take me to contract a Fae with the Baron bloodline tomorrow. Once I contract a Fae with the Baron bloodline, my power will increase significantly. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, your combat style is set. I'm sure Lord Cicada Song will pick a support-type Fae with the Baron bloodline for you. Gao Feng nodded. Cicada Song had mentioned the choice of Fae with the Baron bloodline to Gao Feng. He had made it clear that he would be picked a Fae with the Baron bloodline that was skilled at support. Previously, Gao Feng had been a spirit chi professional that could not even find a team to participate in the S tournament with. Ever since he became a disciple of royalty and participated in the group battle against the Freedom Federation that had ended with the Radiance Federation's victory, Gao Feng had become more confident. Recently, even his father, who rarely cracked a smile in front of him, started praising him out of habit. He even asked for Gao Feng's opinion on some important affairs. Gao Feng was very thankful to Lu Jie and Lin Yuan for this. They were the ones who had enabled his life to transform. If Lin Yuan had not nurtured the Yellow Spring Lily for him, Cicada Song would never have noticed him and picked him to be his disciple. Gao Feng was well aware of his value. Xia Qing pursed her lips when she heard what Gao Feng said, but did not comment. Although she had not acknowledged his power and felt that he would never be able to become a Radiance envoy no matter how many opportunities he ran into the next 2 years, his sacred source lifeform, the memory-consuming 8 tunes box, and the Yellow Spring Lily's abilities made him a slam dunk to become a Radiance Knight. This especially applied to the memory-consuming 8 tunes box. Even Xia Qing did not know how she would break its abilities. As long as her sacred source lifeform stars were not significantly higher than the memory-consuming 8 tunes box, she would not be able to use her sacred source lifeform's abilities. Gu Lang took out a brocade box. Once he opened it, the thick fragrance of bamboo filled the entire yard. There were purple and gold bamboo leaves in the brocade box. Golden threads were covering the leaves that resembled veins. Gu Lang picked up one of the purple and gold leaves and placed it into the teapot before pouring boiling grasswort fountain water in. In an instant, the fragrance of the tea intensified. Gu Lang said to Lin Yuan, Master asked me to bring this when he heard I was coming for this meal. They are old leaves that fell off the arch bamboo. When they are soaked in water, they can significantly boost the increment of spiritual energy. Although the effects will only be significant the first time you drink it, the next 10 times will still produce evident effects. There are exactly 50 leaves, and I took out 5 to make the tea. Lin Yuan, the rest are for you. It's a gift from Master. A look of surprise spread across Lin Yuan's face. The only thing that could be said that he felt lacking in was that he never dared to use up his spiritual energy excessively. He had once consumed the cinnabar sweet osmanthus fruit, which increased his spiritual energy significantly. Nonetheless, he dared not contract Faes that were above gold grade. The leaves of the arch bamboo were famed for being able to increase spiritual energy. Its effects were much stronger than the cinnabar sweet osmanthus fruits. If he drank the tea boiled from the arch bamboo's leaves 10 times, his spiritual energy would triple its original amount at the very least. From then on, he would not have to be restricted to spirit-locking Faes to contract them. To people who did not have many resources, contracting too many Faes would spread their resources too thin. This would limit their increase in power. After all, there was no way that even 10 gold Faes would be able to take down a diamond Fae. But to someone like Lin Yuan, who had no lack of resources, the more Faes he contracted, the stronger his combat power would be. 2 years was a long time. If he could spend that time nurturing more Faes, his arsenal of Faes would once again become a thing of mystery during the fight against the Freedom Federation. Moreover, all of Lin Yuan's Faes were nurtured with only the best methods. After the Faes evolved from fantasy breed to myth breed, their bloodlines would experience a breakthrough and become stronger. At that point, his Fae's power could not be assessed using historical means. Gu Lang mentioned that his master wanted to give him the arch bamboo leaves. Lin Yuan immediately thought back to the woman he saw in the purchase with no loss store, who could be described as a rose amongst thorns. Lin Yuan remembered Wang Fuxiang saying that she had caused many husbands, boyfriends, and lovers to die. At that time, he never would have imagined that she would become the bamboo monarch's wife. After giving the possessed star intelligent dark clouds pollen to the Moon Empress, She gifted it to Wang Fuxiang so that she could remove her bad luck. She had taken up 4 boxes of the possessed star intelligent dark clouds and was no longer affected by the bad luck. It was likely that Wang Fuxiang was giving him something as precious as the golden the arch bamboo leaves in order to repay the favor to the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan would have turned it down if it was something that he did not need. But since the golden the arch bamboo leaves could increase spiritual energy, Lin Yuan greatly needed it. Hence, he did not reject the gift. Once Lin Yuan received the remaining 45 golden the arch bamboo leaves, and he piped in. Thanks to Lin Yuan, we're getting to drink tea brewed from the golden the arch bamboo leaves. I should be able to contract another fei once I gulp down this tea. Gu Lang poured out a cup of tea for Lin Yuan first and said, I will also get to enjoy today. The golden the arch bamboo doesn't grow many leaves. And he hasn't drunk it before, but even I have only drunk it 5 or 6 times. My spiritual energy increases when I drink tea brewed from the golden the arch bamboo leaves. And he and Xiaqing were not shocked by what Gu Lang said. Only 3 to 7 leaves fell from the golden the arch bamboo every year. This meant that Wang Fuxiang had given him about 10 years' worth of golden the arch bamboo leaves. And he and Xiaqing had heard of the bamboo monarch and Wang Fuxiang's situation. They understood why Wang Fuxiang would give such a precious item to Lin Yuan. Nothing could be more valuable than one's life. While they were eating, Xiaqing went straight to the point and said, Hello, Lin Yuan. We met at the Radiance Sacred Hall previously. Since we shook hands then, it means that we're acquainted now. I would like to ask for your help. Is that possible? Xiaqing's words caused Wen Yu to frown. No matter what status Xiaqing had, who asked a person for help the moment they met. Given Wen Yu's understanding of Lin Yuan, she knew that he would agree to help as long as the request did not cross the line. Lin Yuan nodded and replied, If I can help, I will. Before he left the Radiant Moon Palace yesterday morning, the Moon Empress had told him about Xiaqing. Lin Yuan understood that Xiaqing was more powerful than Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and an he, a descendant who had been nurtured by someone who had started walking down heaven's path, had to be stronger than the descendant an eternal expert had nurtured. But when the Moon Empress spoke to Lin Yuan, she complimented not only Xiaqing's power but also her intelligence. Xiaqing had to be someone with substantial decorum if she was intelligent enough to earn the Moon Empress praise. Hence, Lin Yuan agreed. Xiaqing went on to say, I have a light-type fei. It has an almost impossible standard for the purity of the elemental energy it requires. There is a fei in the Radiant Moon Palace called the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus. I would like 30 of the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers. The light elemental energy from the lotuses is as pure as that of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. As repayment, I will give you a special spiritual ingredient. Xiaqing waved her hand, and a golden pearl appeared in her hand. Despite it being the day, the pearl's light was still brilliant. Lin Yuan could sense a strange aura from the pearl that he had sensed before from the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow and dragon phoenix landscape carp. Lin Yuan instantly realized that this was the aura of fortune. Before he could use true data to check on the pearl in Xiaqing's hand, Xiaqing launched into an explanation. This is the dragon pearl left by the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon. It can evolve the bloodline of fortuitous fays that have the dragon bloodline as well as raise the ability to comprehend willpowers. It is a rare treasure. You aren't making a loss by using the dragon pearl from the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon to trade for 30 of the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers. Wen Yu's brow immediately relaxed when she heard what Xiaqing said. Wen Yu had felt that it was rude for Xiaqing to request to trade with Lin Yuan. But now she had changed her mindset. In the trade that Xiaqing proposed, where she would be using the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl to trade for 30 of the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers from Lin Yuan, he would benefit more than her. This was because the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon was famed for being a treasure. It was much more precious than elemental pearls or the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus flowers. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon appeared naturally in nature amongst mountains and bodies of water. No one knew how it was born. Once the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon grew up, it would automatically divide itself and release the energy stored in its body to the environment. All that was left was a dragon pearl to prove that it had once existed. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon had once appeared in Jade Brocade City, which was the most opulent of the 32 major cities. The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon could benefit the lifeforms in a territory as much as a sea or a large whalefall could. If Lin Yuan wore the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl for a prolonged time, it would substantially benefit his ability to comprehend willpower runes from nature. Gu Lang, Gao Feng, and He were shocked by Xia Qing's generous offer. They shared the same thoughts as Wen Yu. They felt that the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl's greatest use came in its ability to boost the comprehension of willpower runes. However, Lin Yuan did not share this opinion. Firstly, it was already very easy for him to comprehend willpower runes. Secondly, there was a fortuitous fae in the Return from Faraway Mansion that could use the brocade-embroidered dragon's dragon pearl. The fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow was an avian-type fae and did not possess a dragon species bloodline. However, the 3 Mountain River eternal life carps in the red sandalwood longevity fish tank had a hint of the dragon species bloodline. Most fish species faes could go down the path of becoming a flood dragon. The mother of Bloodbath had told Lin Yuan long ago that the 3 dragon phoenix landscape carps were experiencing the extremely rare simultaneous evolution. Simultaneous evolution referred to several lifeforms with the same genes evolving as a collective entity. The member of royalty who presided over Cultivated Garden's main phase had come about from simultaneous evolution. Although the 3 Mountain River eternal life carps had been simultaneously evolving for half a year, they were unsuccessful. Lin Yuan felt that if the Mountain River eternal life carp, the clear leader of the 3, swallowed the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl, the simultaneous evolution would take place. Lin Yuan did not immediately receive the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl from Xia Qing. Lin Yuan looked into Xia Qing's eyes and said seriously, "The brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's pearl is very tempting to me, but it is much more valuable than 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. Why don't I trade 50 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers with you instead? I can guarantee that each flower contains light-type energy of the same purity as that of heavenly maiden pearls with outer layers. If you don't need so many of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers, you can also request any of the 4 types of heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, the wood-building winged sandfly's pupas, the dark crystal armored insect's shells, or the plasma snail's secretions." No one doubted that Lin Yuan would be able to make good on his word. After all, towering behind him was the Moon Empress, a Class 6 creation master. At that moment, the same description of Lin Yuan popped into Xia Qing, Gu Lang, and He's minds, detail-oriented. Both Gu Lang and He had been blessed by Lin Yuan and knew what kind of person he was. However, this was the first time Xia Qing worked with Lin Yuan. From this trade, Xia Qing could be certain that he was a person worth forming ties with. Since their previous encounter had also been their first encounter, they had only chatted briefly in the Radiant Sacred Hall. Once Xia Qing returned home, her grandfather had asked her if she was interested in Lin Yuan. She had admitted that his appearance, power, and character, which she was just starting to understand, were fatal attacks on any young girl's heart. However, she had no place for romance in her life. Xia Qing's dream was to use her body to protect the Radiance Federation, just like her parents had done. As such, many people, including her grandfather, had misunderstood the reason for the attitude toward Lin Yuan. However, Xia Qing did not bother to explain herself. There were many types of emotions in the world. Xia Qing preferred reliable comrades over romantic partners. At first, Xia Qing had felt lonely. But once Lin Yuan and Lu Jie appeared, Xia Qing realized that she had never been fighting on her own. Xia Qing looked at Lin Yuan and smiled gently, revealing 2 dimples at the corners of her mouth. "It's true that I don't need so many of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers. Why not we go with 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers and 20 of the wood-building winged sandfly's pupas?" Xia Qing remembered that her grandfather's phase needed pure wood-type energy. As such, it would be better for her to obtain the wood-building winged sandfly's pupas from Lin Yuan and give them to her grandfather. The Moon Empress had been in seclusion for a long time. Now that she had come out of seclusion and had become a Class 6 creation master, she needed to stabilize her abilities and purify the eternal heart. As such, it was unlikely that she had time to use pure spirit chi to nurture the wood-building winged sandfly and enable it to turn into a pupa. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "I'll deliver them to you tomorrow morning." Xia Qing did not expect Lin Yuan to set the trade timing to be so soon. "You don't need to deliver them to me. I will be visiting the Creation Master Association tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. You can hand the items to me then. You can take the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl. I trust you." Xia Qing stuffed the brocade embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl into Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan could sense Xia Qing's kind gesture. Although Lin Yuan and Xia Qing had just become acquainted, it was all but certain that she would become a Radiance envoy. 2 years later, both he and Xia Qing would be attending the major Federation meeting as substitutes. As such, she was a comrade with whom he would be fighting alongside in the future. When Yu had been observing Lin Yuan and Xia Qing's expressions, she could not read Xia Qing, but given her understanding of Lin Yuan, she knew that he did not have any inappropriate thoughts about Xia Qing. It was not an exaggeration to call him a clueless man. About half an hour later, Zhongzhe and Lu Jie carried out trays filled with dishes. When Lin Yuan, Wen Yu, Gao Feng, and the rest saw that Lu Jie and Zhongzhe were done cooking, they automatically headed to the kitchen to help to bring the food out. They were all so close now that there was no need for formalities. All of them enjoyed the meal tremendously. This meal was like a swan song for them. For the next 2 years, they would all be going off to train on their own. This meal was also to celebrate their victory against the Freedom Federation envoy group and their feat of protecting the Radiance Federation's honor. Zhongzhe went to Kitchen Fragrance Palace and, much to Chef Supreme's chagrin, took out 5 bottles of the 100-flavor wine that had been fermenting for 70 years. Chef Supreme was truly suspecting whether his third disciple was actually his reincarnated enemy from a past life. His first disciple had almost caused the spirit savory pig to go extinct, while his second disciple had used his reputation to open the spirit food pavilion. He was using the 300 dishes that Chef Supreme had crafted to serve customers. The only thing that Kitchen Fragrance Palace had left was the 100-flavor wine. Yet, his third disciple had taken 5 bottles of it. Normally, they did not pair alcohol with their meals, but this time all of them partook in drinking. However, all of them were B-rank spirit chi professionals, and their phase had reached Diamond X/Fantasy V. These phase enabled them to have high resistance. As such, none of them were drunk even after the 5 bottles of the 100-flavor wine were emptied. But all of them did visit the bathroom several times. They poured out the last of the wine and clinked their glasses together. "Let's all try to become A-rank spirit chi professionals in the next 2 years. Nonsense. If I don't become an A-rank spirit chi professional, I'll fall behind all of you. Let's agree to gather back here for another feast 2 years later. And stop eating. Your sacred source life form is special. But that doesn't mean you can be lazy for the next 2 years. No. When I think about how I won't be able to see all of you for the next 2 years, my heart aches. I don't even have the mood to contract a fae with the Baron bloodline tomorrow. Gao Feng, stop with your nonsense. You've mentioned contracting a fae with the Baron bloodline countless times during the meal. Xia Qing had never attended such an event before. She sat next to Wen Yu, and both of them naturally ended up chatting. Xia Qing asked Wen Yu, "Does Lin Yuan normally drink?" Wen Yu replied honestly, "This is the second time I've seen him drink. The last time Lin Yuan had drunk was with Wen Yu and Lu Jie on the grass of the return from faraway mansion when Sky City had just been established. Although only a few months had passed and Lin Yuan had been extremely green then, he had grown significantly since then. While Lin Yuan was in completely different stages of growth during both drinking sessions, Wen Yu was still the same. She felt that all she needed to do in this life was to follow this dashing young man in front of her. She would accompany him into adulthood and then into old age to help him take good care of Sky City. Once the last cups were gulped down, Lin Yuan did not help Zhongzhe, Gu Lang, and the rest to evolve their phase. It was not that Lin Yuan could not bear to part with the resources, as he had already set aside resources for these friends of his. However, all of them had their own roads to go down for the next 2 years. They would also be given different opportunities. He could wait until they gathered together again 2 years later to use pure spirit chi to evolve their phase. 2 years later, when he helped them evolve their phase bloodlines, it would be on the cusp of the major Federation meeting when they had to put their lives on the line for the Radiance Federation's glory. When Lin Yuan left Zhongzhe's residence, he did not return to the return from faraway mansion with Lu Jie and Wen Yu. Although he had already obtained his first precious weapon, he clearly still looked forward to the precious instrument that the Moon Empress had made for him using the body of the diving songstress. Lin Yuan used node transportation to send himself to the Radiant Moon Palace. Once he reached the inner palace of the Radiant Moon Palace, he saw the Moon Empress smiling at a blue item in her hands. Clearly, she was very satisfied with it. Once Lin Yuan appeared in the Radiant Moon Palace, he could feel the mermaid bloodline power coming from the blue item. However, he felt irked and derisive about the mermaid bloodline power. It was as though he had to share the room with a cockroach. Lin Yuan did not even feel this put off by things he did not like. Having this feeling made Lin Yuan amazed by the dominance of the mermaid bloodline. He now knew how more elite mermaids felt toward inferior mermaids. From the mermaid bloodline power of the blue item, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Moon Empress was holding the precious weapon made using the diving songstress body. The Moon Empress waved at Lin Yuan and said, "Little Yuan, come and take a look at this. This precious instrument's ability is not bad. But in order to use it, you will have to eat spiritual ingredients like the dragon blood crystal thread date and goji berries to boost your blood." Lin Yuan walked over to the Moon Empress. He used true data to check on the blue precious instrument in the Moon Empress hand. A smile suddenly bloomed on his face because he noticed that the precious instrument made from the diving songstress body had reached 8 stars. This meant that the diving songstress body had not dropped stars during the forging process. The Moon Empress ability was largely related to this result. Lin Yuan could not imagine how many precious materials the Moon Empress had used to forge the Fish World Sea Trump card. Previously, he felt that he would have been more than satisfied if he was able to obtain a 7 stars precious instrument. With help from Frigid, the 7 stars precious instrument would be boosted to 9 stars. When the cold season poisonous fish was added, its cold season power could raise it to 10 stars. But now, with help from Frigid, the Fish World Sea Trump card would be boosted to the legendary 10 stars. If the cold season poisonous fish was added, Lin Yuan might be able to attain the 11 stars precious instrument whose existence had not even been confirmed yet. In terms of its abilities, the Fish World Sea Trump card was a functional and attack-type precious instrument. Normally, precious instruments made from the body of sacred source lifeforms usually retained abilities that were related to the abilities that the sacred source lifeforms had when they were still alive. Clearly, the Fish World Sea Trump card's abilities had gone beyond the diving songstress abilities. One usually needed to use spiritual power to activate precious instruments. However, this did not apply to all precious instruments. For example, the vast sea wave-raising flute needed water elemental energy. In order to activate the Fish World Sea Trump card, it had to be paired with the mermaid bloodline because the mermaid bloodline had to be injected into it. After absorbing sufficient mermaid power, the Fish World Sea Trump card would create a territory known as the Fish World. Every mermaid bloodline of different grades would be able to produce a mermaid in the Fish World. The mermaid would blow its clarion while singing and creating waves in the Fish World. When facing the double assaults from the waves and the mermaid song, the target would dissolve into bubbles once it failed to hold out against the brutal waves and seductive song. As the mermaid bloodline evolved, the mermaid in the Fish World would also transform. The mermaid blowing the clarion was formed after the Fish World Sea Trump card absorbed the regular mermaid bloodline's power. If the Mermaid King or Emperor bloodline's power was injected into the Fish World Sea Trump card, who knew what kind of mermaid would be summoned? A low-grade mermaid could not alter its own bloodline. However, a high-grade mermaid could divide up its bloodline power. For example, 1 drop of Lin Yuan's Emperor Mermaid bloodline could be divided to produce a bucketful of the Mermaid King bloodline. The ability to divide its bloodline allowed high-grade mermaids to reward low-grade mermaids. Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline came from dark blue. As long as dark blue continued evolving with the best method, once it evolved to fantasy breed and then myth breed, the mermaid bloodline in Lin Yuan's body would strengthen accordingly. Moreover, once Lin Yuan circulated the mermaid power and fused with the fish world, he would become the master of seas for 3 seconds. Once he exited the state of being the master of seas, the mermaid bloodline in his body would wither. It would take a long time of nourishment before the mermaid bloodline could recover. Since the aftereffects of this ability were so severe, Lin Yuan would not use it flippantly. Regardless, Lin Yuan's power would increase again once he had the Fish World Sea Trump card. The Moon Empress handed the Fish World Sea Trump card to Lin Yuan and said, "Precious instruments like this that require the use of bloodline power are very rare. Thankfully, you have the mermaid bloodline in your body. Otherwise, this precious instrument that I painstakingly forged would have gone to waste." Lin Yuan did not immediately form a contract with the Fish World Sea Trump card. Instead, he said sincerely to the Moon Empress, "Master, thank you." The Moon Empress had a gentle smile hanging on her lips. But when she heard Lin Yuan's thanks, her expression turned stern as she replied, "Little Yuan, what are you thanking me for? Since you gave me the golden lotus brocade pearls and pure elemental energy, I should be the one thanking you." The Moon Empress gently tousled Lin Yuan's hair. Her tone softened again as she said, "Little Yuan, I'm only doing what I should for you. You never have to thank me." Lin Yuan raised his head and looked into the Moon Empress' gentle and serious eyes as he nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the Moon Empress interrupted him and said, "Quickly, contract the precious instrument. Once you're done with the contract, you can have a meal with me." The Moon Empress knew that Lin Yuan was about to go out to train because he had told her about it. The Moon Empress also wanted to take him out to train, just like Cold Moon did for Chu Ci. However, Lin Yuan did not like to rely on others. He depended on himself throughout his journey and was clear about what he wanted. The Moon Empress knew that if she overly interfered with Lin Yuan's growth, she would end up being a hindrance. Thus, she had no choice but to let go so he could fly freely. The Moon Empress might not be able to see her precious disciple many times in the next 2 years while he was out training. As such, she was insistent on having a meal with him before he left. Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "Master, it just so happens that I have picked up a thing or two from Lu Jie. Why don't you let me do the cooking?" While he spoke, he fused with dark blue and transformed into a merman. Lin Yuan cut his palm open in his merman form and circulated his spiritual power to focus his bloodline on his wound's area. The Moon Empress noticed that there were faint wisps of blue and gold in Lin Yuan's red blood. Lin Yuan's blood stained the Fish World Sea Trump card he was holding. At first, he assumed that he was about to be done with the contraction of the Fish World Sea Trump card. However, the contraction of the Fish World Sea Trump card did not go as smoothly as the contraction of the vast sea wave-raising flute. This was because the higher the stars of a precious instrument, the higher its requirements. Additionally, after absorbing Lin Yuan's blood, the originally purple and blue Fish World Sea Trump cards started to change. The blue and gold hints from Lin Yuan's blood continued to enter the Fish World Sea Trump card. The blue and gold parts were Lin Yuan's Mermaid Emperor bloodline. Once the Emperor Mermaid bloodline entered the Fish World Sea Trump card, its blue and purple exterior started to break down. Lin Yuan reckoned that the blue and purple part of the Fish World Sea Trump card had to be the thin Mermaid King bloodline that came from the diving songstress. This was why the blue and gold parts of Lin Yuan's blood caused the blue and purple parts to be filtered out. The blue and purple tablet of the Fish World Sea Trump card had 2 mermaids carved on it turned azure. A gold hue could be seen intermittently arising within the blue. There were now also 4 mermaids carved on it instead of 2. These 4 mermaids were all wearing heavy and intricate crowns. There seemed to be an ethereal image within the jade. There were also serpentine patterns chiseled into the surface of the jade. When Lin Yuan flipped the jade over, he saw that there was a carving of an entire sea world. Just as Lin Yuan felt that he was losing excessive blood and was growing weaker, and was about to fall to the ground, the Fish World Sea Trump card finally let out a simultaneous roar alongside Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan circulated his soul and formed a contract with the Fish World Sea Trump card. After changing its appearance significantly, the Fish World Sea Trump card had finally become Lin Yuan's precious instrument. The Moon Empress did not even bat an eye when she herself was injured. But when she saw Lin Yuan losing a large amount of blood in order to contract the precious instrument, her heart ached badly. Once Lin Yuan was done contracting the precious weapon, she held up 2 of the platinum dragon blood crystal thread dates to Lin Yuan's mouth. Once he consumed the 2 dragon blood crystal thread dates, all the blood energy that Lin Yuan had lost was replenished. While Lin Yuan was chewing on the dragon blood crystal thread dates, the Moon Empress took over the Fish World Sea Trump card and took a silk cloth out of her spatial equipment that was weaved from moon shadow gauze. The Moon Empress used the silk cloth to hang the Fish World Sea Trump card around Lin Yuan's waist. At first, I felt that the precious instrument's appearance was lacking. But now that your bloodline has transformed it, it looks good enough to be used as an accessory. With it hanging on your waist, the ignorant won't be able to tell that it's a precious weapon. Those who are able to identify it as a precious weapon will be deterred from attacking you. At that moment, Mystic Moon walked in. When he saw the Moon Empress and Lin Yuan chatting, he could not help but think, is it a bad time for me to give a report? However, the Imperial Court has already sent people to rush us. They are anxious to start the Imperial meeting. The Imperial meeting will also be largely related to the young lord. As such, Mystic Moon said, Moon Empress Purple Love has gone to the Imperial Court again. She said that she needs a middleman to protect the benefits of both sides during the Heavenly Family Cottage's alliance with the Radiance Federation. She picked the young lord to be this middleman. The Moon Empress frowned slightly, but she understood Purple Love's intention. Purple Love was essentially declaring that the Heavenly Family Cottage was only forming an alliance with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. This was the truth. Otherwise, given the character of the Heavenly Family Cottage, they would never think of finding an ally, even if they truly went to war with Tower Cannon. This meeting demonstrated Lin Yuan's status and would also allow him to attain some benefits. At first, the Moon Empress had not understood why Purple Love made a beeline to the return from Faraway Mansion immediately after arriving at the Radiance Federation. She would not need to do so if it was only for the Mother of Bloodbath. Later, Blood New Moon brought Jade Sundial's soul to visit the Moon Empress. This was when the Moon Empress found out that Lin Yuan had revived Jade Sundial's soul, and just how much Lin Yuan had done for the Heavenly Family Cottage. As such, the Heavenly Family Cottage used itself as the stake to help Lin Yuan garner more benefits. The Moon Empress no longer had any points of doubt. Since the meeting was so important to Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress was not going to delay any longer. The Moon Empress reached out and adjusted Lin Yuan's collar as she said, Since we won't be able to have a meal together, why don't you take a walk with me around the garden? I will have to go to the Imperial Court for a meeting in 10 minutes. Lin Yuan obediently followed the Moon Empress. The Radiant Moon Palace's garden was separated into the inner garden and outer garden. The outer garden was outside of the Radiant Moon Palace and filled with wondrous flora and fauna. Every person who visited the Radiant Moon Palace, even the other members of royalty, made a point to admire the outer garden. On the other hand, only the Moon Empress, Cold Moon, and Mystic Moon were allowed to enter the inner garden. Even the 4 tea attendants and moon attendants did not have the authority to enter the inner garden. Lin Yuan had already visited the inner garden several times. But the more he learned and experienced, the more he realized just how extraordinary the inner garden was. It was likely that the Moon Empress had invested a lot of effort into the garden. The Moon Empress casually picked one of the fruits from the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree at the entrance of the garden. She handed it to Lin Yuan and said, I traded for the honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree from Duke Sparrow of the Clean Burning Federation 20 years ago, when I had just become a Class 5 creation master. It only produces fruits once every 5 years. Less than a year after the last batch of fruits was produced 5 years ago, Chef Supreme and the Bamboo Monarch traded all of them away for resources. This time, none of this batch of fruits has been picked yet. Little Yuan, have a taste. After eating it, your energy channels will be strengthened, and your body's spiritual power capacity will increase. This will make it easier for you to raise your spirit chi professional rank. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He chewed on the honey-storing spirit-curled peach while he stared at the honey-storing curled peach tree. He noticed that the honey-storing spirit-curled peach tree had only produced 11 fruits. This was considered a very small yield. The Moon Empress had not specifically described the effects of the honey-storing spirit-curled peach, but it was likely that it was no ordinary fruit. Once Lin Yuan was done eating the honey-storing spirit-curled peach, he stored the rest of the fruits. As for the Clean-Burning Federation, Lin Yuan had heard of it before. It was a powerful second-tier federation below the three major federations. The two dukes of the Clean-Burning Federation were Duke Rhino and Duke Sparrow. Both of them were Class 5 Creation Masters. With two Class 5 Creation Masters, the Clean-Burning Federation used to completely overwhelm the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan was about to head to the Divine Wood Federation to train. He would have plenty of opportunities to come into contact with big shots from other federations. The Moon Empress did not just ask Lin Yuan to come to the garden with her to admire the view. She knew what Lin Yuan's Fae affiliations were, so she had nurtured a plant-type Fae not long ago. If not for her being unaffiliated with plant-type Faes, she would have formed a contract with it without hesitation. Just from the plant-type Fae's basic abilities, it could be considered a strategic class Fae. The Moon Empress pulled Lin Yuan to the only table in the inner garden and pointed at a sprout with 4 leaves on it as she said, "Little Yuan, this is a new Fae I nurtured. Does it catch your fancy?" While the Moon Empress was speaking, the sprout sensed that someone was approaching and started to move 2 of its leaves. While its leaves moved, moonlight that resembled water droplets was released. When the moonlight came into contact with Lin Yuan, it gave him a very familiar feeling. It was very similar to the moonbeam power that came from the sacred Cry Moon Beast. It was likely that the plant-type Fae was deeply connected to the sacred Cry Moon Beast. The Moon Empress went on to say, "This plant-type Fae used to be a regular lamp sun peony. It is used to illuminate the garden at night. While I was creating the Moon Dew Revival Pill, I accidentally dropped a drop of the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tear onto the lamp sun peony. As a result, the lamp sun peony mutated." Lin Yuan used true data to check on the lamp sun peony that had been mutated by the sacred Cry Moon Beast's tear. A Fae that had mutated due to such an elite spiritual ingredient had to have decent abilities. Fae name: Merciful Star Peony, Fae species. Buttercup species/peony species, Fae grade. Bronze, 10/10. Fae type: Wood/light, Fae quality. Legend: Abilities: Activate light. In a place filled with starlight, it will be guided by the stars and be unaffected by blinding effects. In a place with absolute darkness, the surroundings can still be clearly seen. Casted item: Starlight. When stars appear, the starlight can temper the body to improve the body's quality. Exclusive skill: Constellation imprint. Attempt to communicate with the stars. A star imprint will appear on the body if the communication is successful. The star imprint can help the body to take on all curse effects. When the star imprint is triggered, the energy within it will flow into the body and raise the body's quality within a short period. Once Lin Yuan was done reading the true data, he immediately understood why the Moon Empress thought so well of this peony. Most Fae's strength came from their combat abilities. This was the kind of Fae with which spirit chi professionals most preferred to form contracts. There was a type of Fae that did not have combat abilities but could boost its spirit chi professional. Compared to it, Faes with strong combat abilities were not valuable at all. The Merciful Star Peony was just one such Fae. In fact, it was considered one of the outstanding ones. Activate light could allow a person to see even in the darkest environments. It also provided resistance against any abilities that caused blindness. This ability might seem useless, but it would be called a miracle in the right environment, such as the underground world. Compared to Activate Light, Lin Yuan was more interested in casted item Starlight. Once a spirit chi professional formed a contract with the Merciful Star Peony, casted item Starlight could use Starlight to temper the spirit chi professional's body. Below a certain level, the strength of a spirit chi professional's body was limited. For example, an Emperor-class expert's body would never be able to compare with that of a Thearch-class expert. Yet, casted item Starlight would be able to allow a spirit chi professional to break through this limit. An ability like this that strengthened the body using Starlight could not be replaced by any other ability. Using the muscle hyperthymesia grass, Lin Yuan had attained all types of combat skills and fighting strategies. Given that Lin Yuan liked to fight using Blackie's Spirit Essence Explosion, using casted item Starlight would allow Lin Yuan's combat abilities to increase significantly. Moreover, no matter how powerful a spirit chi professional was, even the quality of an eternal expert's body would not be able to compare to that of a fae. Unless an expert started walking down heaven's path, a spirit chi professional's body would always be the easiest target during battle. With casted item Starlight, Lin Yuan's body would not only not be a burden to his faes during battle, but it might even be stronger than theirs. As for Constellation Imprint, Lin Yuan felt that it was a powerful boosting ability. The more stars he communicated with, the more star imprints would appear on his body. With many star imprints activated in times of danger, his body would be boosted substantially. More importantly, Constellation Imprint could provide resistance against curse effects. Lin Yuan's arsenal of defense still did not include defense against curses. Now that this gap had been made up for, Lin Yuan's defense had taken a large stride forward. Zhong Zhe and Wang Fuxiang were the best examples of how terrifying curses could be. If the Moon Empress could contract the merciful star peony, Lin Yuan would never agree to accept it. But since the Moon Empress could not form a contract with the merciful star peony because of an affiliation issue, Lin Yuan would help himself to it. When Lin Yuan contracted faes in the past, he had always contracted them at the normal grade. This was because he was lacking in spiritual energy and could not afford to be as free-handed with it as other spirit chi professionals were. Some spirit chi professionals directly formed contracts with gold and platinum grade faes just because the fae appealed to them. Lin Yuan could never think of doing something so thriftless. But after consuming many of the Cinnabar Osmanthus haworthius fruits and tea brewed from the golden the arch bamboo's leaves, Lin Yuan's spiritual energy had been raised significantly. He would have no issue contracting a bronze fae. Frankly, Lin Yuan could have used other methods to contract the merciful star peony. If he used Morbius' exclusive skill, he would spirit lock the merciful star peony and form a contract with it. However, this would only give Lin Yuan access to the merciful star peony's normal ability, Activate Light. Although Lin Yuan could just find another endless gem for Morbius to fuse with, and he would be able to unlock the merciful star peony's other abilities and exclusive skill, all he knew now was that the endless gems came from the dimensional worlds. He did not know anything else. He could not be certain when he would be able to obtain the next endless gem. Could even be years later. If Lin Yuan had access to casted item Starlight and Constellation Imprint for a few years, his body would already have been strengthened by numerous star imprints. Eventually, Lin Yuan decided to use spiritual energy to form a contract with the merciful star peony. While Lin Yuan was checking on the merciful star peony, the Moon Empress carefully studied him. She saw that his face lit up with joy moments after laying his eyes on the merciful star peony. This meant that Lin Yuan had seen through the merciful star peony's abilities and exclusive skill in a few seconds. Such investigative abilities had already reached the level of Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, or maybe even Class 5 Creation Master. The Moon Empress thought back to how she had just reached Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master when she had been his age. She only became a Class 4 Creation Master when she reached 21 years old. In her heart, the Moon Empress could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's talent. If he was not her disciple, she would have wondered if someone who could grow to such an extent in just a year was actually not human but a monster. At that moment, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Master, I really like the merciful star peony. If you don't need it, I will form a contract with it." The Moon Empress immediately replied, "Then you should form a contract with the merciful star peony now." In the past decade, the Moon Empress had been doing all she could to accumulate resources. She tried her best to obtain any and all outstanding resources. This was why she had been able to grow so quickly. But now, although she could form a contract with the merciful star peony, she eventually decided to give the merciful star peony to Lin Yuan. It was not because she did not need the boost from the merciful star peony's casted item starlight now that she had started walking down heaven's path. The greater the frontier that an expert reached, the more difficult it would be for them to increase their power. Every minute improvement had to be fought for. The Moon Empress would rather eat into her benefits in order to further Lin Yuan's growth because she had learned the true meaning of legacy in the past year. When Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual energy to form a contract with the merciful star peony, he could tell from how much spiritual energy he used up that he still had enough to form a contract with a fae that was silver grade and below. When the Moon Empress saw that Lin Yuan was forming a contract with the merciful star peony, she took out a white jade bottle and said, "Little Yuan, this bottle contains the sacred cry moon beast's tears. Since the merciful star peony mutated after the tears guided it, it should be able to evolve its bloodline in the future. Hold on to the sacred cry moon beast's tears for now. If the merciful star peony's bloodline can evolve, you can pour the tears onto its roots." Lin Yuan nodded seriously. He knew that the Moon Empress was teaching him. In actuality, he knew what to do even without the Moon Empress telling him because he had experience from nurturing Chimey and Genius. Genius and Chimey's situations had been very similar to the merciful star peony. Genius had evolved from the 100 questions beast to the 1,000 questions beast, to the beast that connects everything, and finally to the highest access fate-knowing beast. Now, it was an unprecedented life form that had the intelligent cat species and intelligent cat genus. Chimey had evolved from the sound bird to the stream cloud azure bird, to the clear voice Luan sparrow, and finally, to the unprecedented command phoenix new day sparrow that had the sound sparrow species and sound sparrow genus. The merciful star peony had evolved from the lamp run peony. If Lin Yuan could properly nurture it, the merciful star peony might be able to go down the same path and end up as an unprecedented life form. The Moon Empress had said everything that she needed to say to Lin Yuan. As she looked at Lin Yuan, whose brow had only relaxed a year ago, she could not help but reach out to hug him. "Little Yuan, you have to be conscious of avoiding danger when you're out training. I will wait for you to return to the Radiant Moon Palace," said the Moon Empress. Before Lin Yuan had time to reply, the Moon Empress figure disappeared and reappeared below the leaning Moon Mountain. About 10 seconds later, Mystic Moon appeared next to the Moon Empress. No expression of shock appeared on his face after he saw the Moon Empress hug Lin Yuan. However, he felt that there was more to this hug than what met the eye. Mystic Moon had spent many years by the Moon Empress side and never pegged her for one who liked to express her emotions. Could she be worried for Lin Yuan because he was going out to train? Lin Yuan had just formed a contract with an 8 stars precious instrument, and it would be foolish to underestimate him. Besides the 8 stars precious weapon, Lin Yuan also had the extreme token and crescent moon radiant sunlight tablet that the Moon Empress had given him. Mystic Moon did not think that anything existed in the startling Lines continent that could threaten Lin Yuan's safety. As such, there was no reason for the Moon Empress to be worried about Lin Yuan's safety. While Mystic Moon was wrapped up in confusion, the Moon Empress said, "The totem moon has been fixed above the clean burning Federation. I have repaid Duke Sparrow for the debt I owed him from 20 years ago. Recall the totem moon, additionally called dark, clear, round, and blank back." Mystic Moon's expression froze. The Moon Empress had not even activated the 4 moon servants back during the period of peril 10 years ago. Why now? Could the Moon Empress be preparing to make a big move? Before Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace, he did not forget the reason he had come to the Radiant Moon Palace. Lin Yuan turned and went into the Hidden Moon Pavilion. At that moment, the 4 moon attendants just happened to be cleaning up the Hidden Moon Pavilion. There were hundreds of thousands of books stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had seen the Annal of Monster Information before, but if he tried to search for the Annal of Monster Information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, it would take him an unknown amount of time. He said to the 2 moon attendants stationed at the Hidden Moon Pavilion, "Help me find the Annal of Monster Information." The moon attendants held the list of books stored in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Looking for books by referring to the list was undoubtedly the quickest method. All the moon attendants had witnessed over time how much the Moon Empress adored Lin Yuan. It was because Lin Yuan had picked Wen Yu to become his assistant that she eventually became Mystic Moon's disciple. The moon attendants envied Wen Yu and admired Lin Yuan. The 4 moon attendants were extremely excited when they saw Lin Yuan. Previously, they had not been aware of Lin Yuan's power. All the respect they felt for him came from him being the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. But when Lin Yuan revealed his true power during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group, it dawned on the moon attendants that their young lord was actually so mighty. Lin Yuan was so impressive that the moon attendants' admiration of him changed into veneration. Now that Lin Yuan was asking them for help, the 2 moon attendants hastily said, "Young lord, the annals are all placed from level 1 to 7. We will go and fetch it for you now. With the Heaven's Eyevine's help, we will definitely be able to get you the book you want in 10 minutes. While the moon attendants were searching for the Annal of Monster information for him, Lin Yuan casually picked up a book related to Class 4 Fey observers and started to skim through it. When the 2 moon attendants brought him the Annal of Monster information, Lin Yuan said, "I'm taking this book. Uncle Mystic said that there are copies of all the books in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. You can fill the spot left by this book with a copy." The 2 moon attendants hurriedly replied, "Young lord, every time we take out a book from the Hidden Moon Pavilion, we will fill the empty spot with a copy. You don't need to worry. Even if this book is lost, there are many copies of it." While the 2 moon attendants were talking, they were thinking to themselves, there were too many books in the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The 2 moon attendants were allowed to look through the information but had never read the Annal of Monster information before. When they brought Lin Yuan the book, they flipped through it casually. The more they read, the more they felt that the book's contents were ridiculous. The book's contents were even more fantastical than the fantasy books posted by Star Web users. The 2 moon attendants could not figure out why Lin Yuan wanted such a book. They felt that it would be a waste of time to read such a book. But the 2 of them were moon attendants while Lin Yuan was the young lord of the Radiant Moon Palace. There was no way they were going to turn him down when he requested a book. Could Lord Lin Yuan actually be an oaf who had a taste for such things? The 2 moon attendants hurriedly scolded themselves. How can I think of the young lord this way? Lin Yuan did not have the time to care about what the 2 moon attendants were thinking. He was also not in a rush to read the Annal of Monster information because he had more than enough time in the future to read it. The Annal of Monster information had mentioned the sacrifice sea demon and the poisonous magic. This was enough to make it worth Lin Yuan carefully studying it. After Lin Yuan left the Radiant Moon Palace, he did not use node transportation to send himself to the return from faraway mansion like he usually did. When Lin Yuan needed to think, he liked to take a walk in a noisy street. The chaotic hustle and bustle brought peace to him, and the scent of a hectic life allowed him to lose himself. He wanted to do everything he could to protect this industriousness. Previously, Lin Yuan would put on the mask that genius transformed into using tool transformation whenever he wanted to walk in the streets without being recognized. He did the same now. When he put on the silver mask, no one would realize who he was. As he walked along the road, he brushed against at least 30 other people wearing silver masks. Moreover, the masks had updated designs to match the one that Lin Yuan wore during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Now that Lin Yuan had 2 precious instruments, he could not help but feel an itch to test them out during combat. However, it was clear that it was not the right time to use them. Moreover, he needed to use up his mermaid bloodline in order to wield the Fish World Sea Trump card. As such, Lin Yuan had to be cautious in his use of it. Before Lin Yuan comprehended a suitable willpower rune, he would not evolve the Merciful Star Peony to silver grade. After all, Lin Yuan wanted to try to push the Merciful Star Peony down the same path that Chimey and Genius had taken. The path that Genius and Chimey were going down was too difficult. In order for the Merciful Star Peony to follow in their footsteps, it had to ensure that every step it took was only done with its best foot forward so as not to waste any of its potential. When Lin Yuan remembered the brocade-embroidered fortuitous dragon's dragon pearl that he traded with Xia Qing, he stopped walking through the busy street and returned to the return from faraway mansion to check if the dragon pearl could incite the 3 Mountain River eternal life carps to undergo simultaneous evolution. When Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, only Lu Jie was present. After Wen Yu and Sun Ningxiang had a meal together, Lin Yuan sent them to the marsh world. Listen was still preparing the resources on the lists in the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. Lu Pinru was at Sky City's Star Web territory. Zhang Xiaobai, Xianing, and Tan Ran were undergoing special training from Master Hongshin. The mother of Bloodbath, Purple Love, Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and the rest had rushed to the Radiance Federation's Imperial Court and would not be returning before nightfall. Lu Jie was currently fighting on Star Web. Since the Insect Queen had received the Emperor Core of all insects' blessing, its abilities had been strengthened. As such, Lu Jie needed to continuously fight to get used to the strengthened Insect Queen and recalibrate his combat system. When he heard that Lu Jie was busy, Lin Yuan did not bother him. There was no way he would be able to evolve the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps inside the Red Sandalwood Longevity fish tank because it was too small. When the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps started to evolve with help from the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon, the fish tank would eventually burst. Lin Yuan treasured the fish tank that Hu Quan had so painstakingly crafted. Just like the last time when Lin Yuan evolved the Dragon Phoenix Landscape Carps into the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps, Lin Yuan brought them to the Spirit Pool in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Compared to the Red Sandalwood Longevity fish tank, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps much preferred to be in the Spirit Pool. As the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps swam around inside the Spirit Pool, the images of mountains on their bodies started to flow. Under the nourishment from pure spirit chi, 2 of the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps started swimming alongside the slightly larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. It was as though the 2 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had become the arms of the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. Lin Yuan thought, with nourishment from pure spirit chi, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps once again look like they are about to undergo simultaneous evolution. Lin Yuan took the chance to toss the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon's Dragon Pearl toward the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. When they sensed the Dragon Pearl's aura, the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps started to move together. Although they were clearly fish, they had the aura of flood dragons as they swam around the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon's Dragon Pearl. Once the larger Mountain River Eternal Life Carp swallowed the Dragon Pearl, Lin Yuan fixed his gaze on it unblinkingly as he waited for it to transform. But a moment later, he realized that it still had not changed in the slightest. It was as though the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon's Dragon Pearl had no effect. Just as Lin Yuan was about to lose his patience and fish the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp out of the water, he suddenly realized that the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone was rapidly depleting. Lin Yuan heard Morbius' voice in his ear. "Partner, the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps are consuming all of the spirit chi produced by the Spirit Pool. In fact, they are consuming the spirit chi at a slightly faster rate than the Spirit Pool's rate of production. Although the concentration of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone is falling, nothing serious will happen like when the floating island whale had been hatching. However, the wood-building winged sandflies will lay eggs at a much slower rate. I suggest using some spirit chi crystals. This will not only maintain the rate at which the wood-building winged sandflies lay eggs, but will also externally provide the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps with more pure spirit chi and enhance the triggering of simultaneous evolution. I have a feeling that once the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps undergo simultaneous evolution, they will become an impressive life form. Partner, you should take note of the fortuitous aura coming from the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. It has already exceeded that of the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. Once the evolution is complete, its fortuitous aura will definitely exceed that of the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow." After listening to Morbius' suggestion, Lin Yuan became even more excited about the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's simultaneous evolution. Morbius had also complimented the Death Demon Concubine Beast, but it had not said that it was an impressive life form. For Morbius to give its praise, the evolved Mountain River Eternal Life Carps might become the strongest functional type phase Lin Yuan possessed. Lin Yuan did not hold back and took out handfuls of the Spirit Chi crystals. Spirit Chi crystals were no longer valuable to him. Although the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone still only produced 1 Spirit Chi crystal every 7 days, Lin Yuan could enable the Pure Land Bliss to absorb fragments of world graces by helping Myth-Breed phase overcome their world cleansings. This would produce numerous Spirit Chi crystals. Lin Yuan crushed handful after handful of spirit chi crystals, and the concentration of spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone was quickly replenished. As Lin Yuan continued to use up the spirit chi crystals to nourish the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps, the color and pattern on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies started to change. There were 8 pure colors on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies: pure yellow, blue, emerald green, green, purple, orange, black, and crimson. When Lin Yuan first laid eyes on the 8 pure colors, he felt as though he could see life being born out of the orchestra of colors. The 8 colors depicted the image of mountains and rivers that were full of life. The pure yellow, crimson, orange, and green gathered on the body of the center Mountain River Eternal Carp, while the pure blue, emerald green, purple, and black spread out across the other 2 Mountain River Eternal Carps. The 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were like one body as they reorganized the 8 source colors. The 6 types of blessing patterns on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies started to swiftly combine. Any one of the 6 blessings could bring unending fortune to the mountains, rivers, and earth. While the blessings entwined around each other, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of protection. The Mountain River Eternal Life Carps bodies became bare when the blessings combined. Suddenly, the pure blue, emerald green, purple, and black exploded across the 2 flanking Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. They were covered with a web of patterns from their head to tail. The patterns seemed like unending cities surrounding the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp at the center. The patterns of grand cities were like protective walls that safeguarded the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp. When the patterns appeared, the 2 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps forms changed. As the 2 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp scales fell away and disappeared, their fins grew from about 20 centimeters to almost 4 meters. The patterns of the grand cities quickly spread to their fins. As the fish grew longer, their dragon aura also became more prevalent until their fishtails fully transformed into dragon tails. Before the 2 flanking Mountain River Eternal Life Carps finished evolving, the pure yellow, crimson, emerald green, and orange on the center Mountain River Eternal Life Carp lit up the entire Spirit Lock spatial zone. Dragon aura poured out from the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp in the center, and its fish scales transformed into dragon scales that were each covered with a type of blessing pattern. The blessing patterns did not remain set but constantly changed. While the blessing patterns shifted, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to see a world unfold on the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's body. The carp immediately transformed into a dragon. The dragon that the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp transformed into had a different aura from that of Flood Dragon Species Phase and Terrifying Dragon Species Phase. Instead, it was filled with the aura of natural fortune. At first, Lin Yuan thought that the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's simultaneous evolution would result in them evolving into Heavenly Family Phase. But after Lin Yuan carefully examined the aura, he realized that he was wrong. Even after evolving, the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were still phase. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps and saw that their names had changed to the Sentient Being Protection Dragon. Fey name: Sentient Being Protective Dragon. Fey species: Fortuitous Dragon Species / Fortuitous Dragon Genus. Fey grade: Platinum, 7/10. Fey type: Water. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Sentient Being Added Protection. Main body blessing: Enlighten the intelligence of the life forms in the area to increase their intelligence. Left body blessing: Increase the agility of the life forms in the area. By increasing the effectiveness of sleep, the minds of the life forms in the area will not become lethargic. Right body blessing: Improve the bodies of the life forms in the area and increase their speed of wound recovery. The life forms in the area will not become hungry. Exclusive skill: Place in the world. It will protect all the life forms in the area. Within this area, the plants will be lush, the water will be clean, and all life forms will feel utter comfort. The life forms in this area will be able to increase the rate at which the power of their roots is replenished. The 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps had fused into one singular entity, the Sentient Being Protective Dragon. This was a rarity in the history of Fey evolutions. Lin Yuan had intentionally asked the Moon Empress about simultaneous evolutions. Clearly, the Moon Empress had also nurtured fays that underwent simultaneous evolution. He remembered the Moon Empress saying that fays that underwent the simultaneous evolution still retained the body of a fae but were very different from regular fays. The biggest difference was in their abilities and exclusive skills. Fays that underwent simultaneous evolution would lose the ability to raise their life rank. Moreover, it could only happen to regular fays. Due to the difference in willpowers that fantasy breed fays possessed, they could not link their sources to evolve into a new fae. This also made Lin Yuan give up the idea of evolving the simultaneous evolved Mountain River Eternal Life Carps to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan now knew why the Moon Empress had stressed that simultaneous evolution was a blessing for fays. After the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps underwent simultaneous evolution, they evolved into the sentient being Protective Dragon. Lin Yuan felt that the sentient being Protective Dragon lived up to Morbius calling it impressive. From the description of its abilities and exclusive skill, it could truly protect all sentient beings. Wherever the sentient being Protective Dragon would be the most blessed place in the world. Lin Yuan did not form a contract with the sentient being Protective Dragon, but he had nurtured it from the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps. As such, the sentient being Protective Dragon was deeply linked to him. Even if Lin Yuan did not form a contract with it, the way it felt about Lin Yuan was no different from how his contracted fays felt about him. Without forming a contract with it, Lin Yuan could not be of one mind with the sentient being Protective Dragon. He would not be able to wield it in battle as easily as he did fays that he had contracted. Nonetheless, the sentient being Protective Dragon was not a combat-type fae at all. Both its ability sentient being added protection and place in the world were triggered abilities. As long as the sentient being Protective Dragon was present, it would be able to bring forth the effects. The sentient being Protective Dragon waved its fins and swam around Lin Yuan as it let out pleasant-sounding cries. Lin Yuan touched the sentient being Protective Dragon's beautiful jade-like scales. The sentient being Protective Dragon was not averse to his touch. On the contrary, it delighted it. It wrapped its tail around his waist and was exceptionally energetic. This made Lin Yuan think back to how the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps used to splash him with water. He felt that the Mountain River Eternal Life Carps were still just as playful despite having transformed into the sentient being Protective Dragon. After thinking for a while, Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use connected tails to communicate with the sentient being Protective Dragon. He realized that the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carp souls had fused after they simultaneously evolved into the sentient being Protective Dragon. From true data, Lin Yuan noticed that the sentient being Protective Dragon was Fortuitous Dragon species / Fortuitous Dragon genus. This meant that the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon's Dragon Pearl had caused the 3 Mountain River Eternal Life Carps to begin going down the brocade-embroidered Fortuitous Dragon's previous path. The sentient being Protective Dragon was a Platinum/Legend Fae, and was much more intelligent than Lin Yuan had expected. It was already smart enough to communicate normally with Lin Yuan, unlike other Platinum Fays who had muddled minds. By communicating with the sentient being Protective Dragon, Lin Yuan learned that the ability sentient being added protection could affect the same size of area as place in the world could. The Silver Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's exclusive skill Place of Life had been able to encompass the entire return from Faraway Mansion. There was no question that place in the world could cover an even larger area. It should be large enough to cover the floating island whale's entire back. However, Universe had not evolved to fantasy breed yet. It was still a few months away from evolving to fantasy breed. As such, Lin Yuan intended to keep the sentient being Protective Dragon in the marsh world so it could evolve the resources that Lin Yuan was cultivating in the marsh world before Universe took to the sky. The sentient being Protective Dragon was separated into its main body, left body, and right body. Main body blessing could enlighten the intelligence of all the life forms in the area. This was a benefit to any Fae. The left body increased agility and decreased the time needed for sleep. This meant that the Faes under the left body would not feel lethargic and could work with vigor every day. This would greatly increase the productivity of the spirit craftsmen so they could finish the construction of the base in the marsh world sooner. The Faes under the sentient being Protective Dragon's right body would have their bodies improved, and their wounds would quickly heal. A source of vitality would nourish their bodies so the lifeforms would not experience hunger. This ability would decrease the assembly time needed for the development of the marsh world. But when applied to Sky City that stood atop Universe, all the lifeforms in Sky City and Universe would not require sustenance. Universe had an enormous appetite. When it traversed the sea, it swallowed all the fish, shrimps, and algae within its reach. This endless exercise and replenishment of food caused the island whale to become the perpetual motion machine of the sea. But Universe would not have opportunities to obtain food when it was in the sky. Lin Yuan had been plagued by this issue. He could not prepare food in advance and send someone to feed Universe every few hours because eating would lead to Universe needing to relieve itself. The fecal matter could fertilize the sea, but if it fell from the sky, it could not only fall onto people but might also leave a trail that enemies could track. Even if the clouds that Gray turned into could block Universe, they could not block the falling fecal matter. But now, with the sentient being Protective Dragon, this problem had been solved. Universe was most afraid of becoming injured because it would cause its vitality to flow out rapidly. With every trace of vitality it lost, the difficulty of healing it increased exponentially. This was why healing-type spirit chi professionals hated healing large phase. Universe fought by slamming its body into enemies. This combat style came with large risks. The sentient being Protective Dragon could improve Universe's body and speed up the rate at which it could be healed. Hence, Universe would be able to charge into opponents in the sky without the worry of becoming injured. Lin Yuan felt that place in the world was stronger than sentient being added protection. Place in the world could create a scenery of lush plants and glittering rivers. This was an updated version of the Mountain River Eternal Life Carp's exclusive skill Place of Life. Moreover, Place in the World had an additional effect that Place of Life did not have. This was the effect of speeding up the healing rate of the roots of lifeforms in the area. Spirit Chi Professionals' root power lay in Spirit Chi, while Dimensional Lifeforms' root power lay in Source-type power. Faith power was a type of root power for apostles. Universe needed to rely on people stationing phase on its back for defense. Place in the world significantly increased Universe's overall defense by boosting the phase on its back. This would allow Universe to increase its endurance while traveling in the sky. While Lin Yuan was marveling at its abilities, he played with the sentient being Protective Dragon for a while. Next, he used the Thoughts letter paper to communicate with Wen Yu to prepare her to receive the sentient being Protective Dragon in the marsh world. Lin Yuan had already asked the sentient being Protective Dragon about its requirements for the environment it lived in. The sentient being Protective Dragon liked a wide man-made lake. It would be very easy for the manpower in the marsh world to create a man-made lake. Lin Yuan instructed Wen Yu to build a place for the sentient being Protective Dragon to live in. Using the sentient being Protective Dragon, the progress of the construction of the base in the marsh world would be increased. After making all the necessary preparations, Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone and went back to Evolving Phase. Before leaving for the Divine Wood Federation, he had already prepared all of the orders of phase that came from the various cities. Yet, Lin Yuan continued to evolve phase because there needed to be an endless stream of resources in order to upkeep Sky City. Furthermore, Lin Yuan needed his phase to increase their accumulation of Spirit Chi in order to raise his Spirit Chi professional rank. Lin Yuan did some calculations and found that as long as he spent 5 hours every day evolving phase in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he would be able to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional in less than 1.5 years. This meant that he would definitely be able to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional before the major Federation meeting. He would even have close to 6 months left over to continue evolving phase, adapting his body, increasing his combat power, and refining his combat style. After evolving the phase, Lin Yuan stored the Bronze X/Epic and Bronze X/Legend phase in his spatial ring. Lin Yuan's spatial ring contained a space that was as large as 4 soccer fields. He could even use a nesting doll method and fill the spatial ring with spatial equipment. This meant that he never had to replace the spatial ring. Now that he was done with his own tasks, Lin Yuan moved on to guiding the Moonlight Sleeping Lotus so that it would produce flowers. For the trade between Xia Qing and Lin Yuan, He needed to deliver 30 of the moonlight sleeping lotus flowers and 20 of the wood-building winged sandflies pupas to her tomorrow morning. Besides the spirit-lock spatial zone, there was nowhere else in the world where such a batch of resources could be produced in such a short period. Since Lin Yuan and Xia Qing had already agreed on a time, he would not procrastinate. He did not even have much time to procrastinate, even if he wanted to. After delivering the resources to Xia Qing, Lin Yuan would take the Mother of Bloodbath and Lu Jie with him to the Divine Wood Federation. He worked until about 4 a.m. before he finally dragged his exhausted body through Klein Hub into the marsh world. He only slept for half an hour in the marsh world before his energy was fully refilled. This allowed him to fully experience the power of the sentient being Protective Dragon's ability Left Body Blessing. When Lin Yuan left the room and went downstairs, he saw Lu Jie laying out utensils. The only people having breakfast that day were he and Lu Jie. The Mother of Bloodbath, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, and the rest should be back before noon. They had spent the entire night at the imperial court. The question of how the first Emperor Shark clan should be handled had been addressed. The first Emperor Shark clan would disappear from the main world within 10 days. Lin Yuan was touched that the Heavenly Family Cottage had decided to eliminate the first Emperor Shark clan because of him. But he was also aware that he was not the only reason. The first Emperor Shark clan had a close relationship with the Freedom Federation, while the Freedom Federation had an unclear relationship with Tower Cannon. As such, Purple Love had wanted to make a move on the first Emperor Shark clan long ago. The Heavenly Family Cottage had been laying low for so long and had to make big waves now that they had finally resurfaced. It just so happened that the first Emperor Shark clan had ended up on their warpath. Lin Yuan intended to stay at the Return from Faraway Mansion until 9:30 a.m. before he headed to the Creation Master Association in the royal capital to meet up with Xia Qing. Just as Lin Yuan was about to move, Purple Love, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, Blood New Moon, and the rest happened to return to the Return from Faraway Mansion. Purple Love smiled when she saw Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I need to speak with you about something." Since Purple Love needed to speak with him, Lin Yuan sent Lu Jie to deliver the diamond Fey storage box containing the 30 moonlight sleeping lotus flowers and 20 of the wood-building winged sandflies pupas to Xia Qing. In his previous conversations with Purple Love, she only spoke with a serious tone when she thanked him. In all other conversations, she spoke with a tone that a senior would take with a junior. As such, from the way that Purple Love spoke to him with such a serious expression, she had to have something important to say to him. Lin Yuan also had something to tell Blood New Moon, so he might as well use his opportunity to do so. "Anti-Purple, you can speak your mind with me." Purple Love first glanced at the Mother of Bloodbath before she said gently, "At first, my Heavenly Family blessing was supposed to go to Blood Love, but she insists that I give it to you. This is what she wants, so please don't turn it down." For Heavenly Family Fays that had reached eternal, the most precious thing that could offer was their Heavenly Family blessing. They only gave it to the people they were closest to. Blue Lotus had given hers to Lin Yuan, and it had helped him to gain the upper hand during the fight against Chen Yu. Even the evolution of the mermaid bloodline in his body was also related to Blue Lotus blessing. Blue Lotus blessing allowed Lin Yuan to understand how powerful a Heavenly Family Phase blessing was. It was already extremely lucky for him to possess the blessing of one Heavenly Family Fae. He never expected that Purple Love, the leader of the Heavenly Family Cottage, would also give her blessing to him. Lin Yuan cast his gaze at the Mother of Bloodbath. Purple Love had made it clear that she was giving him her blessing because of the Mother of Bloodbath. When the Mother of Bloodbath saw Lin Yuan looking at it, it walked over to him and said, "As a Heavenly Family Fae, all of us are affiliated with one aspect of nature. I am affiliated with the sun. For Anti-Purple, it's stars. Her blessing will not be as beneficial to me as Father's blessing will be. Rather than having Anti-Purple waste her blessing on me, it would be better to pass the opportunity to you." The Mother of Bloodbath did not say anything else and stood silently next to Lin Yuan. Besides Lin Yuan, who was oblivious, Blue Lotus, White Phoenix, Purple Love, and Blood New Moon could all see how the Mother of Bloodbath felt about Lin Yuan. Previously, both White Phoenix and Blood New Moon felt that Lin Yuan was a classic, obtuse man. But now, it seemed that Lin Yuan was not to blame for not recognizing Blood Love's feelings. She was not properly expressing herself either. Was it so difficult to make one's feelings known? Blood New Moon and Jade Sundial had fallen in love at first sight and wasted no time trying to procreate. Lin Yuan had read extensively about Heavenly Family Phase. What the mother of Bloodbath said was true. Moreover, he had also formed a contract with the Merciful Star Peony. It was likely that Purple Love's blessing could be linked to the Merciful Star Peony. After he accepted Purple Love's blessing, Lin Yuan seriously thanked the mother of Bloodbath. The mother of Bloodbath instinctively rolled its eyes when Lin Yuan thanked it. Could accept thanks from anyone but him. It had agreed to become Lin Yuan's path protector to repay its debt to the Moon Empress. However, it had only truly carried out its duty of being a path protector once in the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Ever since then, it had only received help from Lin Yuan. He had saved it when it broke through to Myth 2 and then saved Endless Summer because of it. He had also provided all of the resources it needed to increase its power. To put it bluntly, Lin Yuan had been raising it. Under such circumstances, the mother of Bloodbath could not accept Lin Yuan's thanks. Moreover, Lin Yuan had revived its mother. After Lin Yuan accepted the Heavenly Family Blessing, Purple Love circulated her spiritual power. At that moment, the afternoon sky was suddenly covered with stars that organized themselves into constellations. Faint purple light cascaded down from the constellations and gathered on Purple Love's body. The phantom images of numerous long tails appeared behind Purple Love. An imprint in the shape of a fox moved down from the constellations and stopped on Lin Yuan's waist. Once the stars fully melded with the afternoon sky, the aura around Purple Love dispersed. She said to Lin Yuan with a wide grin, "My blessing is slightly special. It doesn't provide you with attacking abilities or resistance against the elements. It will deepen your ability to sense constellations. When faced with a choice, you can pray to the constellations, and they will lead you toward the right direction." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he heard this. He was not the kind of person who liked to depend on luck. When he was at a crossroads, he would make a judgment based on his objective opinion. However, he was very interested in deepening his ability to sense the stars. He had formed a contract with the Merciful Star Peony, and casted item Starlight and Constellation Imprint were related to constellations. Since Purple Love's blessing could deepen his ability to sense constellations, the effects of casted item Starlight would be greatly raised. It would also become easier for him to form star imprints on his body. Purple Love's blessing was indeed linked to the Merciful Star Peony. This link allowed Lin Yuan to quickly improve the quality of his body and made him even more capable of rolling grades to fight. Night Leaning Moon had increased her power using White Phoenix's feathers. White Phoenix had absorbed the pure dark elemental energy from the dark crystal armored insect's shells. As such, his abilities had improved by leaps and bounds. However, it would still be unrealistic for him to expect to start walking down Heaven's path using this method. White Phoenix was exceptionally grateful to Lin Yuan. This was why he had come up with the idea of following Lin Yuan. White Phoenix said in a friendly tone to Lin Yuan, "Sister Purple Love is the most skilled at performing divinity using the constellations. Her divinity helped to make many accurate decisions. The more dangerous the situation, the more accurate her divinity would be. You might not think of the guidance as important under normal circumstances, but when you are ensconced in danger and fighting for your life, the guidance from the stars might provide you with a path to survival." Purple Love did not comment on her Heavenly Family blessing. Her blessing would accompany Lin Yuan for at least 5 years. After that, its effects would gradually start to weaken. Given Lin Yuan's intelligence, he would be able to make good and full use of her blessing within these 5 years. Lin Yuan, the Heavenly Family Cottage and the Radiance Federation have established a cooperative alliance. From now on, one of our members will remain in the Radiance Federation's royal capital. At first, the Radiance Federation's royalty suggested building a manor in the royal capital for whichever one of us decides to stay. I thought about it for a while and felt that it would be best for whichever one of us ends up staying to stay in your return from faraway mansion instead. They will also be able to help to look after your home. Since Purple Love had unlocked her birth horoscope, Metal spiritual ingredients such as floating silver could not keep her out. Ever since Purple Love arrived at the return from faraway mansion, she noticed that it was hiding many secrets. She had heard from the mother of Bloodbath that Lin Yuan was about to leave to go train. During this time, the member of the Heavenly Family Cottage who remained in the royal capital would be able to help Lin Yuan. Additionally, Purple Love wanted to declare that she was only allying with the Radiance Federation because of Lin Yuan. From now on, the Radiance Federation would contact the Heavenly Family Cottage exclusively through the Moon Empress. Besides the Moon Empress and Night Empress, Purple Love couldn't care less about the other members of the Radiance Federation's royalty. Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Of course, I have no problem with this. May I ask who is going to be staying at the return from faraway mansion? This will make it easier for me to decorate the room based on their preferences. Blood New Moon was Purple Love's top choice to remain in the Radiance Federation. This was because the mother of Bloodbath was Lin Yuan's path protector. When he went out to train, it would definitely follow. But once Lin Yuan returned to the return from faraway mansion, Blood New Moon would be reunited with Blood Love. Additionally, there was a very high chance that Lin Yuan would be able to recover Jade Sundial's physical body. It would be the most convenient for Blood New Moon to be with Jade Sundial here so that Lin Yuan could treat her. However, before Purple Love could decide on Blood New Moon with certainty, White Phoenix said, "Sister Purple Love, I want to stay at the royal capital as the representative of the Heavenly Family Cottage." White Phoenix's words stunned Purple Love. White Phoenix's words shocked everyone present. "Sister Purple Love, I am indebted to Lin Yuan. By staying with him, I might be able to find a way to break through Eternal and take control of my birth horoscope while walking down Heaven's path, just like Sacred Cry did after leaving with the Moon Empress. I want to follow Lin Yuan." White Phoenix's words caused Blue Lotus and Purple Love to look at him with gazes that were filled with different emotions. Eventually, Purple Love said softly, "If it were anyone else that you wanted to follow, I wouldn't agree to it. But since the person you want to follow is Lin Yuan, I have no reason to say no." Sacred Cry gave up its role as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage when it left to follow the Moon Empress because the Heavenly Family Cottage had been detached from the world then. But now that we have resurfaced, you don't need to give up your position as a member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. But it doesn't matter if I agree. Lin Yuan is the one who will decide if he wants to keep you. White Phoenix did not say anything. All he did was bow solemnly to Purple Love. Next, he walked over to Lin Yuan and said seriously, "Lin Yuan, I want to follow you from now on." Before waiting for Lin Yuan's answer, White Phoenix marched on and said, "I'm not trying to repay my debt by being by your side. It's because I know that only you can provide me with the resources to help my life ranks break through. I had been stuck at my previous rank for 2 decades, but the contents of the box you gave me allowed my power to skyrocket. If you're willing to accept me, please continue to provide me with resources to help me to advance even further. I will serve you like how Sacred Cry serves the Moon Empress. I swear on the Dark Night that I will loyally stick by you as your Squire Fae." Lin Yuan was stunned by White Phoenix's speech. He never expected to ever hear something like that from a Heavenly Family Fae. He had no lack of the dark crystal armored insect shells. The dark crystal armored insects in the Spirit Lock spatial zone provided him with 30 shells daily without him putting any effort into nurturing them. If Lin Yuan put effort into nurturing them, each of the dark crystal armored insects would produce 8 to 9 shells daily. From all angles, using resources that he did not have to go through any trouble to obtain to exchange for the loyalty of one of the most powerful experts in the world was a deal that was almost too good to be true. Yet, Lin Yuan did not agree immediately. Instead, he said to White Phoenix in an austere tone, "Senior White Phoenix, such a thing cannot be taken lightly. I hope you will think it through carefully before coming to a decision. Of course, if you still want to be my Squire Fae after that, I will not only provide you with resources to increase your power and breakthrough, but I might also be of great help to your bloodline. This is my promise to you." Lin Yuan stopped speaking and stared calmly at White Phoenix, as he waited for White Phoenix to sincerely contemplate before making a final decision. Lin Yuan's words caused surprise to spread across the mother of Bloodbath's face. The Lin Yuan it knew was always reserved when he conducted business and rarely showed off. But what he had said to White Phoenix could only be construed as blowing his own trumpet. By revealing his capabilities and asking White Phoenix to choose, it meant that Lin Yuan hoped that White Phoenix would still decide to follow him. The mother of Bloodbath thought, the pathetic young man who was almost killed by a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift is now so sensational. He now knows to retain and accumulate power. The mother of Bloodbath had not agreed to join the Heavenly Family Cottage because it had already joined Sky City. It would not join another faction for the rest of its life. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath put Lin Yuan before anything and everything. This was why it even gave up Purple Love's Heavenly Family blessing to Lin Yuan. Previously, the mother of Bloodbath felt that White Phoenix was off his rocker. But having witnessed White Phoenix's true form, the mother of Bloodbath knew that its bloodline was one of the most elite Heavenly Family Fae bloodlines. Others might not be able to understand White Phoenix's decision to follow Lin Yuan for the sake of his future, but the mother of Bloodbath knew that White Phoenix was smart. After making this decision, he likely would end up tossing all of its comrades, including the mother of Bloodbath's father, to the back of his mind. The mother of Bloodbath was so confident in Lin Yuan because it was the best example. The mother of Bloodbath was well aware of what it had been when it first started following Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan, it would never have been able to awaken its Heavenly Family Fae bloodline. The pure spirit chi that Lin Yuan possessed had helped the mother of Bloodbath's bloodline to constantly change imperceptibly. The pure spirit chi would also be very beneficial for White Phoenix. Since White Phoenix had said what he said, it meant that he had already come to a decision long before this. Thus, after Lin Yuan asked him to carefully ponder over his decision, White Phoenix replied without hesitation, "Since you're agreeable to it, I will be your Squire Fae from now on." At the moment that White Phoenix finished speaking, a black heart appeared next to him. An illusionary black phoenix was flying around the black heart. If Purple Love did not release her aura, the eternal aura from White Phoenix's eternal heart would have immediately alarmed the members of royalty in the royal capital. White Phoenix reached out and grasped his eternal heart as he said with sincerity, "I swear with the abyss of the Black Knight on my eternal heart that I will henceforth be Lin Yuan's Squire Fae until my life comes to an end." After White Phoenix swore, he truly became Lin Yuan's Squire Fae. Spirit Chi professionals had a high level of control over their Squire Faes. A shred of White Phoenix's soul power had exited his eternal heart and was subsumed into Lin Yuan's soul. Lin Yuan could issue orders to White Phoenix through the soul power in the shred of White Phoenix's soul. If White Phoenix went against the order, his soul would be impacted. This was why high-grade Faes would rather dedicate their loyalties to becoming protectors than to become Squire Faes. The control that a Spirit Chi professional had over protectors was much less than that of Squire Faes. Now, Lin Yuan officially had his first Squire Fae, and it was a Heavenly Family Fae that had reached eternal to boot. Lin Yuan was never miserly with his own people. After chatting with Purple Love, Blue Lotus, Blood New Moon, and the rest for a while, Lin Yuan called White Phoenix over to the training room. White Phoenix still did not know Lin Yuan well and did not know why he would call him over to the training room. But the mother of Bloodbath knew that whoever Lin Yuan called to the training room would receive beneficial opportunities. Inside the training room, Lin Yuan looked at White Phoenix and took out 50 of the Spirit Mouth Peonies. These Spirit Mouth Peonies had already absorbed pure Spirit Chi and were stored by Lin Yuan as reserves. Lin Yuan said, "Senior White Phoenix, there is pure Spirit Chi within these flowers. You can absorb the pure Spirit Chi alongside the dark crystal armored insects every day." Now that Lin Yuan was done speaking to White Phoenix, he saw that a message had come from Su Iran through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan, the family behind Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, has come. There seem to be 4 Emperor-class experts among them, but there might be even more powerful combatants. What is your plan to deal with this? Chances are that they will attack the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's headquarters in Oak City in a few hours. Lin Yuan immediately sent his reply, "I will be there in an hour." Once he sent the reply to Su Iran, he turned back to see that White Phoenix had already crushed one of the Spirit Mouth Peonies and was absorbing the pure Spirit Chi within. At first, White Phoenix had not thought much of the spirit-mouthed peonies that Lin Yuan gave him. This was because the Moon Empress had personally nurtured the spirit-mouthed peony. So White Phoenix had never come across such a plant-type fae. Furthermore, he could not sense a hint of spiritual power fluctuations from the spirit-mouthed peonies. The dark energy in the insect shells that Lin Yuan had given him was extremely pure. White Phoenix would never be able to obtain such pure dark energy on his own. This made White Phoenix very curious about just how pure the spirit chi within the peonies had to be in order to complement the dark crystal-armored insect shells. When White Phoenix crushed the first spirit-mouthed peony, it sated his curiosity. The spirit chi was so pure that his body moved on its own, and he started to absorb it as quickly as he could. This was because he knew that the slightest delay would cause the pure spirit chi to dissipate into the air. As he absorbed the pure spirit chi, White Phoenix felt his heavenly family Fae bloodline being activated. As his bloodline tempered his body, White Phoenix could sense all the impurities leaving his body. Now, he finally knew why Lin Yuan had said that he would be able to help with his bloodline. White Phoenix became willing to follow Lin Yuan and become his squire Fae after mindful contemplation. However, he did not expect to gain such a reward immediately after becoming Lin Yuan's squire Fae. This filled White Phoenix with elation. Evidently, he had made the right choice. Lin Yuan did not wait for White Phoenix to finish absorbing the spirit chi from the spirit-mouthed peony. Although he needed to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train, that did not mean that he would not be returning to the Radiance Federation. To him, the Radiance Federation was a checkpoint where he could turn over his resources. He would obtain resources from the Radiance Federation while he developed into the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation. At the same time, he would import resources from the Marsh World and Divine Wood Federation into the Radiance Federation. He had moved an entire spirit-settling silver ore mine to the Radiance Federation. As a result, the cost of bottles made of spirit-settling silver ore had fallen by almost half. This was good news to all the creation masters in the Radiance Federation. Many of them took the opportunity of the period of low prices to buy up numerous bottles made of spirit-settling silver ore. If White Phoenix had anything to say to Lin Yuan, he could do so when he returned to the Radiance Federation. After all, White Phoenix would remain in the Return from Faraway Mansion in the Radiance Federation as the representative of the Heavenly Family Cottage. After leaving the training room, Lin Yuan led Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath to the space tunnel, where the three of them were transported to the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation. After storing Lu Jie and the Mother of Bloodbath inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan used up 50 of the item-storing walnuts to send himself to the Divine Wood Federation. This was currently Lin Yuan's heyday. The Radiance 100 sequence selection had just ended a few days ago. His popularity from the Radiance 100 sequence selection and fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group had not even reached its peak yet. During the time that he should be basking in his glory, he was beginning his trek down a new path instead. Su Iran knew that Lin Yuan would rush to the Divine Wood Federation within the hour. As such, she immediately left to greet him at the space tunnel. She told Ta Lei and Hu Quan about the news that Lin Yuan was coming. Hu Quan had accompanied Lin Yuan for a long time and was in charge of the construction of the underground palace. Although Hu Quan was not strong, his spirit craftsman skills far exceeded that of a Class 5 spirit craftsman. Su Iran greatly respected Hu Quan. Ta Lei addressed Lin Yuan as teacher. Su Iran knew that Lin Yuan had not accepted Ta Lei as his disciple. From her interactions with him, Su Iran had a sense of what kind of person Lin Yuan was. A young man like Lin Yuan, who came from the Radiance Federation, was at the point of his life where he needed to work hard on pushing his power past its limits. As such, he did not have surplus time or energy to teach a disciple. If Su Iran was not aware that Ta Lei was an innocent child whose mind was as clear as a spring, she would have suspected that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing who was trying to deepen his connection with Lin Yuan through manipulative means. Su Iran had a good impression of Ta Lei. Moreover, he was completely ignorant of the world due to his young age and the fact that he came from a small tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan's future plans involved Ta Lei interacting with the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Iran needed to keep Ta Lei by his side and meticulously teach him. Su Iran was an official dark envoy. As such, teaching was child's play to her. Under Su Iren's tutelage, Ta Lei accumulated not just a mountain of experience but also knowledge. The member of the astronomical parliament that Lin Yuan interacted with the most was Su Iren. When Su Iren first joined the astronomical parliament, her mind had been filled with scheming and plotting. This was because her reason for joining the astronomical parliament was not as simple as others. She carried the vengeance of the entire dark continent on her shoulders. Lin Yuan had given her hope when she was in the pits of despair and saved her in a godlike manner. She would never forget how she had passed her days filled with muddy despair and fight, cowering in the grass with a rusty dagger tightly clenched in her hand. Then suddenly, a young man with a breathtakingly handsome face appeared before her and saved her. This sight brought the light of salvation into Su Iren's entire life. Ever since then, Su Iren could sense that she had developed special feelings for Lin Yuan. Moreover, Su Iren had contracted the absolute love poppy. It sharpened her ability to sense the mind, spirit, and soul. She could sense that Lin Yuan was someone who prioritized his ties. A person like this would not turn down your requests once you got him to acknowledge you and see you as a friend. She could continue plotting to convince Lin Yuan to help her regain the 7 states of darkness. But she eventually gave up on this idea because he had saved her, and she did not want to take advantage of him. Instead, she intended to do everything she could to help him. Once she had achieved significant contributions, she would have the grounds to ask Lin Yuan to help her regain the Dark Continent. Now that her mind was clear, she had completely restructured the entire Oak City in the last few months. The 14 love music centers had been set up in various cities throughout the Divine Wood Federation. Every dancer had become a household celebrity in the Divine Wood Federation. There were even large crowds of people from the Iron Hammer Federation and Great Lush Federation who had heard of the beauty of the dancers of the love music centers and traveled to see it for themselves. Su Iren had never set the absolute love poppy free in the Dark Federation. Now that she had unlocked the absolute love poppy's abilities, the 14 poppy fruits she had handpicked were fervently draining the riches of the Divine Wood Federation. The factions in the Divine Wood Federation were centered around the Creation Masters. The various factions competed with each other in terms of style and charm. After Su Iren understood the culture in the Divine Wood Federation, she caused many of the wealthy Creation Master families to lose a majority of their fortune by persuading them to give out rewards and other treats. Su Iren had been under the assumption that she had earned a significant amount of resources for Lin Yuan. But after Lin Yuan sent the young man with alluring eyes over yesterday with a large package of resources for Hu Quan, Su Iren finally realized what true affluence was. Hu Quan's expression had been calm when he saw the list of resources. It seemed that he was already used to such resources. It would be difficult for even Su Iren, who was a dark envoy, to get her hands on such a large amount of resources. The resources that Listen had delivered to the Divine Wood Federation allowed Su Iren to realize just how deep the well of Lin Yuan's wealth went. Su Iren could communicate with Lin Yuan through the Thoughts letter paper. Lin Yuan had clearly told her to hand over the management of all the resources to Listen. Su Iren could not believe how much Lin Yuan trusted Listen for him to hand over the management of such important resources to him. There was no way that Su Iren would oppose Lin Yuan's instruction, but she still felt indignant. Listen's arrival essentially took away from a portion of her most important benefits. She wanted to see what Listen was made of to warrant such trust from Lin Yuan. After listening to Listen's 3-point plan, Su Iren's impression of him utterly changed. Listen's appearance filled Su Iren with a sense of urgency. Lin Yuan had too many capable people at his disposal. She would eventually disappear if she could not distinguish herself from the throng of outstanding talents. At that moment, Su Iren heard Ta Lei say timidly, "Sister Iren, is teacher really as young as you said he is? Is he even younger than my brother?" Su Iren knew that Ta Lei had been looking forward to seeing Lin Yuan and had answered these questions countless times. She was not a patient person and normally would have become frustrated with the repeated questions. However, she found it hard not to reply when she was looking into his sparkling eyes. She compared Ta Lei's rugged brother and Lin Yuan before she said, "Ta Lei, you will know once you see Leo. He isn't much older than you. Your brother must be at least 25 years old." He is about 5 or 6 years older than Leo. A confused expression appeared on Ta Lei's face. My brother is only 21 years old. Why did Sister Irin say that he is at least 25 years old? Does he look that old? While he was thinking, a young man dressed in white and blue spirit chi clothes stepped out of the space tunnel. Although Lin Yuan appeared in the astronomical parliament as a figure composed of souls and willpowers, and Ta Lei had never seen Lin Yuan's true appearance, his aura was unmistakable. Ta Lei could sense the familiar aura from Lin Yuan. Su Irin thought that Ta Lei would excitedly charge at Lin Yuan and wrap him in a hug. Instead, Ta Lei stood frozen and dazed while Lin Yuan was the one who greeted Ta Lei first. This was when Ta Lei finally regained his senses and timidly addressed Lin Yuan as Master. Su Irin realized that Ta Lei had been stunned by Lin Yuan's youth. If she had not already told Ta Lei about Lin Yuan's age, Ta Lei would still be standing statuesque after Lin Yuan greeted him. Although Lin Yuan had not accepted Ta Lei as his disciple, he was used to hearing Ta Lei address him as Master. Lin Yuan reached out and tousled Ta Lei's hair. This was when he noticed Ta Lei's hair was much rougher than Chu Si's. Lin Yuan said with a smile, Ta Lei, you have already obtained land from the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. Henceforth, you are the ruler of the land. Do your best to train and practice concocting spirit fluids, using the creation master knowledge in your head. Lin Yuan turned his attention to Su Irin and said, I recall that the family behind the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce is a secret elite Lu family from the Great Lush Federation. The city lord of Oak City, Ding Qingxua, has become one of us. Are you telling me that one of the secret elite families from the Great Lush Federation actually has the audacity to create a fuss in one of the Divine Wood Federation cities? Lin Yuan had been too busy recently because he had been preparing for the Radiance 100 sequence selection and then the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. After that, he had been preoccupied with contracting the Devil and Sea Demon, as well as taking control of the Disaster World Faceless Beast. Thus, he did not have the time to concentrate on the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan was completely at ease with Su Irin managing the situation. Lin Yuan saw the entire Startling Lines continent as his training ground. Thus, it went without saying that he needed to supervise the situation. When Su Irin heard Lin Yuan's question, she hurriedly gave her report. Ding Qingxua has indeed become one of us. It was with his help that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce managed to become the undisputed #1 Chamber of Commerce in Oak City within a few short months. The Love Music Centers were only able to be established so quickly because he had written letters to the other city lords to ask for their help in expediting the process. But for some reason, not long after you left the Divine Wood Federation last time, the Great Lush Federation suddenly started advancing forcefully. There are many experts hidden within the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce. These experts have eliminated all the bandit groups who were targeting the chambers of commerce. In the past 2 months, at least 300,000 bandit groups have disappeared from the Startling Lines continent. Very few of these bandit groups were independent. Most of them were formed with the support of various large families from the Divine Wood Federation and large tribes from the Iron Hammer Federation. The Great Lush Federation's behavior had broken the delicate balance between the 3 federations. Now, the Divine Wood Federation has entered the high alert mode. During the high alert mode, Ding Qingxua has to follow the arrangement of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Ding Qingxua has already reported all the relevant information to the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, but has not received a reply yet. Ding Qingxua just sent word half an hour ago that he has not taken any action yet, because he's afraid of disrupting the imperial court's arrangement. As such, he, unfortunately, won't be able to take you to the Divine Wood Mystic Realm. If you send a message, Ding Qingxua is willing to lead experts from his family to help the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Su Irin paused before she continued. I don't doubt Ding Qingxua's loyalty. He swore to you on his law rune. If he breaks his oath, he will suffer greatly. Frankly, I don't agree with involving him. The Ding family indeed has more Emperor-class experts than those the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce sent. However, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce also has a Thearch-class expert. Even if Ding Qingxua helps, he won't be able to solve the issue. We will still have to settle the issue by ourselves. Su Iren's demeanor was very leisurely when she spoke. She did not seem afraid of the trouble that Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was trying to cause at all. She knew that Lin Yuan possessed a powerful martial force. Lin Yuan had sent Di Wanmi to the Divine Wood Federation early on. Su Iren did not know that Di Wanmi was a Class 5 creation master but could sense that Di Wanmi was an expert that was more powerful than Thearch class. With such a powerful expert stationed there, they could do anything they wanted in the Startling Lines continent, which did not even have a Class 5 creation master. Even if Lin Yuan did not possess a powerful martial force, Su Iren herself was capable of taking down the Thearch class expert with the absolute love poppy. If she did not have absolute confidence in her power, she would not have gone to take revenge on 7th Page War herself. Until now, Su Iren did not attribute her failure to her lack of power, but that her careful planning did not include the knowledge that 7th Page War was not a human. Lin Yuan did not suspect Ding Chengshua's loyalty at all. At first, he had agreed to help Ding Chengshua evolve the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to Myth 3 and increase its bloodline's purity. But after some pondering, Lin Yuan felt that Ding Chengshua and the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle could be easily countered. The Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle was not a valuable fey. Thus, Lin Yuan used several pure law crystals and evolved the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to Pinnacle Myth breed, a small step away from creation breed. The Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle was currently powerful enough to take one of the top few spots in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. If Ding Chengshua was intelligent in any way, he would know what the consequences of betraying Lin Yuan would be. Lin Yuan had already provided the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle with more resources than a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master could. It was likely that Ding Chengshua had already guessed that Lin Yuan possessed Class 5 creation master resources. After contracting a devil and sea demon, Lin Yuan was very interested in life forms from mystic realms. No matter what, he had to enter the Divine Wood mystic realm. Lin Yuan had already been disgusted by Lu Kuan from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce before. Now, more people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce were trying to cause trouble. There was no way that Lin Yuan would let off the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. What Yin Lin said informed Lin Yuan that trouble was brewing in the Startling Lines continent. However, it had not been started by him but the Great Lush Federation. For the past few centuries, the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation had maintained a stable balance. All of the federations had silently agreed to the truce. The Great Lush Federation had to have a reason for breaking the balance. For this reason, they had come to cause trouble for the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan intended to investigate the Great Lush Federation to learn what their reason for breaking the balance was. As such, Lin Yuan asked Su Iren, "You said that the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce destroyed hundreds of thousands of bandit groups. Can it be that there are experts hidden within all of the Great Lush Federation's chambers of commerce?" Su Iren immediately realized that Lin Yuan saw through the truth. It was said that leaders liked smart subordinates, but the vice versa was true as well. Once Su Iren realized that the situation was off, she intentionally carried out an investigation. All of the 14 Love Music Centers were deployed and provided Su Iren with a wave of information. However, most of the information came from the elites of the Divine Wood Federation, and most of them were unverified rumors that could not be seen as reliable. Hence, Su Iren sought out Li Wan to ask her to use the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, as well as the resources available to the Li family to investigate the matter. The Prosperous Chamber of Commerce dominated Oak City solely because of Lin Yuan's resources. Due to Lin Yuan's black hair and eyes, Li Wan had assumed that Lin Yuan was a member of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Later, she realized that something was wrong. Nonetheless, she was a practical person, and there were people from the Li family who had been scheming to target her. Su Iren had stepped in to settle this issue. At first, Li Wan's impression of Su Iren came only from Su Iren's looks. She was beautiful and decked out lavishly. Almost every accessory she had on her was embedded with expensive gems, such as amethysts that cost millions of Great Lush dollars. But she did not expect Su Iren to also possess such a powerful martial force. When the pink flower in her hands bloomed, The experts Li Wan's uncle had sent to kill her became entranced, as though they had just lost their souls and were now utterly infatuated with Su Iren and willing to listen to her every command. Now, those experts had become part of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's martial power that was hidden in Oak City. Su Iren was respectful to Lin Yuan and addressed him as young master. If just one of his female attendants was already so powerful, Li Wan could not imagine how terrifyingly mighty the faction supporting Lin Yuan was. Nonetheless, this did not stop her from deciding to cling tightly to him. Hence, when she received Su Iren's request, Li Wan immediately activated all of the resources at her disposal to aid Su Iren's investigation. After she garnered the information, she candidly laid it all out in a report that she sent to Su Iren. She had personally written the report. Li Wan was not even this detailed when she handled the financial accounts. The Li family was considered one of the smaller secret elite families. Thus, they did not have access to the secrets between top families. However, they did have ties with medium-sized secret families. After receiving Li Wan's report, many of Su Iren's speculations were confirmed. At first, Su Iren intended to wait until the matter was settled before she updated Lin Yuan on the situation. But since Lin Yuan had already asked, Su Iren hastily replied with seriousness. Lin Yuan, the merchant groups sent out by the Chambers of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation are still being robbed. However, all of the Chambers of Commerce from mid-sized and above families have experts stationed within them. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Su Iren had emphasized the word, all. It was almost impossible for all the factions in a federation to agree to carry out the same action together because every faction had different profit directions. If they did carry out the same action, the profits of many factions would be impacted. Lin Yuan had burned up the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle because they were a bundle of illegal activities and were taking advantage of the sincere merchant group, which Lin Yuan had taken control of. The existence of bandit groups was a scapegoat for chambers of commerce, such as the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, because they could blame all problems on the bandit groups. Thus, although on the surface it seemed like getting rid of all the bandit groups would be beneficial for the Great Lush Federation's Chambers of Commerce, that was not the actual case. If the secret elite families of the Great Lush Federation could work in unison now, something bigger was definitely in the works. Lin Yuan felt that there was a pair of large unseen hands behind the Great Lush Federation who were moving the pieces that were the secret elite families. Lin Yuan did not know what motive the hands had, but the simultaneous action of the secret elite families of the Great Lush Federation meant that the hands regarded the entire Startling Lines continent as its chessboard. This pair of hands had also already infringed on Lin Yuan's profits. This was enough for Lin Yuan to see it as his enemy. Lin Yuan preferred his enemies to be out in the open rather than hiding in the shadows. He did not have much time to waste in the Startling Lines continent. He had to see the fruits of his labor within a year and a half at the most. Thus, he decided to make use of this incident of the Chambers of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation, causing trouble to fan the flames even further. This would allow the pair of hands to know that it had an opponent at the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan did not have the time to uncover the pair of hands. He intended to force it to show itself instead. Lin Yuan issued an order to Red Thorn in his head. Red Thorn, station D Wanmi at the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Don't let any clashes stop before I arrive. Recently, Red Thorn liked to sleep nestled in the middle of the three mouths of Relinquish. Usually, Red Thorn was filled with energy. Lin Yuan attributed its sleepiness to its fairy bloodline having abruptly evolved. After the Goddess of Mercy lost the bet to the Moon Empress, she had given up 200 types of fairy source-type lifeform bloodlines. The Moon Empress had given all 200 of the fairy source-type lifeform bloodlines to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had given 100 of them to Lu Jie. Fairy source-type lifeform bloodline was not suitable for nourishing fairy source-type lifeforms. This method would affect the bloodline's potential to transform. However, using the pure bloodline power of fairy source-type lifeforms to guide fairy bloodlines to break through was very effective. Lin Yuan intended to enable Red Thorn to temper its bloodline again. As such, he tried supplying Red Thorn with 10 units of the fairy bloodline power to see if it would break through past Pinnacle 6 wings. When Red Thorn received Lin Yuan's instruction, It lethargically woke itself up and rushed off to prepare dewan. Every target that had the tongue of relinquished tip puppeteering it was Red Thorn's eyes. Red Thorn liked excitement. Hence, dewan being set in motion meant that Red Thorn would soon have excitement to enjoy. Hu Quan had been instructing the spirit craftsmen while they were carving. When he heard the conversation between Lin Yuan and Su Iren, Hu Quan walked over and smiled at Lin Yuan as he said, "Su Iren is very impressive. I am lacking spirit craftsmen, so the construction of the underground palace is only 80% completed. As for the territory that Ta Lei obtained, I have drawn up a design but haven't been able to actually start on it." Then Su Iren helped me to find more than 500 Class 2 spirit craftsmen from the Divine Wood Federation, 10 of whom are Class 3 spirit craftsmen. The key point of Ta Lei's territory is raising the defense. Hence, the design doesn't have to be overly detailed. The more than 500 spirit craftsmen and 10 Class 3 spirit craftsmen are capable of building the territory according to the design. Hu Quan was sincerely complimenting Su Iren. She had solved many problems for him after she came to help with the underground palace. When Lin Yuan heard what Hu Quan said, he knew that Hu Quan and Su Iren were getting along swimmingly. Lin Yuan had never doubted Su Iren's capabilities. A Federation envoy was not a position that anyone could fill due to a lack of candidates. Su Iren thanked Hu Quan for his praise and said to Lin Yuan softly, "We should be heading over. If we're late, the experts from the Liu family will definitely burn up the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle." Lin Yuan shook his head and said solemnly, "They won't be able to burn it. As long as I'm not there, the fighting won't stop." Once he was done speaking, he contacted Heavy Mountain through their contact. Heavy Mountain was one of Lin Yuan's apostles, and it had been searching for mineral veins non-stop for the past 2 months. It also continuously increased its power while it was accumulating metal spiritual ingredients for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had purchased numerous land imps on StarWeb. He did not instruct Heavy Mountain to accept them as its favored believers. Rather, Heavy Mountain was to increase its number of believers first. Heavy Mountain now had 17 believers. The land imps were all skilled at building. Lin Yuan said to Hu Quan, "Uncle Hu, go and receive a batch of trained land imps and take them to Ta Lei's territory, so they can help the spirit craftsmen with the building." Hu Quan looked shocked when he heard what Lin Yuan said. He did not expect Lin Yuan to have a way to train the land imps. Hu Quan was not curious about how Lin Yuan managed to train the land imps. He was curious about how many land imps Lin Yuan had trained. The land imps had the ability to control rocks. They could also change the composition of rocks and decide to raise the density of rocks. With the land imps, not only would there be no need to lay down a foundation, but the model of the structure could be instantly built. As long as Lin Yuan's team of land imps was made up of more than 15 land imps, Hu Quan would be mostly done with Ta Lei's territory within a month. There was a legend in the Construction Association that said that 1 day's work from the land imp was equivalent to half a month of work from a team of architects. Lin Yuan, how many land imps can you provide me with? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he replied, "Currently, there are 17 of them. In the next month, I should be able to send you around 6 more." Hu Quan was over the moon. "That's great. Ta Lei's territory will be completed in 2 weeks with these land imps. Previously, I was planning on instructing the spirit craftsmen to lay down stone tiles. It used to be that the barrier of Ta Lei's territory could only be built to 40 meters at most. But with the land imps, they just have to be fed more metal spiritual ingredients, and the barrier can be built to 150 meters without any issue." Lin Yuan chatted with Hu Quan about the construction of Ta Lei's territory for a while more and toured the underground palace with Hu Quan before he prepared to leave for Oak City. At this moment, Oak City was in the throes of conflict. Li Wan was seated in the president's office of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce as she discussed the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's future development with Feng Jiaji. Mr. Feng of the Sincere Merchant Group was elderly. After the previous conflict, Feng Jiaji had taken over Mr. Feng's position to become the leader of the Sincere Merchant Group. Lin Yuan had tasked the Sincere Merchant Group to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Since Lin Yuan possessed shares, he could manage the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce alongside Li Wan. Li Wan and Feng Jiaji were the type to think of the big picture and were averse to risks. They were on the exact same page when it came to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's development. This was why the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce could develop so swiftly. When he saw the worried expression on Li Wan's face, Feng Jiaji said, "Don't worry. The Savior won't leave us in the lurch." Moreover, the expert named Mr. Han, who the Savior left with the Sincere Merchant Group, is now guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Even if the news that City Lord Ding sent is true, that there is indeed a Thearch-class expert in the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, we don't need to be afraid. You saw Mr. Han's power. I remember that you were there. Li Wan glanced at Feng Jiaji and felt that he was still too young. She was not afraid of the Chambers of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation, but Oak City's factions were secretly activating. A large portion of the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce's resources had been invested in Oak City. The Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had been working with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. But when the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was in trouble, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had not hesitated to abandon them and turn to work with other large chambers of commerce instead. The Zhuang family behind the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce was not just slightly stronger than the Lu family. The Zhuang family had a secret elite family supporting them. After the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce skyrocketed in the past 2 months, it had infringed significantly on many chambers of commerce's profits. There was no way the chambers of commerce would take this lying down. When Li Wan was gathering information for Su Iran, she could sense that the secret elite families from the Great Lush Federation were changing in ways that she did not understand. The relationship between the Great Lush Federation, Divine Wood Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation had suddenly turned tense. Because of this, the border cities of the two federations that merchant groups used to turn away from suddenly became prime real estate. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce sent people there to seek vengeance as well as grab as much power and profits as they could. Since the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had a Thearch-class expert, the other chambers of commerce would also have to come packing with a Thearch-class expert themselves in order to stand a chance of fighting for resources with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Now, Oak City had become a powder keg. The Ding family, who controlled Oak City, had clearly lost control of Oak City. It was likely that City Lord Ding was filled with anxiety now. Li Wan was extremely smart. Otherwise, she would not have been able to manage the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce and make the right choice of collaborating with Lin Yuan at the crucial moment. However, her assumption about Ding Chengshua's current mood was wrong. The entire Ding family was distraught. Meanwhile, Ding Chengshua reclined relaxedly in his breeding room and sipped on wine as he chatted with the dragon horn's mysterious turtle that was in human form. In the past, Ding Chengshua would call a family meeting whenever something happened in Oak City, regardless of the size of the matter. But this time, he had no intention of holding a family meeting. Ding Chengshua had built the Ding family by himself, and everyone in the family had to keep their heads bowed around him. Thus, although the members of the Ding family were full of fret, they did not bother him. Previously, Ding Chengshua regarded Oak City with almost a ridiculous amount of importance. He saw it as his pride. Any trouble that took place in Oak City would leave Ding Chengshua vibrating with anxiousness. Now, Oak City had become a powder keg and possessed power beyond his own experts. Ding Chengshua was not anxious because he trusted Lin Yuan's ability. The evolution of the dragon horn's mysterious turtle from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3 supported his view. Ding Chengshua raised his wine cup and downed its contents as he looked out the window. He was curious about how Lin Yuan would quell this wave of trouble. Ding Chengshua did not know Lin Yuan well, but had dedicated his loyalty to him. He hinged Ding Chengshua's honor and glory on Lin Yuan. He was well aware of how strong Lin Yuan was. The stronger Lin Yuan was, the better protected Ding Chengshua would be. Ding Chengshua had assumed that Lin Yuan was a member of one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. His only point of confusion was why news traveled so slowly between the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. If the other secret elite families knew that one of their own was supporting the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, they should not have started causing trouble. While Ding Chengshua was deep in thought, an enraged voice traveled from a distance away. People in the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, listen up. All of you will come out and line up in front of the tree castle within 3 minutes and give the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce an explanation. Otherwise, I will set fire and burn up the entire tree castle." The person who was shouting was a muscular man who had a beautiful light green leather cloak draped over him. There were multiple small blue stones embedded in his belt. At that moment, fury was written all over his face. Clearly, the loss of the tree castle in Oak City was a huge blow to the Liu family. There was a man dressed in a gold robe standing next to this middle-aged man. This man, dressed in a gold robe, was wearing a gold mask. He resembled a specter. There were 4 elderly men standing behind these 2 men. There were another 8 spirit chi professionals who were wearing leather armor standing behind these 4 elderly men. The 8 spirit chi professionals were releasing the full might of their auras. Most of them had the aura of A-rank spirit chi professionals. This was clearly the Liu family's most elite team. In the bandit group that Lin Yuan had encountered, the strongest expert had been Luo Ye, but the strongest Fei she had was only gold grade. Meanwhile, each member of the Liu family's elite team had gold and above Feis. Any 3 of them could take down Luo Ye's entire bandit group. The man wearing a blue leather cloak assumed that the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle would dash out immediately and start trembling in front of him. But a minute after he spoke, it was as though the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce had not heard what he had said, as no one showed up. This result was like a vicious slap to the man's face. By ignoring him, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce had gravely insulted him. A Thearch-class expert was respected everywhere he went. Even the veteran families in Sacred Wood City had to pay respects to him. If he did not teach the prosperous Chamber of Commerce a lesson, the name of Lu Han would be devolved into a laughingstock amongst all the factions of the Startling Lines continent. Lu Han took back the 3 minutes he said he would give the people from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and barked at the 8 spirit chi professionals. "Summon all of your fire-type Feis and burn up the diamond-hollowed Tamarics that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle resides in." When they received Lu Han's order, the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type Feis summoned their Feis, while those who did not have fire-type Feis looked envious of their teammates who had fire-type Feis. Since Lu Han had been slighted, burning the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle would help him to restore his pride. This was a chance to distinguish oneself in front of him. The competition within a secret elite family of the Great Lush Federation was very intense. The leader of a team received 10 times better treatment than his subordinates. The spirit chi professionals who had fire-type Feis wielded their Feis and unleashed all the flames they could at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was in the diamond-hollowed Tamarics. The higher the grade of the hollowed Tamarics, the larger its body would be, and the more compartments would form in its interior. Thus, the hollowed Tamarics was terrified of being burned. The hollowed Tamarics' body was rich with oil that could deter pests but was the best fuel for flames. It was forbidden to set fires in all the cities of the Divine Wood Federation. This was why many people present had been certain that the Ding family would send their experts after Lin Yuan when he burned down the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. But now, Lu Han was clearly here with the intention of causing trouble, and had even given Ding Chengshua advance warning. The most prioritized things in the Startling Lines continent were power and pride. As one of the few Thearch-class experts in the Startling Lines continent, the Emperor-class expert Ding Chengshua was like an insect to him. So what if you're a Class 4 creation master? If I want to kill you, your death sentence will be sealed. Nonetheless, no matter how powerful Lu Han was, he would not dare to cause trouble for Ding Chengshua, much less kill him. Class 4 creation masters were the most precious resource to the Divine Wood Federation. If Lu Han dared to attack Ding Chengshua, he would become the enemy of the entire Divine Wood Federation. He might not dare to attack Ding Chengshuo, but he had no qualms about setting on fire Oak City, which was under Ding Chengshuo's jurisdiction. Soon, Lu Han realized that something was wrong. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle should have been set alight. Despite being bombarded by the fire-type attacks of numerous gold and platinum phase, the tree castle was not even slightly scorched. It was as though the hollowed Tamarics was unburnable as it continued to stand tall amidst the flames. Lu Han did not have fire-type phase. He frowned and glanced at one of the elderly men behind him. The elderly man immediately summoned a large lion covered with beautiful azure flames. It was almost 8 meters tall, and the movement of its thick mane sent the blue flames even higher. The temperature of the area in front of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce climbed almost 15 degrees higher due to the appearance of the lion. The elderly man knew that if the blue flames wild lion could not burn up the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, he would not only fail to restore Lu Han's pride, but would have also humiliated him even further. If Lu Han's public threat was not fulfilled, the rage of his embarrassment would be vented on this elderly man. With this thought, the elderly man ordered, "Blue flames wild lion. Use heat ability gathering, then lion fire roar." When the blue flames wild lion heard its contractor's order, it focused all its power on his claws as its body compressed slightly. At this instant, all the flames on the blue flames wild lion's body entered its body, and its skin darkened. When the blue flames wild lion's body turned gray, it let out a fearsome roar. A ball of blue flames slammed into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The blue flames wild lion was a fae that could roll grades to do battle. When it released its full-powered attack, it could set even a forest of myth-hollowed tamarics on fire, much less one diamond-hollowed tamarics. When Lu Han started shouting, he attracted the discreet attention of many experts. One of these experts was Zhuang Bei of the Prophet Chamber of Commerce. Besides various people from Oak City, Ding Chengshua was also present. If Su Yiren had not told him in advance not to act no matter what happened, Ding Chengshua would have instructed the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle to block the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan would be arriving at any moment. If something happened to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce while it was under Ding Chengshua's care, he would not be able to explain it to Lin Yuan. As he watched the blue flames envelop the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, Ding Chengshua and many members of the faction let out cries of astonishment. What? Why wasn't the prosperous Chamber of Commerce burning? Not only was it not burning, but it still looked the same as it always did, without even a single scratch. In fact, the longer the blue flames burned around it, the more verdant the tree castle became. Suddenly, everyone realized that the Diamond X/Legend Hollowed Tamarics was letting out a mystical fluctuation while under the blue flames wild lion's attack. Ding Chengshua was the first to regain his senses. Oh my God! The Hollowed Tamarics in which the prosperous Chamber of Commerce resided has comprehended a willpower rune from the environment. What is happening? At that moment, even Ding Chengshua felt the ache of Lu Han's humiliation. Lu Han could tell that something was off about the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. He also knew that there was an expert within the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, Song Dingjin would not have been killed. Lu Han had made a point of looking into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's background. The information he had received was that the Li family, who supported the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, was much weaker than the Lu family. From then on, Lu Han was no longer worried about the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The strongest experts of a mid-level family could only be that powerful. If they had truly broken through to Thear class like the rumors said, they could have obtained the support of a secret elite family and sourced resources from them. Since Lu Han was not afraid of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in the slightest and was now being regarded as a joke, he immediately summoned the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast was creation breed. Once it was summoned, the area in a 10,000-meter radius was immediately permeated with a dense and sharp aura. When the sharp aura landed on a person, their skin would not be torn, but they would feel as though he was being pierced. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast was very small, as it was only around half the length of a finger. Its body was covered with thin black and white thorns, making it resemble a cute ball of thorns. However, everyone present, including the Ding family's experts, looked terrified of the cute ball of thorns. Thear class experts only existed in the top factions of the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federation. In a place like the startling Lines continent where there were no Class 5 creation masters, Thear class experts were almost creatures from fantasy. This was because, without Class 5 creation masters, the Thear class experts could only rely on themselves to forcefully push themselves to break through. After Lu Han summoned the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast, everyone knew that he had become serious. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce was about to take on a livid Thearch-class expert. Yet, very few people felt that Lu Han would be able to regain his pride and successfully destroy the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was too bizarre. Everyone was aware of Lu Han's power, but the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was beyond their understanding. At that moment, Lu Han shrieked, "Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast! Tool Transformation!" The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast's body trembled when it received Lu Han's command. Soon, black light was emitted from within its body. The Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast's black and white thorns left its body and reformed into a black and white and black knife that was covered with thorns. The knife that the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast transformed into was enveloped in the sharp aura. As the light green leather cloak billowed, a sharp aura sailed toward the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. Lu Han waved the knife and an aura that seemed to carry the might of a mountain was slashed down toward the hollowed Tamariks. An enormous image of a knife that was almost 1,000 meters long descended from the sky. At this moment, a small figure wrapped in a black robe emerged from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The black figure raised her hand and used the back of her hand to block the image of the descending knife. Next, she flipped her hand around and grabbed the blade with her hand. At that moment, Lu Han felt as though he was being controlled by an inexplicable power. Soon, to the shock of everyone, the girl reached out her other hand and grabbed in front of her. Every time she grabbed the knife, cracks appeared in the blade. Soon, the knife that the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast transformed into was shattered in the girl's grip. After the girl broke the knife, she did not move on to attack Lu Han. Her hands immediately retreated under the black robe. However, those with sharp eyes would notice that her hands had turned ghastly pale and her nails had turned light green. It was clear that that color of hands was not right for a living person. Moreover, there were also frightening scars all over the girl's hands. The sight of the scars would make chills run up anyone's spine. Lu Han's might as a Thearch-class expert fully vanished as pain and terror took front and center on his face. The death of his Fae had seriously injured Lu Han's spirit. However, the pain of his spiritual injury paled in comparison to Lu Han's fear. At that moment, the figure in the black robe said in a raspy voice, "I'm not going to kill you because my master doesn't want the show to end so quickly. The show must go on until he arrives. Continue to instruct those behind you to burn down the tree castle." Lu Han and the rest of the people who the Lu family sent were stupefied. They were both afraid and shocked by what the black-robed figure said. According to what the black-robed figure said, it seemed that the figure was a woman. However, just how strong was this woman? She was even able to use her hand to break the tool transformation of a creation breed Fae. This power had exceeded Lu Han and the Lu family's comprehension. If they had truly gotten on the wrong side of an expert who was far stronger than them, they might be able to survive if they offered apologies and compensated with resources. However, the girl said that she wanted them to continue to try to burn down the tree castle. This was not something a normal person would say. If there was something wrong with the expert's mind, apologizing, getting down on their knees, and compensating with resources would not be enough to trade for their survival. The Lu family was not alone. All the factions hidden in the shadows were shocked by the woman's power. The man dressed in the golden robe who had been standing next to Lu Han dared not leap into the air either. Instead, he stood his ground and said austerely to the woman in the black robe, "The Lu family is at fault here. May I ask which faction you're from? The Lu family will pay you compensation. After today, I will let all the others know that you're guarding the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, so they won't dare to target the prosperous Chamber of Commerce." All the factions in the Great Lush Federation knew that the man dressed in the gold robe came from the Gene family, which was one of the 8 elite secret families of the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, and the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court were the strongest factions in the Startling Lines continent. Although the Gene family was only one of the mid-level families among the 8 elite secret families of the Great Lush Federation, they had the authority to speak with the will of the entire Great Lush Federation. Everyone assumed that the black-robed girl would give in to the gold-robed man. Instead, the black-robed girl said in a raspy voice, "You want to apologize on behalf of the Liu family? Who are you? I don't like the golden mask you're wearing. Take it off." Di Wami turned and said to Lu Han, "If you can't perform properly for my master, there's no point in keeping you around. Useless people might as well become food for me." Suddenly, a large flesh-like bundle of roots appeared within Di Wanmi's body. The roots slithered out of the black robes and twirled around in the air as though they had a life of their own. The purple and red continued to make sucking motions and made for a macabre sight. The tongue of relinquished Tip's control over Di Wanmi involved activating the cells in Di Wanmi's body. Although Di Wanmi no longer had any thoughts of her own, her mindset was still the same as it had always been. Red Thorn controlled Di Wanmi's mind, but the way that Di Wanmi did things and the logic behind her actions were the same as when she was still alive. The man dressed in a gold robe and wearing a golden mask had not done anything wrong. Red Thorn was displeased because it felt that this person did not deserve to wear a golden mask when Lin Yuan wore a silver mask. The part about how useless people might as well become her food was something that Di Wanmi said based on her original mindset. When Di Wanmi had been alive, she was obsessed with sacrificing the lives of all the creation masters in the Radiance Federation to polish her creation master level. If Red Thorn issued an order to kill these defiant people, they would indeed be better off absorbed by the decay body flesh ginseng's roots. The decay body flesh ginseng had died. Although the tongue of relinquish could control a dead spirit chi professional and phase, it could not control sacred source lifeforms. At first, Lin Yuan thought about instructing Di Wanmi to turn the decay body flesh ginseng into a precious weapon. But Di Wanmi ended up absorbing the decay body flesh ginseng and fusing with it. The man in the gold robes would never have expected this outcome after he spoke. He currently had two choices. The first choice would be to depend on the power of the Jin family to continue clashing against the black-robed woman. The other choice would be to do as she said and remove his golden mask. But once he did this, he would instantly become the laughingstock of the entire Startling Lines continent. Even the Jin family's reputation would take a serious hit. However, the man could sense that his life could truly come to an end if he did not remove his mask. Although he was slightly stronger than Lu Han, he would never be able to break the knife that the thorny weasel 10,000 dagger beast had transformed into using his bare hands. In fact, if he tried to touch the knife that the thorny weasel 10,000 dagger beast had transformed into with his bare hands, his hands would immediately be reduced to a bloody wreck. The longer Red Thorn looked at the man's golden mask, the more irked it felt. It was about to set Di Wanmi into motion when the man removed his golden mask and revealed an extremely ordinary countenance. Now that the man had removed his golden mask, Red Thorn did not order Di Wanmi to attack. Instead, it ordered Di Wanmi to extend the decay body flesh ginseng's roots and attack the team behind the Liu family. The ginseng roots enjoyed a feast as they reduced the lifeforms into dregs and puddles. A platinum golden sharp wolf tried to use its sharp teeth to bite through the roots to save itself. However, when the teeth made contact with the flesh-like roots, they immediately broke down into energy that was absorbed by the roots. Di Wami's action left Lu Han's heart aching over the loss of the Liu family's elite team, while he hurriedly instructed the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type phase to continue attacking the tree castle. It seemed that the only way to live was to do as the black-robed girl had said. The spirit chi professionals all started to maniacally wield their phase to continue launching fire at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. It was as though the more effort they put into trying to burn the castle, the higher their chances of survival would be. The man in gold robes ignored this. He had brought shame onto the Jin family by removing his golden mask. But the deaths of the experts from the Liu family was no different from trampling all over the Jin family's pride. Since the man in the gold robe was an expert from the Jin family, he was willing to fight for the Jin family's honor. Even if he knew that his enemy was stronger than him, he would never do anything at the expense of the Jin family's pride. The man in gold robes had not done anything because he heard the woman in black robes mention her master twice. This meant that she had a powerful force supporting her. No matter what, he had to find out who the woman's master was. Otherwise, his death would be for nothing. At this moment, Zhuang Bei, who was leading the team from the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce, was trembling uncontrollably. The image of a young man's face surfaced in his mind. That young man had instructed an expert to burn up all the people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The young man later entered the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. In the time after that, the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce had been on a sharp trajectory upward. This meant that the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's rapid advancement was related to this young man. Could the master that the black-robed woman spoke of be that young man? While Zhuang Bei was thinking, he saw the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce preparing to retreat. At this moment, the black-robed woman said in an unsettlingly deep voice, "If anyone tries to leave, whether it's the actors or audience, the performance will become less exciting. If my master arrives and isn't entertained by this performance, all of you will have to die to make up for his unhappiness. If you dare to take even a single step backward, you will be the next to join those who were consumed by the ginseng's roots." Di Wanmi's words caused the people from the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce to freeze, afraid to take even another step backward. This included the experts leading the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce. All of them had come in throngs because they were waiting for Lu Han to lead the people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to conquer the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce so they could negotiate a share of the loot from Lu Han. They could not allow Lu Han to take control of all the merchant resources from Oak City. All of them could challenge Lu Han because they had experts who were just as strong as Lu Han. At this moment, all of the experts had their gazes fixed on Di Wanmi. Since Di Wanmi had forbidden the giant Eagle Chamber of Commerce from leaving, none of the other chambers of commerce would be able to leave either. Di Wanmi had already shown that she was serious about killing. The people present did not know what would happen to them once the master that Di Wanmi mentioned arrived. But they knew that if they had the audacity to leave, they would immediately be decimated by the flesh-like ginseng roots. After Di Wanmi spoke, the entire situation turned extremely abnormal. Everyone present watched as Lu Han continued to instruct the Spirit Chi professionals to use their fire-type phase to set fire to the tree castle. There were several Spirit Chi professionals who had pushed their phase too far and caused the Spirit Chi in their bodies to be used up. As such, their phase could no longer use their abilities. Just as the Spirit Chi professionals were about to replenish their spiritual power, they were instantly absorbed by the decay body flesh ginseng. Di Wanmi's action immediately made the Spirit Chi professionals who were still alive aware of why Di Wanmi kept mentioning use and uselessness. Those who were useful would survive while those who were useless would die. Only those who could continue to wield their phase to burn the tree castle would be useful, while those who ran out of spiritual power would be deemed useless and promptly eaten. Thus, those Spirit Chi professionals who were still alive started to conserve on their spiritual power while still ensuring that their phase could continue to release attacks. They were terrified of getting on the wrong side of the black-robed woman. As Ding Chengshua watched all these unfold, he gained a better understanding of the power that Lin Yuan possessed. He could not help but be secretly happy that he had attached himself to Lin Yuan early on. Otherwise, he would also be in danger when Lin Yuan arrived at Oak City. When Li Wan and Feng Jiaji saw this from within the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, they felt as though they had passed through the storm and had arrived at the rainbow. At the same time, they were also filled with respect and gratitude for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had saved both Feng Jiaji and Li Wan twice. When the Spirit Chi professionals first started wielding their fire-type phase to burn the tree castle, Li Wan and Feng Jiaji had not been worried because they had an expert stationed in the tree castle. The expert could handle attacks of such a level. But when the Emperor-class expert's Blue Flame's Wild Lion attacked the tree castle, both Li Wan and Feng Jiaji started to worry. They had to force themselves to remain composed. Once the Thearch-class expert Lu Han started to attack as well, the two of them could no longer keep calm. When the Thorny Weasel 10,000 Dagger Beast used tool transformation to transform into a knife and slashed it at the tree castle, Li Wan and Feng Jiaji had been certain that it was the end of them. Even if the expert that Lin Yuan left at the tree castle was also Thearch-class, he would not be able to protect two burdens while also fending off another Thearch-class expert. Yet Mr. Han did not appear. Instead, Di Wanmi, who always remained in the breeding room and rarely showed her face, appeared. Once Di Wanmi stepped in, She solved the issue using a method that Li Wan and Feng Jiaji could not understand. Li Wan and Feng Jiaji did not see the way Di Wanmi handled the spirit chi professionals as cruel, because Lu Han had decided to kill every living creature within the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle when he attacked out of rage and embarrassment. If it was possible, Li Wan wanted to tell Di Wanmi that killing Lu Han was the best decision since their grudge against the Lu family had solidified. If they let Lu Han go, the Lu family would not take it lying down and send out more experts. However, Li Wan did not have any grounds to say this to Di Wanmi. Lin Yuan had already been troubled twice because of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. As she looked out the window, Li Wan felt a sense of ease. With Lin Yuan around, she would never have to worry about being killed in a scuffle with the other chambers of commerce. Even the secret elite families and secret aristocratic families would not be able to touch her. The fire around the tree castle continued to burn. The spirit chi professionals who were wielding the fire-type phase had already depleted most of their spiritual power. Zhuang Bei felt as though his feet had gone numb. At this moment, the sound of horseshoes clattering on the ground could be heard in the distance. Zhuang Bei thought, a massacre could break out at any moment. Just who is the one who's brave enough to ride over now? Zhuang Bei looked in the direction of the sound and saw a vintage fey carriage with intricate designs. The body of the fey carriage was silver, and there were blue gems embedded all over it. The blue gems were especially radiant against the backdrop of silver. The fey carriage was still too far away for Zhuang Bei to tell what material the fey carriage was made of. However, he could get a good look at the 4 majestic beasts pulling the fey carriage. The 4 beasts had silvery blue bodies that complemented the fey carriage extremely well. This was enough to determine that the fey carriage was custom-made. Zhuang Bei could not help but bite down on his tongue. Those were 4 dragon horses. Since Zhuang Bei was not a creation master, he could not tell what type of dragon horses they were. Although the 4 dragon horses were galloping on the ground, there were clouds beneath their feet that kept all dust off their feet. Their aura caused numerous fays that were attacking the tree castle to start trembling in fear. From the 4 dragon horses' appearance, Zhuang Bei could be certain that they would auction for at least 15 million great lush dollars. According to the 4 dragon horses' aura, Zhuang Bei could estimate that they were around Diamond X and might have reached legend quality. Once the fey carriage drew near, Zhuang Bei saw that the fey carriage was made of spirit-settling silver. Although the Iron Hammer Federation's main export was mineral ores, it was impossible to sense spirit-settling silver mines and were produced in very low quantities. Moreover, creation masters needed spirit-settling silver to concoct spirit fluids. Thus, spirit-settling silver was extremely expensive. Yet, such a valuable metal spiritual ingredient had been used to create a fey carriage. The blue gems that were embedded into the fey carriage emitted azure fluid fluctuations that blinded Zhuang Bei's sight. These blue gems were the underground river crystals that were only produced in Class 3 and above subterranean dimensional rifts. The fey carriage could only be described as priceless. Zhuang Bei watched as someone from inside the fey carriage opened the door. After the young man in silver armor opened the door, he did not immediately step out of the fey carriage. Instead, he bent over and made an action of requesting for support. A young man dressed in lavish clothes held the hand of the young man dressed in silver armor to help him out of the fey carriage. This young man had black hair and eyes that shone like stars. His clothes were extremely well made. Although fur was extremely expensive in the Divinewood Federation, silk was not cheap either, especially silk that came from fays that were platinum grade and above. The young man's clothes were moon-colored and the small pearls on them formed the pattern of a beast. The embroidered gems were white and yellow. The gem's color enabled the embroidery to appear pleasant, while also giving off a unique complexity. The spirit chi clothes did not appear complicated, but it was clear that the workmanship was very laborious. The young man did not have any accessories on him besides a ring on his finger and the blue and gold adornment on his waist. Once a person laid eyes on the blue and gold adornment, it would be difficult to look away. Both the fey carriage's appearance and the young man's dressing were evidence that the young man's background was far from ordinary. The people who had never seen Lin Yuan before wondered what would happen to him next because they did not think that he could be the master that the black-robed girl had spoken of. At this moment, The black-robed girl walked over to the Fey carriage and, to the shock of everyone present, kneeled respectfully. The flesh-like ginseng roots that had been waving around the air also retreated back into her body. At this moment, everyone present heard a dignified and clear voice speak. What this young man said caused the gold-robed man standing next to Lu Han to freeze. The young man said, "The show is progressing nicely, but the ending of every show must be fixed. I'm sure the Lu family decided the fate of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce before they attacked. I'm sure you're willing to take on the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's ending." The young man had announced what their ending would be. Lin Yuan had only arrived at the scene after so long because he wanted to establish a believable identity for himself at the scene. Once he had established the identity, anyone from the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation would want to get close to him. He would not have to take the initiative to reach out to anyone. Lin Yuan had come up with this plan long ago. This was why he asked Hu Quan to create this Fey carriage in his spare time when he was not building the underground palace. He had instructed Genius to nurture the Diamond X/Legend 4 Nether Fantasy Dragon horses. Otherwise, there was no point in him and Lu Jia putting on such an act when he climbed out of the Fey carriage. Lin Yuan had prepared tentacle nodes in the underground palace and Oak City in advance. If he wanted to come over, he did not have to bat an eye before he used node transportation to transport himself over. However, the people from the Startling Lines continent cared about such a performance. The more mysterious and imposing one appeared, the more respected he would be. Lu Han looked at Lin Yuan and tried to come up with a way to plead for their survival. Compared to the black-robed girl, Lin Yuan seemed much easier to negotiate with. He did not notice that the gold-robed man's eyes were locked on Lu Han's gold and blue waist adornment. As Lin Yuan observed the scene, he noticed the gold-robed man looking at his waist. Lin Yuan could not help but raise his eyebrows. It seemed that the gold-robed man had sensed that something was special about the Fish World Sea Trump card. In order for him to sense that the precious instrument was special, he had to have encountered precious instruments before. People who did not know what precious instruments were would just assume that the Fish World Sea Trump card was a pretty accessory and not stare at it for too long. There were no Class 5 creation masters in the Startling Lines continent, yet the gold-robed man had seen precious instruments before. It seemed that the people behind the Great Lush Federation did possess Class 5 creation master resources. This made things interesting. Creation masters had to climb the ladder rung by rung. Given the mindset of the citizens of the Startling Lines continent, once a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master managed to find a way to become a Class 5 creation master, the Pinnacle Class 4 creation master would definitely announce it to the world. The Great Lush Federation was a federation that had a nomad role. All the factions within the Federation managed chambers of commerce. In the conflict between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, the Great Lush Federation was always the weaker party. If a Class 5 creation master appeared in the Great Lush Federation, it would undoubtedly become the strongest federation in the Startling Lines continent. Only people with ulterior motives hid in the shadows. Lin Yuan could be certain that the person pulling the strings behind the Great Lush Federation was like him, an outsider who was not from the Startling Lines continent. Lin Yuan's pristine shoes stepped down the stone path. Everyone present was transfixed on every step he took. Lu Han was a Thearch class expert and had not felt such psychological pressure in many years. He came to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce for revenge. Since he was going to attack the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, it went without saying that he had to kill everyone within. But now, the young man said that the ending was going to be transferred to him instead. This implied that he would be the one to die. After Lu Han became a Thearch class expert, he basked in absolute power and had everything he wanted. When he lived under such conditions, he did not have the courage to face death. Lu Han quickly walked up to Lin Yuan and bowed as he said, "Sir, it's always better to make friends than enemies. We the Lu family are a respected family from the Great Lush Federation. Although we are not a secret elite family, we still have power. My brother is the head of the Lu family. If you let me go, we are willing to provide you with everything you need in the future." Lin Yuan did not immediately respond to Lu Han. His silence filled Lu Han with anxiousness. Lu Han could sense derision in Lin Yuan's expression. This was the truth. Lin Yuan was looking at Lu Han like how a person would look at a dunce. You have already led the Lu family to attack my subordinates. How can you expect me to let you go? In a place where martial force designated who the yoke of authority went to, once one party decided to kill, nothing could be done to change it. He felt that Lu Han was trying to take advantage of the Lu family's status in the Great Lush Federation to beg for his forgiveness. Alternatively, Lu Han was issuing a warning to him. Lu Han was only around 8 steps away from Lin Yuan. This was close enough for Thera-class experts to attack. Lu Jie and Di Wanmi were standing behind Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had not given them advance notice, Lu Han would have been stopped long before he managed to get so close to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan did not say that he was going to let the Lu family go, Lu Han would definitely attack him. Lin Yuan was willing to waste time talking to Lu Han because he was waiting for Lu Han to attack him. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already summoned the vast sea wave-raising flute into his hand. As he held the long watercolored flute, Lin Yuan's aura turned gentler. Yet, no one present was looking at him with kind gazes because all of their lives were in his hands. When Lin Yuan took out the vast sea wave-raising flute, he looked at the gold-robed man. He saw that the gold-robed man's eyes immediately fixated on the vast sea wave-raising flute. A flash of confidence streaked across Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan was going to use the vast sea wave-raising flute to kill Lu Han. This was so he could test what it was like to use a precious instrument in combat. He actually did not need to inject overly pure water element energy into the vast sea wave-raising flute to kill Lu Han, nor did he need to boost it with frigid. He only needed to summon the 2 fishes within the vast sea wave-raising flute that had reached Thearch class and he would be able to kill Lu Han. Additionally, Lin Yuan had no intention of doing anything to those who were watching. He instructed Di Wanmi to keep everyone here because he wanted all the factions in the Great Lush Federation to see that he possessed a precious weapon and spread the word to the person supporting them. Although most of the people present did not have the same discerning eye that the gold-robed man did, they only had to describe the events of people and those in the know would know. Lin Yuan spun the vast sea wave-raising flute leisurely and once Lu Han was about to reach his limit, Lin Yuan said calmly, "Even if the Lu family becomes my slaves, I'm not interested. Moreover, I see the Lu family as nothing more than a blade of grass by the side of the road." Di Wanmi waved her hand and flesh-like roots shot out from underneath her robe. The flesh-like roots consumed the remaining spirit chi professionals that were wielding fire-type phase. Lin Yuan's words and Di Wanmi's action left Lu Han in despair as he screamed, "Even if the Lu family really is a blade of grass, it will be the blade of grass that crushes you." Lu Han rushed at Lin Yuan with the intention of making a last-ditch attempt at survival by taking him hostage. When Lu Han moved past 8 steps of distance between him and Lin Yuan, Ding Chengshua wanted to warn Lin Yuan to move away. However, given the circumstances, he had no authority to say such a thing. Once he said it, he would have exposed the relationship between him and Lin Yuan. If he exposed his relationship with Lin Yuan, he might not be able to take Lin Yuan into the sacred wood mystic realm. Ding Chengshua knew that Lin Yuan had only accepted his loyalty and helped to evolve the Dragon Horn's mysterious turtle from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3 because he wanted to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. If he could not take Lin Yuan into the sacred wood mystic realm, he would no longer be of use to Lin Yuan and be abandoned by him. If Lin Yuan abandoned him, he would not be able to help the Ding family to flourish. However, what Ding Chengshua was the most worried about happened. Lin Yuan pointed his long blue flute at Lu Han, and a miniature sea appeared beneath Lin Yuan. 2 fishes appeared in the sea and started swimming toward Lu Han. Lu Han was unbothered by Lin Yuan's counterattack. Given Lin Yuan's age, how strong could he be? But when the 2 fishes made contact with Lu Han's body, he felt as though he was a buoy in the sea that was being thrown around by violent waves. All of the organs in his body was turned to paste by the overwhelming force. After the 2 fishes brushed past Lu Han crumpled and fell. It was as though his body was a bag of water and the water rippled around him when he hit the ground. Once Lu Han fell, he did not stand up again. Regardless of how terrified the people present were, they could not hold back their cries of shock. A young man had summoned 2 fishes with his long blue flute and used them to easily kill a Thearch class expert. This sight stupefied the people watching even more than the power that Diwanmi had displayed. Just what was that long blue flute? Could it be a weapon that a Fae had used tool transformation to change into? However, there was a process to a Fae using tool transformation. This young man had clearly summoned a long blue flute and not a Fae that he later instructed to use tool transformation. Besides the confusion of the masses, a few of them were looking at the long blue flute with curiosity and incredulity. Although the people present were all a bundle of emotions, all of them understood that this young man was a wily old fox. Once Luhan moved past a distance of 8 steps between him and the young man summoned the long blue flute. This meant that the young man had anticipated Luhan's actions. It was as though the young man had a handle on everything that was happening. When Lin Yuan attacked Luhan, Red Thorn instructed Diwanmi to consume all the remaining Emperor-class experts. Could be said that Diwanmi and the decay body-flesh ginseng's fusing was a blessing for Diwanmi. Normally, the tongue of Relinquish controlled the body of a dead expert. Although the body of the dead expert could be triggered, it would be impossible to increase his power. But now, Diwanmi could absorb energy from the world through the decay body-flesh ginseng, allowing her to increase her power. However, Lin Yuan never thought about increasing Diwanmi's power because increasing Diwanmi's power required the sacrifice of a large number of human experts. Lin Yuan had expressed his opposition to the path that Diwanmi was going down long ago. Thus, he would not help her down that same path just because she had now become part of his power. Additionally, Lin Yuan had no lack of experts. The marsh world was like a treasure trove of experts to him. Since Diwanmi was a Class 5 creation master, she was one of Lin Yuan's irreplaceable weapons. When Lin Yuan killed Yanling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian, he had obtained the bodies of their 3 sacred source lifeforms. Diwanmi would be busy with creating precious resources for Lin Yuan for a long time. Lin Yuan had been ignoring the gold-robed man, but the gold-robed man's back was already covered with cold sweat. When Lin Yuan cast his gaze across the crowd, he saw that most of them were clearly troops besides the few who were regular citizens of Oak City. These troops came from the chambers of commerce that were under the control of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. When Lin Yuan cast his gaze across the crowd, many of them instinctively took a step back. At this moment, Lu Jie moved forward and said, "My young master will be resting temporarily in Oak City. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce will be under his protection. He does not want anyone to cause trouble or compete with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce." Lu Jie's words caused the leaders of the Chambers of Commerce who were present to hold their breaths. They could understand not causing trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After this matter, with the spilled blood of the Lu family as a lesson, no one with a brain would attempt to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. But what did he mean about not competing with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce? As long as there were chambers of commerce in Oak City, they would be competing with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that this young man wanted the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to be the only Chamber of Commerce in Oak City? If that was the case, even if they agreed, the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court would not agree. One Chamber of Commerce was insufficient to sustain the trade needs of the entire Oak City. But after Lu Jie said what he said, no one dared to voice their opposition. Besides silent consent, they did not have any other choice. If they said anything against him, the person who said it would be reduced to sustenance for the scary flesh-like ginseng roots. It might even impact the factions supporting them. Just as the Chambers of Commerce were about to leave Oak City and report back to their families, the young man said, "I'm not a petty person. The Center Oak City might belong solely to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, but the north and south of the cities can still be competed over by the other Chambers of Commerce." After hearing what Lin Yuan said, the expressions of the people leading the Chambers of Commerce did not change. However, they rolled their eyes to themselves. How does that make sense? Oak City's business district is situated at the center of the city. The north and south regions of the city are only filled with the homeless and slums. Those places are filthy. You can go and ask Ding Chengshua if he even recognizes the north and south of the city as part of Oak City. If we do business there, where will the customers come from? The homeless? Thank you for your generosity, but you can save it for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Although these people had rolled their eyes internally, they also let out breaths of relief. From what the young man said, he did not intend on taking their lives. How else would they be able to do business in the north and south regions of the city? Just as the leaders of the chambers of commerce were about to say a few last words to Lin Yuan and try to leave, Lin Yuan went on to say, I love excitement. I won't be happy if the prosperous Chamber of Commerce is the only Chamber of Commerce in Oak City. I really hope to see all of you build tree castles in the north and south regions of the city. Lin Yuan spoke in a light-hearted tone, but his words caused the hearts of those leaders of chambers of commerce to sink. From what Lin Yuan said, they knew that they had no choice but to build chambers of commerce in the north and south regions of the city. Although Lin Yuan did not say what the consequences of building chambers of commerce in the north and south regions of the city would be, they did not want to wait to find out. The way that Lin Yuan's subordinate, or rather that black-robed woman's method of exterminating the Liu family was going to turn up in the nightmares of all the people present. The leaders of the chambers of commerce shared looks before they hurriedly said to Lin Yuan, We will go to the north and south regions of the city to build chambers of commerce now. With our chambers of commerce there, we promise that the north and south regions of the city will be full of activity. Lin Yuan did not react at all to this promise, but Ding Chengshua almost exploded with happiness. Ding Chengshua had already given up on trying to manage the north and south regions of the city. Moreover, they were not counted as parts of Oak City. They were just slums that the homeless and vagrants had put together after they were barred from entering the main city. With these chambers of commerce investing money into developing those regions would be built up very quickly. At that time, Oak City's domain would have expanded. Oak City, which was considered one of the more remote cities, would become one of the main cities of the Divine Wood Federation. It could be said that Ding Chengshua was the biggest beneficiary of the conflict in Oak City. Lin Yuan had said what he said because he had a plan of his own. The nearest city to both Ta Lei's territory and the underground palace was Oak City. Since Oak City did not have a large population, it had not been able to thrive in the past years. Lin Yuan could invest resources into Oak City but not people. Then, it became necessary for Lin Yuan to develop Oak City. The more developed Oak City was, the better it would be for Lin Yuan. Now that he had saved the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and secured resources for them, it would undoubtedly cause the other chambers of commerce to flee Oak City. This was not beneficial for Oak City's development. Thus, Lin Yuan offered those two regions to the other chambers of commerce. When Lin Yuan was searching for the Dark Sun Send Mess Butterflies and Su Iran, he had visited the north and south regions of Oak City. Lin Yuan had saved Little Flower and Little Grass from the north part of the city and had encountered the decrepit Su Iran in the south part of the city. If those chambers of commerce developed the north and south regions of the city, it would bring a bright future to its inhabitants. He would also be able to benefit their lives while he fulfilled his own goals. When he heard the assurances of the leaders of the chambers of commerce, Lin Yuan said, Since all of you are so insistent, let's do it like you said and have you start developing the north and south regions of the city now. Once you're done building your chambers of commerce, do send people to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to give a report. All of you can watch over each other. If any Chamber of Commerce isn't doing a good job, you can report them to me. The reporter will be rewarded with items, such as this pair of bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. While he spoke, a pair of large scarlet walnuts appeared in his hand, and he started turning them slightly in his palm. Although the leaders of the chambers of commerce had their fair share of experience, they could not help but be stunned by the bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. If Lin Yuan could casually offer bronze/epic item-storing walnuts as rewards for reporting, it meant that he did not regard them as important. Just how wealthy was he? All of the chambers of commerce resolved to keep close watch over the other chambers of commerce. Some of the more intelligent leaders of chambers of commerce had already led their teams toward the north and south regions of the city to scout out the area and choose the best locations to build their tree castles. Soon, the crowd dispersed. However, the gold-robed man was still standing at the exact same spot. This was because Di Wanmi's aura was holding him captive and making it difficult for him to even draw breath. The pressure that Diwanmi was exerting allowed the gold-robed man to realize the difference in power between him and Diwanmi and also ground away at his mind. The gold-robed man came from a secret aristocratic family and was the most likely person amongst everyone present to be aware of the Great Lush Federation's secrets. Hence, Lin Yuan wanted to question him properly. Rather than racking his brain to try to come up with a way to loosen the gold-robed man's lips, Lin Yuan preferred for the gold-robed man to voluntarily give up all he knew. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked at the gold-robed man and asked, "After standing for so long, do you know why I only kept you back?" Lin Yuan's words caused the gold-robed man's body to quiver. The gold-robed man was a Thearch-class expert from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. This meant that he was in the upper echelons of the Great Lush Federation. He was in such a sorry state now because, from the moment Lin Yuan arrived, he had started to oppress and torture the gold-robed man. Moreover, Lin Yuan was much too powerful. If Lin Yuan also only possessed Thearch-class power, it would be a level of power that Lin Yuan could understand and the gold-robed man would not be this terrified. Alas, Lin Yuan had demonstrated power that was far beyond the gold-robed man's understanding. Even an expert could not stand up to the fear of the unknown. When he heard Lin Yuan's question, the gold-robed man said with much difficulty, "I don't know why you kept me behind. I already told you that I'm not a member of the Liu family." Lin Yuan scoffed and said, "You already joined the Liu family's troops. How is that different from being part of the family? Obviously, I kept you behind because I need to talk to you. If you provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will let you leave Oak City alive. If I'm unsatisfied with your answer, your friend Lu Han will be happy to receive you in the afterlife." The gold-robed man's eyes lit up because Lin Yuan had essentially given him a path to survival. Since the gold-robed man came from a secret aristocratic family, he had strong analytical skills and could guess what Lin Yuan was thinking. If another member of a Chamber of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation was present, the gold-robed man would keep his lips sealed under all circumstances. But now, he was the only member of the Great Lush Federation who was present, so he could afford to speak more freely. As for Lin Yuan saying that Lu Han was his friend, the gold-robed man did not dare to deny it. Lu Han was his subordinate, as the Liu family was the elite family under the Jin family. It went without saying that the Jin family had to control the Liu family. He had been sent to keep Lu Han under control. There was no way that the gold-robed man would reveal this relationship. If he did, he would be admitting to Lin Yuan that he had agreed to allow Lu Han to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Since he knew that he would not die as long as he was cooperative, the gold-robed man said in a serious voice, "Lord, no matter what you ask me, I will tell you all you want to know as long as I have the answers." Lin Yuan pointed at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle and said, "Since you understand the situation, let's go in to talk." Lin Yuan took such an attitude toward the gold-robed man because he wanted to test what kind of person the gold-robed man was. This was the same situation as when he accepted Ding Qingxua as his subordinate. During his development into the startling Lines continent, Lin Yuan did not mind picking a few residents to nurture. From what the gold-robed man said, it indicated that he did not feel loyalty to the Jin family or the person pulling the strings of the Great Lush Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that it was worth picking him as a long-term investment. However, Lin Yuan needed to be done questioning him before he could decide how he should treat him. Since Su Yiren had been developing in the Divine Wood Federation for the past few months, she had to have more information than Lin Yuan. Thus, he decided to use Thought's letter paper to call Su Yiren over to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce so they could question the gold-robed man together. When Lin Yuan stepped into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, he saw Li Wan, Feng Jiaji, and the rest of the sincere merchant group waiting to welcome him uproariously. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded at Li Wan and Feng Jiaji. When Li Wan and Feng Jiaji saw the gold-robed man, they knew that Lin Yuan had business to attend to and hurriedly found a room for him. Frankly, from the moment Lin Yuan obtained shares of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and Li Wan started to view him as a pillar of support, she had given up the president's room on the top floor to him. She had also done some remodeling to the president's office. Currently, Lin Yuan was sitting on the leather chair in the president's office, while Lu Jie sat next to him and was sipping on fresh juice. Di Wanmi was silently standing behind Lin Yuan like a bodyguard. This discovery caused slight shock to appear on the gold-robed man's face. Given the black-robed woman's power, the young man should be paying respects to her. But now it seemed as though she was nothing more than his tool. Just how strong did the faction behind the young man have to be in order for him to take such an attitude toward such an expert? This thought filled the gold-robed man with even more fill. He suddenly thought about how Lin Yuan said that he would allow him to leave Oak City alive. But what would he do once he left Oak City? He could not let the fate of his survival rest in the hands of whether this young man kept his word. The gold-robed man had himself gone back on his word numerous times. Thus, he did not believe in promises. While the gold-robed man was gripped with terror, Lin Yuan said, "Later, someone will be here to ask you questions. What you need to do is tell the truth. The more you say, the happier I'll be. If you turn out to be as obedient as Ding Qingxua, I don't mind letting you live an existence of a higher quality." Lin Yuan stopped interacting with the gold-robed man and did not even bother to observe his reaction. When Lin Yuan mentioned Ding Qingxua, Lu Jie immediately realized what Lin Yuan meant. Lin Yuan was telling the gold-robed man that he would accept him into his side if he gave the right answers. Besides possible benefits in store, the way that Lin Yuan forced the other chambers of commerce to move to the north and south regions of the city had already developed Oak City to a large extent. The gold-robed man could now breathe easier and much of his fear evaporated. If he could meet the young man's standard and side with him instead, his safety would be assured. When Lu Han decided to cause trouble for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, the gold-robed man had gone to see Ding Qingxua. At that time, the dragon horn's mysterious turtle had been by Ding Qingxua's side. The gold-robed man noticed that in less than 2 years, the dragon horn's mysterious turtle had evolved from Myth 2 to Pinnacle Myth 3. It was impossible that Ding Qingxua was capable of such a thing. It was likely that Ding Qingxua's increase in power came from this young man. From the moment the gold-robed man entered the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle, he was ready to be fully candid. Regardless, he still had some worries. The gold-robed man was afraid that he would be unable to meet Lin Yuan's standard even if he revealed all he knew because he did not know enough. Soon, Su Yiren appeared at the doorway of the president's office. Since the door was not closed, Su Yiren walked through it directly. Since Su Yiren was a dark envoy and had spent time as a vagrant, she cared more about her dignity than ever. Normally, Su Yiren put effort into dolling herself up. There were many spirit chi clothes in her spatial equipments. All of them had been custom-made according to the standards of a dark envoy. After all, there were Class 5 creation masters in the 7 states of darkness, putting it a level above the startling lines continent. The hem of Su Yiren's pink skirt was embedded with many small purple crystals. There was also a charming layer of mesh under the skirt that sparkled with faint starlight. It was clear that this skirt had been woven out of silk from the star-net purple silkworm. The gold-robed man did not even know what material the necklace around her neck was made of. However, he had a good look at the large spiritual-type law crystal at the center of the necklace. There were 3 golden slashes on the stone, and it was clear that it was a completed Myth 3 law crystal. Such a precious item could not even be found in the Jean family's treasure vault. Yet the woman who walked through the door was using it as a decorative item. How lavish! When the gold-robed man started to wonder if this woman was the true owner of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, she curtsied to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, sorry to make you wait. I'm a little late." Su Yiren's words blew the gold-robed man's mind. This woman dressed so opulently and seemed to have features that were hand-carved by the gods actually turned out to be the young man's attendant. From the way she was dressed, she clearly did not value rare spiritual ingredients. If the completed Myth 3 spiritual-type law crystal was given to a spiritual-type Pinnacle Myth 3 Fae, it might evolve directly to creation breed. Su Yiren could tell that the gold-robed man had picked up on how beneficial it was to be Lin Yuan's subordinate. Previously, the main emotion that the gold-robed man felt was fear, but now he felt eagerness and greed. Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren, "Yiren, you go and question. Interrogate him until he has nothing more to offer. Then, verify if his answers are true." While Su Iren was rushing here, Lin Yuan told her about the situation through the Thoughts letter paper. A task that came from Lin Yuan was not a small matter to Su Iren. She immediately started to interrogate the gold-robed man. Lin Yuan and Lu Jie sat and listened to the question-and-answer session between the gold-robed man and Su Iren. Su Iren started out with simple questions that were easy for the gold-robed man to reply. But suddenly, she changed her tone and said, "Who is supporting the Jin family?" Su Iren's question took the gold-robed man off guard, and the answer stopped short at the tip of his tongue. The gold-robed man instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan and Su Iren's eyes and noticed that they were looking at him with amusement. The gold-robed man had been prepared, so he gnashed his teeth and sold out who was supporting the Jin family. There is indeed an organization supporting the Jin family. Rather, all the secret aristocratic families have the same pillar of support. This pillar of support is called the Truth Association. I don't know much about the Truth Association. Even my brother, the leader of the Jin family, doesn't have the authority to join in. Only the leaders of the first 4 secret aristocratic families are allowed to join the Truth Association's meetings. There are many secret elite families who were killed because they voiced disagreement with the Truth Association's plans. The gold-robed man's answer caused Lin Yuan and Su Iren's expressions to turn stern. Lin Yuan had not learned about the Truth Association when he was gathering information on the Great Lush Federation. It was true that the Great Lush Federation started out with 4 secret aristocratic families. They were known as the veteran aristocratic families. Later, pinnacle-class 4 creation masters came out from these 4 families, and as time passed, they accumulated more resources than the other elite families. Later, they formed what was currently known as the 4 secret rising aristocratic families. The Jin family was one of the 4 secret rising aristocratic families. Neither Lin Yuan nor Su Iren questioned the legitimacy of what the gold-robed man said because the truth would be proven soon. Su Iren went on to ask, "What did the Truth Association tell you to do?" The gold-robed man had already gone past the point of no return and did not think before he answered Su Iren's question and spilled the beans. The Truth Association gave 2 main tasks. First, to search for various types of law crystals. Second, to create chaos in the Startling Lines continent within 4 months. 2 months have passed since they gave their order. We are the ones behind the deaths of all the robber groups. Half of the robber groups were disguised residents of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Normally, after such a colossal event, the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's imperial courts should have already retaliated. But for some reason, both of them have been silent. It's as though they purposely want to keep the matter quiet. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm will be opening in a little over a week. Yet, nothing seems to be happening in the Iron Hammer Federation. It's almost winter in the Iron Hammer Federation, and they urgently need to stock up on food. After the death of so many robber groups, it goes without saying that the Iron Hammer Federation will have to go hungry this year. Although many of our chambers of commerce have established themselves in the Iron Hammer Federation, they have already bought up all the fur, food, and liquor they could. Thus, resources have never been scarcer in the Iron Hammer Federation. In 2 weeks, the Iron Hammer Federation will be in deep trouble. The gold-robed man's words allowed Lin Yuan to understand the deviousness of the plan that the Great Lush Federation had. It also made him curious about what had happened with the Iron Hammer Federation's internal affairs. Why had their imperial court still not made a move yet when something so serious happened and they were on the cusp of starvation? Although Lin Yuan wanted to shake up the Startling Lines continent, he never thought about doing it through evil means. However, the Truth Association had the same goal as Lin Yuan. It was likely that the Iron Hammer Federation needed a powerful ally now. The gold-robed man had already spilled all the beans he possessed. At this moment, a beautiful pink and purple flower appeared in Su Iren's hand. The gold-robed man's heart was instantly lost to the absolute love poppy. Su Iren asked all the questions to the gold-robed man again, and he replied in a dreamy state. Lin Yuan and Su Iren nodded at the gold-robed man when they heard his responses, as they verified that he had been telling the truth. Su Iren stored the absolute love poppy away, and the man snapped out of his trance. The gold-robed man had no idea what had just happened. Just as he was about to declare that he had already revealed all that he knew, Lin Yuan said, "You replied well. Your name is Jin Qianxuan, right? I'll give you a chance to gather information for me in the Great Lush Federation. I don't need you to swear on your law world to me. Every time you provide me with information about the Great Lush Federation, I will give you a pair of the bronze/legend item-storing walnuts. You can use the pair of item-storing walnuts to trade for resources. Additionally, you said that you've seen a weapon with a similar aura as my waist adornment and long flute. When you return to the 4 veteran aristocratic secret families, gather information regarding this for me. This is your reward for today's honesty." Lin Yuan tossed the pair of bronze/legend item-storing walnuts at Jin Qianxuan. After careful consideration, he decided not to order Jin Qianxuan to swear on his law world. Since precious instruments existed in the 4 veteran secret aristocratic families, it was likely that there was a Class 5 creation master in the Truth Association. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan that Class 5 creation masters had special methods to sense if spirit chi professionals had sworn away their loyalty. To prevent Class 5 creation masters from noticing the oath, the person who swore their loyalty had to at least have the same amount of power as a Class 5 creation master. In order to be a Class 5 creation master, one had to be immortal at least. If Jin Qianxuan swore his loyalty to Lin Yuan, he would be investigated by the Truth Association when he returned to the Great Lush Federation. Jin Qianxuan looked delighted when he caught the pair of bronze/legend item-storing walnuts. He just needed to go to Sacred Forest City, and the pair of bronze/legend item-storing walnuts would fetch at least 80 million Great Lush dollars worth of resources. Jin Qianxuan was not a creation master. In order to receive such a large amount of resources, he would have to sweep and gather resources from Class 3-dimensional rifts for at least 4 months. If he had managed to receive such benefits just from answering questions, he would make sure to bring back as much information as he could from now on to obtain even more rewards from Lin Yuan. With such a mountain of resources, it would not matter even if he betrayed the Jin family and the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan could not read Jin Qianxuan's mind. He could not care less about what Jin Qianxuan was thinking. If something truly happened to Jin Qianxuan when he returned to the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan would not be negatively impacted in any way. He would also not have to be worried about the Truth Association finding out about his existence. Since Lin Yuan had come to the Startling Lines continent to train, it was only natural that he would clash against the Truth Association. Soon after Jin Qianxuan left, Ding Chengshua slinked into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle and asked to meet with Lin Yuan. After meeting with Ding Chengshua, Lin Yuan and Ding Chengshua agreed to head to Sacred Forest City together 4 days later. Lin Yuan also gave a package of resources to Ding Chengshua that he could use to expand the Ding family. This was Lin Yuan's reward to Ding Chengshua for supporting the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After Ding Chengshua received the resources, he not only felt loyal to Lin Yuan but was also extremely zealous. He even took the initiative to tell Lin Yuan about Sacred Forest City. However, Ding Chengshua did not know much about the sacred wood mystic realm and could not provide Lin Yuan with much information. Once he returned to the underground palace, Lin Yuan saw Ta Lei pacing in front of the entrance as though he was waiting for someone. When Ta Lei spotted him, he happily greeted him. This was when Lin Yuan knew that Ta Lei had been waiting for him. Since Ta Lei had been acknowledged by the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court as a Class 1 creation master, he should have guards protecting him. Su Iran said that Ta Lei rarely spent time in the underground palace during the day. So why was he here in the day? Before Lin Yuan could ask, Su Iran took off Ta Lei's wool hat and asked, "Are you going to come here every day now that Leo is here? Aren't you afraid that your bodyguards from the Imperial Court will follow you here? I've already used the absolute love poppy on your guards thrice. If I use it on them anymore, they might never snap out of their infatuated trance. How will you answer to the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court then?" Ta Lei felt slightly hurt when he heard what Su Iran said, and he hastily said, "Sister Iran, when you went with Master to Oak City, my guards suddenly received word from the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court to leave me and return to the Imperial Court. They seem to be in a big rush, but I don't know what the reason is." Lin Yuan and Su Iran looked at each other. Apparently, Something had indeed happened within the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. The Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court always prioritized the protection of their creation masters. Young Class 1 creation masters like Ta Lei were treasures to the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court. This was why they sent a King-class expert to always protect Ta Lei. Something catastrophic must have happened to warrant the Class 5 creation master recalling their guards and leaving their precious creation masters in the lurch. If Ding Chengshua was not going to take him to the sacred wood mystic realm in 3 days, Lin Yuan would have taken Ta Lei with him to the Iron Hammer Federation to see what had happened. At this moment, a thought suddenly came to Lin Yuan as he said to Ta Lei and Su Yiren. Spread the news that Ta Lei's master, a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, has come to his territory and intends to stay there for some time. Ta Lei was slightly confused when he heard what Lin Yuan said, but Su Yiren understood instantly. Lin Yuan wanted the Iron Hammer Federation to know that there was a pinnacle Class 4 creation master in Ta Lei's territory. Since the Iron Hammer Federation had recalled their Imperial Guards, it was clear that they needed to keep their strength close. There was no way that they would allow a pinnacle Class 4 creation master to just sit there without trying to recruit him. At that time, he would be able to understand exactly what was happening in the Iron Hammer Federation. Su Yiren nodded and said, "Leave this to me. I will do everything that needs to be done. If you aren't here when the people from the Iron Hammer Federation arrive, I will send you a report through the Thoughts letter paper." Lin Yuan nodded. Su Yiren always did things well and had great foresight. Lin Yuan just needed to make the task clear, and she would immediately know what needed to be done. Without the talent that was Su Yiren, Lin Yuan's territory in the Divine Wood Federation would not have developed so swiftly. Lin Yuan said to Su Yiren, "Yiren, you have done well. Do you have any needs in terms of resources?" Su Yiren immediately realized that Lin Yuan intended to supply her with resources. If Lin Yuan had tried to give her resources before she joined the Astronomical Parliament, she would have been over the moon. But now that she was a full-fledged member of the Astronomical Parliament, she who had nothing saw the Astronomical Parliament as a large family. Thus, she no longer cared that much about gaining or losing her private profits. Since she knew that Lin Yuan possessed a Class 5 creation master, she did not hold back when it came to requesting resources. Besides spirit chi clothes and accessories, Su Yiren did not have any other resources in her spatial equipment. When Lin Yuan had not been delivering resources to the underground palace, Su Yiren had picked out resources from her own spatial equipment to trade for construction materials with Lin Yuan. Su Yiren had not told Lin Yuan about this. Lin Yuan only found out when Hu Quan mentioned it in passing. Given Su Yiren's lack of finances, she was unable to increase the Absolute Love Poppy stars. Moreover, the Absolute Love Poppy was not her only fae. She also had other faes that were linked to the Absolute Love Poppy. When the Absolute Love Poppy had been in a near-dead state, Su Yiren could not summon her other faes. However, she still needed to individually nurture all of them. Since Su Yiren was a Dark Envoy, she was a genius who was the same age as Lu Yifan. Since she was an A-rank Spirit Chi professional, her phase should have reached Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. But she had just become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional on the same night that the incident took place in the Dark Continent. Thus, she had not had time to ask for resources from her grandmother to increase her phase power. Hence, what she needed most now was law crystals. As long as she had enough law crystals, the 4 phase she had contracted would be able to evolve to Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 2. At that point, she would be a true top genius. However, it was difficult to obtain law crystals, and Su Yiren did not know how many law crystals Lin Yuan possessed. If she asked for too many, she would come off as greedy. Thus, she said to Lin Yuan, "My phase need law crystals to increase their power. For my sacred source life form to increase its stars, it needs a large amount of spiritual and soul-type spiritual ingredients." Su Yiren only mentioned what she needed but did not say how much of them she needed. Lu Jie stood off to the side and watched as all this unfolded. He might not know Su Yiren's identity, but he could tell that she was a very intelligent person. Given Lu Jie's understanding of Lin Yuan, he would not be stingy once he saw her as one of his own. At that moment, Su Yiren watched as Lin Yuan took out a brocade pouch and tossed it at her. Next, He took out a purple vine bracelet-shaped diamond fey storage box and handed it to her. Su Irin did not hesitate and put the purple vine bracelet-shaped diamond fey storage box around her waist before she circulated her spiritual energy to check on its contents. She could not help but suck in a sharp breath when she saw its contents. Lin Yuan had handed her at least 3,000 complete angelfish of bliss coats inside the spatial equipment. There was no question that the angelfish of bliss fish coats were superior spiritual type spiritual ingredients. Since the angelfish of bliss came from the sea, they were not native to any continent. There were also factions in the Dark Federation that had the role of nurturing the angelfish of bliss. However, most of their angelfish of bliss were only tri- or quad-colored. It was rare to see rainbow-colored ones. One rainbow angelfish of bliss fish coat would sell for at least 800,000 dark dollars. This meant that the net worth of the fish coats inside the spatial equipment that Lin Yuan gave her was 300 million dark dollars. 300 million dark dollars was not a small amount to Su Irin. But she was stunned once she saw the half-filled brocade pouch of law crystals. Compared to the law crystals in the brocade pouch, the 3,000 angelfish of bliss coats were insignificant. Since her grandmother was a Class 5 creation master, Su Irin was aware of the rate at which law crystals could be produced. Her grandmother had already been a Class 5 creation master for over 30 years, and it took her at least 4 hours to produce one law crystal. There were at least 400 law crystals inside the brocade pouch. If her grandmother did not sleep or rest, it would take her about 70 days to produce this quantity of law crystals. She had not been part of the astronomical parliament for long. Did she deserve all these resources? At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Once I return from Sacred Forest City, I will give you spiritual ingredients to strengthen souls." The Emperor Sea Demon that Lin Yuan had formed a contract with could produce the cold frost soul that could boost soul power. In the startling Lines continent, where danger was abound, it would be easy to nurture the cold frost soul. In the time that he was in the Divine Wood Federation, he would be able to produce many cold frost souls. The cold frost souls would be useful to many of Lin Yuan's fays and the people around him. When Su Irin heard what Lin Yuan said, she felt uncontrollably touched. Su Irin was well-born and the cream of society. After the 7 states of darkness was conquered, Su Irin tumbled down from her throne to the bottom of the pecking order. After struggling in the deepest pits for a few months, Su Irin was willing to use everything she had to trade for a chance to survive. The astronomical parliament had saved Su Irin, so she felt that it was only right for her to do everything that Lin Yuan asked her to do. Yet, Lin Yuan was willing to give her so many resources to increase her power. Not even her grandmother could give her so much at one time. For some reason, Su Irin's eyes welled up. She only looked up into Lin Yuan's eyes a moment later and said seriously, "Thank you, Lin Yuan. With me around, you don't have to worry." With the resources that Lin Yuan gave her in hand, Su Irin immediately returned to her room in the underground palace. She intended to use the next 3 days that Lin Yuan was going to be absent from the underground palace to increase her power. Ta Lei also dutifully returned to his territory to try and be an outstanding owner. After learning from Su Irin for the past 2 months, Ta Lei had picked up a fair amount. He knew that once news got out that his master was a pinnacle class 4 creation master who was in his territory, he would undoubtedly end up in the thick of the conflict. As a young man from a small tribe, Ta Lei was afraid of being in trouble. But since Lin Yuan had come up with this plan, he would ensure that Ta Lei was safe. This was how much Ta Lei trusted Lin Yuan. Ta Lei never had the chance to visit the large tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. Once Lin Yuan's plan was carried out, he might have the chance to visit the capital of the Iron Hammer Federation, the Freezing Hammer tribe, with Lin Yuan. In the half a day that he had been in the Divine Wood Federation, he had gained a general idea of how things worked here and came up with his plan moving forward. Besides these, Lin Yuan still had something more important to do. He needed to check on Silver Corona's progress and how much the Sea of Flowers had expanded. Lin Yuan summoned Silver Corona through their contract. When he walked out of the underground palace, Silver Corona lunged into his arms and flew up to sit affectionately on his ear. Silver Corona had not seen Lin Yuan in more than 2 months. It missed him badly. Sometimes, It missed him so much that it even lost interest in hunting the dimensional lifeforms. Now that Lin Yuan was here, Silver Corona was immediately filled with vigor. While Lin Yuan responded to Silver Corona's affection, he used Morbius to check on it. Fey name: Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Silver Corona. Fey species: Water Willow/Waterbone Lotus. Fey grade: Gold, 6/10. Fey type: Source/Fairy. Fey quality: Legend. Abilities: Spotted Coral. When trained according to the spots on the coral jade, different effects are generated. 1. Nurture spot style. Nurture the spots that were absorbed from the spotted coral jade in the bone lotus flowers. The bone lotus flowers will use a living being's life and soul to nurture the spots to give them vitality. The spots with vitality can use the living being's original strength to increase the strength and stamina of the bone lotus flowers. 2. Burial spot style. Place the spots in between the bone lotus flowers. The spots will eat the bone lotus flowers and become bone insects. The bone insects will retain the spots' abilities and can deal with attacks on the bone lotus flowers according to the abilities. The external life force will be absorbed, and when the external life force is still weak, their soul can also be absorbed. Bone powder mist. The bone lotus flowers will vomit out the living being's bones that could not be digested. The bone powder will fly up into the sky and stay in the coral spots once it reaches a set thickness of layer. Blood bone insect drunk. While the bone insects are eating, they will enter a drunken state. When they're in a drunken state, they will not feel any pain. The circulation of their root power will also slow down. Blooming lotus. The bone lotus flower structure will change and gain split into main lotuses and branch lotuses. The branch lotuses will strengthen combat power, while the main lotuses will lose all combat power. Every time the main lotuses blooms, the spots will use the vitality they absorbed to produce a skeletal insect. The skeletal insect can consume insects to repair the damage done to the body. Exclusive skill: Hermit's Dead Servant. The bone lotus flower will absorb the target's body when attacking it. 1% of the target's power will be injected into the target's soul to cause the target to be pregnant with its dead soul. The dead soul will consume itself, and when the bone lotus flowers gain 36 Hermit Dead Servants, every Hermit Dead Servant will be able to create a layer of mist over the bone lotus flowers. He saw that in the past 2 months, Silver Corona had evolved from Bronze 8/Elite to Gold 7/Legend. Given that it had continuously been consuming alien beasts from Class 4-dimensional rifts for the past 2 months, its grade evolution was not impressive. However, the key point was that its quality had evolved from Elite to Legend. It was difficult for all Fays to evolve their quality. Moreover, Silver Corona was a fairy that had transformed from a plant-type Carcinoma Fey. From now on, Silver Corona just needed to continue to absorb vitality and soul power from the world to evolve to even higher frontiers. After evolving its grade, Silver Corona had gained 2 new abilities: Bone Blood Insect Drunk and Blooming Lotus. Lin Yuan was happy with both of these abilities. He had laid out the development path for Silver Corona to become a Fey that could create a forbidden area. Its abilities, Spotted Coral, Bone Powder Mist, and Hermit's Dead Servant, were enough to fulfill this. But now, Bone Blood Insect Drunk and Blooming Lotus had strengthened Silver Corona. Bone Blood Insect Drunk would cause all insects that entered the Sea of Flowers to enter a drunken state while they were being injured, so they would not be able to feel anything. It was possible that an adventurer group would wander into the Sea of Flowers and be smiling and laughing when they turned back to notice that their teammates had almost been fully eaten by insects but were still acting as though nothing was happening. If Bone Blood Insect Drunk only targeted weak targets, Lin Yuan would not be as satisfied with it as he was. Bone Blood Insect Drunk could not only put targets in a drunken state but could also slow down the target circulation of their root power. The root power of all life forms in the main world was spiritual power. If the circulation of spiritual power was slowed down, the power of both spirit chi professionals and Fays would be cut down significantly. Thus, Bone Blood Insect Drunk could effectively restrict experts. Keeping the circulation of spiritual power down was a powerful restricting ability. Blooming Lotus perfected the Sea of Flowers combat power. At first, all of the Bone Lotus flowers were the same and had the same abilities. But now that the lotuses were separated into main lotuses and branch lotuses, Each bone lotus flower could save on a large amount of energy that would significantly speed up the growth of the sea of flowers. This would allow the bone lotus flowers to have a greater margin of error and could be replenished when they were damaged. Although Lin Yuan could read the abilities off of true data, he could not tell exactly how much the branch lotus's combat power had increased. Besides being curious about the increase in the branch lotus's combat power, he also wanted to see what the skeletal insects were like. He went to the edge of the sea of flowers. Since Lin Yuan was Silver Corona's contractor, he could see through the white mist to tell what was happening within the sea of flowers. However, Lu Jie realized that the mist was so thick that it was as though he was walking through milk. When regular people touched the mist, they would not be able to see the parts of their hand that had entered the mist. Even if B rank and above spirit chi professionals circulated their spiritual power, they would not be able to see past 10 meters in front of them. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie was trying his best to circulate his spiritual power to see into the sea of flowers. As such, he instructed Silver Corona to disperse the mist in a 5-kilometer radius around himself and Lu Jie. The mist above the bone lotus flowers was extremely thick, partly because of the bone powder mist ability. The sea of flowers had consumed many life forms, and the bone lotus flowers had spat out the undigested bones of the life forms into the air. The concentration of the accumulation of the bone remnants in the air was so high that it could block sight. But the greatly thickened mist was not just due to the powdered bones that had been spat out into the air. After communicating with Silver Corona, Lin Yuan found out that 17 hermit dead servants had been formed in the past 2 months. Each of the hermit dead servants would add an additional layer of mist. The 17 layers of mist and the bone powder that had been spat into the air were what achieved this opaque mist. Lu Jie watched as the sinister bone lotus flowers bloomed obediently. As the flowers swayed, they resembled the claws and fangs of demons. This sea of flowers had turned into a dead man's zone. When the alien beasts emerged from the dimensional rifts and fell into the sea of flowers, they would immediately be crushed by the bone lotus flowers. The stems of the bone lotus flowers that were directly beneath the dimensional rifts were clearly sturdier than the stems of the other bone lotus flowers. When the flowers bloomed, the largest one had a diameter of over 1 meter. Lu Jie watched as a Class 2 dimensional life form that was 1 meter long was torn to shreds by the largest bone lotus flower. Lu Jie knew that Silver Corona had transformed from the sea burial lotus flower. He suddenly realized that the carcinoma phase strength lay not in sudden explosive combat power but in the accumulation of power over time. While Lu Jie was thinking, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, if I use a shatter spatial stone to open a Class 1 dimensional rift, the effects won't be significant. Why don't you use the dimensional light moth to take a few bites above these dimensional rifts to turn the pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rifts to pinnacle Class 2? Lu Jie immediately summoned the dimensional light moth. He had been worried for Silver Corona when he first opened the 4 Class 1 dimensional rifts above the sea of flowers. But after he saw how the bronze Silver Corona had used the bone lotus flowers to kill Class 3 dimensional lifeforms, all his worries were dispelled. He had left 10 of the flesh-mincing blade insects behind not to help Silver Corona, but as a safety precaution in case too many Class 3 dimensional lifeforms emerged from the dimensional rifts. If Silver Corona could not handle them, the flesh-mincing blade insects would be able to take care of them. The strongest dimensional lifeforms that came out of pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rifts were Class 4. Class 4 dimensional lifeforms were no match for the Sea of Flowers. While heading to Oak City, Lu Jie realized that the mist had spread outside Phoebe Jinan City. If Lin Yuan had not instructed Silver Corona to keep the mist out of Phoebe Jinan City, the bone lotus flowers would have already swallowed up Phoebe Jinan City. Once he instructed the dimensional light moth to make the dimensional rifts into pinnacle Class 2, Silver Corona's and the Sea of Flowers strength would skyrocket. Silver Corona had long felt that the food from the few dimensional rifts was not enough to fill its belly. Now that Lin Yuan had asked Lu Jie to add more dishes to the feast, Silver Corona was so happy that it weaved and danced through the mist. It even plucked a few of the smallest bone lotus flowers and handed them to Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. The dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend, and it was easy for it to bite through the spatial wall. Although the dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend, its intelligence should still be muddled and be unable to follow clear instructions. But now, Lu Jie could instruct it to bite through the spatial wall to expand the dimensional rift because he had used the firefly demon fetus on the dimensional light moth to turn it into a four-winged fairy source-type lifeform. The dimensional light moth was not skilled at combat, but Lu Jie was still evolving it. This was because the dimensional light moth was Lu Jie's moving weapons arsenal. The stronger it was, the more insects it would be able to carry with it. While preparing for battle, the insect queen could produce many insects inside the dimensional light moth before replenishing itself. Moreover, as the dimensional light moth continued to increase its power, it might be able to produce a Class 5-dimensional rift. To the weak, a Class 5-dimensional rift was a death sentence. But to the strong, a Class 5-dimensional rift was a treasure trove for resources. Besides sacred source lifeforms, there were also many rare resources in Class 5-dimensional rifts. The number of Sky City's white-clothed followers was only rising. They needed a suitable place to train. A Class 5-dimensional rift would be the most suitable place for the white-clothed followers to train because they could not only train but also procure many benefits. Moreover, Lu Jie had come to understand the importance of a Class 6-dimensional rift to a federation. According to Lu Jie's estimation, the dimensional light moth would be able to produce a Class 5-dimensional rift when it evolved to myth breed. If the dimensional light moth's power continued to increase, when it reached immortal or eternal, it might even be able to produce a Class 6-dimensional rift. Since the dimensional light moth had transformed into a fairy, it was wary and fearful when it sensed Silver Corona's aura. Silver Corona could tell who was on its side. It had fun playing with the insect queen. The dimensional light moth had the same aura as the insect queen. Moreover, the dimensional light moth's appearance would allow it to have more to eat. Thus, Silver Corona was friendly toward the dimensional light moth. Since the dimensional light moth had turned into a fairy, its intelligence was even higher than that of a regular person. The dimensional light moth could understand and carry out Lu Jie's order perfectly. The dimensional light moth no longer just opened dimensional rifts to fill its stomach. It could now decide the strength of the dimensional rift it opened based on how much food it wanted to eat. The dimensional light moth carefully chomped down on the spatial wall, turning the Pinnacle Class 1 Abyss Dimensional Rift into Pinnacle Class 2. The dark red Abyss Dimensional Rift expanded as it spat out a sea of Abyss demons. Every time the dimensional rift evolved, it would be able to spit out more dimensional lifeforms that were also of higher class. It was normal for Class 3 Abyss demons to appear in a Pinnacle Class 1 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Now, there were 2 Class 3 Abyss demons amongst the 500 that had just spurted forth from the dimensional rift. Abyss demons were the strongest of all dimensional lifeforms. However, it was easy for the Gold/Legend Silver Corona to take care of Class 3 Abyss demons. The small white bone lotus flowers lunged at the Class 3 Abyss demons as though they were snakes. The horn demon was the stronger of the 2 Abyss demons. It was about 2 meters tall and 3.5 meters long. It looked like a red gorilla that was covered in lizard scales, and the sharp horn on its head was almost 40 centimeters long. When the Class 3 horn demon roared, it spat out a ball of fire. At the same time, its horn charged at the first bone lotus flower that was nearing it. The bone lotus flower was burned and crushed to smithereens. But as the other bone lotus flowers bloomed, they started to gouge piece after piece of the horn demon's body. The horn demon's red skin did not have any defensive properties. It did not take long for the other lower-class demons to also fall prey to the sea of flowers. At that moment, the Pinnacle Class 2-dimensional rift lit up, and a giant creature that was almost 6 meters long emerged from the dimensional rift. It was covered with bone spikes, and its tail was poised high in the air. It had a pronounced jaw with a mouth filled with teeth stuck out past its lips. There were 3 curved horns entwined around its head that were clearly thicker than the Class 3 horn demon's horn. Lin Yuan immediately recognized this giant creature. When the horn demon was evolving, there was a small chance it could evolve into the horn terror demon. When it transformed into the horn terror demon, there was a small chance it would mutate into the bone terror demon. The mutation into the bone terror demon involved all the bones on the horn terror demon's body turning into horns. Its horns would jut out of its skin to form a protective external layer. Normally, one bone terror demon could take on 3 horn terror demons. If a horn terror demon changed into the bone terror demon, it would be considered an outstanding horn demon. The studies of the Radiance Federation scholars agreed that the bone terror demon was the strongest dimensional lifeform out of all dimensional lifeforms of the same class that came from Class 6 and below dimensional rifts. The Class 4 bone terror demon was the pinnacle fighter of Class 4 dimensional lifeforms. Lin Yuan wanted to test the Sea of Flowers combat ability. The Class 4 bone terror demon would be the best way to test the Sea of Flowers. However, Lin Yuan realized that Silver Corona was completely unbothered by the Class 4 bone terror demon. At that moment, he noticed 3 bone lotus flowers more than 2 meters long pulled away from the rest of the Sea of Flowers. These 3 bone lotus flowers were shining with 3 types of silver light. Lin Yuan immediately realized that they should be the branch lotuses. Class 4 abyss demons had decently high intelligence. Once the bone terror demon appeared, it realized it was in danger. When abyss demons were in danger, they would become violent. The horn terror demon swung its tail forcefully into the branch lotus and scraped off some of its petals. However, this bone lotus flower did not seem to be affected as it closed the remainder of its petals and clamped down on the bone terror demon's tail like a bony hand. The other 2 branch flowers also closed their petals around the bone terror demon's body. However, the bone terror demon was the strongest dimensional lifeform of its grade and was strong in its own right. Under the assault from the 2 branch lotuses, only faint scratches appeared on the bone terror demon's body. No cracks appeared. Rather, after struggling with the bone terror demon, many of the 2 branch lotuses' petals fell. Silver Corona was clearly unhappy with this situation. It had been growing without respite and had been eager to show off its power to Lin Yuan. But now it was embarrassing itself in front of Lin Yuan because of the bone terror demon. The Sea of Flowers pulsed, and a large 5-colored lotus flower bloomed within the Sea of Flowers. Its petals were extremely soft and swayed in the breeze. Lin Yuan thought this must be the main lotus. Lin Yuan watched as a spider-shaped bone insect was hatched from within the main lotus flower bud. Once the bone insect was laid, the bone lotus flowers immediately covered the main lotus. The main lotus spun its stem and buried itself within the bone lotus flowers. The spider-shaped bone insect leaped off the ground and landed on the bone terror demon's back. Soon a small hole appeared in the bone terror demon's external armor, and a half-meter-long creature entered the bone terror demon's body through the hole. A blood-curdling sound accompanied the violent roaring of the bone terror demon as it thrashed about. A few seconds later, it stopped struggling, and its body was soon buried beneath the Sea of Flowers and became part of its nutrients. Silver Corona's ability Blooming Lotus had easily taken apart the bone terror demon without the bone terror demon, causing too much damage to the Sea of Flowers. Lin Yuan asked, "Silver Corona, how many of the main and branch lotuses can you produce at once?" Silver Corona immediately answered shyly, "I have been continuously evolving the Sea of Flowers. The newly grown parts of the Sea of Flowers need a large amount of vitality and bones to be evolved. Thus, I haven't produced many of the branch and main lotuses. There are currently only around 5,000 of the branch lotuses that I have scattered around the Sea of Flowers. There are around 100 of the main lotuses. But I am very strong. I have nurtured 500 of the bone insects and stationed them at the border of the Sea of Flowers to deal with invaders." Lin Yuan was speechless when he heard what Silver Corona said. It was able to produce 5,000 of the branch lotuses, 100 of the main lotuses, and 500 of the bone insects when it was not focusing its efforts on nurturing them. If a spirit chi professional with diamond phase fell into the Sea of Flowers now, they would never be able to leave. Lin Yuan had witnessed Silver Corona's power and could rest easy as he asked Lu Jie to use the Dimensional Light Moth to evolve the other 3 Pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rifts into Pinnacle Class 2 as well. It did not take long for the Dimensional Light Moths to evolve the Alien Insect, Subterranean, and Marsh dimensional rifts as well, causing waves of alien beasts to pour out of them. Numerous Class 4 and Class 3 dimensional lifeforms entered the Sea of Flowers. At that moment, 10 phantom hands composed of souls and holding black scythes slashed down on these dimensional lifeforms. The scythes did not damage the dimensional lifeforms' physical bodies but tore their souls apart. The Class 3 dimensional lifeforms immediately lost their lives. while only the smartest class 4-dimensional lifeforms held out to receive a second attack. Lin Yuan thought, the hermit dead servants are even stronger than the bone insects because all phase below fantasy breed lack defense for their souls. Under Silver Corona's direction, the bone lotus flowers easily consumed the waves of alien beasts from the 4 pinnacle class 2-dimensional rifts. In order to speed up Silver Corona's growth, Lin Yuan used the remaining shatter spatial stones he had to create a few more dimensional rifts and asked Lu Jie to evolve them to pinnacle class 2 as well. When Lin Yuan felt that the Sea of Flowers had reached its limit, he stopped creating new dimensional rifts. If he opened too many dimensional rifts, it would be too strenuous for the Sea of Flowers. If too many of the bone lotus flowers were damaged, Silver Corona would need to use up its vitality and more bones to recover from the damage. Although Silver Corona could still handle more alien beast waves from dimensional rifts, the cost would be too high if it involved too much damage to the Sea of Flowers. From now on, as long as Silver Corona's power increased again, he could just evolve these 12 pinnacle class 2-dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan had heard from Su Iren that once the Sea of Flowers grew to a certain size, many adventurers from Phoebe Jinan City came to investigate the adventurers. At first, the borders of the Sea of Flowers had not been strong, and many adventurers had managed to escape. After the adventurers escaped, 2 types of voices started spreading. The first type of voice said that the Sea of Flowers was a forbidden area and one would become lost and be unable to escape once they entered it. The other type of voice said that as long as they could reach the center of the Sea of Flowers, they could discover a legendary fae with which they could form a contract. They would also be able to obtain the treasure that the fae was protecting. Once these 2 voices spread, it attracted an even larger crowd to investigate the Sea of Flowers. Even many adventurers from Phoebe Jinan City entered the Sea of Flowers. The Sea of Flowers was at the border between the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation but was mostly on the Divine Wood Federation side. The people from the Iron Hammer Federation were afraid that a treasure had appeared within the Divine Wood Federation. Thus, a majority of the adventurers came from the Iron Hammer Federation instead of the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had told Silver Corona that it should capture all the adventurers who entered the Sea of Flowers as long as they were not recalcitrant. Lin Yuan asked, Silver Corona, how many adventurers have you captured? Silver Corona pointed at an area in the distance and said, I am keeping around 2,000 people there. Silver Corona pouted and continued, Yuan, the adventurers eat a lot and are very dirty. They have completely messed up that area. Why don't I just eat them if they aren't of much use? Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, Take me to see the adventurers. They won't be staying in the Sea of Flowers from now on. Lin Yuan had not given that instruction to Silver Corona because he wanted to show mercy, but because he was thinking of Ta Lei's territory. Ta Lei's territory was in a remote area at the boundary between 2 federations. Even if merchant groups did pass, it would be small ones like the Sincere Merchant Group. Lin Yuan could provide resources but not manpower. In order for a city to be prosperous, manpower was a necessity. Normally, the adventurers that investigated the forbidden area did not have any relationship ties. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so willing to put themselves in harm's way. Moreover, these adventurers had usually contracted phase and possessed considerable martial force. They were very suitable to become the residents of Ta Lei's territory. As for whether these people could live harmoniously in Ta Lei's territory, Lin Yuan would not have to worry about that because they had already been scared out of their wits during the time they were held captive by Silver Brocade. Moreover, with Su Iren and her absolute love poppy there, all experts below Thear class would have no choice but to be obedient. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was very kind to his own people. Could be said that these people were lucky to have been captured by Silver Corona. The startling Lines continent was about to be thrown into chaos. These anchorless adventurers had no means to protect themselves during such turbulent times. But when they were in Ta Lei's territory, they would not only receive Lin Yuan's protection but also have the opportunity to continue to grow and accumulate riches that allowed them to lead better lives than their peers in the Radiance Federation. The Sea of Flowers automatically opened a path for Lin Yuan and Lu Jie while they walked. In less than a minute, they arrived at where Silver Corona was holding the adventurers. Just as Silver Corona had said, the place was filthy. In the past 2 months, the spirit chi professionals had been eating, drinking, and defecating there. There was no source of water where they could bathe themselves. They had not even changed their clothes during this time. Hence, it was no wonder that the place was squalid. However, the adventurers' spirits had not been broken. A few of them had even gathered together to have boasting competitions as a way to pass the time. Some adventurers' phase had not even reached gold grade. Yet they were boasting as though they were even stronger than king-class experts. All of them had faced danger countless times and experienced injuries of varying degrees. When they were first captured, they were nervous and afraid. But slowly, the number of prisoners increased. After the bone lotus flowers delivered non-poisonous dimensional lifeforms to them, some of the spirit chi professionals who had fire-type phase roasted meat for the group. To low-class adventurers, it was a good day when they could fill their bellies. But now that they were gathered there, they were being fed for free. It was not too difficult of a life to be penned in. Suddenly, the adventurers spotted a 100-meter-long black flood dragon and immediately became anxious. They were not anxious about the black flood dragon, but that the sea of flowers was clearing a path for the flood dragon. Many smart adventurers knew that the person keeping them trapped in the sea of flowers had appeared. Although Lin Yuan did not have any compulsive disorders, he liked cleanliness. He found such an environment slightly difficult to stomach. Lin Yuan looked at the adventurers and said, "Clean up this place in half an hour. Bury all the dirt." Lin Yuan did not mention the consequences of going against his order, but the adventurers could not help but feel fear toward the lavishly dressed, handsome young man riding on the black flood dragon's back. The young man's tone was not bossy or wicked, but the reaction of the black flood dragon and the sea of flowers proved his power. In the startling lines continent, fighting back usually did not end well. Many adventurers had seen their friends end up humiliated just because they had gotten in the way of the servant of a Class 1 creation master family. Clearly, this young man could not be compared with the servant of a Class 1 creation master family. Even Class 3 creation masters did not have the dignity that this young man had. The black flood dragon was clearly a diamond/fantasy fae. None of the adventurers even dared to boast to such a degree. In less than 20 minutes, all the dirt was buried in the holes dug by the Earth-type phase. According to the reactions of the adventurers and the news from Phoebe Jinan City and Oak City that he had heard, Lin Yuan knew what kind of statuses these adventurers held in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. He also knew what they needed most. Lin Yuan said in a straightforward manner, "I can provide you shelter in a city. There, you won't have to worry about putting yourselves in danger to fill your stomachs or obtain resources. You will even receive help to increase your power. However, you will also need to contribute." Lin Yuan's words caused delight to bloom on the adventurers' faces. The life he described was the one the adventurers dreamed of, especially the part about having a place to stay long-term. When Lin Yuan did not seem to have anything more to say, one of the adventurers said hopefully, "Lord, may I ask what kind of contributions we will need to make? Of the 3 conditions you mentioned, I am willing to do anything just to have one of them fulfilled." Since the territory belonged to Ta Lei, it went without saying that he was the leader. Lin Yuan had many things to do and many plans to carry out in the startling lines continent. He did not have the energy to interfere with the management of Ta Lei's territory. Ta Lei should decide the type of contributions that the adventurers needed to make. Lin Yuan issued an order to Silver Corona. To the shock of the adventurers, the sea of flowers opened another path, and Lin Yuan said to the adventurers, "Go down this path, and you will see a city. Someone in the city will tell you what to do." Once he spoke, Lin Yuan instructed Blackie to take him back to the underground palace. This was the most important day of the adventurers' lives because their lives had just taken a turn for the much better. They saw the light at the end of the tunnel for the first time. All the adventurers went down the small path and headed to the city that the young man had mentioned. At that moment, none of them was thinking of escaping the sea of flowers because it seemed more cute than terrifying to them now. Once Lin Yuan returned to the underground palace, he started to organize and digest the information that Su Irin had obtained. Even with genius help, it took Lin Yuan a day and a half to swallow all the information. After absorbing the information, Lin Yuan now had accurate information about all the factions of the three federations in the Startling Lines continent. This caused Lin Yuan to be amazed at Su Iran's capabilities. Not even when Yu's ability to gather intelligence could compare to that of Su Iran. As a result, Lin Yuan could carry out the rest of his plan with even more accuracy. After Lin Yuan instructed Su Iran to use the 14 poppy fruits to drain the riches from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation faster, he and Lu Jie left for the City Lord's residence in Oak City. On this trip with Ding Chengshua to Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, Lin Yuan intended to properly see what Sacred Forest City was all about. The Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan that it was not just the Radiance Federation, Freedom Federation, and Azure Federations that had mystic realms. Many federations were built around their mystic realms. The Divine Wood Federation was one of them. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm was the heart of the Divine Wood Federation. This was enough to prove how strong the Fays with the Sacred Wood bloodline were. Lin Yuan happened to be affiliated with plant-type Fays and could form contracts with the Fays from the Sacred Forest Mystic Realm. Lin Yuan had drunk the tea brewed from the golden the arch bamboo's leaves. Although he had formed a contract with the merciful Star Peony, he still had more than enough spiritual energy to contract a plant-type Fey that was bronze grade and below. On the way from the underground palace to Oak City, Lu Jie asked Lin Yuan seriously, "Lin Yuan, there are no Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation. Moreover, the Divine Wood Federation's factions are centered around the Creation Master families. Their Creation Master resources will never be leaked. In such an environment, many talented Spirit Chi professionals are deprived of the opportunity to make use of their talent. The earliest batch of our White Cloth followers has fully grown. All of them have reached Pinnacle King class on average. A few of them have even reached Emperor class. We can rely on them to lead the new White Cloth followers. I was thinking, why don't we gather some Spirit Chi professionals from the Divine Wood Federation who have already comprehended a few willpower runes and nurture them after obtaining their loyalty? This will pad up our team of White Cloth followers even more." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he nodded at Lu Jie and said, "Big brother Lu, after arriving at the Sacred Forest City, we will have around a week to do some managing. After the week, I will be in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm with Ding Chengshua for an unknown period. During this time, you can gather Spirit Chi professionals from the Divine Wood Federation who have comprehended several willpower runes. One of Su Iran's love music centers is in the Sacred Forest City. It should be easy to gather Spirit Chi professionals through it." Lu Jie knew what Lin Yuan's goal of coming to the Sacred Forest City was. In the past, if Lin Yuan had acted without Lu Jie, the latter would have been beside himself with worry that Lin Yuan was in danger. But now that Lu Jie understood Lin Yuan's power, he knew that as long as Lin Yuan was not attacked from the shadows and had the opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, no one in the Divine Wood Federation would be able to stand up to him. Of course, this was as long as Lin Yuan did not get on the wrong side of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. Although there were no Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation, there were numerous Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. They could also use their Creation Master resources to bring an expert up. There might not be an eternal expert in the Divine Wood Federation, but there definitely were immortal experts. According to the information gathered by the Radiance Federation, there had been fights between immortal experts in the Startling Lines continent. Lu Jie nodded and said, "Don't worry, Lin Yuan. I will definitely be able to handle such trivial matters well. I will send all the talents gathered from Sacred Forest City to Ta Lei's territory to be nurtured. Once their fundamental powers improve, they will be handed to the White Cloth followers." While Lu Jie was speaking, Lin Yuan handed him a diamond face storage box. When Lu Jie looked inside the diamond face storage box, he saw that there were over 3,000 bronze/epic and 20 bronze/legend phase inside. Although Lu Jie knew how wealthy Lin Yuan was, he still could not help but be shocked. If the resources that Lin Yuan had just provided him were transferred into Creation Master resources, they would be even more impressive than the stakes of the gamble between the Moon Empress and Goddess of Mercy that had taken place after the Radiance 100 sequence selection. A Class 5 Creation Master would need more than 3 years to produce the resources within the diamond face storage box. Lu Jie's hands felt slightly numb as he held such precious resources. At that moment, Lin Yuan said, "Big Brother Lu, there should be enough bronze/epic phase inside here. If the spirit chi professionals you gather have unorthodox willpower runes that aren't suitable for any of the phase in the diamond phase storage box, let me know once I'm out of the sacred wood mystic realm. Moreover, if any of the spirit chi professionals are geniuses that have comprehended for willpower runes, they can pick one of the bronze/legend to form a contract with. Such talented individuals deserve to be nurtured with the best resources. Besides the Divine Wood Federation, we should also take note of talented individuals from the Great Lush Federation and Iron Hammer Federation." Lin Yuan had never thought about Sky City having so many white-clothed followers because he wanted to go down the path of elite soldiers. But as the Spirit Lock spatial zone continued to evolve and more resources were produced within it, Lin Yuan noticed that quantity and quality were not mutually exclusive when it came to the white-clothed followers. He could have many elite soldiers. This was because Lin Yuan only gave the white-clothed followers high-quality bronze phase. From now on, he would have to procure most of the white-clothed followers' resources on his own. Additionally, it was much easier for Lin Yuan to evolve high-quality phase now than in the past. He could single-handedly handle orders from 4 of the Radiance Federation cities. Thus, it would be child's play for him to provide the white-clothed followers with high-quality bronze phase. The Freedom Federation and Radiance Federation were always at odds. The fight with the Freedom Federation envoy group was the first ember that would lead to a raging blaze. Even the startling Lines continent, where there had only ever been small scuffles, was going to be swept up by a storm soon. All the major federations in the main world would be clashing swords with increasing intensity. Moreover, there were also Tower Cannon's stupid actions to take into consideration. If Lin Yuan wanted to retain his values and protect what he wanted to protect amidst the chaos, he could not be the only one with power. Thus, refining the white-clothed followers was the first goal of Sky City's white-clothed followers plan. Lu Jie could understand Lin Yuan's intentions from his words. He thought, Lin Yuan just gave me 3,000 bronze/epic phase and 20 bronze/legend phase. With such a mountain of resources, I don't have to put any effort in order to nurture another 1,500 white-clothed followers. The black flood dragon weaved in the sky above Oak City. Oak City did not allow phase to fly in their sky as the Ding family's experts constantly patrolled the sky. However, none of the Ding family's experts dared to stop the black flood dragon and the young man riding on it. This was because they had already seen Lin Yuan at the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle, how he had taken control of numerous chambers of commerce backed by the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, and how he killed Lu Han. To the Ding family's experts, stopping Lin Yuan from flying in the sky above Oak City would be no different from charging toward death. It would bring disaster to the Ding family. None of the Ding family's experts had reached Thearch class. As long as the young man on the black flood dragon took out the long blue flute, he could easily kill them. Furthermore, Ding Chengshua had issued an order for all members of the Ding family to treat Lin Yuan with the utmost respect when they encountered him. Ding Chengshua had built the Ding family, and his word was law. No one dared to defy him. The experts from the Ding family who were patrolling hurriedly greeted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to the 2 Emperor-class experts from the Ding family, "Take me to see City Lord Ding." The 2 Emperor-class experts hurriedly started leading the way. At this time, Ding Chengshua had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared and was waiting at the entrance of his manor for Lin Yuan to arrive. Ding Chengshua had never seen Lin Yuan's phase, and he gasped when he spotted Blackie. Before this, Ding Chengshua had never seen a diamond pure flood dragon species fae. But now his eyes were opened. It was likely that there was not another diamond pure flood dragon species fae in the entire Divine Wood Federation because only a Class 5 creation master could evolve the dragon species bloodline to such a degree when it was at diamond grade. Ding Chengshua ignored the 2 Emperor-class experts and greeted Lin Yuan with a wide grin after bowing to him. He was afraid that he was not friendly enough with Lin Yuan and would be insulted. The 2 Emperor-class experts had never seen Ding Chengshua treat a person this way. His attitude cemented Lin Yuan's extraordinary status. Lin Yuan nodded at Ding Chengshua and said, "City Lord Ding, since you're waiting here, it must mean that you are done with the preparations. Then let's get going. I have some things to do in Sacred Forest City and would like to shorten the travel time." Why don't I handle the travel method? Lin Yuan was not the type to show off. When he addressed Ding Chengshua as City Lord Ding Chengshua felt respected. This gave Ding Chengshua a good impression of Lin Yuan beyond loyalty. At first, Ding Chengshua thought Lin Yuan came from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret aristocratic families. However, none of the chambers of commerce from the Great Lush Federation, including the Jin family, recognized Lin Yuan. This meant that there was no way that Lin Yuan was native to the Great Lush Federation. It was unlikely that any faction in the Great Lush Federation hid away their descendants so deeply. Since Ding Chengshua was aware of this, he knew that Lin Yuan was not from the Startling Lines continent. Nonetheless, Ding Chengshua did not care where Lin Yuan came from. Regardless of where he came from, Ding Chengshua was going to cling to him and had already dedicated his loyalty with the knowledge that Lin Yuan would not take advantage of him. Alas, no matter how outstanding Lin Yuan was, his age was an undeniable fact. His servants also appeared to only be around 20 years old. Hence, the Emperor-class Ding Chengshua's phase would be able to fly faster. But Ding Chengshua did not voice any disagreement. Since Lin Yuan had said he wanted to handle the travel method, Ding Chengshua would go along with him even if he said they would be crawling. At that moment, Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a large baby blue butterfly appeared in front of him. When the butterfly flapped its wings, the aura of the entire Oak City solidified. It was like millions of tons of pressure crushing Oak City. The Kill Food Sky butterfly was used to releasing its aura as much as it wanted in the marsh world. When Lin Yuan summoned it back to the main world, it forgot to retract its aura. The Kill Food Sky butterfly hurriedly retracted its aura when it sensed its error. Lin Yuan realized that in the past few months, the Kill Food Sky butterfly had successfully used the law crystals he had given it to break through. It was now Sovereign V/Creation 3. Lin Yuan had accumulated many law source crystals that the sacred sword-wielding queen had turned into law crystals. Thus, he was swimming in law crystals. The Kill Food Sky butterfly could use these law crystals to quickly evolve itself to Creation 4. But in order to evolve to Creation V, it required world crystals. Lin Yuan did not have many world crystal and could not supply them to the Kill Food Sky butterfly flippantly. Hence, once the Kill Food Sky butterfly evolved to Creation 4, it would have to depend on itself to evolve. By this time, Lin Yuan and Lu Jie had already climbed onto the Kill Food Sky butterfly's back. However, Ding Chengshua dared not climb onto the Kill Food Sky butterfly's back. Ding Chengshua was also silently astonished. Besides the female servant dressed in black robes, Lin Yuan could also use such a beautiful and enormous butterfly species Fei as a mode of transportation. Ding Chengshua was a Class 4 creation master and had heard of the top 3 butterfly species Fei bloodlines. There was no question that this sovereign butterfly species Fei that had comprehended world power was the Kill Food Sky butterfly. Lin Yuan was about to shout to Ding Chengshua before instructing the Kill Food Sky butterfly to retract its aura even further when the Kill Food Sky butterfly created a gust by flapping its wings and sweeping Ding Chengshua onto its back. Next, it did as Lin Yuan said and started flying toward Sacred Forest City. Even at the Kill Food Sky butterfly's speed, it needed almost a day to travel from Oak City to Sacred Forest City. Lu Jie was not familiar with Ding Chengshua. Although Ding Chengshua was one of them, he had essentially turned his back on the Divine Wood Federation once he decided to join Lin Yuan. Lu Jie despised people who betrayed their federations. Ding Chengshua could clearly sense how Lu Jie felt about him, but he did not care at all. He continued to act in a friendly manner to Lu Jie while he chatted with Lin Yuan. Ding Chengshua took out several fruits that were only found in Oak City and gave them to Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. Lin Yuan saw how attentive Ding Chengshua was being and knew that he was trying to display his loyalty. Lin Yuan did not need his subordinates to act like obedient puppies that did not have a mind of their own. The only request Lin Yuan had for Ding Chengshua was to take him into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and for him to help ensure that nothing went wrong. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to Ding Chengshua. Ding Chengshua quickly came up with a piece of flattery and was about to speak, but Lin Yuan spoke first. Whether things in Sacred Forest City go smoothly will depend on you. Once I leave the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, I will give you a Bronze/Legend Fei, as well as 10 pairs of Bronze/Epic item storing walnuts and 3 pairs of Bronze/Legend item storing walnuts. While Lin Yuan spoke, he took out the bracelet that Hu Quan had made as a prototype. The bracelet was made up of 36 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls, 9 of each type. Since it was just a prototype, the outer layer of the elemental pearls was only defined life. However, 36 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers were enough to stupefy any person from the Divine Wood Federation. When Ding Chengshua saw the chain of pearls and thought about the bronze/legend phase and high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts that Lin Yuan promised him, he understood for the first time the terrifying scale of resources that Lin Yuan possessed. Ding Chengshua would not have been this shocked if Lin Yuan had only promised him 36 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. As he gazed at the chain of 36 heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that was held together by a jade-textured wood thread, Ding Chengshua found it tough to imagine how little regard one had to have for heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls which could transform Fey bloodlines to use them as accessories. How extravagant! But at the same time, Ding Chengshua felt extremely conflicted. Ding Chengshua was confident that nothing would go wrong on this trip with Lin Yuan to Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. He guaranteed that he could obtain that chain of pearls. The water and earth-type elemental pearls would be extremely useful to him. But could he bear to break this chain of pearls that was basically an art piece? Lin Yuan's promise of such resources to Ding Chengshua confirmed the latter's guess. Lin Yuan knew that promising resources of such a level to Ding Chengshua would allow Ding Chengshua to guess his background. Since he still went through with promising such rewards to Ding Chengshua, it meant that he was not afraid of Ding Chengshua guessing the truth. Lin Yuan had seen through what kind of person Ding Chengshua was. To someone like Ding Chengshua, who prioritized his family's benefits and development, he just had to ensure that Ding Chengshua's profits were secured and Ding Chengshua would hinge the value of his life and family, as well as their honor on Lin Yuan, while doing his best to serve Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not going to Sacred Forest City just to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. He also wanted to interact with the upper echelons of the aristocrats. Since Ding Chengshua was the city lord of Oak City, he would be the best choice to help Lin Yuan get his foot through the door. After all this time, not a single Class 5 creation master had emerged from the startling Lines continent. It was time that one did. There were issues with the Iron Hammer Federation's internal affairs. If they found out that there was a Class 5 creation master in the Divine Wood Federation, the combination of internal and external ails would send the Iron Hammer Federation into a panic. Once Ta Lei spread the news that his master, who was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master, the Iron Hammer Federation would be exceptionally polite and welcoming toward him. Lin Yuan felt that the key point to absorbing the riches from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation would be to trade with both federations. In places like the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation, where low-class creation master families depended on high-class creation master families and small tribes depended on large tribes, the small tribes and low-class creation master families did not have many resources of their own. Almost all of the wealth went to the few families in the Divine Wood Federation that had Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters and the Black Gold tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation. But it went without saying that the imperial courts of the two federations were the ones that truly occupied the top of the pyramids. If Lin Yuan had the opportunity to trade with the imperial courts of the two federations, he would be able to get his hands on the best resources in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. However, given that he was an outsider, the two imperial courts would not only be unwilling to trade with him, but they would even try to find ways to get rid of him. Hence, he needed to find a suitable identity to assume in order to do business in the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Ding Chengshua's eyes were fixed on the chain of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls for some time before he finally tore his gaze away. He knelt sincerely to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord, I swore my loyalty to you long ago. It's only right that I do whatever you ask of me. I have a few good friends in Sacred Forest City. It will be easy for us to do most things. If you need, I can introduce you to my entire network in Sacred Forest City." Lu Jie scoffed at Ding Chengshua's words. Lu Jie increasingly despised Ding Chengshua. It was clear that Ding Chengshua greatly desired the resources, but he said that he was only doing what he should. If Lin Yuan decided not to give the resources to Ding Chengshua, he would probably start crying in front of Lin Yuan. Previously, Ding Chengshua had just betrayed the Divine Wood Federation. As the city lord of one of the Divine Wood Federation's large cities, he had become Lin Yuan's subordinate out of greed. But now, he was using his network and resources to boost Lin Yuan's welfare. Thus, he was not only turning his back on the Divine Wood Federation but was also taking away from the Divine Wood Federation's profits. Ding Chengshua's actions made Lu Jie see him as one of their own, but Lu Jie increasingly abhorred Ding Chengshua. Ding Chengshua had noticed Lu Jie's scoff. However, he did not feel ashamed at all in the face of Lu Jie's clear detest. Rather, Ding Chengshua hoped that Lin Yuan and this other outsider would cause large waves in the Divine Wood Federation so that the water would elevate him, the person who Lin Yuan trusted the most in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan knew full well how Ding Chengshua thought. Frankly, he did not like someone with Ding Chengshua's character either. However, a person like Ding Chengshua was the best kind to be used. Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to use his resources to ensure that Ding Chengshua never acted in a way that was disadvantageous to them. Lin Yuan walked over to Ding Chengshua to help him up and said softly, "You deserve these. If you do well, there will be even more benefits in store for you." Ding Chengshua looked excited when he heard what Lin Yuan said. The kill food sky butterfly formed a baby blue streak of light in the sky. It was flying so fast that no phase below diamond grade would be able to see it clearly. Lin Yuan looked down from the back of the kill food sky butterfly. Suddenly, he spotted a clear boundary line in the forest in the distance. One side of the forest was dark green, while the other side was light green. The dark green side of the forest was clearly larger than the light green side. There were clearly stairs on both sides of the forest that seemed to form a chasm. When Ding Chengshua saw the dark green side of the forest, he hurriedly said, "Lord, we have arrived at the border between the Dark Dream Forest and Jade Forest. The Dark Dream Forest is the territory of the stronger phase. It's likely that they will attack us when we fly over the Dark Dream Forest. But given the power of your butterfly species Fae, the chances of it suffering any damage are very low." Lin Yuan could sense Ding Chengshua's fear of the Dark Dream Forest. According to the information that Su Iran had gathered, the spirit chi professionals of the Startling Lines continent were slightly weaker than the Faes because there were no Class 5 creation masters in the Startling Lines continent. Without strong human experts to keep them at bay, the strong Faes took up most of the fertile lands on the Startling Lines continent. Most of the Faes that took control of the land were myth breed and above. Once the wild Faes claimed a territory as their own, they would protect it vehemently. If the aura of another powerful Fae appeared in the vicinity of their territory, they would immediately attack the invaders. The kill food sky butterfly retracted its aura while it flew. This made it an easy target. When Lin Yuan heard what Ding Chengshua said, he not only did not look shocked and instruct the kill food sky butterfly to change its flight path, but he even looked exceedingly relaxed. Lin Yuan hoped that the powerful Faes would try to attack the kill food sky butterfly. Any and all Faes that tried to attack the kill food sky butterfly would be running to their deaths. Ding Chengshua knew what lived within the Dark Dream Forest. Every time he traveled from Oak City to Sacred Forest City, he would avoid the Dark Dream Forest. It was likely that that beast within the Dark Dream Forest had already reached Sovereign/Pinnacle creation. Given its bloodline, it would not be difficult for that beast to break through. At first, Ding Chengshua assumed that Lin Yuan would decide to change course. Yet, he seemed to have piqued Lin Yuan's interest instead. This left Ding Chengshua nonplussed. If Lin Yuan led his black-robed servant, he might be able to stand toe-to-toe against that beast in the Dark Dream Forest. However, the sovereign butterfly species Fae would be chewed up and swallowed by that beast. Ding Chengshua knew that Lin Yuan's butterfly species Fae was the kill food sky butterfly and could roll grades to fight. However, the beast from the Dark Dream Forest had the top bloodline of the climbing type phase. The climbing type phase had more emperor bloodlines than butterfly species phase. When Ding Chengshua saw that the kill food sky butterfly had already flown into the Dark Dream Forest, he decided to give Lin Yuan another reminder. It would be too late if that beast discovered the kill food sky butterfly. But before Ding Chengshua could speak, he heard the whistling sound of air being broken through as a pink tongue shot toward the kill food sky butterfly, as though it were an arrow. The tongue was covered with soft bones that resembled tree roots and looked extremely strong. The tongue had a diameter of 3 meters and could only be covered by 4 to 5 young men wrapped their hands around it. Alarm bells rang in Ding Qingshua's head when he heard the sound of the tongue breaking through the air and saw the shadow of the tongue. Despair flooded his face. That beast noticed the kill food sky butterfly the moment it entered the kill food sky butterfly. Ding Qingshuo instinctively summoned the dragon horn's mysterious turtle. Nonetheless, Ding Qingshuo did not think that the dragon horn's mysterious turtle would be of any help. At that moment, Lin Yuan said slowly, "Shadow, it looks like a little lizard is hungry. Capture the small lizard that keeps sticking its tongue out." Once Lin Yuan spoke, Ding Qingshuo saw a 1.5-meter tall young man emerge from Lin Yuan's shadow. The young man was only black and white. His long black fingernails shone with a blinding malevolence. The young man looked at Lin Yuan respectfully and said in a hoarse voice, "Young master, the lizard has disrespected you. Before I catch it, I will teach it a lesson on your behalf." Shadow transformed into a shadow and plummeted down from the sky, splitting the tongue into two. It was as though it was a sharp knife that was slicing through a ham. The entire dark dream forest started to move. It was clear that a large beast was struggling in pain within it. Soon, the sound of daggers piercing scales rang out. When Ding Qingshuo heard the sound, he immediately knew that the young man that had emerged from Lin Yuan's shadow had used his fingernails to pierce that beast's skin. Ding Qingshuo's brain short-circuited. The sight in front of him was incomprehensible to him. Ding Qingshuo found it difficult to imagine how powerful the young man was to cleave the tongue from tip to root so easily. Moreover, just how many powerful bodyguards did Lin Yuan have? Lin Yuan and Ding Qingshuo were on the kill food sky butterfly's back. But Ding Qingshuo had not sensed such a powerful expert hidden in Lin Yuan's shadow. Shadow gave Ding Qingshuo a strong feeling of repression. He could sense the aura of an abyss demon from Shadow. The difference was that Shadow's aura was much more terrifying and nefarious than abyss demons. Ding Qingshuo could be certain that Shadow was not a spirit chi professional, but it also did not look like a fae. The longer Ding Qingshuo looked at Lin Yuan, the more mysterious he felt Lin Yuan was. Even the young elites from the 3 main federations did not possess such power. Lin Yuan did not order the kill food sky butterfly to stop. Shadow was much stronger than the kill food sky butterfly, and it would be easy for it to catch up to the kill food sky butterfly. The abyss demons were lifelong partners with carnage. In the abyssal world, bloodshed was the true ruler. Ever since Shadow started following Lin Yuan, it had been suppressing its true nature. But now, it was time for Shadow to unleash its true colors. After all, Shadow would not kill the beast with the tongue now that Lin Yuan had issued his order. Frankly, Lin Yuan had already used true data to check on the tongue. He discovered that it came from the Sovereign X/Creation 8 bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard. Lin Yuan had heard of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard before. It was worthy of being called the pride of climbing-type phase. It was one of the rare climbing-type phase that had the Emperor-class bloodline. Besides the 4 climbing-type bloodlines that could be termed as the Arch, the 7 Emperor-class bloodlines were the strongest climbing-type bloodlines. The bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard was the only one of the 7 Emperor-class climbing-type phase that could evolve into the Thearch-class bloodline. The other 6 types of Emperor-class bloodline would only be able to mutate to evolve toward Thearch-class instead of conventional evolution. It could be said that the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard had the peak bloodline of climbing-type phase. According to the radius of the movement of the Dark Dream Forest, the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard had to be almost 7,000 meters long. It was a giant terrestrial fae. The skin of lizard species phase was extremely tough. If Shadow was not skilled at combat and stronger than the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard, Shadow would not have been able to use its nails to pierce its skin. The bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard could have used its body as a fort. Its tongue was its most powerful weapon. The length of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard's tongue was closely related to the length and size of its body. Normally, the tongue was twice the length of the body. This was why the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard could attack the kill food sky butterfly that was tens of thousands of meters up in the air. Besides being used as a fort and could technically be seen as a strategic class fae, the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard had another ability that other lizard species faes did not. This ability was present in its name. Its normal ability was insect consumption. Could kill any insect species Fey. If Lin Yuan did not possess shadow but an alien insect that had reached Immortal, it would have been killed by the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard even though it was a large level above the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard. There was a rumor that the bronze bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard had killed the gold insect species Fays. Alas, this was just a rumor, and there was no concrete evidence. Fays with elite bloodlines were rare in the wild. It was also difficult for creation masters to nurture them manually. According to Lin Yuan's knowledge, there was not a single bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard in the entire Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan did not have a strategic class Fey that could act as a terrestrial fort. Hence, from the moment he saw the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard, Lin Yuan decided that he had to have it. It was difficult to tame wild Fays, especially Fays that had reached sovereign/pinnacle creation. When Shadow released its savage nature, the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard became aware of its opponent's power and put aside its pride. Without mighty martial force to strike fear into the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard's heart, it would never obediently carry out Lin Yuan's orders, no matter how many resources he provided. Since Lin Yuan saw the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard as a strategic class resource, he would only use it during battle. Thus, it was necessary for it to be completely obedient to him. At that moment, a strange expression appeared on Lu Jie's face. It was an expression of mixed surprise and joy. Soon, joy took over as the main expression. Lin Yuan, according to my observations, we seem to have caught a treasure. There is a male and a female bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard in the Dark Dream Forest, as well as 4 young. The strongest of the young has reached platinum, while the weakest is only gold. We have stumbled on a family of bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards. When Shadow attacked the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard, Lu Jie instructed the Insect Queen to produce 4 lonely night hurricane moths and to scout out the area. This was when he discovered this surprise. Lu Jie had become part of the Radiance 100 sequence twice and was also Night Leaning Moon's disciple. It went without saying that he was capable. If Lin Yuan could see the value in the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard, so could Lu Jie. Lin Yuan looked delighted when he heard what Lu Jie said and said instinctively, "This bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard couple is so lucky. They managed to produce 4 children. Since they had the Emperor-class bloodline, they might not have been able to conceive in their entire lives. Once the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard became pregnant, it could produce 1 to 2 eggs. It was rare for even regular lizard species Fays to produce 4 eggs at once. If other Fey couples with elite bloodlines discovered this, they would turn green with envy. At first, Lin Yuan only saw the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard as a moving fort. But now that he had 6 of the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards, and if all of them were nurtured, Lin Yuan would be able to create the most powerful combat system out of them. At times, quantity could trump quality. When the 6 bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards cooperated and shot out their tongues simultaneously, they could protect each other while attacking. A family of the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard would be able to work together during battle. If anyone else, even if it was a powerful federation, got their hands on the bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards, they would immediately start to ponder over how they could nurture them. But Lin Yuan had the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. After the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone had evolved and enlarged numerous times, it was now easy for him to nurture them. Now that Genius had evolved to the highest access fate-knowing beast, it had accumulated 300 100 questions beasts in the 100 questions beast army. There were now 300 Pinnacle Class 3 creation masters who were working hard for Lin Yuan's sake. The bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard's bloodline was extremely powerful. It would not experience a bottleneck before it reached creation breed. 300 Class 3 creation masters were enough for the 4 young bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had not been flying for long before Shadow dropped 2 humanoid figures on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's back. The man and woman were both tall and skinny, with brown hair and light green eyes that were as thin as that of a lizard. Usually, this eye shape was very ugly on a human's face. But on these 2 figures' faces, when paired with their tall nose bridges, sharp bone structure, and purple lips, it complemented them. There were no scars on either of these two figures' faces. Although they were pale, they still managed to plaster on composure. However, Lu Jie knew that under the clothes they wore were tangled messes. These were the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards to which Shadow had just taught a stinging lesson. The male bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizard had almost reached Immortal while the female had reached Sovereign X/Creation 6. Given their power, despite being heavily injured, as long as their roots were not damaged, they could quickly recover their wounds by triggering their spirit chi and activating their cells. Both of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards had terror and nervousness written all over their faces. Each of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards was tightly holding two lizards that were larger than them. Evidently, they were afraid that their children would be hurt. The couple lorded over the dark dream forest. In order to fill their bellies, they ate countless fays every day. Thus, they understood the fundamental rule that the weak were nothing more than fodder for the strong. Shadow's attack made the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards aware that neither of them was capable of standing up to Shadow. This was exactly the effect that Lin Yuan was going for. When Lin Yuan saw the 12 golden rings around the tails of the 4 bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards, he smiled. I'm sure it's difficult for the two of you to hunt and feed for your children in the dark dream forest. Lin Yuan's words caused the 2 bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards to tighten their arms around their children as they hastily replied, "It's not difficult at all. How can it be difficult when we're all together?" The couple knew that they were in no position to argue. However, the male bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizard still wanted to express his desire to keep his family together. But what Lin Yuan said next caused the couple to suck in a sharp breath. Not difficult? If it's not difficult, why is it that none of your children's power has reached diamond even after 20 years? The strongest of them is only platinum 4/epic, while the weakest is only gold/flawless. I'm sure that the resources from the dark dream forest are barely enough to fill the 2 of your stomachs. There can't be enough to supply your children and help them to grow. The more elite the bloodline and the stronger the fae, the more resources it needed. If the couple only had 1 child, it would be able to grow normally. But it was unrealistic to expect them to be able to raise 4 children in the forest. Lin Yuan spoke the truth, and the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperors did not have any rebuttal for him. However, the couple started looking at Lin Yuan warily. He sounded like he wanted to take their children. The couple had interacted with many spirit chi professionals and understood how they contracted phase. Before their children evolved to fantasy breed, spirit chi professionals would have enough spiritual energy to contract them even if they reached diamond grade. Neither of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards was willing to let their children go to be contracted by spirit chi professionals. Once spirit chi professionals contracted their children, they would leave their side. The more elite the bloodline of a fae, the more difficult it would be for them to have offspring. Hence, these 2 fays loved their children deeply. Fays with inferior bloodlines would not be willing to give up their lives for their children when they were in danger because it was easy for them to procreate. But fays with elite bloodlines were willing to sacrifice their lives for their children to allow them to continue living. The mother of Bloodbath was an example of this. The couple's gazes were increasingly filled with despair. Lin Yuan did not intend to torture them any longer. Lin Yuan immediately answered, "I can provide your children with resources. Within a year, they will evolve to creation breed. However, there is no free meal in this world. I need the 2 of you and your 4 children to become loyal to me and add to my strength." Previously, the couple had been in the pits of hopelessness. But when they heard what Lin Yuan said, the couple's moods swung in the direct opposite direction. The offer that Lin Yuan made was too tempting. The couple could not even imagine what evolving their 4 children to creation breed within a year would be like. They could not even begin to estimate the mountain of resources that this promise would entail. If Lin Yuan could truly give their children such a future, the parents would agree to let him take them even if it meant that they would be separated and would have to deal with the anguish of missing them for the rest of their lives. The love of parents could not be estimated. The couple knew that the benefits of evolving to creation breed in such a short span would not only make up for the inadequate growth of the past 20 years but also evolve their bloodlines. When Lin Yuan saw the couple's expressions, he went on to say, "Your family has always been together. even when resources were scarce. I can promise that as long as you become loyal to me, I will not separate you but regard you as one unit. You will still be able to live together from now on. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, besides your 4 children, I will also help 2 of you to evolve. Both of you have reached pinnacle creation and are only 1 step away from immortal. If you sincerely do my bidding after swearing your loyalty to me, I can give you a chance to reach immortal once I am done with my business in Sacred Forest City. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, the female bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard swore its loyalty to Lin Yuan on its law world. It did not choose to become Lin Yuan's protector but to become his lowly servant because it knew how much its husband wanted to break through. The female bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard could not help him to fulfill this. Now that the opportunity was presenting itself, it had to grab that chance for its husband. When it saw that its wife had sworn its loyalty, the male bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard had no choice but to also swear to become Lin Yuan's servant. Lin Yuan was now the master of these 2 bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards. In the year that Lin Yuan became a spirit chi professional, he had obtained many opportunities. But gaining the loyalty of a family of bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards was unquestionably one of his top 5 opportunities. The terrestrial army formed by the 6 bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards had just as much strategic significance as the floating island whale. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct the parent bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards to lead their children into the jeweled cave Golden Toad, the male bug consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizard said, "None of my 4 children have comprehended willpower runes and can't swear their loyalties to you. I don't need you to fulfill your promise as long as you ensure that we parents are never separated from our children. Once our children comprehend willpower runes, I will make them swear their loyalties to you." From this, Lin Yuan knew that the couple did not believe that he would make good on his word. Lin Yuan was not going to explain to him. He took out the jeweled cave Golden Toad and said to the couple, "Go in first. I will find a place that you can make into your new home." Lin Yuan felt that the marsh world was the best place for the family's new home. Klein Hub linked the marsh world, and Lin Yuan could enter it from anywhere. There were many insect species, dimensional life forms. None of the apostles that Lin Yuan had liked taking the same species of dimensional life form as their favored believers. While the Medusa snake demons were building, they were plagued with issues of exterminating insects. When Yu and Sun Ningxiang had only been in the marsh world for 2 days, but had already sent many thoughts letter-paper communications to Lin Yuan to talk about the insect issue. The insects were not strong, but most of them were venomous. They were very dangerous for the humans in the marsh world who were cultivating plant-type phase. Many of them had started to develop fevers and boils after being bitten by the insects. If Lin Yuan put the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards in the marsh world, it would be more convenient for the army of 100 Questions beasts to nurture them and help them grow but also solve the issue of the insect infestation. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yuan kept Shadow by his side and also summoned the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. Whitespeak was outside of the territory managing the Dark Scorpion's territory to protect Lin Yuan's territory, which was surrounded by the Dark Scorpion's territory. The strongest combatant he had in the marsh world came from the Thearch-class expert Lu Yenshan. Ever since Lin Yuan placed Lu Yenshan in the marsh world, he had been protecting the tower where the army of 100 Questions beasts concocted spirit fluids. By placing the couple in the marsh world, they could help to deal with any danger that popped up in the marsh world. Conquering the family of bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor Lizards was just a pit stop on the way to Sacred Forest City. However, the pit stop helped Lin Yuan to gain enormous benefits. Ding Chengshua looked at Lin Yuan like how one would gaze at a god. It was getting increasingly harder for him to tell what Lin Yuan's identity was. However, Ding Chengshua had become even more certain of his decision to cling tightly to Lin Yuan and become a subordinate that Lin Yuan valued. This would ensure that the Ding family's future in the Startling Lines continent was bright. There was still half a day of travel before they arrived at Sacred Forest City. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and started to rest. He had not rested at all in the past 2 days while he had been gathering information about the factions in the Startling Lines continent. While Lin Yuan was resting, a storm was brewing in the Freedom Mystic Temple. Normally, after the Freedom Federation envoy group was done with the purpose of their visit, they would stay in the Radiance Federation for some time, just like the Azure Federation envoy group was doing before they rode the island whale back to the Freedom Federation. This entire trip would take around 2 months. However, the top families in the Freedom Federation noticed that Li Yong had returned to the Freedom Federation in advance. The Chen family, where Chen Yu was from, was an aristocratic family from the Freedom Federation. The members of the Freedom Federation's aristocratic families, especially direct disciples, had a portion of their blood absorbed by the blood spirit insect when they were young. Once the person who had given their blood died, the blood within the blood spirit insect would turn from red to black, and the blood spirit insect would die within 3 days. This was how the elite families in the Freedom Federation were notified of the deaths of their main members. Since Chen Yu was the goddess of mercy's favored expert, he was put on a pedestal in the Chen family. Even his grandfather had to defer to him. Chen Yu had influenced his grandfather's decisions in family meetings more than once. Moreover, after he had formed a grudge against the direct descendants of 3 other elite families, the goddess of mercy personally killed the young experts of the 3 elite families to save Chen Yu. As a result, many elite families resented the Chen family. Thus, in spite of his high position in the family, many people in the Chen family detested him. If the main member of other families died, they would all grieve regardless of how much they prioritized their profits. Yet, only a small group of people in the Chen family felt sorrow over Chen Yu's death. Moreover, they were not truly sad over his death, but the fact that their link to the goddess of mercy had also died along with him. Li Yong had intended to squash the fact that Chen Yu had died, so no one found out about it. However, some young members of the Chen family had been so happy over Chen Yu's death that they leaked the news of his death. Thus, in less than 3 days after Li Yong returned to the Freedom Federation, all the elite factions of the Freedom Federation found out about Chen Yu's death. Given that Chen Yu was a Freedom envoy, his death was big news. Many members of the Freedom Federation's inner circle wanted to propose one of the reserve candidates to take his place. This allowed many families to see an opportunity. All the families that the reserve candidates were a part of started to pour resources into them to help them to distinguish themselves. But even the families that did not have reserve candidates did the same by injecting resources into their younger generation. The number of reserve candidates for the Freedom Envoys was set. Once one was bumped up, someone would have to take their place. All of the families injecting resources into their younger generation were hoping that one of their younger members could take the place of the reserve candidate who had been bumped up. The Federation envoys were their representatives and their honor. Once a Federation lost its envoys, even if only the large factions in the Federation were aware of it, all of these factions should share the same sense of grief. But besides the pain felt by the Chen family, none of the other families could be bothered to pretend. All of them were secretly rubbing their palms together as they eyed each other as rivals. Clouds always covered the sky above the Freedom Mystic Temple. It was rumored that there was a sacred item hidden in the clouds. The Freedom Federation sea was an endless swatch of blue, and the waves crashed against the skirt of the white stone statue on the shore. When the waves made contact with the stone statue, a melodious echo was produced. Everything seemed normal in the Freedom Mystic Temple besides the fact that the people who were usually bowing in their rituals were now prostrating on the ground while they quivered in fear in front of the angry members of royalty. A clear ring of gold and metal clashing against each other reverberated from the seat in the Freedom Mystic Temple. A girl with hair pinned up and a pair of beautiful cat eyes glared as she tapped her long fingernails on her seat. As a result, a white gash was left in the small dark red gem. Goddess of Mercy, at this meeting, you have to give me an explanation. The girl pointed furiously at another, even more extravagant seat, at the girl with gold and red hair seated on it. The girl's fishtail created a miniature sea of 3 square meters below her. As the fishtail moved, it kicked up small waves in the sea. The girl, who appeared extremely relaxed, suddenly swept her tail forcefully. A 500-meter-tall wave rose from the miniature sea and crashed into the glass ceiling of the Freedom Mystic Temple. The girl sneered. Nah. How dare you demand an explanation from me? Is it because you have awakened your birth horoscope, or that your higher demons for horns have started to twist into a crown? Hee. There are only 3 seats in the Freedom Mystic Temple's cloud level. You can give me an explanation once you're able to take one of the seats. Anger filled the goddess of mercy's face, and devil tattoos climbed up her face. In a fit of fury, not even an expert who had awakened their birth horoscope could control one's emotions. The first seat in the cloud level was empty, while a young man with handsome features dressed in red robes and gold hair was seated on the second seat. The mole at the corner of his eye and his slightly raised lips gave him an aura of inexplicable brilliance. The man gently massaged his forehead as though he was watching a show with amusement but was not engrossed in it. One of the 13 seats below the cloud level had always been empty. Besides Na, the figures on the remaining 11 seats all looked wistful. When the goddess of mercy put on such an attitude, even Li Yang, who had also suffered at the hands of the goddess of mercy, dared not voice his support for Na. At that moment, the goddess of mercy said mockingly, "Your son, who hasn't even awakened his beast pattern, was about to be killed by someone of a similar age in the Radiance Federation when he used his life-preserving move to summon you to the friendly battle. The moment that you saved his life, you shamed the Freedom Federation. As the person who personally humiliated the Freedom Federation, what gives you the right to question why I took away from your profits? If we're talking about explanations, you should be the one to give all of us an explanation." The goddess of mercy's words caused everyone, including the gold-haired man, to turn their attention to her. The goddess of mercy rarely gave her opinion, but she had been absolutely scathing in order to target Na. Everyone present knew that Luo was Na's son, but none of them had ever spoken about this fact in front of Na. If they did, it would be no different from embarrassing her. In order to help Luo awaken his beast pattern, Na had expended a large amount of effort. Alas, it had been for naught. When the goddess of mercy humiliated Na, she poured salt into this wound of hers. The goddess of mercy had killed the young experts of other families for her favored expert's sake. This incident had resulted in a lot of controversies. The goddess of mercy was unconcerned with the Freedom Federation's profits. Yet, she was now turning the cannon onto Na using the excuse of the Freedom Federation's pride. Na was about to awaken her birth horoscope and take a seat on the cloud level. Yet, the goddess of mercy was not afraid of offending her. At that moment, Li Yang noticed Na looking at him. He knew what he needed to say when he saw her cold gaze. The goddess of mercy had never seen him as one of her own. If he did not stand with Na, he would lose the opportunity to gain a beneficial ally in her. However, he did not have much grounds to face the angry goddess of mercy. Goddess of mercy, why did you have to push Na to cough up so many resources when she said she was going to compensate the Radiance Federation? The goddess of mercy scoffed and replied, "The Moon Empress has awakened her birth horoscope and possesses a heavenly family fae that at least reached eternal. There is also that old man. What makes you think that the Radiance Federation would have let you off? Did you expect me to step in to save your stupid idea?" The goddess of mercy's look of amusement became even more evident. "Li Yang, I haven't even gotten to you yet, but you spoke out first. I think you owe Na and Du Miao an explanation. You are the one who picked Na's son and the expert Du Miao favored to join the envoy group. Besides the two of them, you owe me an explanation too. You are solely responsible for Qian Yu's death." The goddess of mercy's words stunned Li Yang. "It would have been fine if you called me stupid. It would also have been fine if Du Miao and Na had held me accountable. I was indeed the one who picked Luo and Han Qi. But what does Qian Yu's death have to do with me? He was the one who asked to lead the team to the Radiance Federation. Yan Ling, Kai Hua, and Yu Changjian were my favored experts. Who will answer to me for their deaths? Moreover, Lin Yuan killed Qian Yu in front of you, and I didn't see you step in to save him. But now, you're pushing the blame on me and demanding that I take responsibility. If not for the fact that Li Yang could not beat the goddess of mercy, he would have charged at her in spite of where they presently were." Li Yang looked extremely offended, but he dared not say a word. He had received support from Na and did what he was supposed to do. He could not help it if she was dissatisfied. His eyes shone as the gold-haired man looked down at the goddess of mercy. The goddess of mercy's heckling and control of the situation stole the voices of everyone else present. The gold-haired man drawled. It looks like the Radiance Federation's power is completely different from a decade ago. Even someone as proud as the goddess of mercy had no choice but to watch as her favored expert was killed. I remember that the goddess of mercy had high hopes for Qianyu. Even I saw a bright future for Qianyu. I can understand the goddess of mercy's inappropriate words at this time due to her rage over Qianyu's death. But I wonder how that person from the Radiance Federation was capable of killing a favored expert the goddess of mercy personally nurtured. Luo was pushed into a corner. Nah, I am done concocting the spirit fluid you asked from me. Once the meeting is over, I will hand it to you. The goddess of mercy looked livid when she heard the gold-haired man call her inappropriate. But what he said later caused her chest to tighten. The mirror god had noticed Lin Yuan. This was definitely not a good thing. Usually, Nana should have paid a large number of resources in order to obtain the spirit fluid from the mirror god. But when the mirror god found out about the situation from Nana, he willingly gave her the spirit fluid. Besides the people from Tower Cannon, only the god of fools and mirror god knew that the goddess of mercy needed the mermaid bloodline. Nana was completely unaware of this. But if Nana told the mirror god that Lin Yuan could transform into a mermaid and possess the mermaid bloodline, the mirror god would definitely be able to guess the goddess of mercy's intentions. This made the goddess of mercy nervous. Nonetheless, her aura and attitude did not change in the slightest. In front of the mirror god, the slightest change in one's expression would catch his attention. After interacting with the mirror god for so long, the goddess of mercy had learned how to keep her guard up around him. Other than when the Freedom Federation's members of royalty shared the same profits, they never gave away information about themselves. This was because they would be able to obtain unique resources from others once they secured exclusive information. Normally, Nana would never give away information to the mirror god. But since the mirror god had promised her something that she badly needed, she was not going to hold back anything from him. However, the battle had essentially been over when she arrived. Lin Yuan had also removed his mermaid state. Most of what she knew about the battle she had heard from Li Yang. Li Yang's focus had been on Lin Yuan's blessing from a heavenly family Fae and his extraordinary sacred source life form. Thus, these were the bulk of what Nana talked about. Although she also mentioned the other Faes, these 2 points caught the mirror god's attention more. The goddess of mercy let out a breath of relief when she heard that the mirror god's focus was on his heavenly family Fae blessing. Nonetheless, she knew that the mirror god was interested in Lin Yuan, and it was only a matter of time before he found out about Lin Yuan's mermaid bloodline. The goddess of mercy had 2 choices. The first choice would be to try and attain Lin Yuan's affection to evolve her bloodline before she broke her promise to the Radiance Federation and continued being a member of the Freedom Federation's royalty. The second choice would be to fulfill her promise to the Radiance Federation and not rush into trying to attain Lin Yuan's affection. Instead, she would continue to drain resources from the Freedom Federation before breaking ties with them. There was no denying that the first choice was much simpler than the second choice. The second choice would have more long-term ripples. The goddess of mercy would not be satisfied to stop at the first step. She also wanted to take the second and then third step. However, she had to carefully mull over both choices before she came to a decision. The most common topic at the meetings at the Freedom Mystic Temple was the division of resources. The mirror god had sided with Li Yang and Nana against the goddess of mercy. This made the goddess of mercy aware that she could seize the initiative to divide up the resources from the mirror god, who was skilled at managing the power balance. The meeting came to an end with all of them thinking about their own profits. Once everyone left the Freedom Mystic Temple, the mirror god lazily stood up and looked through the glass ceiling at the golden light glinting within rolling clouds as he mumbled under his breath. "Big brother, you fell asleep 10 years ago in order to break through. Otherwise, the Radiance Federation would have disappeared 10 years ago. In these 10 years, I have been managing the Freedom Federation in your stead. But I'm getting tired. You know I hate making decisions." The gold-haired young man's body was suddenly frozen within a mirror, and cracks spread across the mirror until the mirror shattered. A strange old man appeared in the shattered mirror. Half of this old man's body was the same as a young man's, but the other half was covered in wrinkles and resembled an ancient old man. Yet, the two completely different sides were joined together in an extremely complementary manner. The strange figure walked out of the Freedom Mystic Temple. As he looked out into the Freedom Federation sea, his gaze fell on the tall stone statue as he said softly, "Big brother, whether you wake up or not, I will attack the Radiance Federation 2 years later for the sake of that." A gust of wind from the sky wrinkled the blue fabric that was the surface of the Freedom Federation's sea. It was late afternoon, but the evening was still only approaching. Most of the places in the Divine Wood Federation did not have 4 clear seasons, but Oak City experienced the best version of this. The temperature difference never exceeded 10 degrees the entire year. The temperature the entire year was maintained above 30 degrees, and the daytime was very long. As a result of such an environment, Oak City could produce a large quantity of plant-type phase. Since Sacred Forest City was the capital of the Divine Wood Federation, its output rate was more than 100 times that of Oak City. The streets in Oak City were only around 10 meters wide, and the tree castles in the city were mostly silver grade, a few of which were gold grade. Only large chambers of commerce had platinum and diamond tree castles. However, all of the tree castles in the Sacred Forest City were platinum and above. The tree castles that had not reached platinum grade were not allowed to be built by the street. However, although most of the tree castles had reached platinum, none of the minor elites from Sacred Forest City could ever hope to see suzerain or myth breed tree castles in their lives. Only a few veteran elite families who had pinnacle class 4 creation masters could plant a suzerain tree castle within their territory to use as their main residence. But now, a myth breed hollowed Tamarix had appeared at the center of Sacred Forest City's business district. It was rooted on land that no one had wanted to buy for 3 years. The hollowed Tamarix was considered an upper-middle-level plant-type fae that was used to create tree castles. Although it could not compete with the drum abdomen iron poplar and tough-skin silver apricot in terms of abilities and defense, the hollowed Tamarix's slender branches that danced in the wind and its purple flower buds were extremely eye-catching. The diamond hollowed Tamarix was almost 400 meters tall. Once it reached suzerain and myth breed, it would grow to almost 1,300 meters. The 1,300-meter-tall hollowed Tamarix had become the tallest building in Sacred Forest City's business district. When one stood on top of the hollowed Tamarix, they could see the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court in the distance. The suzerain/myth hollowed Tamarix attracted a lot of public attention when it took root in the business district. Although the Sacred Forest City's business district street was 100 meters wide and could fit 10 Fae carriages in a row, the large crowds drawn by the suzerain/myth hollowed Tamarix still caused congestion in the street. The crowd was wondering what the use of this tree castle was. This was when they saw a young man dressed in silver half-armor and large eyes toss a large board with an inscription up into the air. The hollowed Tamarix caught the board and affixed it to the door. The young man dressed in silver half-armor ignored the crowd and returned to the tree castle. The crowd looked at the board and saw the words "Sky Creation" inscribed on it. Besides these words, some sharp-eyed people also noticed 2 rows of small words on the board. "We will accept any jobs involving Fae nurturing. Please pay 100,000 great lush dollars upon entering." The words immediately caused a stir. Accepting all jobs involving Fae nurturing? You sure are gutsy. Fae nurturing involved many aspects, such as evolving grades and qualities, purifying bloodlines, and mutation guiding. Every creation master had their specialty. How outstanding did one have to be to say something like taking on all Fae nurturing jobs? Could there be a Class 5 creation master in the tree castle? Furthermore, what was with the 100,000 great lush dollars? That was enough to buy a gold beast-type Fae with decent fur. Who would spend the money on that tree castle? Although the hollowed Tamarix was suzerain/myth, it was likely that its interior was the same as that of the diamond hollowed Tamarix. However, the truth was not the same as what these people thought. Many people were looking curiously at the inscribed board on the tree castle. The tree castle's grade and quality were proof that the owner of the tree castle was not a regular person. Plant-type Faes that could be used to construct tree castles were more difficult to nurture than regular Faes. The suzerain/myth Hollow Temerix was proof that the owner of the tree castle was a Class 4 creation master. If the suzerain/myth Hollow Temerix was not enough to prove this because the Hollow Temerix could have been naturally talented enough to transform without being nurtured, the name Sky Creation had indeed confirmed their guesses. Wood could not become jade-textured in the natural environment. A Class 4 creation master could only produce it. However, 100,000 great lush dollars was not a small amount, and no ordinary person could afford that. However, the people from large families were already reporting to the higher-ups in their family and asking if they should investigate the tree castle. Inside the tree castle, Ding Qingxua was helping to decorate the interior as though he was just another worker. The suzerain/myth tree castle could change itself to create furniture. This did not only apply to suzerain/myth tree castles but platinum and diamond tree castles as well. However, Lin Yuan did not use the Hollow Temerix to create its own furniture but took out a long jade-textured wood table from the spatial ring. The table was almost 5 meters long and 1 meter wide. Ding Qingxua found this very familiar. Besides the long table, all of the benches and some other furniture were all made out of jade-textured wood. Once the furniture was placed, Ding Qingxua estimated that it would take him about 1.5 years to create this amount of jade-textured wood, and this was when he disregarded the question of whether he was able to turn the wood so fully jade-textured. Given Lin Yuan's attire and the accessories he casually took out, it was clear that he had a certain standard for his lifestyle. Nonetheless, Ding Qingxua did not expect the standard to be so high that even his table and chairs were made of jade-textured wood. Moreover, which ordinary person would store such valuable resources in spatial equipment? At that moment, Ding Qingxua watched as Lin Yuan took out 10 pots of the spirit-containing hibiscus that were almost half a person's height. All of them were bronze X/epic. Spirit chi started pouring out of the spirit-containing hibiscuses. Once the jade-textured wood absorbed the spirit chi, they immediately started to glow with purple light. This made the interior of the tree castle seem even more flamboyant. Ding Qingxua gulped. There was also the spirit-containing hibiscus in the Divine Wood Federation. It was much more difficult to evolve phase that could release spirit chi. The bronze/epic spirit-containing hibiscus could even be used as a decorative item in the imperial court. Very few high-class creation masters were willing to spend the time to nurture a fae like this that was labor-intensive but did not have strong abilities. Yet, Lin Yuan took out 10 of the spirit-containing hibiscuses at once. He had done it as casually as though he was laying out cabbage. This allowed Ding Qingxua to understand that Lin Yuan not only possessed high-class creation master resources, but also did not value high-class creation master resources. There was only one reason for such an occurrence. This reason was that Lin Yuan already possessed sufficient creation master resources to the point that he did not care about how he used them. The recent sight also proved this. The suzerain/myth breed Hollow Temerix was the one from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce that had comprehended a new willpower rune while it was being burned. Before he came to Sacred Forest City, Lin Yuan had traded with Li Wan. He had used the Diamond X/Legend Tough Skin Silver Apricot to trade for the Hollow Temerix that had comprehended a willpower rune. Ding Qingxua had personally seen how Lin Yuan had used 4 bottles of spirit fluid to evolve the Hollow Temerix to myth breed. When Fays evolved to myth breed, they had to brush against death. The Kill Food Sky Butterfly had helped the Hollow Temerix to overcome the world cleansing. Ding Qingxua had felt that it was a waste to use such precious creation master resources to strengthen a plant-type Fae that could be used to construct a tree castle. Moreover, Ding Qingxua assumed that Lin Yuan would keep a low profile in Sacred Forest City, just like in Oak City. Instead, once Lin Yuan arrived at Sacred Forest City, he forcefully turned the spotlight onto himself by hanging up such an inscribed board with the intention of getting all the elite families in Sacred Forest City to come and see him. Making such a large move upon his arrival showed how confident he was. But once Lin Yuan showed how he looked like, it would be difficult for Ding Qingxua to take him into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. But given that Ding Qingxua was Lin Yuan's servant, he did not have the authority to change Lin Yuan's mind. Ding Qingxua sighed. Apparently, he had to devise a plan to bring Lin Yuan into the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm before he revealed his face. At that moment, Lin Yuan said to the shadow by his feet, "Shadow, come out and help. If any rude person enters, teach them a lesson before tossing them out." Ding Chengshua trembled, and his lips twitched when he heard what Lin Yuan said. Shadow's power could not be doubted, and Ding Chengshua had personally witnessed this. Lin Yuan had easily conquered the rulers of the Dark Dream Forest and took them as his subordinates. However, Shadow's appearance was too special. It was clear that it was neither a normal person nor Fey. Moreover, Lin Yuan had instructed Shadow to teach a lesson to the rude people who entered. Ding Chengshua could not help but instinctively internally light a candle for them. Once these people were taught that lesson, they would never dare to raise their voices for the rest of their lives. At that moment, Lin Yuan tossed a yellowed paper to Shadow, and the latter placed it on its face in a comfortable movement. The paper fused with Shadow's skin, and its features instantly started to morph until it looked like a young man with large eyes and waxy yellow skin. Ding Chengshua saw sincerity in Shadow's eyes. This caused Ding Chengshua to instinctively shiver. But he immediately felt delighted. It was clear that the yellow paper that Lin Yuan had tossed out had the ability to alter features. Lin Yuan could just paste the paper on his face and head to the sacred wood mystic realm. This would save Ding Chengshua a lot of effort. If the holy lady found out, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Lin Yuan decided to set up the Myth Breed Tree Castle in the business center of Sacred Forest City and decorated the interior in such a way because he wanted to achieve his goal in the shortest time possible. Lin Yuan checked the time and thought, I have already used the Thoughts letter paper to contact Su Irin, and the chosen poppy fruits from the Love Music Center in Sacred Forest City should be here soon. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw a girl holding a light yellow velvet ball run inside with the protection of two guards wearing armor made of vines. She appeared to be in a great rush. The two guards behind the girl were clearly displeased. They existed to protect the daughter of their family. If not for this reason, they would have no desire to visit this tree castle. But they did not know that the entrance fee was per person. This meant that the guards had to pay as well. As such, they had to fork out 300,000 great lush dollars. Regardless of whether their young mistress could cure her fey, the two of them would be punished when they returned home. The two guards had entered with annoyance, but their jaws dropped once they saw the decorations within the tree castle. By this time, Lin Yuan had noticed the three of them. The two guards' armor was made of platinum green steel vines and cloud steel pieces. This armor was expensive, and the platinum green steel vine was a very hard vine that regular guards could not afford. The girl was wearing a yellow and pink skirt with white fur trimmings. It was likely that the fur came from a rabbit species fey. Given that the girl could use fur of such superior quality as part of her everyday wear, it was clear that she was not from a normal family. Lin Yuan's goal of setting up the tree castle in the business district and putting up the signboard of sky creation was to attract people like this girl. Only people like her could provide him with the precious resources he needed. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the light yellow velvet ball in the girl's arms and saw that it was the gold 100-flower honey mouse. However, the gold 100-flower honey mouse was in a very bad state. The 100-flower honey mouse was a mouse species fey that was full of energy. But presently, it was huddled feebly in the girl's arms and did not even have the energy to move. The girl's reason for coming was obvious. However, Lin Yuan felt that the 100-flower honey mouse was not only not sick but was going through a hugely beneficial opportunity. It must have absorbed the honey of a powerful plant that allowed its bloodline to evolve. But to evolve its bloodline, it needed pure spirit chi and high-grade honey that could cleanse its body of impurities. The 100-flower honey mouse had too many impurities in its body. Thus, it had become stuck while it was transforming. As time passed, the blockage could cause it to explode and die. The 100-flower honey mouse was not this fat. It only resembled a light yellow velvet ball now because its body had become bloated. It was difficult for even a pinnacle class 4 creation master to accurately see the state of a fey clearly and tell what spiritual ingredients it needed in order to purify its bloodline. It could only be done through countless trials and errors. But Lin Yuan could assess the situation accurately using true data. This was his advantage over creation masters. Even if there were creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation who could diagnose the 100-flower honey mouse, they would not have the means to purify its bloodline because Lin Yuan only knew of one type of honey in the world that could cleanse a body of its impurities. This was the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. It was not easy for top factions in the Radiance Federation to obtain the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar from the Moon Empress, and there was no silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar in the Divine Wood Federation. The long-haired girl who ran into the tree castle had been solely concerned about her fae and fully focused on it. Suddenly, she lifted her head to greet the owner of the castle. Once her eyes met Lin Yuan's, her anxious feelings were immediately ironed out. She almost became lost in his clear and gentle eyes. The girl quickly snapped out of it. When she realized that she had been acting inappropriately, she smiled bashfully at Lin Yuan and said without fear, "We entered after paying 300,000 great lush dollars. The sign says that your tree castle will accept all jobs that involve fae nurturing. Can you take a look at what happened to the little one in my arms?" The girl did not hand the 100-flower honey mouse to Lin Yuan after she was done speaking. Rather, she soothed it for some time before handing it to him. Normally, the owners who brought their fays to be treated by creation masters always told the creation masters about the issue that their fays were experiencing. This would make it easier for the creation masters to diagnose their fays. But the girl had not said any of this and had not even mentioned the 100-flower honey mouse's name. Evidently, she wanted to see if anyone within the tree castle could tell what was wrong with the 100-flower honey mouse. If they could not even tell what was wrong with it, it went without saying that they would not be able to treat it either. There were no stupid people present. Lin Yuan, Lu Jie, and Ding Chengshua all knew what the girl was thinking. Since Ding Chengshua was a Class 4 creation master, he instinctively tried to make a diagnosis. Although Lin Yuan possessed many Class 5 creation master resources, this did not mean that Lin Yuan had creation master abilities. Besides Ding Chengshua, the only people who could possibly be capable were Lin Yuan and Lu Jie. Lu Jie was Lin Yuan's young guard and did not appear like a high-class creation master at all. Ding Chengshua had recognized the 100-flower honey mouse. Or rather, he recognized the girl's identity through the 100-flower honey mouse. In Sacred Forest City, only the second young mistress of the Yi family could dress so lavishly and had contracted the 100-flower honey mouse. The Yi family was not just a veteran elite family from Sacred Forest City but also occupied about 1/6 of the seats in the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court. They held considerable sway in the Divine Wood Federation. The Yi family's previous leader had died in a war with the Iron Hammer Federation. The Yi family's current head had taken the position in his youth and secured the Yi family's honor. The head of the Yi family doted on his 2 daughters but was unconcerned with his son, allowing him to develop however he wanted. Since the Yi family's second young mistress, Yilingxi, had come, it meant that the Yi family already had their eye on the tree castle. Clearly, Lin Yuan's plan was already starting to reap its intended rewards. If only they could tell what was happening to the 100-flower honey mouse and cure it, Lin Yuan would be able to begin trading with the Yi family through Yilingxi. Despite Ding Chengshua being the city lord of Oak City and able to help Lin Yuan build up a network in Sacred Forest City, he could never hope to interact with a veteran elite family like the Yi family. When he first tried to check on the 100-flower honey mouse, Ding Chengshua frowned because he did not know what had caused it to end up in such a state. Several guesses formed in Lin Yuan's mind. But in order to ascertain if his guesses were true, he needed to personally inject spiritual power into the 100-flower honey mouse. The Yi family had pinnacle class 4 creation masters. If even they could not heal the 100-flower honey mouse, why would Yilingxi bring it here to seek treatment? While Ding Chengshua was stumped, Lin Yuan said, "The 100-flower honey mouse is in this state because it recently absorbed the pollen of some rare plant-type fae. Leave it here with me. When you come to claim it tomorrow, you might be greeted with a pleasant surprise." Yilingxi looked surprised. The 100-flower honey mouse had indeed absorbed the pollen of a plant-type fae by accident 2 weeks ago. After that, it started to behave in a sickly manner as its body became bloated. From how the young man figured out the reason behind the 100-flower honey mouse's condition, Yilingxi could not help but believe that sky creation indeed could heal the 100-flower honey mouse. However, she could not understand how Lin Yuan could tell what was wrong with the 100-flower honey mouse when he was so young. Her uncle was a pinnacle class 4 creation master, but he had diagnosed the 100-flower honey mouse as quickly as Lin Yuan had. When Lin Yuan asked them to leave the 100-flower honey mouse with him, one of the two guards behind Yilingxi said, "If the young mistress 100-flower honey mouse stays here, one of us has to stay here with it." And, before the guard could finish speaking, Yilingxi cut him off and said, "I see. You don't have to say anything. I'm willing to trust Sky Creation and leave the 100-flower honey mouse here tonight." Yilingxi looked into Lin Yuan's eyes again. This time, she was not in the state of helplessness she had been in. Her eyes were now full of dignity. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yilingxi. How should I address you?" Lin Yuan immediately answered, "My surname is Chu." Lu Jie knew that once Lin Yuan arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, he would change his identity. Moreover, in a conversation with Chu Xi, he found out why, despite being siblings with Lin Yuan, her surname was Chu while his was Lin. Thus, it was acceptable for him to say that his surname was Chu, perhaps because he was unaccustomed to the name Chu Yuan. Lu Jie felt that the name Lin Yuan sounded better. When this young man only mentioned his surname, Yilingxi knew that he had no intention of becoming closely acquainted with her. Yilingxi's eyebrow twitched. No one in the entire Sacred Forest City had ever treated Yilingxi this way. "Young Master Chu, I shall go ahead and believe what you said about there being a pleasant surprise waiting for me when I come back tomorrow morning. What kind of compensation would you like in return for helping me to heal the 100-flower honey mouse? I don't think 300,000 great lush dollars are enough for the treatment." Lu Jie shot Yilingxi a wary gaze. He could not help but find that Yilingxi addressing Lin Yuan as young Master Chu was very strange. Moreover, even an idiot knew that an entrance fee was not the same as a treatment fee. If such a good deal existed, the Divine Wood Federation's overall power would soon be able to substantially surpass the Iron Hammer Federation. Lu Jie was well aware of how deep Lin Yuan's well of resources ran. When Lin Yuan heard what Yilingxi said, he replied calmly, "I have two hobbies. The first is to collect rare phase that I've never seen before. The second is to collect special source-type items. When you come back tomorrow, you can bring a batch of resources with you, and I'll pick those I want." Lin Yuan's words were not polite, but neither Yilingxi nor her two guards felt that there was anything wrong with what he said. Lin Yuan had just diagnosed the 100-flower honey mouse's problem. The jade-textured wood furniture and 10 bronze/epic spirit-containing hibiscuses further proved Sky Creation's extensive means. It was possible for a faction with high-class Creation Master resources to be this wealthy. Yilingxi said, "My Fey affiliation is mouse species Feys. Although I have not contracted many mouse species Feys, I do like to collect special ones. Tomorrow I can bring them over and you can choose among them. However, you can only pick one. I will also bring over all the source-type items I've collected. If the 100-flower honey mouse can truly give me a pleasant surprise, I will decide how many source-type items you are allowed to take depending on the degree of my pleasant surprise. I will also prepare some fur of superior quality and a large amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients as a gift of gratitude." Once Yilingxi was done speaking, a girl wearing a light purple shawl and a dark purple veil over her face walked in. The light purple shawl was lined with a light pink underdress. The underdress wrapped around her body, making the outfit extremely conservative. Her movements were lithe and calculated. Once the girl appeared, an aura of enticing elegant beauty exploded out from her body. It was as though this girl deserved the love of every creature in the world. Once the girl spotted Lin Yuan, her gaze filled with respect. But she soon retracted her gaze of respect to prevent anyone from noticing it. When the girl noticed Yilingxi looking at her, she ignored her and made a beeline for Lin Yuan as she said, "Young master, please discreetly take a look at my Fey later when there is no one around." A large group of people from elite families paying 100,000 great lush dollars entered the tree castle behind her. These people had initially been watching the tree castle from outside when Su Man from the Love Music Center entered the tree castle. 100,000 great lush dollars were insufficient to book a room with Su Man in the Love Music Center. The Class 4 Creation Master of the Wang family had paid 5 million great lush dollars to the Love Music Center and only managed to buy enough time to hear Su Man play one song. Normally, the elite family members of Sacred Forest City followed the rules and did not provoke members of families that were stronger than them. But Sacred Forest City's appearance had caused the conflict between the elite families of Sacred Forest City to increase at least 3 times. Ilingxi resented Su Man. Her uncle had wanted to invite Su Man to their home for a meal, but Su Man had been adamant about her refusal to leave the Love Music Center. This humiliated not only her uncle but also the entire family. There were members of veteran elite families who wanted to take revenge on Su Man for humiliating them. However, she had a certain beguile about her that caused all creatures to fall for her. Su Man had only been in Sacred Forest City for less than 2 months. But in the short 2 months, she had become the person in Sacred Forest City that nobody dared to cross because it would mean crossing many families of various statuses. Even Ilingxi's uncle, who had a short cool-down period, eventually returned to patronage the Love Music Center. Ilingxi instinctively looked at Lin Yuan, assuming that he would lose his soul to Su Man like all other men had. Alas, Lin Yuan's expression remained normal. Even the man wearing silver armor next to Lin Yuan also appeared unaffected. This made Ilingxi even more curious about Lin Yuan. Ilingxi scoffed derisively at Su Man before she said to Lin Yuan, "I shall be leaving the 100-flower honey mouse with you. Young Master Chu, I will be taking my leave." Ilingxi led her 2 guards out of the tree castle. Lin Yuan had chosen to contact Su Iran to ask her to send Su Man over to the tree castle from the Love Music Center because he wanted to attract the first wave of guests to the tree castle. But Ilingxi had ended up coming first. Ding Qingxua swiftly blended in with the crowd in the tree castle and acted as though he was a guest who had arrived early. He even spotted a few old friends within the crowd. No one thought to ask Ding Qingxua why he was in the tree castle. The people who entered the tree castle were shocked by the tree castle's luxurious decoration and were also distracted by Su Man. Su Man did not intend to leave and started walking around the tree castle. It took a while before someone asked about the tree castle nurturing phase. But once they asked about it, they were immediately stunned. They had only asked in passing, but the young man had nodded in agreement to all their inquiries. They had made inquiries for jobs that even Class 4 creation masters would struggle with. As such, why did the young man agree to it so easily, as though he was just taking another breath? Thus, the attention of many members of elite families moved away from Su Man and onto Lin Yuan as they started gauging Sky Creation's power. Lin Yuan had not turned anyone away and accepted 14 orders. Lin Yuan noticed that many of the people speaking to him were testing him. But because their experience and knowledge were limited, the people testing him only presented issues below the capabilities of Class 5 creation masters. Lin Yuan did not purposely show off. Regardless, once these people left the tree castle, the news that Sky Creation possessed pinnacle Class 4 creation master resources would spread. Once Lin Yuan completed these orders tomorrow, he would instantly become a popular personality in Sacred Forest City. When Lin Yuan accepted his 19th order, the people started hesitating in their attitudes toward Lin Yuan. Even if Sky Creation possessed a pinnacle Class 4 creation master, they would not be able to complete so many orders in the span of one night, even if they worked themselves to death. However, the young man accepted the orders so relaxedly. Could it mean that Sky Creation had more than one Class 4 creation master? If that were the case and their family could establish a long-term collaboration with Sky Creation, their family would definitely become even stronger. Most of the people who came to gather information were the underlings of their families. If they could establish a collaboration with Sky Creation on behalf of their families, their position within their families would shoot up. As such, many people started looking and thinking differently about Lin Yuan. At that moment, a clear voice broke through the cacophony of noises as one of the spirit-containing hibiscuses fell to the ground. A tall but not muscular young man was holding onto the shelf for support so that he would not fall to the ground. Su Man was standing next to the shelf of flowers with an icy gaze. She had already summoned the flower mink mouse. The flower branch mouse had mutated from the flower branch mouse using spirit chi. Moreover, all of them were produced by Lin Yuan. Thus, although Su Man's flower mink mouse was only gold grade, it could easily knock over an item that was 300 kilograms. The skinny young man had sallow eyes and bones that jutted out of his skin. He was also acting sluggishly. Clearly, he was drunk out of his mind. Hence, despite being from an elite family and having considerable power, He could not dodge the flower mink mouse's attack. When the spirit-containing hibiscus fell to the ground, the sound of the pot shattering drew the attention of everyone present. By accepting all orders, Lin Yuan demonstrated Sky Creation's soft power. But this most recent event would demonstrate Sky Creation's hard power. What Sky Creation did next would affect how people saw Sky Creation from now on. After all, if a tiger only had hard power, it would not have soft power that was necessary to convince others to submit to it. If something like this happened anywhere else, many people would be falling over themselves to prove themselves in front of Su-Man. But now, no one was stepping up to help Su-Man because they preferred to know how Sky Creation handled such matters over leaving a good impression on Su-Man. The skinny young man did not expect Su-Man to have such a radical reaction to his hand brushing against hers when they sat next to each other. When the flower mink mouse slammed into the skinny young man, he felt as though his chest had been set aflame. He knew that he had suffered significant internal injuries. This enraged the young man, and he growled, "Su-Man, don't make the mistake of thinking of yourself as a rare toy. We only entertain ourselves with you because we see you as a toy to pass the time with." Su-Man's demeanor did not change at all. Normally, young girls would be hopping mad when they were on the receiving end of such humiliation. However, Su-Man's calmness was a silent agreement with what the young man said. Su-Man knew what her place was. The young man had spoken the truth. However, she was able to catch the attention of all the elites of Sacred Forest City, not just because they needed to be entertained by something but a facade that her mistress ability had provided her with. Su-Man had been a vagrant and had been on the receiving end of abuse at the moment that Su-Iran saved her. Su-Man naturally hated the elites of Sacred Forest City. Additionally, she knew what her purpose was in Sacred Forest City, and she had long started to see the elites of Sacred Forest City as her prey. Nonetheless, she had to react after being prodded by her prey. This was Lord Lin Yuan's territory. Although she did not have much power, she had nothing to be afraid of. Su-Man picked up the small flower mink mouse and said to the furious young man, "So I'm just a toy for people to use to pass the time with? But can you represent the rest of the people of Sacred Forest City? Looking at the insignia on your clothes, you must be from the Quan family. Since when did the Quan family take over Sacred Forest City and gain the authority to speak on behalf of the entire city? In all the time I've been in the Love Music Center, I have not heard of such news." Su-Man's words almost made the young man suffocate with anger. Such words could not be uttered carelessly. The Quan family was not part of the upper echelon of Sacred Forest City. If someone blacklisted the Quan family, they would be doomed. When Quan Shu was about to rebuke her, a clear voice said, "Shadow, go and check if the spirit-containing hibiscus has been harmed. If it is, claim compensation from young Master Quan. If it's fine, just forget about the pot. Since this is the first day of business, there's no need to teach young Master Quan a lesson. You can just chase him out." Shadow immediately looked disappointed. It nodded and briskly walked over to the spirit-containing hibiscus. Once it confirmed that the spirit-containing hibiscus was unharmed, it grabbed Quan Shu's collar, and everything that Quan Shu was about to say was halted when the collar caught his throat. Quan Shu wanted to cough but could not. His face soon turned purple and red as tears streamed down his face. Since Lin Yuan had ordered Shadow not to teach Quan Shu a lesson, Shadow was not going to disobey him. It regretfully tossed Quan Shu out of the tree castle. Shadow had used so much power that Quan Shu was in so much pain that he almost passed out. Quan Shu agonizingly turned to see Shadow walking back into the tree castle before he struggled to his feet. A malevolent expression entered his gaze. News of his humiliation quickly spread throughout his circles. As a result of this, he would be a laughingstock for at least the next 3 years. Quan Shu could not take this lying down and had to find a way to tape his pride back together. He might not be able to cause trouble for Su-Man, but he could target Sky Creation. Quan Shu was so blind with rage that he had completely forgotten how Sky Creation's interior was decorated and how they had easily accepted all the orders. He was solely focused on using his family's power to rebuild his ego. Quan Shu's family had spoiled him since he was young, and he was not afraid of a faction that had just been set up in Sacred Forest City. Lin Yuan had just solved the issue, and Lu Jia placed the spirit-containing hibiscus in a new pot before he poured a bowl of grasswood fountain water in. The spirit-containing hibiscus was not only unaffected, but its leaves were also lusher and its flowers more vibrant. However, the various members of Sacred Forest City's factions looked visibly disappointed. This was because Lin Yuan's approach had been too gentle and had not demonstrated Sky Creation's hard power at all. Thus, they could not clearly discern the depth of Sky City's hard power. However, a few of them who understood Quan Shu had already started leaning back and preparing to watch the show that was about to start. The Quan family was very protective of its members. Quan Shu had done very few right things in his life, but his family had not allowed him to take much of the heat. This time, after Quan Shu went home to complain, it was likely that the Quan family would quickly rally their troops and arrive at the tree castle. These people only hoped that the people from the Quan family were not scared off once they saw the suzerain/myth hollowed Tamarix. Frankly, the interior of the hollowed Tamarix was more intimidatingly shocking than the fact that it was suzerain/myth. Once he was about to accept the 25th order, Lin Yuan said to the queuing people, "This will be the final order for the day. We will not be taking any more orders. From now on, a maximum of 25 orders will be accepted every day. If you want to place an order tomorrow, you can line up outside the entrance of Sky Creation before 12 o'clock tomorrow. I don't like accepting orders that aren't challenging, so I will filter out some of the orders. I hope all of you can understand." Once he was done speaking, Lin Yuan looked with amusement at the man in front of him, who was holding a basket filled with tufts of dark green moss. After being allowed to grow freely and evolve, the edges of the dark green moss had red and white hues. The red part was very dark to the point that it was almost brown. The white part was the same color as the clouds in the sky. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the moss. He soon saw that it was called the peaceful calm air moss. Lin Yuan had never heard of this type of moss before, but after checking on the peaceful calm air moss abilities, he immediately became interested in it. It was a type of moss that could grow in the air. The peaceful calm air moss could apply itself to the surface of items to provide them with strong defense and counter the effects of the elements. It could not only defend against physical attacks but also prevent the explosion of elemental energy. Ever since Lin Yuan hatched the floating island whale, he had been trying to come up with the strongest defense to equip it with. Lin Yuan had chosen many defense plant-type phase. However, all of them lacked something. Besides function, he also had to consider the size and blocking abilities of the plant-type phase he planted on Universe's back. Many plant-type phase leaves were green and had flowers with eye-catching colors. If Universe's back was covered with such plant-type phase, not even gray could fully prevent them from being spotted by enemies when it transformed into clouds. If the peaceful calm air moss was planted on Universe's back, it would not only be able to provide it with the best defense, but it also did not take up much space. Moreover, from Lin Yuan's observation of the peaceful calm air moss, he noticed that it could be guided using special means to change its color to red and white. Universe's body was naturally light blue. It could camouflage into the clouds better if it was covered with a layer of the white peaceful calm air moss. Even without gray, it could also be mistaken for a cloud. Although the peaceful calm air moss could only exist in the air, it was not adverse to water and could live in water because it was still a type of moss. This made the peaceful calm air moss better than most plant-type phase. When the peaceful calm air moss was planted on Universe's back, it would not affect its two types of water and air. Just as Lin Yuan was about to investigate the peaceful calm air moss, the middle-aged man in front of him said, "The fey in the basket is the peaceful calm air moss. I need you to use this moss to nurture 50 square meters of it. If possible, I hope you can produce an area of 10 square meters with a mix of red, white, and green moss. The Su family will pay you handsomely if you can do that." Lin Yuan already knew how the red and white peaceful calm air moss was produced. This was similar to when he nurtured the flower branch mouse. Some of them evolved into the flower mink mouse while others evolved into the lifespan mouse. The red and white peaceful calm air moss were produced when the peaceful calm air moss was nourished with pure spirit chi. However, judging from the peaceful calm air moss in the basket, the chances of producing the red and white peaceful calm air moss were 5 to 5. This was completely different from when Lin Yuan nurtured the flower branch mouse. Only one out of almost 10,000 flower branch mice evolved into the lifespan mouse. Since he already knew how to evolve the peaceful calm air moss, it would be easy to fulfill the middle-aged man's request. However, Lin Yuan did not expect the middle-aged to be from the Su family. With genius help, Lin Yuan had absorbed all the information about the Divine Wood Federation gathered by Su Iran and deeply understood the factions in the Divine Wood Federation. The Su family had an even higher status in the Divine Wood Federation than the Yi family. For almost a century, the Su family and the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court were linked by marriage. The Su family was the family in the Divine Wood Federation that possessed the most creation master resources. The middle-aged man handed Lin Yuan the peaceful calm air moss to nurture because although it was difficult for a pinnacle class 4 creation master to mutate the peaceful calm air moss, it was not impossible. Otherwise, there would not be red and white parts on the moss. Thus, this task was well within the abilities of a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Lin Yuan could sense that the middle-aged man had been observing him from the moment he put in his order. Lin Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man before he said straightforwardly, "It's easy for me to nurture the Su family's peaceful calm air moss to 50 square meters. However, it will take some effort to produce 10 square meters with a mix of red, white, and green moss. The Su family should repay me handsomely. However, I also want a basket of moss. If you're willing, Sky Creation will accept the order." A conflicted expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face, and he hesitated for a while before he said, "The peaceful calm air moss came from the sacred wood mystic realm and contains the sacred wood bloodline. The moss in the basket comprises 1/5 of the entire peaceful calm air moss. Thus, we can't give you a basket of the peaceful calm air moss. But if you can nurture another 30 square meters of red, white, and green mixed moss, I can decide to give you half of the moss within the basket." Lin Yuan thought, the peaceful calm air moss does have the sacred wood bloodline. No plant-type Fey from the natural world could be this powerful. Lin Yuan asked for a part of the peaceful calm air moss because he knew it had the ability to divide itself. When it was injected with pure spirit chi and vitality, the larger the mass of moss, the faster its rate of division. This was why Lin Yuan had asked for half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss. Lin Yuan had not expected the middle-aged man to agree. Business involved give and take. But the middle-aged man had agreed to it easily and was willing to give him half of the basket of peaceful calm air moss. Half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss was enough for Lin Yuan. There was the condition that Lin Yuan had to nurture an additional 30 square meters of moss that was a mix of red, white, and green. This task might stump pinnacle class 4 creation masters, but it was easy for Lin Yuan. "Okay, I'm accepting the Su family's order." After Lin Yuan spoke, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man could not see much from Lin Yuan's expression, but Lin Yuan had sensed several issues from the middle-aged man's expression. The Su family used the peaceful calm air moss to create their armor. The Su family wanted 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss to create at least 120 sets of full-body armor. Although the Su family was willing to give away 10% of the peaceful calm air moss as a trade, it was a necessity for them to have the 90 square meters of peaceful calm air moss. One would only need so many sets of armor made of the peaceful calm air moss during a war. Apparently, the Su family was about to enter into something serious. However, Lin Yuan still was not certain of what the Su family exactly wanted to do. Besides Li Wan, Su Iran's information mostly came from the 14 poppy fruits scattered across the startling Lines continent. Su Man's enticement had caused many people to let slip their secrets. The information even included a significant amount of information about the inner workings of the imperial court. However, it did not mention the Su family at all. This meant that the Su family kept a tight lid on its secrets. It seemed that in this chaotic world, it was not only the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court that was experiencing problems. There were also storms brewing within the Divine Wood Federation. Since he would have to be the one to shape the storm, Lin Yuan did not mind giving it a little push. At that moment, the middle-aged man asked, "Young Master Chu, how long will it take for you to finish the order?" Lin Yuan smiled and replied, The speed at which the order is completed depends on how many Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters are injected into it. If the Su family is willing to raise the price, your order will be completed tomorrow morning, just like the other orders. The middle-aged man had not expected such a response from Lin Yuan. The middle-aged man instinctively took a sharp breath before wild elation spread across his face. I don't have the final say on this decision. Tonight, our family's third master will come to speak to you. Do you find this agreeable? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. It doesn't matter who seals the deal, but I hope that your third master will come with the Su family's utmost sincerity. While Lin Yuan was discussing the deal with the middle-aged man, Lu Jie led everyone else out, including Suman. Suman had only been called here to draw attention to Sky Creation. She did not actually have anything to discuss with Lin Yuan. When Suman walked out of the tree castle, many members of elite families crowded around her as they said courteously, Miss Suman, Quan Shu lost his mind, but don't mind him. I, Lu Feng, will find him for you. Miss Suman, I heard that the Quan family is very defensive of its members. Quan Shu might not have the guts to target you, but he definitely will retaliate against the tree castle that tossed him out. Miss Suman, are you interested in watching how Sky Creation deals with the Quan family with us? A mocking expression appeared on Suman's face. She might not know much about Lin Yuan's power, but she knew how strong Su Yiren was. Moreover, Su Yiren was just Lin Yuan's subordinate. Hence, there was no doubt that Lin Yuan would be able to handle the issue. Otherwise, he would not have set up Sky Creation's tree castle right at the center of Sacred Forest City's business district. Su Man did not intend to stay and was going to return to the Love Music Center because she needed to send a report to Su Yiren. But once Su Man took her first step out of the tree castle, she saw a group of people on horses charging in this direction. Quan Shu was seated at the center of the group in a fey carriage. The incoming group was wearing yellow vine armor, and there were twin-headed dog fays by their feet. When the group stopped at the entrance of the tree castle, the twin-headed dogs started barking loudly. When the middle-aged man in the castle heard the barks, he said to Lin Yuan, It just so happens that I'm going to leave now. Why don't I help you with the trouble outside the door? Otherwise, given my understanding of the Quan family, the lava twin-headed dogs might burn the myth-hollowed Tamarics to ashes. Lin Yuan flapped his outfit as though he was flicking away non-existent dust. I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need your help with such trivial matters. Lin Yuan turned and said softly to Shadow, Shadow, remember what I told you? Shadow curled its lips into a menacing smile, revealing its 4 fangs. When the middle-aged man saw the wicked smile, he knew that Shadow was not human. If it was a fae, it had to have suzerain/myth power, at least. Before the middle-aged man could carefully sense Shadow's aura, Shadow said, Young master, I know that people who kill will eventually be killed. There's no need to hold back against people who cause trouble. I will shut all their mouths up now. Shadow transformed into a black shadow and shot out of the tree castle. No cries of agony sounded out from outside the tree castle. But soon, a chain of gasps was heard. The Quan family's entire group, including the barking lava twin-headed dogs, were reduced to powder when the black shadow swept across them. None of them were spared. At that moment, the people in the tree castle who thought that Lin Yuan was kind and weak realized that he was none of those things. He had only given Quan Shu a chance to continue living. Quan Shu had not cherished the chance and not only stepped into his grave himself, but had caused many of the Quan family's experts to die alongside him. After the death of so many of the Quan family's experts, Sky Creation did not have to do anything else. The Quan family would eventually die out after being ostracized and crushed by their rivals. After Sky Creation demonstrated their hard power, everyone present decided that they would immediately report about Sky Creation to the heads of their families. Beside a lotus pool, a girl with a petite figure was holding a small pastry and tossing pieces of it into the lotus pool. This caused the rainbow-colored fish in the pool to leap out of the water to catch the pieces of the pastry tossed out by the girl. At that moment, a gruff male voice said from behind the girl, Lingxi, I heard you went out today and even left the 100-flower honey mouse with someone? Lingxi replied with affection and surprise, Father, my 100-flower honey mouse is saved. I will be able to retrieve it tomorrow. The middle-aged man looked inquisitive. Yi Huailong understood his daughter well and knew that his daughter was not easily deceived. The person inside the tree castle who convinced his daughter was indeed capable. Sky creation. In only half a day, news about sky creation had already spread like wildfire throughout Sacred Forest City. Yi Huailong felt that sky creation was an outsider who would not be able to stand up against the locals. Given how ostentatious they were being, they had to have large plans. Lingxi, your second uncle, couldn't cure the 100-flower honey mouse. It consumed the pollen of your sister's snake blood nether rose. The pollen has already fused with its body. In order to treat the 100-flower honey mouse, the snake blood nether rose's pollen has to be countered. The impurities in the 100-flower honey mouse's body have to be cleansed first as well. Otherwise, it won't be successfully cured. I'm sure you know how difficult it is. Yi Huailong's younger brother was a pinnacle class 4 creation master. Although Yi Huailong was the one who had saved the Yi family, his younger brother had been fully responsible for the Yi family's development. Yet, Sky Creation had agreed to perform a task that his younger brother had failed at. They had even promised to cure the 100-flower honey mouse in the span of a night. There were rumors that Sky Creation had accepted more than 20 orders on their opening day. As long as Sky Creation was not lying, they were definitely a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, they would not be able to produce these many creation master resources. All the members of elite families who were in the tree castle wanted to see what Sky Creation was capable of, and Yi Huailong was no exception. Before he came to see his daughter, Yi Huailong had even had a long discussion with his younger brother. He vividly remembered his younger brother saying resolutely, "If Sky Creation can truly fulfill so many orders in one night, they definitely have a Class 5 creation master in their midst. No faction with only pinnacle Class 4 creation masters would be willing to part with so many resources. Sky Creation has to have a reason for doing this. Furthermore, it means that Sky Creation does not care about pinnacle Class 4 creation master resources." Yi Huailong was most anxious to see the young man who people were saying was no different from a god. However, he had no reason to visit. At that moment, Yi Lingxi said, "Father, if you don't believe that Sky Creation can save the 100-flower honey mouse, why don't you go with me tomorrow to take a look?" When her father kept mentioning Sky Creation, Yi Lingxi knew what he was thinking. She could take him with her to Sky Creation when she went to retrieve the 100-flower honey mouse. Before Yi Huailong arrived, Yi Lingxi had been in a daze for some time. The young man's clear eyes constantly floated to the forefront of her mind. The young man's eyes were as clear as stars and as calm as the surface of a lake. It was an unforgettable pair of eyes. Yi Huailong was fully focused on Sky Creation and had not noticed that something was off about Yi Lingxi. At first, Yi Huailong wanted to take the initiative to ask. But since his daughter had spoken first, there was no need for him to bring it up again. "Okay, I will go with you tomorrow. Tomorrow, introduce me to young Master Chu from Sky Creation." Yi Lingxi's face flushed, and she turned shy. "Father, if you want to get to know him, you can do so yourself. I'm not familiar with young Master Chu. How am I supposed to introduce you?" Sacred Forest City only experienced spring and summer. The apricot flowers from the apricot tree were blown onto the surface of the pool. The pollen from the apricot flowers scattered across the young girl's face. The east of Sacred Forest City was a lush forest filled with flora. Numerous girls wearing uniforms picked the platinum jade vessel mountain tea's leaves. They carefully removed the dew from the leaves before they plucked the new sprouts. The jade vessel mountain tea did not need to be pruned, and removing the new sprouts would affect the jade vessel mountain tea's growth. Once the heart of the sprout was plucked, the jade vessel mountain tea would not grow any new leaves within a year. However, the heart of the jade vessel mountain tea sprouts were recognized as having the best flavor in Sacred Forest City. Regular veteran elite families could not afford to consume them. After all, no one would restrict the growth of the jade vessel mountain tea for an entire year just to enjoy the flavor once. If the jade vessel mountain tea sprouts were not plucked, the platinum jade vessel mountain tea's leaves would be worth almost 200,000 great lush dollars. However, the young girls were plucking the jade vessel mountain tea's sprouts in well-practiced motions, and their expressions did not change in the slightest. Evidently, they had done this many times. One of the girls suddenly noticed that one of the Jade Vessel Mountain tea sprouts was not its usual green color. Instead, it was slightly purple. She hurriedly asked the leading girl, "Sister Kaiji, this Jade Vessel Mountain tea has mutated. It seems to be evolving into the Purple Vessel Mountain tea. Take a look." The girl addressed as Sister Kaiji looked delighted as she replied, "Third Master loves tea brewed from the heart of the Purple Vessel Mountain tea sprouts, and it's due. Maiji, you have only been serving the Su family for a few months. But Second Master is not in Sacred Forest City, and you need to carefully take note of Third Master's tastes. Next time you spot the heart of sprouts that have turned purple, pluck it, brew it into tea, and send it to Third Master immediately. He will definitely reward you. Third Master hasn't seen your face much in all the time that you've been here, and serving him you should serve tea brewed from the heart of the Purple Vessel Mountain's roots, since you are the one who discovered it." Maiji hurriedly nodded. Sister Kaiji was their leader and could have delivered the brewed tea to Third Master herself. But Sister Kaiji gave her the chance so that she could reap the benefits. Maiji could not help but be grateful to Kaiji. But at the same time, Maiji was shocked. Once the Jade Vessel Mountain tea mutated into the Purple Vessel Mountain tea, its price inflated to at least 3 times its original price. One of them could go for 166 million great lush dollars. However, given the Su family's position in the Divine Wood Federation, their Third Master could justly drink the tea. Anyone with knowledge who came to the Su family's main residence would be able to tell that Class 5 spirit craftsmen had constructed it. In a long corridor, an elegant middle-aged man was touching the wall hanging in front of him as he listened to a report from the burly middle-aged man next to him. "Third Master, I rushed to the tree castle once I received the news. At first, I only wanted to use the peaceful calm air moss to test Sky Creation's capabilities. Yet, Sky Creation unexpectedly accepted my order." The eyebrow of the man touching the wall hanging twitched, and he asked, "The hollowed Tamarix that Sky Creation is using as its tree castle is suzerain/myth. It's only to be expected that they can nurture the peaceful calm air moss. How many square meters did they commit to undertaking?" When the burly man saw how relaxed Third Master's expression was, he knew that Third Master had not recognized the seriousness of the issue. Third Master was greatly underestimating Sky Creation's capabilities. There was no way that Third Master would remain so composed when he heard about the 90 square meters. If he saw Third Master lose his composure, for the sake of his pride, Third Master would not give him an easy time from now on. The burly man was momentarily at a loss for words. When the burly man did not respond, Su-Han stopped touching the wall hanging, and his expression turned stern. Su Wanliang was the Su family's collateral descendant. His ability had been recognized by Su-Han, who later chose to elevate him. Su Wanliang was not one to be maudlin. His way of doing things was quick and straightforward. Now that he did not answer Su-Han's question, Su-Han knew that Sky Creation had agreed to undertake a considerable amount of square footage. Su-Han coughed and said, "Wanliang, the tea they served me is still on the table. You can have it. Drink it and speak slowly." It went without saying that Su Wanliang dared not unceremoniously drink the tea. He hastily said, "Third Master, I'm not thirsty. Sky Creation has requested that we give them a moss basket and promised to nurture 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss." The first part of what Su Wanliang said caused Su-Han's brow to furrow tightly. Su Wanliang had taken 1/5 of the peaceful calm air moss with him. Sky Creation sure had a large appetite. But when he heard that Sky Creation was willing to nurture 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss, Su-Han's face changed. Given the Su family's creation master resources, it would be fortunate if they managed to nurture 10 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss within a year, assuming that no hiccups occurred along the way. Sky Creation had agreed to nurture an amount of peaceful calm air moss that would have taken the Su family 8 years to do the same. If Sky Creation could truly nurture so much of the peaceful calm air moss, it would be fine to give them 1/5 of the peaceful calm air moss. While Su-Han was thinking, Su Wanliang went on to say, "Third Master, in order to test Sky Creation's abilities, I mentioned the mixed red, white, and green peaceful calm air moss. Sky Creation promised that 40 out of the 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss will be mixed colors. Su-han's eyes widened as his expression morphed into one of excitement. Su-han had a wealth of experience and should not be so open about his emotions. He was so excited because 50 square meters of the normal peaceful calm air moss and 40 square meters of the mixed color peaceful calm air moss was enough for the Su family to bring forward that plan. Moreover, Su-han had sensed that there was something extraordinary about Sky Creation. The Su family was the Creation Master family in the Divine Wood Federation with the most high-class Creation Master resources. But Sky City could easily promise to nurture so much of the peaceful calm air moss that the Su family struggled to nurture any amount of it. This caused a guess to form in Su-han's mind. Could Sky Creation be a new faction created by a Class 5 Creation Master? Class 5 Creation Masters were legendary, and Su-han had no idea how powerful they were. But only they could achieve such a feat if a Class 5 Creation Master had appeared in Sacred Forest City. The Su family was going to do whatever it took to obtain him. If the Su family acquired Sky Creation, their development would be improved. But once the other factions in Sacred Forest City obtained resources from Sky Creation, there was a possibility they could use the boost from the resources to surpass the Su family and take their place in Sacred Forest City. Nonetheless, this was just Su-han's guess. Su-han needed to ask Su Wenliang a question in order to confirm his guess. Wenliang, did Sky Creation say when they are going to be able to provide the Su family with 90 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss? Su Wenliang replied seriously, Third Master, Sky Creation said that they can be done with our order by tomorrow afternoon. Furthermore, I dared not promise them a basket of the moss. I told young Master Chu that you will go and finalize the matter. Su-han froze. Tomorrow afternoon? The order that required so many Creation Master resources to be completed could be completed by tomorrow afternoon? There was no question that there was a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. According to the rumors and Su Wenliang's description, the decision-maker in the tree castle was a young man. There was no way that the young man with the surname Chu could be a Class 5 Creation Master. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master was pulling the strings from the shadow and used the young man with the surname Chu as his mouthpiece. This meant that he had to trust this young man greatly. The Class 5 Creation Master had surpassed the level of Su-han's comprehension. A Class 5 Creation Master had to have combat power that was at least immortal. Such a person could not be crossed under any circumstances. It might even be improper to make any requests from him. If the Class 5 Creation Master behind Sky Creation did not want to show his face, trying to lure him out would only make him even more repulsed by them. After pondering for a while, Su-han started to prepare to head to the tree castle in the business district to meet with the young man with the surname Chu and try to establish a positive relationship with him. Since the young man with the surname Chu was assigned as the mouthpiece, the promises he made could be seen as promises made by the Class 5 Creation Master. Su-han personally picked up the tea tray from the table and handed it to Su Wenliang as he said, This tea is brewed from the hearts of the Purple Vessel Mountain tea sprouts. It is still warm. Come with me to the tree castle after you're done drinking it. Go and make some preparations to clear the area beside the tree castle. None of the other families can find out about my visit to the tree castle. Su Wenliang picked up the teacup with both hands before he fell to one knee and said, Third Master, I will go and make preparations now. After everyone left, Lin Yuan instructed Shadow to keep the tree castle safe before he found a room with Lu Jie. Lin Yuan needed to start working on the 25 orders and research the peaceful calm air moss properly. Meanwhile, Lu Jie started to sort through and pick from the insect species carcinoma phase inside the diamond phase storage box that the insect queen could take control of and use during combat. The insect queen had become a 6-winged fairy, and its bloodline had improved substantially. Moreover, the insect queen had lost 2 of its insect species carcinoma phase during the fight against the Freedom Federation envoy group. Lu Jie had not had time to make up for the losses yet. The more time Lu Jie spent by Lin Yuan's side, the greater sense of urgency Lu Jie felt. Although Lu Jie's power had improved time after time and was consistently being enhanced to the point that he could be called the 5th disaster, he still did not feel like he was strong enough for Lin Yuan. This was because no matter how much power Lu Jie squeezed out of himself, he would not be able to produce an immortal power like Lin Yuan. The Divine Wood Federation did not have Star Web, and information did not travel as quickly as in the Radiance Federation. News about Lin Yuan killing Lu Han had not reached Sacred Forest City yet. As such, Lin Yuan was well aware that none of the factions in Sacred Forest City that interacted with him would think that he was the owner of Sky Creation. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan did not need them to see him as the owner of Sky Creation. What Lin Yuan needed was to obtain the resources he required from the various factions of Sacred Forest City. After his interaction with the Su family, Lin Yuan knew that as long as he could meet the requests made by the veteran elite families, they might even use the plants with the Sacred Wood bloodline as part of their trade. Now that Lin Yuan understood this, he became greedy. In a place without Class 5 Creation Master resources, any of the veteran elite families would see Class 5 Creation Masters as a force that could turn the tables. If they could control the changing of tables, Sacred Forest City, or even the Divine Wood Federation, or perhaps the entire Startling Lines continent, could be seen as kings with great talent and bold vision. After Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he immediately sent the remaining 23 orders through Klein Hub to the Marsh World so that Genius and the army of 100 Questions Beasts could carry them out. The 2 orders he kept were the one about the peaceful calm air moss and the other about the 100-flower honey mouse. Frankly, Lin Yuan could let Genius handle the order for the 100-flower honey mouse. Lin Yuan did not have to be worried about leaving the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar with Genius. But he was curious about what pollen the 100-flower honey mouse had absorbed to cause its bloodline to mutate and its body to bloat to such a degree when it was not in the presence of pure spirit qi. He was also curious about what the 100-flower honey mouse would look like once its bloodline transformed. After absorbing the pollen, the 100-flower honey mouse would first store it in the sac in its abdomen. By now, the 100-flower honey mouse would have absorbed all of the pollen. However, Lin Yuan had his own method. Lin Yuan took out the silver extraction crystal mosquito from a diamond face storage box. He did not know if the extraction crystal mosquito existed in the Divine Wood Federation, but it was a good helper to Creation's masters in the Radiance Federation. The extraction crystal mosquito could suck out blood from a Fae and store it in its abdomen. It would then digest part of the blood before excreting its other constituents. Through the extraction crystal mosquito, Lin Yuan could obtain some of the pollen from the 100-flower honey mouse's body. The extraction crystal mosquito was a Fae that was constantly hungry. Normally, the extraction crystal mosquito could only eat once every 2 days when Creation Masters were using it. But ever since this extraction crystal mosquito fell into Lin Yuan's hands, it was never fed a drop of blood and depended on pure spirit qi to keep it alive. Now that it had the opportunity to absorb blood, the extraction crystal mosquito immediately used its proboscis to pierce the 100-flower honey mouse's soft abdomen and greedily started sucking. Normally, the 100-flower honey mouse's blood was red, but now its blood was purple and gray. The 100-flower honey mouse was not venomous, but the change in the color of its blood was due to the pollen. After the extraction crystal mosquito's abdomen became bloated, Lin Yuan removed it from the 100-flower honey mouse's abdomen. The extraction crystal mosquito was only around the size of a palm, but its abdomen was the size of a basketball. If the extraction crystal mosquito absorbed any more blood, the 100-flower honey mouse's life would not be in any danger, but there would be too little pollen left in its body to evolve. Lin Yuan was willing to do something that stole the opportunities of other life forms. After Lin Yuan removed the extraction crystal mosquito from the 100-flower honey mouse's body, it continued looking longingly at the 100-flower honey mouse. Lin Yuan could not help but smile wryly. He felt that he had been mistreating the extraction crystal mosquito in his usual treatment of it. Lin Yuan decided that he was going to feed it from now on regardless of whether he intended to use it. The extraction crystal mosquito's absorption capability was extremely strong. In a moment, its abdomen deflated. Eventually, the extraction crystal mosquito struggled to raise its rear and squeezed out a small lump of compressed gray and purple powder. Lin Yuan hurriedly collected the gray and purple powder. This was the pollen of the plant-type Fae. He immediately used True Data to check on the purple and gray pollen. He discovered that the pollen came from the snake blood nether rose. At this moment, Morbius said, "Partner, if I'm right, it is very likely that the snake blood nether rose is a plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline." Lin Yuan was stunned by what Morbius said. A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he took out the spatial equipment. Lin Yuan took out a bronze fae storage box that had been specially marked and took out a plant that resembled a weed as it grew freely and wildly. The two small white flowers nestled within the leaves proved that this plant was not a normal weed. It was a plant-type fae that Lin Yuan had accidentally nurtured called the 10,000 change flower. When the 10,000 change flower absorbed the seeds of other plant-type faes, it could start to change into that fae. The pollen from flowers and seeds of plants were not very different. Lin Yuan placed the snake blood nether rose's pollen at the center of the 10,000 change flower's white flowers. The 10,000 change flower's leaves started to change and turn into vines, and its small white flowers turned red and purple as it was guided by the snake blood nether rose's pollen. The gray flower core twisted around the flower petals like a snake. Lin Yuan knew that as the 10,000 change flower used the pollen of a plant to transform into it, it would only be able to transform into a weaker version of the plant. However, the 10,000 change flower would still take on its abilities. The 10,000 change flower's power was currently only normal grade. Lin Yuan knew that the snake blood nether rose's normal grade ability was snake illusion. The snake blood nether rose could release its own aura to attract snake species phase and cause them to lose their faculties. The snake species phase that lost their faculties would be affected by all of the snake blood nether rose's abilities. The snake blood nether rose that had the sacred wood bloodline could use snake illusion to control all snakes. Although it would not be realistic to use the snake blood nether rose's aura to confuse powerful snake species phase, the snake blood nether rose could be boosted with other phase that could control the spirit to enable the snake blood nether rose to wield a large number of snake species phase during combat. The same effect could be achieved by using some support spirit fluids concocted by creation masters. Snake illusion would turn the snake blood nether rose into a strategic class resource. About 70% of the Divine Wood Federation was covered by forest. Snake species phase had to be in the top 10 of the most common phase in the Divine Wood Federation. According to the information gathered by Su Irin, the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation who owned phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline would do all they could to hide the abilities of their plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The Su family had exposed the peaceful calm air moss to Lin Yuan because they wanted his help to nurture it. Otherwise, they would never have shown the peaceful calm air moss to anyone. Lin Yuan had used the 10,000 change flower to discover one of the E family's secret weapons. The peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose's abilities were so strong that Lin Yuan could not help but start to look forward to owning a plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline of his own. At that moment, Morbius appeared in front of Lin Yuan and examined the peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose with an austere expression. Lin Yuan knew that Morbius rarely appeared in the spirit lock spatial zone unless the situation was dire. His expression turned solemn. It was likely that Morbius had sensed something from the peaceful calm air moss and snake blood nether rose. A moment later, Morbius said, "Partner, I sense that the snake blood nether rose's pollen and peaceful calm air moss contain a similar bloodline power. They come from the same source." Morbius paused before it went on. "We have seen the phase with the Baron bloodline that come from the Baron mystic realm, the sea demons from the Lantis mystic realm, and the devils from the demon church. Although the creatures that come from the same mystic realm have the same bloodline, their bloodlines do not have the same source. They were all separate. For example, both the Golden Wings and the Fiery Sky Ho are phase from Baron mystic realm, but their bloodlines can't be blended. If what I'm sensing is right, the snake blood nether rose and peaceful calm air moss bloodlines can be tempered to be blended together. Partner, do you understand what I'm getting at?" Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Morbius' explanation had been so clear that Lin Yuan easily understood what it was trying to say. There were two possibilities for Morbius saying such a thing. The first possibility was that phase like the myriad form carp and the 10,000 change flower could turn into different phase when they were subsequently evolved and grown. However, the phase they transformed into would still retain the myriad form carp and 10,000 change flower's original bloodlines. Thus, their bloodlines could be blended with the bloodlines of other myriad form carps and 10,000 change flowers. The second possibility was that the snake blood nether rose and peaceful calm air moss were just regular plant-type phase that had transformed to have the same source after they came into contact with the bloodline of a powerful fae. Upon contemplation, Lin Yuan felt that the second possibility was more likely because the first one was too ridiculous. This was unless there was a creation master with abilities beyond Lin Yuan's comprehension who managed the sacred wood mystic realm. Otherwise, such an occurrence was impossible. Regardless of whether the Divine Wood Federation had a creation master who had abilities that surpassed Lin Yuan's comprehension, any Class 5 creation master who had appeared in the Divine Wood Federation would have already conquered the startling Lines continent. If the second guess was accurate, it meant that there was a life form in the sacred wood mystic realm that was continuously using its bloodline to turn regular plant-type phase into plant-type phase with its bloodline. Lin Yuan thought, "It looks like I will not only be going into the sacred wood mystic realm to find a plant-type fae with the sacred wood bloodline, but also for the life form that is spreading its bloodline. If I can obtain this fae, the jasmine lily, merciful star peony, red thorn, and silver corona's bloodlines might be able to be changed as well since they are also plants." Lin Yuan looked into Morbius' eyes. Since their spirits were connected, they could easily tell what each other was thinking. When Morbius learned what Lin Yuan was thinking, it said, "Partner, since the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm can only change the bloodlines of plant-type phase, it must also be a plant-type fae. Plants can't move. Thus, we will be able to find it as long as we search the entire sacred wood mystic realm. I have picked up the scent of this fae's bloodline and can locate it in the sacred wood mystic realm by following the scent. We should be trying to figure out if the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knows of this life form." Lin Yuan knew what Morbius was worried about. If the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knew of this life form and how it could be used, they would definitely send a large number of experts to protect the life form in the sacred wood mystic realm. According to the information Ding Chengshua provided Lin Yuan with, the sacred wood mystic realm was not under the jurisdiction of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court but of the Holy Lady. Even the people who the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court suggested entering the sacred wood mystic realm had to fight for the limited spots available. Thus, it was unlikely that the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court knew of the existence of this life form. The Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were different from the Radiance Federation. Both the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Courts were managed by one family. The Yang family of the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court was losing control over the elite families, such as the Su family and Yi family. If the Yang family could take control of this fae and use it to nurture plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline, they would not have to open the sacred wood mystic realm every decade. Even if they could not take control of the plant-type phase with the sacred wood bloodline to enable their disciples to contract them, they could still win over the masses to exert more pressure on the elite families. Thus, the Holy Lady was the only person in the Divine Wood Federation who could know of the lifeform's existence. It was said that after the Holy Lady opened the sacred wood mystic realm, she would keep watch by its entrance to prevent others from entering. Thus, it was unlikely that Lin Yuan would meet with any obstructions during his search for this life form. After he came to a decision, Lin Yuan chatted with Morbius for a while before he started to heal the 100-flower honey mouse. Before he entered the spirit lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan used the anesthetic that Genius had obtained from the morphine vine to put the 100-flower honey mouse to sleep. Besides Lin Yuan's own phase, all phase who entered the spirit lock spatial zone would receive this treatment. If the 100-flower honey mouse was not put to sleep, it would not allow the extraction crystal mosquito to suck so much blood out of it. Lin Yuan took out a drop of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and pried the 100-flower honey mouse's small mouth open before he dropped the drop of nectar in. Next, he placed his hand on the 100-flower honey mouse's smooth stomach as he injected spiritual power into it. Before he strengthened the 100-flower honey mouse, Lin Yuan had been thinking about to what degree he wanted to evolve the 100-flower honey mouse's bloodline. The snake blood nether rose's pollen, the silver stamen gold luster cassia's nectar, and the pure spirit chi could all radically transform phase. In actuality, as long as Lin Yuan fed the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to the 100-flower honey mouse, he would not have to inject pure spirit chi into its body to successfully transform its bloodline. But Lin Yuan always liked to give his best when he evolved phase. Moreover, Lin Yuan also wanted to spread the news to the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation, such as the E family, that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master. Thus, Lin Yuan eventually decided to give the 100-flower honey mouse a limitless future. Lin Yuan had not been injecting pure spirit qi into the 100-flower honey mouse for long before he felt his hand enveloped by a sticky substance that had a foul odor. He knew that the 100-flower honey mouse had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to expel the impurities from its body. Lin Yuan waved his other hand and cleaned the 100-flower honey mouse's body of the impurities. Before he could wipe all of the 100-flower honey mouse's fur clean, frayed hair appeared amongst the 100-flower honey mouse's yellow fur. The frayed hair greatly depressed the 100-flower honey mouse's attractiveness. But soon, the fur's color started to change, and the 100-flower honey mouse's attractiveness changed completely. The fur formed flower shapes all over the 100-flower honey mouse's body. The largest flower was the shape of the snake blood nether rose. Lin Yuan thought, from now on, every time the 100-flower honey mouse absorbs the pollen of a plant-type fey, a flower pattern that corresponds to the plant-type fey will appear on its fur. Using true data, Lin Yuan saw that the 100-flower honey mouse's name had changed to the flower spirit honey bottle mouse. From its type, it was apparent that the flower spirit honey bottle mouse was not unprecedented. Nonetheless, it would be an enormous surprise for Elingsi. Before the flower spirit honey bottle mouse woke up, Lin Yuan stored it in the item storing walnut. Now that he was done with the flower spirit honey bottle mouse, Lin Yuan grabbed the basket with the peaceful calm air moss. When he saw that half of the peaceful calm air moss in the basket had turned red while the other had turned white, he knew that he was in trouble. After Lin Yuan brought the basket with the peaceful calm air moss with him into the spirit lock spatial zone and started to nurture the 100-flower honey mouse, he had not paid attention to the peaceful calm air moss. As a result, the peaceful calm air moss had evolved after coming into contact with the pure spirit qi in the spirit lock spatial zone. It looked like the peaceful calm air moss was equal parts red and white. Lin Yuan could not help but sigh to himself. If only the chances of the flower branch mouse evolving into the lifespan mouse or flower mink mouse were also equal. Lin Yuan had already agreed with the middle-aged man from the Su family that he would produce 30 square meters of mixed-colored peaceful calm air moss. They would give him half a basket of the peaceful calm air moss in exchange. Later, Lin Yuan had added an additional 20 square meters of the mixed-colored peaceful calm air moss, in hopes of obtaining a full basket of the peaceful calm air moss. But the Su family's middle-aged man had not agreed to his terms and said that he had to wait for the decision to be made by the Su family's third master. Thus, half of the moss in the basket still belonged to the Su family. However, the peaceful calm air moss in the basket had already evolved. Lin Yuan could not return this basket of the peaceful calm air moss to the Su family. Thus, Lin Yuan would have to convince the Su family's third master to trade over the entire basket of the peaceful calm air moss. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie had sent news through the Thoughts letter paper. The moment that he saw the news, Lin Yuan left the spirit lock spatial zone. Since the Su family's third master and the middle-aged man had arrived, he had to make an appearance to personally speak to the Su family's third master. The Su family needed so much of the peaceful calm air moss because they were preparing for combat. Thus, it was likely that the Su family's third master would accept an olive branch from him without hesitation. It was possible that his plan in the Divine Wood Federation or even the Startling Lines continent would be kick-started by this negotiation with the Su family's third master. When Lin Yuan reappeared in the tree castle, he left his room and went downstairs. Ever since the Su family's third master guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, they adjusted their attitudes to be one of humility. A Class 4 Creation Master family did not have the right to put on airs in front of a Class 5 Creation Master. Besides the past century of development, the Su family's status came from their two pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. As the head of the Su family, Su Han was well aware of how strong the Su family was. If Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, they would definitely be stronger than the Su family, even if he had only reached Class 5 Creation Master. As a result, despite being able to puff up his chest in front of the Yang family, who controlled the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court, who were his relatives by marriage, He could not do the same inside Sky Creation's tree castle. If his attitude offended Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master, they would refuse to work with the Su family. At that time, he would have made himself an enemy of the Su family. Before he came, Su-Han made ample preparations. Yet now he had a horribly awkward expression on his face. This was because he had identified the wrong person. Su-Han had seen many handsome young men, but all their auras paled in comparison with the young man wearing silver armor. Su-Han felt that auras were more difficult to cultivate than power. Given the aura of this young man wearing silver armor, he should be the mouthpiece put in place by the Class 5 Creation Master. Yet, when he addressed him as Mr. Chu, the young man in silver armor frowned and said, "My young master is still upstairs. I have informed him of your arrival. You can wait here quietly." Su-Han would never have imagined a young man with such an aura to be a servant. If even he had such an aura, how outstanding was the actual young man who acted as the Class 5 Creation Master's mouthpiece. Su-Han was not the only one feeling awkward. Su Wanliang was feeling exactly the same. After Su Wanliang spotted Lu Jie, he wanted to tip Su-Han off but was too late as Su-Han had already addressed Lu Jie. Before Su Wanliang and Su-Han could sink too deep into awkwardness, Lin Yuan came downstairs. When Su-Han spotted the young man descending the stairs, he immediately realized that this had to be young Master Chu because not even a Class 5 Creation Master could have a dignity that greatly surpassed that of this young man. Before Su-Han could greet him, the young man said in a pleasant voice, "You must be the Su family's third master. I have been waiting to discuss the deal about the peaceful calm air moss with you." Su-Han froze when he heard what Lin Yuan said. The person standing in front of him was clearly a young man, yet everything he said was pointed. By saying that he was waiting for him, the young man was saying that he had to have the peaceful calm air moss inside the basket. Mentioning the peaceful calm air moss meant that it was very important to this young man. Even if he was unwilling to trade away the basket of the peaceful calm air moss, the young man's words had slapped a stopper over his mouth. Su-Han was already certain that there was a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. Hence, Su-Han could only put up a weak front and not a strong front in front of Lin Yuan. Su-Han was a person who was acutely aware of his duty and had already planned out what he was going to do in order to leave a good impression on Sky Creation. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to make preparations before he arrived. Su-Han took out a pair of the item-storing walnuts and knocked them together, resulting in a bamboo basket appearing by his feet. Su-Han said to Lin Yuan seriously, "Young Master Chu, the remaining 80% of the peaceful calm air moss is in this basket. You said that you're willing to use 20% of the peaceful calm air moss to trade for 50 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 40 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. If you're willing, I can give you the rest of the peaceful calm air moss. I hope you can provide the Su family with 150 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 100 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. As per the terms of the trade, the remaining peaceful calm air moss will be a gift from the Su family to Sky Creation." Lin Yuan knew that the factions in Sacred Forest City craved Class 5 Creation Master resources. But he had not expected Su-Han to be willing to give him the plant-type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline once he guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master. The peaceful calm air moss could link itself with nourishment from Spirit Chi. Any Creation Master would be able to tell if a Fae was complete. Thus, there was no way that Su-Han could be lying to him. Lin Yuan remembered that the Su family was in great need of the peaceful calm air moss. Now, Su-Han was willing to give him all of the peaceful calm air moss and was only asking for 200 square meters of the regular peaceful calm air moss and 170 square meters of the tricolored peaceful calm air moss. Apparently, this was enough of the peaceful calm air moss for the Su family to carry out their plan. There was no way that Lin Yuan was going to turn away a blessing that had turned up on his doorstep. Lin Yuan was very happy with the Su family's attitude. Since he wanted to find a faction in Sacred Forest City to work with, he had to find one that knew where the line was and understood when costs had to be paid. Additionally, the Su family had enormous ambitions. By working with the Su family, Lin Yuan could use them as the eye of the hurricane he was brewing in the Divine Wood Federation to throw the Federation into chaos. Thus, after the Su family had presented themselves in such a way to him, Lin Yuan decided to give something back to the Su family. I am grateful for the Su family's gift. Since you are so sincere, Sky Creation must repay the gesture. Why don't you keep all of the peaceful calm air moss inside the bamboo basket? When you come to collect the peaceful calm air moss tomorrow afternoon, you will be able to receive 370 square meters of it. Lin Yuan's words stunned Su Han. There was a mixture of shock and surprise on his face. He had never interacted with a Class 5 creation master before, and could only rely on his imagination to estimate the strength of such a figure. He never expected a Class 5 creation master to be able to produce so many creation master resources in the span of a single night. Besides the Su family's order, Sky Creation had also accepted 24 other orders that were all set to be collected tomorrow afternoon. There was no way that Sky Creation was going to fail the other 24 orders for the sake of the Su family's order. Su Han had no idea that a Class 5 creation master did not have such capabilities. Not even a Class 6 creation master could complete so much work within such a short time. The person standing in front of him had extraordinary means. Su Han thought that he would be able to become more certain of his decision to establish a solid working relationship with Sky Creation once he understood the capabilities of a Class 5 creation master. Lin Yuan's previous prediction had been right. The Su family indeed only needed 270 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss because they only had around 500 spirit chi professionals who needed armor made from the peaceful calm air moss. Even if they had more of the peaceful calm air moss, they did not have more experts who could make use of it. The Su family had placed this plan on the back burner all this time because of the quantity of the peaceful calm air moss they possessed. Su Han intended to call his first brother and second brother over once he reached home to discuss the Su family's plan. One had to know that the Yang family had been weakening with every subsequent generation. Although the Yang family still possessed far more creation master resources than the Su family, the Yang family only had one pinnacle Class 4 creation master. If not for the Yang family, Su Han's aunt and younger sister would not have died. Su Han's two older brothers had been stuck at pinnacle Class 4 creation master for almost a decade. He wondered if they would have an easier time becoming Class 5 creation masters if they received aid from the Class 5 creation master behind Sky Creation. A chill ran up Su Han's back when the idea formed in his head. A creation master's experience was their most precious treasure. If he dared to make such a request, Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master would likely be offended. Yet, asking Sky Creation's Class 5 creation master for help was the only plan he and the Su family could devise. Thus, Su Han decided to take a gamble. But before he made his bet, he had to do all he could to leave a good impression on Sky Creation, so that their Class 5 creation master would not be insulted and refuse to accept his later orders even if he made such an unreasonable request. Su Han hurriedly tossed the 2 item-storing walnuts to the ground, and many precious resources appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had considerable experience, he still could not help but raise his eyebrows in shock when he saw the treasures littered on the ground. As strong as the Radiance Federation was, all the resources available in the Radiance Federation were found in the Radiance Federation. The Startling Lines continent might only be about half the size of the Radiance Federation, but the Divine Wood Federation was the largest federation in the Startling Lines continent. Additionally, as a result of the societal structure in the Divine Wood Federation, the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation controlled basically all of the precious resources in the Federation. After a century of accumulation and a lack of creation masters who could utilize these precious resources, their store of precious resources had only climbed. In order to attain Sky Creation's support, Su Han had taken out 20% of the inactive resources from storage. A large portion of the precious resources could not be found in the Radiance Federation. The resources that Su Han had just taken out would be enough for Lin Yuan to turn 3 of the bug-consuming the Arch-Emperor lizards into forts. Su Han pointed at the resources on the ground and said with a fawning tone, "This batch of resources is a gift from the Su family. We hope to be friends with Sky Creation." Su Han had mentioned gifts twice, and his intention of gaining Sky Creation's approval was worth much more than his words. Additionally, Lin Yuan knew that the Su family would not try to be friends with and give such a large amount to Sky Creation for no reason. Su Han had to have another motive or request. Lin Yuan did not want to waste time with Su Han anymore. The sky outside the tree castle had started to darken. Lin Yuan was going to use the merciful star peony to trigger constellations to temper himself and improve his body's quality tonight. Speak, what request does the Su family have? Although you have given Sky Creation numerous resources, Sky Creation has no obligation to agree to all of your requests, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words sounded calm and objective, but Su-Han knew that Lin Yuan was warning him not to be greedy. But he had already revealed the resources, and the matter concerned the Su family's future. As such, Su-Han was going to make his request no matter what. He coughed and fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan as he said with wary nervousness, I'm sure you already know that the Su family has 2 Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. They are my first brother and second brother. My first brother has already been a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for 19 years, while my second brother has been one for almost 7 years. But once they reached Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, their Creation Master abilities stopped advancing. Su-Han paused for a moment before saying, Will Sky Creation's Creation Master be able to spare some of their precious time to help my brothers? Even before he finished speaking, Su-Han saw the young man's lips curl elegantly. When Su-Han saw this, his heart skipped a beat. By the time he finished speaking, Su-Han was forcing every word out of his mouth. Lin Yuan had expected Su-Han to make such a request. As a faction without any Class 5 Creation Masters, all Class 5 Creation Master resources were treasures to them. It was true that Lin Yuan wanted to use the Su family. But before he ascertained if he could use the Su family, he did not want to help them too much. Lin Yuan helped the Peaceful Calm Air Moss so he could obtain the Peaceful Calm Air Moss and get insight into what plans they had in the works. Once he provided the Su family with Creation Master resources, their power would skyrocket. This would affect the structure of the entire Divine Wood Federation. This was why Lin Yuan had warned Su-Han not to be greedy. Yet, Su-Han had been harboring such an idea all along. The fact that Su-Han made such a request proved that he was not a Creation Master and did not understand Creation Master abilities at all. If Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters only needed a little help in order to become Class 5 Creation Masters, there would not be only 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation after all these years. Di Wanmi also would not have had to massacre the Creation Masters in order to become a Class 5 Creation Master. There were only tens of Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation, and some of them had been stuck at Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master for 80 to 90 years and died before they managed to become Class 5 Creation Masters. Since the Su family had already guessed that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master, Lin Yuan could bolster the entire Su family even if he was unable to help Su-Han's first brother and second brother. When you return, have a good talk with your brothers, and you will realize that one must depend on oneself to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Su-Han immediately realized that his way of thinking was much too simple. At the same time, he knew that the young man in front of him did not think of him as rude and was offended by it. Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master had been hiding in the shadows and had not made any noise. Even if they were unhappy, they were unlikely to have any issues with Su-Han. While Su-Han was disappointed over the failed impact of the resources he had offered, Lin Yuan said, starting from tomorrow night, a Class 5 Creation Master will live in the Su family's residence for a short time. Listen carefully. It will only be for a short time. If the Su family wants to make some sort of gesture, you can try to trade for resources with them. But you will have to talk to them personally about how many resources and what those resources will be. There is something that I need to warn you about, which is that they have a horrible temper. Lin Yuan's words caused excitement and delight to bloom on Su-Han's face. Although Su-Han had already made his guess and confirmed it to himself, he still felt more relieved when he heard Lin Yuan admit that Sky Creation had a Class 5 Creation Master. Additionally, Su-Han never expected Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master to be willing to live in the Su family's residence for a short period. This would bring unimaginable prestige to the Su family. Su-Han decided that he would contact his first brother and second brother immediately after he left the tree castle to tell them to try to return to the residence before nightfall. Even if the Class 5 Creation Master could not pull them out of the rut that was Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master, seeing a living Class 5 Creation Master would still be able to help them substantially. The Su family possessed a mountain of resources. Their plan was going to take off from now on. If they could attach Class 5 Creation Master resources to themselves at this juncture to increase their power, there was no doubt that they would have an easier time carrying out their plan. Su-Han did not care about the Class 5 Creation Master's horrible temper that Lin Yuan mentioned. Even Class 3 Creation Masters had bad tempers. Given their status, it was to be expected for them to be irritable. Moreover, this was a Class 5 Creation Master. Everyone would have to serve them while on eggshells. No one would give them the chance to blow their top. At the same time, Su-Han decided that he would squash the news of the Class 5 Creation Master living with the Su family no matter what. No other faction from Sacred Forest City could find out about this. After Su-Han heard what Lin Yuan said, all he could think about was how the Class 5 Creation Master was going to be coming to stay with the Su family starting tomorrow night. However, Su Wenliang had been watching Lin Yuan and noticed that Lin Yuan had been calm when he spoke about the Class 5 Creation Master. He did not demonstrate any of the expected venerations. Lin Yuan should not have such a reaction if he was a mouthpiece put in place by Sky Creation's Class 5 Creation Master. Could it be? An idea formed in Su Wenliang's head. But once the idea took shape, Su Wenliang instinctively realized how ludicrous it was. How could a young man be Sky Creation's owner? Perhaps it was that the Class 5 Creation Master had spoiled this young man to the point that he lost respect for the Class 5 Creation Master. But given Lin Yuan's character and how he treated people, could he really be the kind of person who could lose respect for someone? His guess was so ridiculous that Su-Han was afraid that Su-Han would slap him if he voiced it. As such, Su Wenliang locked his guess away deep in his mind. After sending Su-Han and Su Wenliang off, Lin Yuan hugged the basket of the peaceful calm air moss and strode upstairs. While he walked, he said to the shadow below him, "Shadow, go and guard Oak City." Lin Yuan had already instructed Red Thorn to send Di Wanmi to Oak City. When Lin Yuan used his precious instruments, his power far exceeded that of Shadow. Hence, Shadow was no longer as useful to Lin Yuan. But due to the previous conflict and the forbidden area that Silver Corona created, Oak City had a large bullseye on it. Without immortal combat power guarding Oak City, Lin Yuan could not rest easily. It was possible for the Absolute Love Poppy to take control of Thearch class experts, but definitely not immortal experts. After Shadow received Lin Yuan's order, it made a noise of acknowledgement before it darted out of the tree castle and into the night like a black beam as it headed to Oak City. Lin Yuan returned to his room and entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He poured the basket of peaceful calm air moss into the bamboo basket. Without Lin Yuan doing anything and just from the exposure to the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the peaceful calm air moss in the bamboo basket had already started to turn from green to white and red. Lin Yuan placed his hand over the peaceful calm air moss and circulated his spiritual power to speed up its mutation. Lin Yuan noticed that the red peaceful calm air moss had a stronger defense against physical damage than the white peaceful calm air moss, while the white peaceful calm air moss had a stronger defense against elemental damage. No matter the basis of comparison, the red and white peaceful calm air moss were much stronger than the green one. Before the peaceful calm air moss was done transforming its colors, Lin Yuan had used Morbius to control the concentration of the spirit chi to complete the Su family's order. Lin Yuan noticed that he only needed half an hour to produce 390 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss. If Lin Yuan had not sped up the process, the peaceful calm air moss could have divided and produced 390 square meters of itself in half a day. Although this was all extremely simple to Lin Yuan, the peaceful calm air moss had used up even more spirit chi than the elemental shellfish. It was no wonder that it had been so difficult for the Su family to grow even the green peaceful calm air moss. Luckily, Lin Yuan had energy ores and had a continuous supply of pure spirit chi. Heavy Mountain had noticed a high-grade energy ore mine in the past 2 months, and Lin Yuan had harvested all of the high-grade energy ores. Since the wind speed Rapid Antelope added the golden discs to the bottom of the spirit pool every once in a while, and the hatched floating island whale did not require as much pure spirit chi as it had while it was still in its egg, Lin Yuan could afford the peaceful calm air moss usage of spirit chi, regardless of how much it needed. According to Lin Yuan's calculations, by the time Universe evolved to fantasy breed and truly took Sky City to the sky, he would have enough of the white peaceful calm air moss. As such, Lin Yuan did not need to personally speed up the rate of production of the peaceful calm air moss. He could just let it grow freely in the spirit lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan poured the peaceful calm air moss out of the bamboo basket and covered the ground of the spirit lock spatial zone. He then instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to harvest the newly grown peaceful calm air moss every 6 hours. Genius passed through Klein Hub to return to the spirit lock spatial zone. It used the hands made of spiritual energy to drag over 23 item-storing walnuts and said in a childlike voice, "Yuan, Genius is done watching the army of 100 questions beasts complete the task you gave them. But for some reason, the new item-storing walnuts I nurtured all evolved to gold/epic just 5 days after they reached bronze/flawless. Since the 100 questions beasts were under Genius control, none of them would try to secretly evolve the item-storing walnuts. Hence, Genius was confused and hurriedly reported this occurrence to Lin Yuan when it noticed it. Lin Yuan's mind immediately came up with a possible reason, and he instinctively looked at the emerald green ancient tree in the pure land of bliss. The emerald green ancient tree had grown after Morbius absorbed the endless gem. The endless gem had come from the marsh world, and Morbius had said that the emerald green ancient tree would be able to strengthen the ground and provide plant-type phase with an astonishing boost. However, Lin Yuan never expected the astonishment to be to this degree. Because of it, the bronze/flawless item-storing walnuts had evolved to gold/epic in just 5 days. It seemed that from now on, he would have to keep all the rare plant-type phase he had close to the emerald green ancient tree. Now that he was done with what he needed to do, Lin Yuan used the merciful star peonies casted item starlight to temper his body and improve the quality of his body. It was currently the rainy season in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had already been in the Divine Wood Federation for 6 days, and it had rained 4 out of the 6 days. This left Lin Yuan rather frustrated. When Lin Yuan used casted item starlight to contact the stars to temper his body, he could clearly feel the quality of his body being slowly raised. Lin Yuan greatly liked the feeling of being improved. The starlight was radiant, and the moonlight was dreamy. No one in Sacred Forest City noticed that tonight's starlight was slightly brighter. When the sun rose in the east and appeared over the horizon, so there was no longer any starlight to temper his body, Lin Yuan returned to his room in the tree castle and fell asleep. Lin Yuan was not the only person in the tree castle who was hard at work. Even when Lin Yuan fell asleep, Lu Jie was still studying the insects that had been strengthened using the specialization insect nest. When he saw that the sun had risen, Lu Jie started to prepare breakfast for Lin Yuan after getting no sleep. The mother of Bloodbath had followed Lu Jie and Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation. It had not shown itself because it was camouflaged and hidden in Lin Yuan's hair. It did the same back when it had just become a path protector and was following the young man who would have been stumped by a pinnacle-class one-dimensional rift while he trained. As it looked at Lin Yuan's sleeping face and listened to the sound of his stable breathing, the mother of Bloodbath felt a sense of serenity. In the past, the mother of Bloodbath had not thought at all about the circumstances of its birth. It was only when it found out that it possessed the heavenly family Fey bloodline that thoughts about its family entered its mind. Now, the mother of Bloodbath knew that its parents had not abandoned it at birth. It now had its parents and many heavenly family Fey comrades. Thus, the mother of Bloodbath could bask in the love it had never experienced when it was young. But regardless of who it was with, whether it was alone or with its parents, the mother of Bloodbath still did not feel as at ease as when it was with Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan had used the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar and earth center fine milk to cleanse his body of impurities and refine his genetic model, Lin Yuan only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day. At 8 o'clock, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and waved his hand to summon water that he used to wash himself before he put on a new set of spirit chi clothes. Although Lin Yuan liked to be clean, he did not have compulsive tendencies. Most of his spirit chi clothes could repel dirt and did not become dirty even if they were not washed. Lin Yuan had decided to change his clothes because it was a priority for the elite families in the Divine Wood Federation. He had changed into spirit chi clothes that Wen Yu had specially designed for him when she learned about the Divine Wood Federation. It was made from the fur of the diamond crimson back leaping antelope and the transparent thread of the platinum nether spirit ghost spider. The crimson-back leaping antelope was small, and all the fur from the diamond crimson-back leaping antelope would only fill a wash basin. The fur of at least 15 crimson-back leaping antelopes had to have gone into making Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. The shade of the crimson-back leaping antelope's fur would change according to the environment it grew up in. One would have to search through at least 1,000 crimson-back leaping antelopes in order to find 15 that had the exact same shade of fur. When you had chosen to use the crimson-back leaping antelope's fur, because Lin Yuan had never worn red clothes, she felt that he would give off a different aura when he wore red than when he wore black, blue, and white. The crimson-back leaping antelope could also be found in the Startling Lines continent. When people saw Lin Yuan's clothes, those in the know would immediately realize what it was made of. This was the outcome that Wen Yu was after. But nonetheless, Wen Yu always did her best when she designed spirit chi clothes, especially when they were for Lin Yuan. It went without saying that Wen Yu could not pile precious spiritual ingredients onto this set of spirit chi clothes. No matter how magnificent Lin Yuan's aura was, such a set of spirit chi clothes would still have overwhelmed him. Wen Yu did not choose to use many adornments and went for the more laborious method of using the powdered scales of the cinnabar dragon whale. She used the essential oil made from the crimson flaming crystal that could only be found in Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts to brand patterns onto the material. The workmanship of the spirit chi clothes was extremely complex, and Wen Yu had only completed it after working together with 2 Class 5 weavers for 2 weeks. The only accessory Lin Yuan wore was the Fish World Sea Trump card that he always hung on his waist. No unusual thoughts crossed Lin Yuan's mind when he put this set of spirit chi clothes on. But the Mother of Bloodbath could not tear its eyes away from Lin Yuan. At that moment, the Mother of Bloodbath said, "To be honest, Lin Yuan, you look the best in red spirit chi clothes." After hearing what the Mother of Bloodbath said, Lin Yuan remembered that the Moon Empress had said something similar in the past. The main color of the Moonbeam coronation costume was white, but it was complemented by red and gold. But when the white was presented alongside the red and gold, red was more eye-catching. When Lin Yuan first put on the Moonbeam coronation costume, the Moon Empress had said something similar. But unless the situation truly called for it, Lin Yuan preferred to wear white, blue, and black spirit chi clothes. After breakfast, Lin Yuan gave an order to the hollowed Tamarix, and it opened its doors. In actuality, the tree castle had been surrounded by people even before dawn. Some of them hoped to be able to work together with Sky Creation and obtain Creation Master resources from them. After all, high-class Creation Master resources were very rare in the Divine Wood Federation. One might not be able to obtain them even after forking out a large sum of resources. In order to obtain Creation Master resources, one had to swear their loyalty to a Creation Master family. This was unacceptable to experts who valued their freedom. There was also another group of people who were members of elite families who had already made orders from Sky Creation. These people had not left because they wanted to obtain information and were afraid that the tree castle would disappear in the night with the resources they left with Sky Creation. When the door of the tree castle opened, the crowd surged forward. At the front of the crowd was Yilingxi, who had been the first through the door yesterday. But this time, there was a middle-aged man who resembled her by her side. Lin Yuan already knew who Yilingxi was. Thus, it was easy to guess who the middle-aged man next to her was. He was the head of the Yi family, Yi Huailong. Yilingxi was stupefied by the version of Lin Yuan in red spirit chi clothes. She felt that such a person could only have jumped out from a painting. But while Yilingxi was more blown away by Lin Yuan's features, Yi Huailong was more focused on the material of Lin Yuan's spirit chi clothes. This was a coincidence as Yi Huailong happened to be wearing a set of yellow spirit chi clothes today. He had put on a crimson belt to match it. The belt was made from the crimson-back leaping antelope's fur, but it did not include thread from the platinum nether spirit ghost spider. Instead, it used a flexible sap that came from plants. One look was all that was needed to tell that Yi Huailong's belt could not match up to Lin Yuan's. Yilingxi had bought the belt for Yi Huailong at an auction, and it had cost 2,010,000 great lush dollars. There were very few of the crimson-back leaping antelopes, and it was considered a very rare resource amongst the Divine Wood Federation's veteran elite families. Moreover, the fur of almost every crimson-back leaping antelope was different. Yi Huailong had never heard of someone using the crimson-back leaping antelope's fur to make a full set of spirit chi clothes. The cost of materials that went into this young man's spirit chi clothes went above 600 million great lush dollars. Through the light, one could see delicate patterns branded on the material. Yi Huailong was not certain what the branding medium was, but he knew that this set of spirit chi clothes had to have been made by Class 5 weavers because only they had the skills to brand patterns onto materials using essential oil. Yi Huailong could not tell what the blue tablet hanging off the young man's waist was made of, but he knew it was no ordinary item since the young man was wearing it. Before they arrived, Yi Huailong had intended to test Sky Creation's motives. But Lin Yuan had stumped Yi Huailong using just his attire. Yi Huailong said in a low voice, "Young Master Chu, I am Yi Huailong. My daughter left her fei with you so you could treat it, and I'm here today with her to collect it. At the same time, I would also like to discuss serious business with you. Are you willing to give me the chance to speak with you in private?" Once Yi Huailong was done speaking, Yilingxi handed a book to Lin Yuan and said, "These are photos of the mouse species feis I've collected. Although there are normal ones, such as the flower branch mice, the two flower branch mice have vibrant red tails. This is not the normal color for a flower branch mouse's tail. Their bloodlines have likely mutated." Yilingxi had specifically described the flower branch mouse to Lin Yuan when she handed the book to him because she was afraid that he would think the flower branch mouse was too inferior of a fei to be part of the collection. There were indeed numerous rare feis in Yilingxi's book. The gold-devouring rat, ground-listening rat, and lavish wings ferret were all rare, and Yilingxi had always been proud of her collection. However, Lin Yuan currently could not concentrate on the other mouse species feis. His mind had zeroed in on the bright red tails that the two flower branch mice had. Lin Yuan had long been troubled by his inability to evolve the flower branch mice into the lifespan mice. He remembered that the first flower branch mouse he had evolved had a bright red tail, while all the flower branch mice he evolved later had dark red tails. The flower branch mouse with the bright red tail became the lifespan mouse, while those with dark red tails became the flower mink mice. Once he realized this, Lin Yuan immediately contacted Su Iren and asked her to search for the flower branch mice with bright red tails. Alas, even after looking through the entire Prosperous Chamber of Commerce and even activating the Love Music Centers, she had turned up empty. But now, through one trade with Yilingxi, he would obtain what he had been yearning for. To Yilingxi, the two flower branch mice with bright red tails were just pretty pets. But to Lin Yuan, they were treasures that unlocked immortality. Lin Yuan always felt that he would be over the moon if he could just find one of the flower branch mouse with a bright red tail. But today he was going to get his hands on two. The death demon concubine beast needed to contract the lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan could keep the other lifespan mouse in storage and use it when the time was right. Ever since Lin Yuan obtained the Remembrance Soul Whale, he gained the password to souls that enabled him to reconstruct the souls of the dead. However, when lifeforms died because they had come to the end of their lifespans, their souls would eventually wither and perish. These souls would not become fragments after death, and Rememberling would have nothing to collect. When Rememberling collected soul fragments, the fragments retained the original lifespans of the souls. Hence, Rememberling could only revive lifeforms whose lifeforms had not ended yet. Having another lifespan mouse would allow Lin Yuan to do anything with confidence. At first, Lin Yuan did not intend to immediately allow Yi Huailong a chance to have a private discussion. This was because doing so would send the signal to the other factions that Sky Creation was close to the Yi family. But due to Yilingxi's book, Lin Yuan's mind had changed. He said to Yi Huailong, "Since you have a big business to discuss in private with me, follow me upstairs." Lin Yuan returned the book to Yilingxi and said, "I don't need to look through the book. I'm rather interested in the two flower branch mice with bright red tails. Come with us to see your 100-flower honey mouse. Later, you can send someone to deliver the two flower branch mice with bright red tails to me." Lin Yuan was much better at controlling his emotions. When he heard Yilingxi mention the two flower branch mice with bright red tails, he did not lose his composure. Lin Yuan sounded casual and said that he wanted the two flower branch mice with bright red tails, but did not express any excitement. Yilingxi had been reluctant to part with rare mouse species phase, but when she heard what Lin Yuan said, she hastily replied, "I'm sure you won't lie to me. I will go and inform the guards at the door now to fetch the 2 flower branch mice. Once I receive the 2 flower branch mice, I will go upstairs to join you and father. You can go ahead and speak with father first." Yilingxi flitted out of the tree castle like a butterfly. When he saw the way Yilingxi was leaping about, Lin Yuan could not help but be reminded of Stream in the Cloud, who was the first customer of his Star Web store. The difference was that Yilingxi's thoughts were much more complex than Stream in the Cloud. Yilingxi was not leaving the tree castle just to retrieve the flower branch mice, but also to leave space for Lin Yuan and Yi Huailong. This would give Yi Huailong enough time to discuss with Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong looked at Yilingxi leave with a satisfied gaze and said with a smile to Lin Yuan, "Young Master Chu, my daughter has been spoiled by her uncles since she was young. I'm sorry you have to put up with her." Since there was nothing of substance in what Yi Huailong was saying, Lin Yuan started to walk upstairs. When Lu Jie saw that Lin Yuan was busy, he took the initiative to start handing out the completed orders to the members of the veteran elite families and select the resources they had brought in return. Lu Jie was not a creation master, but he had good taste. Moreover, Lu Jie was much more hard-hearted than Lin Yuan. These precious resources came from the startling Lines continent, and most of the native creation masters did not have the abilities to use them. Although even one of these high-grade resources exceeded the value of the orders they submitted, Lu Jie had picked 5 to 6 precious resources in return for every order. Lin Yuan had made a windfall from the way that Lu Jie was not holding back in his collection of remuneration. On the second floor, Lin Yuan carefully studied Yi Huailong and noticed that there was a forceful resolution in his eyes. This meant that Yi Huailong was a decisive person who liked to use force to settle matters. Indeed, only someone like him would be able to turn a failing family around. While Lin Yuan was observing Yi Huailong, the latter was doing the same to Lin Yuan. Yi Huailong was the number 1 combatant in the Yi Huailong and had already reached Thearch class. Although Lin Yuan had concealed his Spirit Chi professional aura, Yi Huailong could be certain that someone of Lin Yuan's age could not be an A-rank Spirit Chi professional. Not even a Class 5 creation master would be able to nurture such a genius. Given his power, it should be easy for him to kill this young man. Yet, this young man did not appear on edge or wary in the slightest. Any intelligent person knew not to intentionally put themselves in danger. There was no way this young man was unaware of this. Yet, this young man was the picture of serenity. Yi Huailong immediately realized that this young man had to have some means of confidently protecting himself. If not for the Spirit Chi clothes that Lin Yuan wore, which reliably indicated that Sky Creation possessed a wealth of resources, Yi Huailong would have tried to test Lin Yuan. Frankly, Yi Huailong still wanted to test Lin Yuan, but he dared not do so because even if such an action did not cause the young man to be offended, he would definitely refuse to work with Yi Huailong. Yi Huailong tried to be as humble as possible as he said, "Young Master Chu, the Yi family is trying to nurture a batch of snake species phase and 1 plant type Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth." Lin Yuan immediately thought of the snake blood nether rose pollen inside the 100-flower honey mouse's body. It was likely that Yi Huailong wanted to nurture a batch of snake species phase for the owner of the snake blood nether rose. However, the Yi family had pinnacle class 4 creation masters who were capable of evolving Diamond X/Fantasy V phase to Suzerain/Myth. There was no need to seek help from Sky Creation. It was likely that plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline were special. Lin Yuan had already observed 2 plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The more he learned about plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline, Lin Yuan and Morbius speculation would be more accurate. Hence, Lin Yuan had already decided to accept Yi Huailong's business. But before he could make this known, they still had to discuss the specific details and prices. To Lin Yuan, the Yi family was no different from a piece of meat that was being spoon-fed to him. Yilingxi had just given him a surprise, and he was excited to see if Yi Huailong could add to the surprise. Yi Huailong had been observing Lin Yuan since he made his request. Su Han had tested Lin Yuan yesterday night but had only insinuated. This meant that Su Han was a tactful person. But Yi Huailong was much more direct than Su Han. Besides needing law crystals as guides, only Class 5 creation masters could evolve Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth. Suhan had not said what the plant-type Fae with the sacred wood bloodline he wanted Lin Yuan to nurture was. Hence, Lin Yuan could not be certain if he had suitable law crystals. Lin Yuan revealed a small smile when he heard the way Yi Huailong was testing him, and his guess about Yi Huailong was proven. What's difficult about evolving a Fae from Diamond X/Fantasy V to Suzerain/Myth? It's extremely easy for sky creation. Nonetheless, it will still come with a high price. Will the Yi family be able to afford it? Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huailong to breathe in sharply. Yi Huailong had come up with countless possibilities before they arrived at the second floor. But the only possibility he had not predicted was that Lin Yuan would easily be able to admit to a task that only a Class 5 creation master could accomplish. Yi Huailong was taken aback by Lin Yuan's straightforwardness. He had been afraid that sky creation would conceal their power. But it was clear now that sky creation was willing to fully expose their capabilities because it meant that the Class 5 creation master was willing to work with the Yi family. Lin Yuan's words had proved this. However, the Yi family would have to tear a hole in their wallet in order to work with sky creation. But as long as they could obtain Class 5 creation master resources, Yi Huailong was willing to pay the price no matter how large of a hole it would leave in their wallet. A storm was brewing in Sacred Forest City, and the Su family's intentions were clear. The Yang family of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court had also invited numerous strange people. The Yi family had managed to struggle to their feet amidst the storm, but their foundation was much shakier than that of the Su family. Once the storm started to pick up, the Yi family would have to protect themselves first. Yi Huailong had always believed that the Yi family had the ability to save themselves during these chaotic times. But sky creation's appearance allowed other thoughts to sneak into Yi Huailong's mind. He now entertained the possibility of earning profits while self-preserving. This would put the Yi family in a completely different situation a century later. Yi Huailong said seriously, "Young Master Chu, the Yi family has been accumulating resources these past few years. We have plenty of valuable resources. If the Yi family can't afford the price, no other family in Sacred Forest City will be able to either." Yi Huailong spoke confidently with the air of a spendthrift. This was not a smart attitude to put on during a deal. No one with trading experience would do such a thing. Yi Huailong did so because he knew that acting poor in front of a figure as important as a Class 5 creation master would not lead to opportunities. Rather, acting like a spendthrift would not only leave a good impression on the Class 5 creation master but also because the Class 5 creation master had to be aware of the value of all the trades. Thus, there was no point in depressing the prices. Since Lin Yuan had openly declared his intentions to bleed out the Yi family, Yi Huailong decided to go all in with the Yi family's resources so Lin Yuan could bleed them out as much as he wanted. Yi Huailong's attitude pleased Lin Yuan. From the information that Su Yiren had gathered, Lin Yuan knew that the Yi family was known as the 100 Treasures family of the Divine Wood Federation. Yi Huailong held down his entire family's combat power on his own. Instead of expanding his family's power, Yi Huailong had been accumulating as many resources as possible. Thus, the Yi family was the biggest treasure trove in the Divine Wood Federation. If Yi Huailong died, the Yi family would be plundered dry. This was why Lin Yuan was willing to tell the Yi family that Sky Creation had a Class 5 creation master. Since the Yi family can afford to pay up the resources, I will do my best to help you to nurture the snake species phase to Silver/Epic or Silver/Legend. If they need to be evolved further, I can evolve the phase to Diamond X within a day. Yi Huailong was ecstatic when he heard what Lin Yuan said. At that moment, Lin Yuan went on to say, "If the Spirit Chi professionals who want to contract these phase have willpower runes, it's also possible to evolve them from Diamond X/Fantasy I to Suzerain/Myth. But the fees for this will be separate." Lin Yuan's words caused Yi Huailong to be stupefied for a few seconds before he burst out laughing. The glint of ambition surfaced in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan had no idea that his words were like mutterings from devils that immediately filled Yi Huailong's heart with ambition. "Young Master Chu, I have 50 snake species phase that need to be nurtured. All of them evolved to Diamond X/Fantasy V when they were at Silver/Legend. 10 of them were further nurtured to Suzerain X/Myth. Would you or that lord like to come to the E family's treasure vault to take a look for yourselves? You can take anything you want. When Yi Huailong mentioned that lord, Lin Yuan knew that Yi Huailong assumed that he was just a representative put in place by the Class 5 creation master. It went without saying that Lin Yuan was not going to explain anything to Yi Huailong. Lin Yuan was willing to work with the Yi family because he wanted to gather resources. It went without saying that he was willing to visit the Yi family's treasure vault. He wanted to see just how well padded it was. Moreover, Lin Yuan intended to properly understand the Yi family during this trip so he could compare them with the Su family to judge which family he should take in. Lin Yuan knew that he needed to have his own native faction in the Startling Lines continent in order to take control of the Startling Lines continent through them. Sky Creation will finish with the Yi family's order tomorrow morning. I will head to the Yi family then. I hope the items in the treasure vault won't disappoint me. I heard that the head of the Yi family has reached Pinnacle Thearch class. Is this true? Lin Yuan's question was very disrespectful. It was taboo for experts to be questioned about their power. If another young person dared to ask him such a question, Yi Huailong would rip into him without hesitation. He also had no qualms about teaching the Yang family's direct descendants a lesson. In a world where experts stood at the forefront, their pride had to remain unblemished. However, Yi Huailong dared not lose his temper with Lin Yuan even slightly. Moreover, Lin Yuan's question immediately caused the gears in Yi Huailong's brain to turn, as he wondered what Lin Yuan's reason for mentioning his power could be. Yi Huailong could not puzzle out an answer. Thus, he said candidly, "My power isn't as exaggerated as the outside world makes it out to be. Only the Su, Yang, and by families have Pinnacle Thearch class combat power in the Divine Wood Federation. My main Fey is only at Sovereign 9/Creation 7. I am still a ways away from Pinnacle Thearch class." Lin Yuan looked deeply into Yi Huailong's eyes as he said, "I don't think the Su, Yang, and by family's top power is only Pinnacle Thearch class, right? The Yi family is a long way from these three families regarding combat power. But if I am satisfied with what I find in the Yi family's treasure trove and future performance, I might be able to give you a chance to reach Pinnacle Thearch class or even Immortal." Lin Yuan's previous words had surprised Yi Huailong. But what Lin Yuan just said had utterly astonished Yi Huailong. Yi Huailong stopped breathing when Lin Yuan said the word Immortal. It was a level that he always saw as a pipe dream. Every expert in the Divine Wood Federation dreamed of reaching Immortal. Lin Yuan was right in saying that the Su, Yang, and by families had immortal experts. With these experts, they sailed past the other families, giving them no hope of catching up. If Yi Huailong could also reach Immortal, his lifespan would increase explosively. With him guarding the Yi family, no one would dare to look down on them even if their combat power did not develop any further. In spite of his excitement, Yi Huailong had also caught the main point of Lin Yuan's words. Apparently, Sky Creation's goal was to take control of the Yi family. If Lin Yuan had only promised to raise him to Pinnacle Thearch class, Yi Huailong might have turned him down after some contemplation. But now, Yi Huailong did not have the reason or courage to turn Lin Yuan down because he was offering far too much. Additionally, after talking to Lin Yuan, Yi Huailong noticed that Lin Yuan had spoken in the first person. He had not mentioned the Class 5 Creation Master even when the transaction involved such a staggering number of precious resources. As such, Yi Huailong found it difficult to define Lin Yuan's position for now. As time went on, Yi Huailong felt that Lin Yuan seemed to have the authority to represent the will of the entire Sky Creation. As Lin Yuan looked at him calmly, Yi Huailong steeled his will and said, "Lord, if you have use for us in the future, I'm willing to lead the Yi family in serving you." Lin Yuan did not respond to Yi Huailong's statement. Instead, he asked, "Why don't you take out the Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline you want me to evolve to suzerain/myth, so I can take a look at it?" Lin Yuan and Morbius had already done their preliminary analysis of the Sacred Wood mystic realm. When they saw another Fae with the Sacred Wood bloodline, Morbius could analyze its bloodline and confirm if their analysis was accurate. Yi Huailong took out the diamond/legend item-storing walnut and threw it to the ground. Soon, black and red vines filled the room. They did not surround other items but twirled around their main vine instead. The main vine provided a focus of strength for the side vines. As the side vines twisted around the main vine, the black and red leaves bunched together to sway like flowers. There were purplish-red fruits nestled within the vines. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the vines, and he raised his eyebrow as he looked at Yi Huailong with amusement. At that moment, he felt that Yi Huailong could be defined as a terrorist. In the Divine Wood Federation, which was full of snakes, even regular people knew that the fruits of the snake strawberry could attract snake species phase. When the normal snake strawberry turned ripe, it could attract bronze snake species phase. The fae that Yi Huailong took out was called the Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry. It had the same species as the regular snake strawberry. This meant that they had the same source. Even without Morbius analysis, Lin Yuan could be certain that the Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry could have been a regular snake strawberry that had been infected with the bloodline of the fae in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm and transformed. The Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry was currently Diamond X/Fantasy V. All of its abilities were geared toward seducing snake species phase. Its exclusive skills Lethal Attraction and Wild Snake Heart boosted its abilities to seduce snake species phase. Even the Suzerain I/Myth I Black Enchanting Snake Strawberry could easily attract the Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 snake species phase. It might even be able to attract the Thearch class snake species phase surrounding Sacred Forest City. Could be said that as long as Yi Huailong wanted to, he could bring a city down with an army of snakes. When it was used in conjunction with the snake blood nether rose, the snake species phase that had been attracted would lose their minds and immediately fall under the snake blood nether rose's control. It was no wonder that Yi Huailong had not developed the Yi family's combat power and focused on increasing his own power. The Yi family could have an army of snakes whenever they wanted. When he saw Lin Yuan's gaze, a light bulb lit up in Yi Huailong's mind. His mind instinctively went to the snake blood nether rose and 100-flower honey mouse. The 100-flower honey mouse had been left in Sky Creation's tree castle yesterday. Yi Huailong had only seen Class 4 Creation Masters and had no concept of the might of Class 5 Creation Masters. Yi Huailong felt that Lin Yuan looked at him in such a way because he knew of the snake blood nether rose's existence. Yi Huailong was fine with Lin Yuan learning about the Yi family's secret weapon. After all, Yi Huailong intended to attach the Yi family to Sky Creation so that Sky Creation could help him to reach Immortal. Since the Yi family had become part of Sky Creation, there was nothing inappropriate about Sky Creation learning about the Yi family's secret weapon. At that moment, Yi Lingxi's voice traveled from the entrance of the second floor. "Father, young Master Chu, I was held up on the way here. Did I interrupt your discussion?" While she spoke, Yi Lingxi held up a small cage. She had intentionally changed her hairstyle when she returned home and put on 2 pretty hair accessories. Yet, Lin Yuan had not even glanced at her but was staring at the cage she was carrying. There were 2 of the flower branch mice with bright red tails running around inside the cage. It was clear that one of the flower branch mice was listless and was just following the other flower branch mouse. While Lin Yuan was observing the 2 flower branch mice, Yi Lingxi said with a smile, "I was right. Most of the flower branch mice's tails are dark red, but these 2 had bright red tails. The slighter fatter one of them isn't in high spirits. This isn't because it's sick. I treat them very well. It is slightly down because it had mated with the other flower branch mouse and is now pregnant. The flower branch mouse's gestation period is around 15 days. I wanted to see if the babies have red tails too." While Yi Lingxi spoke, neither she nor Yi Huailong noticed that Lin Yuan was suppressing delight. Yi Huailong had been keeping his gaze on Lin Yuan and should have been able to tell. No matter how skilled Lin Yuan was at controlling his emotions, it was difficult to cover delight. However, Yi Huailong had never approved of his daughter's hobby. Why did a girl have to collect strange mice? She even brought it to young Master Chu. How was this appropriate? If this displeased young Master Chu, he might rescind his promise. Lin Yuan only started breathing again a moment later as he suppressed his delight. Since the flower branch mouse's color was due to its mutation, it had to be related to its genes. Genes could be passed down. Given Lin Yuan's understanding of genetics from his previous life, he felt that it was likely that the 2 flower branch mice's descendants would pass down the trait of having bright red tails to their descendants. His acceptance of Lingxi's order seemed to provide Lin Yuan with not just 2 of the lifespan mice. Lin Yuan was in a great mood. When Lingxi continued to talk about the flower branch mice to Lin Yuan, Huailong coughed and said, "Lingxi, young Master Chu might just be curious about these 2 flower branch mice. Unlike you." Before Huailong could finish speaking, Lin Yuan said, "No trouble. These 2 flower branch mice were raised well. Leave the snake species phase you want to be nurtured here. When I go over to the family's residence tomorrow, I will take the snake species phase and the black enchanting snake strawberry with me." Lin Yuan's words caused Huailong to look at him curiously. Huailong had already noticed that Lin Yuan's interest in the 2 flower branch mice was not casual. Alas, Huailong could not tell what was so special about the 2 flower branch mice. Huailong's younger brother was a pinnacle class 4 creation master. He had seen the 2 flower branch mice but had not picked up anything special about them. Hence, Huailong could not figure out why Lin Yuan was interested in the 2 flower branch mice. Nonetheless, Huailong could tell that Lin Yuan's tone was one that was telling them to leave. Huailong hurriedly took out 5 of the platinum item-storing walnuts and placed them on a wooden table nearby. Then, he picked up Lingxi's hand and said, "We will receive you with the warmest welcome tomorrow. I'm sure you're very busy. My daughter and I shall not bother you any longer." After bowing, Huailong pulled the shocked Lingxi downstairs. Lingxi did not understand why her father was acting so humbly in front of young Master Chu. He was usually fearless and did not even keep his head down in front of the Yang family. It was unrealistic to fathom that her father was threatened by young Master Chu because her father's gaze was one of yearning. It seemed that her father and young Master Chu had negotiated a successful deal. Once Huailong and Lingxi left, Lin Yuan opened the cage that contained the 2 flower branch mice. The 2 flower branch mice were terrified of humans and instinctively wanted to dive under the table. But Lin Yuan activated his spiritual power and released it from his palm. This immediately attracted the attention of the 2 flower branch mice. Eventually, the male flower branch mouse could not resist the temptation any further and went over to Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan gently touched the male flower branch mouse and injected spirit qi into it. This immediately earned Lin Yuan the trust of the male flower branch mouse. The male flower branch mouse chittered away and placed its hands together as though it was begging for more spirit qi. As badly as the female flower branch mouse wanted the spirit qi, it still kept its distance from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew that the female flower branch mouse could resist the temptation of the spirit qi because it was pregnant. Once life forms became mothers, they would see their children as more important than themselves. Lin Yuan ignored the female flower branch mouse and took a deep breath before he picked up the male flower branch mouse and injected a large amount of spirit qi into its body. After thousands of experiments, Lin Yuan guessed that the flower branch mouse with the bright red tail could evolve into the lifespan mouse. Guesses were just that and could only be verified after experiments were carried out. Lin Yuan was going to verify his guess now. As the waterfall of spirit qi entered the flower branch mouse's body, it started to transform. This brown fur fell, and tangerine fur grew out in its place. When the flower branch mouse's fur color changed, Lin Yuan's knitted brow relaxed. When Lin Yuan evolved the flower branch mice with dark red tails into the flower mink mice, all of their furs turned purplish-gray. Lin Yuan had evolved one of the lifespan mice in the past. At that time, its fur had turned the same color as this flower branch mouse. As Lin Yuan continued to inject spirit qi into the flower branch mouse and its fur continued to fall off, a small ball of tangerine fur was left in Lin Yuan's palm. Using true data, it showed that the flower branch mouse had evolved into the lifespan mouse. After Lin Yuan moved the evolved lifespan mouse into the spirit lock spatial zone, the female flower branch mouse finally cracked and moved toward Lin Yuan's palm. Lin Yuan did not take the initiative to move toward the female flower branch mouse and waited for it to approach his palm because he was afraid of complications and was not going to immediately evolve it into the lifespan mouse. Instead, he was going to take care of it and make new plans once it gave birth. After all, a bloodline transformation during pregnancy could impact the fetus in the womb. It would not do good to affect the baby's genes. Lin Yuan set aside a space in the spirit lock spatial zone for the female flower branch mouse. He also instructed the wind speed rapid antelope to take care of the female flower branch mouse. As for the male lifespan mouse that Lin Yuan had already sent into the spirit lock spatial zone, the death demon concubine beast had already formed a contract with it using demon concubine's promise. Merciful Soul turned its heart into a pill that it fed to the male lifespan mouse. Now, the male lifespan mouse's life was tied to Merciful Soul. Now, there was nothing holding Merciful Soul back, and it could steal the fate of a nation and payment in life as much as it pleased. The lifespan mouse could extend lifespans as long as it could absorb pure vitality. The greatest sources of vitality that Lin Yuan possessed were the twin red pagodas Sacrificial Fire and Soldier Ration Radish. Both the Soldier Ration Radish and twin red pagoda were in the marsh world. Lin Yuan personally brought the lifespan mouse into the marsh world and left it in the care of Wendy and Rising Lizard. He left the lifespan mouse by the lifeform Sacrificial Fire's side, where it could bask in the light of its flames and eat as much of the Soldier Ration Radish's leaves as it wanted. Now that he was done with some of his preparations, he went back into his room and went downstairs. Lin Yuan had taken some time to nurture the male lifespan mouse and settle in the female lifespan mouse. When he reached the first floor, Lin Yuan saw that Lu Jie had finished everything that he needed to do. Only Su Han was left. When he saw Lin Yuan, Lu Jie walked up to him and handed 20 of the diamond item-storing walnuts to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, inside of the item-storing walnuts are the items I picked from the customers. I also accepted 20 new orders." Lin Yuan did not have to worry when Lu Jie did the work because he always performed with flying colors. Lin Yuan smiled at Lu Jie and said, "You've worked hard, big brother Lu. You seem lethargic. I don't think you slept much last night. Why don't you go and catch up on some sleep?" Lu Jie shook his head and stood behind Lin Yuan. Since they arrived at the Divine Wood Federation, Lu Jie finally felt he was doing his duty of being Lin Yuan's retainer. Lu Jie greatly enjoyed the feeling of being by his side and acting as his retainer. Lu Jie was a pinnacle B-rank spirit chi professional and contracted spiritual type phase. He could go without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without doing any harm to his body. When Su Han returned to the Su family's residence yesterday night, he immediately wrote to his 2 older brothers, who had been in seclusion in villas away from home. Once they received Su Han's letters, Su Lang and Suja immediately rushed back to the Su family's main residence. Su Lang had always been in charge of the Su family. Su Han was managing the Su family now because Su Lang and Suja had spent the past 5 years looking for a way to advance past Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Alas, it was not easy to become a Class 5 Creation Master. Once they found out that a Class 5 Creation Master was going to be living at the Su family's residence starting tomorrow, Su Lang and Suja could not wait to question them. At first, Su Lang and Suja intended to visit Sky Creation's tree castle with Su Han. But if the 3 of them went out together, it would undoubtedly attract eyes from all the factions of Sacred Forest City. Su Lang and Suja had never been to Sky Creation's tree castle before, and Su Han had been the only one in contact with Sky Creation. It was too abrupt to visit so suddenly. Thus, the 3 brothers eventually decided that Su Han would head to the tree castle himself while the other 2 remained home to make preparations. The Su family had taken out all the treasures they had been hiding so they could leave the best impression possible on the visiting Class 5 Creation Master. Lu Jie had already handed 370 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss to Su Han. This had removed all remnants of suspicion that Su Han had. A small portion of the 370 square meters of the peaceful calm air moss was a mix of green, white, and red. But this was a much larger area than what had been agreed on. After Su Han met up with his brothers, they collectively analyzed Sky Creation's background. However, they had been unable to come up with a conclusion. Nonetheless, the Su family was going to cling to Sky Creation. Once Su Han received the peaceful calm air moss, he should have left Sky Creation along with the rest of the customers. He stayed behind because he wanted to invite Lin Yuan to a banquet at the Divine Wood Federation. While Lin Yuan and Lu Jie were talking, Su Han had the sense not to interrupt them. He waited until they were done speaking before he walked up to them and said, "Young Master Chu, Have you heard of the Crownwood Banquet that is held in Sacred Forest City, before every opening of the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm? Lin Yuan would not have been aware of the Crownwood Banquet if Su Han had brought it up when he and Lu Jie had only just arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. But after he learned about the Great Lush, Iron Hammer, and Divine Wood Federations from Su Iran, he also learned about the Crownwood Banquet that was held once every decade. The Crownwood Banquet was a banquet that every reputable person in the Divine Wood Federation attended. Before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opened, there would be a change in the chairs of the Divine Wood Federation's imperial meeting. Thus, all the large factions in the Divine Wood Federation would gather in Sacred Forest City. The Crownwood Banquet could be described as a gathering of the largest factions in the Divine Wood Federation, but also as a competition of which faction possessed more resources. Every faction would take out the most precious resources they possessed as their ticket into the Crownwood Banquet. During the banquet, these resources would be put up for auction. The elite families in the Divine Wood Federation even competed in terms of their attire. All of the families pulled out all the stops to appear the best they could during the Crownwood Banquet. Hence, despite knowing that it was not worth it to transfer the precious resources into Great Lush dollars, no faction hesitated to take out their best resources. Lin Yuan was just as interested in the Crownwood Banquet as he was in the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. If Lin Yuan could attend the Crownwood Banquet, he would be able to easily attain a large batch of the Divine Wood Federation's top resources. Ever since Su Han mentioned the Crownwood Banquet, Lin Yuan understood what Su Han's intention was. The Su family was one of the top 3 strongest factions in the Divine Wood Federation. Now that they understood Sky Creation's abilities, they would not ask for Sky Creation's help just to produce resources that would stun all the other factions. Thus, the only possibility for his mentioning the Crownwood Banquet was that he wanted to invite Lin Yuan to the Crownwood Banquet. Sky Creation had already set up their tree castle in Sacred Forest City. Almost all of the top factions in Sacred Forest City knew of Sky Creation's existence. Many of them wanted to link themselves to Sky Creation. It was clear that Su Han was inviting Lin Yuan to the Crownwood Banquet, so he could brand the Su family's name on Sky Creation and declare their relationship with Sky Creation to the other factions. Lin Yuan had communicated to Su Iran using Thought's letter paper and felt that the Su family was likely targeting the Yang family. By inviting Sky Creation, the Su family had dragged not just Lin Yuan but also the entire Sky Creation into the conflict in the Divine Wood Federation. However, Lin Yuan did not care about the Su family's intentions. All he wanted was to harvest resources from the Crownwood Banquet. He did not care which faction invited him. According to my knowledge, the Crownwood Banquet will take place 3 days later, right before the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm opens. I am rather interested in the Crownwood Banquet. Su Han was still trying to come up with a way to invite Lin Yuan. When he heard Lin Yuan say that he was interested in the Crownwood Banquet, Su Han hastily said, "Since you're interested in the Crownwood Banquet, why don't you go with the Su family? This way, you won't have to prepare the entry fee yourself." Lin Yuan asked Su Han relaxedly, "I'm sure the Su family has earned a substantial amount of Great Lush dollars over the years. I want to use 50 pairs of the Bronze/Legend item storing walnuts to exchange for 4 billion Great Lush dollars and 300 pairs of the Bronze/Epic item storing walnuts for 9 billion Great Lush dollars. Only Great Lush dollars could be used to bid and buy items during the Crownwood Banquet. There was no trading of resources. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to own a large sum of Great Lush dollars to collect his harvest during the Crownwood Banquet. When Su Han heard Lin Yuan wanted to trade for Great Lush dollars, he immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention. The Su family had been focused on building up its combat power and never thought about buying anything at the Crownwood Banquet. As such, they would not be impacted in any way by paying Lin Yuan in Great Lush dollars. Moreover, all of the elites in the Divine Wood Federation liked the item storing walnuts. Almost every member of the elite families owned a set or a chain of the item storing walnuts. Su Han was no exception. When Su Han's first brother was nurturing the item storing walnuts many years ago, he had coincidentally evolved one of the item storing walnut trees to Bronze/Legend. The item storing walnuts that Su Han played with now came from that item storing walnut tree. However, the item storing walnuts took a long time to grow. It was very difficult to produce high-quality fruits without nourishment from pure spirit chi. Thus, the Su family was only able to harvest from the tree every 1 or 2 years. During the auction, a pair of the bronze/epic item-storing walnuts would go for more than 40 million great lush dollars. A pair of the bronze/legend item-storing walnuts had once been auctioned off for 95 million great lush dollars. The price that Lin Yuan asked for was lower than the auction price. If the Su family agreed to the deal with Lin Yuan, the Su family would make a profit. Su Han had no reason to say no. Young Master Chu, I will deliver the 13 billion great lush dollars to you before the crown wood banquet begins. Lin Yuan was still calculating how much finances he required to buy up all the top resources during the crown wood banquet. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce had already become Lin Yuan's personal faction. After some manipulation from Su Yiren and after some communication and negotiation with Li Wan, Lin Yuan now owned more shares than Li Wan. Since Listen had come to the Divine Wood Federation, he took control of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce while being aided by Li Wan and Zhao Jiaji. Listen had managed to enable the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to absorb a mountain of resources. Lin Yuan could use the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to earn 3 billion great lush dollars before the crown wood banquet started. When added to the 13 billion great lush dollars that he could earn from the Su family, Lin Yuan would only have earned 16 billion great lush dollars. This was definitely not enough for Lin Yuan to buy up all the precious resources that were going to be auctioned off during the crown wood banquet. Wasn't the Yi family known as the 100 Treasures family? Lin Yuan intended to estimate how much great lush dollars the Yi family could provide him with during this visit. The high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts were nothing more than attractive fruits to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had tasted the high-quality bronze item-storing walnut. However, it had not tasted as good as the low-quality bronze item-storing walnut because it contained too much spatial energy. The high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts were not of any use to Lin Yuan, and he could produce them in large batches. In the Divine Wood Federation, they were the items through which the members of elite families used to compare each other. Previously, Lin Yuan had only casually produced the high-quality bronze item-storing walnuts. Later, his store of the bronze/epic and bronze/legend item-storing walnuts had only increased. It was time for him to use them to buy up the Divine Wood Federation. Before Su Han left, a thought struck Lin Yuan, and he stopped Su Han. Sky Creation's tree castle is lacking a few cleaners. If the Su family has time, can you help Sky Creation to find some spirit chi professionals who have comprehended many willpower runes, but lack resources and abilities to contract their own phase? Su Han hurriedly replied, Young Master Chu, I will send someone to keep watch. It should be easy to find such people around Sacred Forest City. Su Han was slightly confused. Sky Creation had already established collaborations with many of the factions in Sacred Forest City. Many families had already guessed that there could be a Class 5 Creation Master in Sky Creation. Sky Creation's might had spread far and wide across the entire Sacred Forest City. If Sky Creation announced that they needed cleaners, even Emperor-class experts would be tripping over each other as they fought to sign up. Why did Sky Creation need spirit chi professionals who had comprehended several willpower runes but had not contracted phase? It would require a mountain of resources to nurture each and every one of them. This was why the factions had not recruited these spirit chi professionals in Sacred Forest City in spite of their clear talent. Could it be that Sky Creation had the spare resources to nurture such spirit chi professionals? While Su Han activated the entire Su family to search for such spirit chi professionals in Sacred Forest City, the 14 love music centers throughout the Startling Lines continent had also put out the same news that they were recruiting cleaners. In Sacred Forest City of the Divine Wood Federation, a state of serenity blanketed the city. Everyone lived a peaceful and routine life. A carriage covered in gems clattered through Sacred Forest City streets. The person in the carriage looked out with a haughty expression. This was a completely different type of opulence exhibited in Sacred Forest City. Many people dressed lavishly in the Freezing Hammer tribe of the Iron Hammer Federation had concern written on their faces. A woman was holding the hand of a young man as she bought charcoal-fired flatbread from a street stall. Hello, the flatbread only cost 3 Federation dollars per piece 2 months ago. Why does it cost 20 Federation dollars now? The street stall owner was a man with simple features wearing a black fur cloak covered with oil stains. Madam, I have been selling charcoal-fired flatbread for almost 20 years here. You are one of my regular customers. The price inflates every winter, but you know what happened this year too. You should count yourself lucky that there are still stalls selling charcoal-fired flatbread now. I might need to raise the price again a while later. I will be closing down the stall once winter sets in, and I've made enough flatbread to feed my family. How many stalls do you see on the street now? So, 20 Federation dollars for one flatbread is very reasonable. The woman took out Federation dollars from her pocket and handed them to the stall owner as she said, I have a total of 6,000 Federation dollars here. I will be buying 300 flatbreads. The stall owner hurriedly reached out his hand and replied, I kept the stall open for regular customers like you to take care of all of them. Each customer can only buy 50 flatbreads at most. Not one more. This sight was common in the Freezing Hammer tribe. The Freezing Hammer tribe was the largest tribe in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court was situated in the Freezing Hammer tribe. If food in the Freezing Hammer tribe was so scarce, the small tribes had a rougher time. Most of the tribes in the Iron Hammer Federation experienced winter all year round, just like the Freezing Hammer tribe. But during the winter season, the temperature dropped even more precipitously, and it was normal for the temperature to reach -50 to -60 degrees. The Iron Hammer Federation was going to have a hard time during winter this year. There was something more agonizing than the winter itself. Missing loved ones. The Divine Wood Federation placed a premium on the performing arts, while martial prowess was the meter of respect in the Iron Hammer Federation. The bandit groups in the Divine Wood Federation were mostly spirit chi professionals from Creation Master families. Even if the bandit groups were destroyed, it would not be a significant loss to the families. However, the bandit groups from the Iron Hammer Federation were mostly made of strong and young experts. The Great Lush Federation's merchant groups were acting strangely and had killed over 1 million bandit groups in the past 2 months. The Iron Hammer Federation was in great need of food and water but could not trade with the Divine Wood Federation. Hence, the Iron Hammer Federation sent most of the bandit groups. This winter, many wives were going to shiver in the cold and bear the pain of missing their spouses while taking care of their families alone. The young man beside this woman started to cry as he looked at the barrel of wine next to the stall. In the past, he hauled a bottle of wine back for his father whenever he went out shopping with his mother. But this time, his father was not there to drink it. As a gust of wind blew past, even the people dressed lavishly on the street pulled their cloaks tighter around themselves. The people who came from large tribes and lived under the shade of the imperial court knew that the previous king had just died and the new king was in the midst of ascending to the throne. However, the person ascending was not the oldest princess but the previous king's nephew. The imperial king's guards had already been recalled a few days ago. It was likely that the first princess had fled the Freezing Hammer tribe. The new king did not have time to spend on managing the Iron Hammer Federation. It was likely that the recalled guards would be sent out again very soon to search for the first princess. There was no way that the new king would allow the rightful heir to the throne to continue living freely. There was a temple 270 kilometers outside of the Freezing Hammer tribe. A towering snow-capped mountain was at the center of the Iron Hammer Federation. It was rumored that there was a legendary snow beast on the mountain. Once the snow beast acknowledged the king of the Iron Hammer Federation, it brought prosperity and peace to the Iron Hammer Federation. It was an assurance that every citizen of the Iron Hammer Federation would not have to go hungry. However, none of the previous kings of the Iron Hammer Federation had achieved this. The temple outside of the Iron Hammer Federation had been built as a place to pray that the snow beast would acknowledge the king of the Iron Hammer Federation. The carvings of innumerable beast patterns on the gem-covered stone pillar within the temple were illuminated by the setting sun's light. Luolan felt both agony and derision. She should have ascended to the throne and made the trip to the top of the snow-capped mountain to try and gain an audience with the snow beast. But when she had been out training, she received word that her father had died. If not for the old supporters that her father had within the imperial court, who warned her of what had happened when she returned to the Freezing Hammer tribe and allowed her to flee her death, she would not have made it to the temple. But on the trip here, she had watched all of her father's old supporters and their fays killed as they escorted her to the temple. Luolan was so mired in anguish that her spirit almost broke. Her legs had been seriously injured, and it required an immense effort to fight against the pain each time she tried to take a step. The only people left by her side were a female attendant and an elderly man. It was a shame that neither of them was a healing-type spirit chi professional. Otherwise, they could have continued heading north. The elderly man looked at Luolan's ruined legs and gnashed his teeth as he said, "First princess, your legs cannot continue to lose blood. Let me go and find a doctor to treat your injuries." The female attendant next to Luolan hurriedly said, "Lord Li Zhong, if you go out trying to find a doctor now, First Princess location will be exposed unless you manage to kill every person the doctor knows." Luolan sternly rebuked the female attendant. "Lan and I am the First Princess of the Iron Hammer Federation. It is my duty to protect the citizens. How could I kill the innocent for selfish reasons?" Lan and I bit her lip and did not respond. She felt that Luolan had given Luo Kai the opportunity to usurp the throne because she was too soft-hearted. She would not have been reduced to such a state if she was not so kind and ruled with an iron fist. When the elderly man heard what Luolan said, he looked half sympathetic and half relieved. If Luolan could truly become the ruler of the Iron Hammer Federation, all of the regular people living in small tribes would be blessed. She might even gain the acknowledgement of the Snow Beast. "First Princess, once I find the doctor, I promise that I won't kill any innocents because of you." Luolan nodded. It was not long before the elderly man led a middle-aged woman in. The middle-aged woman had fear written all over her face but acted swiftly and skillfully when she saw Luolan's injured legs. She summoned the bronze/epic clean white lotus. The clean white lotus summoned water that not only stopped Luolan's legs from bleeding but even caused new flesh to regrow. Once she treated Luolan's injuries, the elderly man led her away and said to Luolan, "I will stay here to stall for time. Given my power, I will be able to buy you at least 20 hours. As you head east, none of the regions in the Iron Hammer Federation will be for you. Do your best to head toward the border between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation until you reach the Divine Wood Federation." Tears welled up in Luolan's eyes. Normally, the elderly man would have knelt down to comfort her. But now, he said sternly to her instead, "First Princess, the news of your legs being injured has already reached the Imperial Court. If they can't find you in a 150-kilometer radius around the Imperial Court, they will realize that your legs have been healed. All of the doctors in the 150-kilometer radius will have to bear the consequences. I'm sure you're aware of Luo Kai's temperament. I don't need to say what will happen to the thousands of doctors. Not killing that doctor is not an act of mercy because even if she doesn't die at your hands, she will still end up dead because of you. You have lost miserably to Luo Kai." The elderly man's words caused Luolan to ball her fist tightly until her knuckles turned white. The elderly man changed his tone and said, "First Princess, you can only save the Iron Hammer Federation with your way of doing things once you regain control over the Imperial Court. As you flee north and somehow manage to survive, you will realize how terrifying hunger can be." Luolan had been listening to the elderly man silently. However, Lan and I could not stand to listen to him any longer. "Lord Li Zhong, it's not that easy to regain control of the Imperial Court. What can the First Princess do?" "You?" Before Lan and I could finish speaking, Li Zhong interrupted her and said, "This is an issue that the First Princess needs to puzzle out for herself. Now that her legs are healed, don't waste any more time here." In the short span of a few days, Luolan felt that she had matured well past her age. She looked deeply into the elderly man's eyes and bowed to him before draping a beast's skin over herself as a cloak and dragged Lan Li out of the temple with her to continue fleeing north. After some time, they finally saw the two rivers that the Ice Wave River broke off into. Even in the coldest winter, the Ice Wave River never froze. This was because its currents were too rapid, and any ice that formed would be shattered very soon. When they saw the Ice Wave River, Lan and I and Luolan knew that they had left the Iron Hammer Federation's main region. Almost all the large tribes resided along the Ice Wave River. Once they left this area, the number of people around would fall sharply. Luckily, Luolan was carrying many Federation dollars with her and could use them to buy food to be stored within the item-storing walnuts. After a few short days, Luolan finally experienced what true hunger was. Now she had a choice to make. Which branch of the Ice Wave River should she follow in order to survive? Just as she was about to make her decision, Lan and I said, "First, Princess, I will only be able to accompany you up to here. The people sent out by Luo Kai probably haven't reached this area. I will stay to remove and create misleading tracks to throw them off your scent. Pick one of the paths, and I'll take the other 1-2 days later." While she spoke, Lan and I handed her item-storing walnut that contained rations to Luolan. Next, she took 5 small loaves of bread out of one of the item-storing walnuts and stored them away under her clothes. In the cold winter, 5 small loaves of bread would only last her 3 days. While Lan and I was speaking, she steeled herself for death. In the past, Luolan would never have agreed to what Lan and I was about to do. But now that she had matured, she hugged Lan and I for a moment before she chose the left path. She summoned the broad-backed mystic turtle, which was the specialty aquatic fae of the Iron Hammer Federation's imperial court. The broad-backed mystic turtle had an expansive shell and could shoot through the water like a shadow. Could even swim comfortably within the Ice Wave River's main river to deliver goods. Thus, there was no issue for it to carry Luolan through one of the branch rivers. Given the speed of the broad-backed mystic turtle, it would be difficult for Luo Kai to catch Luolan. However, this road of fleeing had come with too many heavy prices. Too many people had sacrificed themselves for her sake. Luolan fell asleep in the cold as she sat atop the broad-backed mystic turtle. Before she fell asleep, Luolan made a desperate wish that she would be willing to give up anything as long as she could regain control of the Iron Hammer Federation and ensure that no citizen of the Iron Hammer Federation had to go hungry.